Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Slider well out of the zone. Could have been ball 3, but instead of lets Abreu back in, that's not coming back.
The Kurtz just walked off this one, 3-1 final. Way up on the berm. Kurtz with his 7th home run of the season. And Brian Abreu's been so good all year. Started to walk back to his dugout, and then he turned around and realized he is walking the wrong direction. He has to go to the outfield to his clubhouse as the A's win it 3-1 on a walk-off by Nick Kurtz here in the back half of the ninth. A walk and a walk-off. Abreu didn't have his great command tonight. Only one pitch thrown to strike. They have won 4 games in a row for the first time all year. And they snapped the Astros 5-game winning streak, their longest win streak of the season.
I was thinking about this. Last night, Seth, when I got up in the middle of the night to go to the restroom, and when I went to sleep, it was the 5th inning, and the Astros were up 1-0. So I'm like, all right, well, I'll get caught up in the morning. I can't stay up for all these games. And I went to the bathroom, pulled out my phone. I wanted to see what the final score was. Hey, how much did the Astros win by? You know,
right?
Yeah.
Right.
And I see 3-1, the final score of the A's. I'm like, okay, well now this will be a good long pee that I'm taking here because I got to see how this happened. And I looked, and Brian Abreu, he had the 2.03 ERA. By the numbers, he's been very reliable this year, and yet he might be the least trustworthy 2.03 ERA reliever that I've ever rooted for. For some reason, there's something about Brian Abreu that I just can't totally buy in on with him.
There is something about just how crazy and how much movement there is in his pitches that it gives the feeling of just constantly. It feels out of control.
Yeah.
Whether it is or whether it is not, it just feels like anything could happen. I'm with you there too. I feel like he's my new. The guy that I feel like I should trust, but for whatever reason, I can't put my finger on it. I don't trust him as much as the stats always tell me I should.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, and so I'm like, all right, well, I'll take a look. And some of it, look, his ERA, his WHIP is 1.226, which is okay, but doesn't really correlate with his dominant and ERA. It's very graphic-y with Abreu.
That's what we've had with a lot of our good relievers, you know, for our closer for many years there. It just didn't feel the same because you always want your relievers to come in and just, no drama, here we go. The way Hader's playing this year.
Yep.
That was, there's something about the Astros in minor league ballparks this year, whether it's the Rays or the A's, that it just feels like they play down to the ballpark. It's not even playing down to the competition. It's playing down to the ballpark. Everything else they did in that game, I mean, last night was kind of a microcosm for exactly what we've been talking about. How the hell are the Astros as good by record as they are this year? And a lot of it is that, man, you have to ride your bullpen.
Yeah.
You're ecstatic to get 5 innings of 1-run baseball out of Ryan Gusto.
Yeah.
My goodness, yes. Well, just give me that.
I was looking, Seth, because as Gusto was in there, kind of dominating early on in this game, I pulled out their schedule. I'm like, when was the last time the Astros had a bad start by somebody? Mm-hmm. Even the games they've been losing have been low-scoring, close games. Lance had a start like a week and a half ago where he gave up 4 runs in 5 innings. That statistically he wasn't great, but he still struck out a bunch of guys,
Right.
Like last year, when it was bad last year, like early in the season, there were tons of outings by everybody from Spencer Arrighetti to Hunter Brown to that Helmsley guy or whatever his name was, Henley, that they brought up for one out. And he gave up, 7 runs, something like that. Like, they had a lot of real stinkers last year early on. top to bottom. I mean, the rotation and the bullpen, and we'll get into Lance McCullers here in just a second because the hits just keep on coming with the injury luck with this baseball team. But Gusto, this is 2 straight good starts for him. But Brandon Walter hasn't had a bad start yet. Colton Gordon looks like he's figuring some things out. Like, it really is. And I don't know who the next guy's going to be because they're going to need one here soon because now Lance McCullers is down for at least 15 days.
You're right, with a mysterious foot sprain.
Yeah.
Which
freak accident is what it was described as.
A freak accident.
A freak accident,
He must have stumbled. That's my best guess. He stumbled over a 5-pound plate or something.
Yeah,
Whoever left the 5-pound plate on the floor needs to get fired immediately, okay?
That's right.
If that's when indeed it was.
That's right.
Clean up your plates, kids.
Come on now.
I know I go to a gym these days and everybody just leaving their plates on the bars and laying all around.
Sweat on the bench, plates on the ground. Terrible.
Altuve had a 441-foot home run. However long it was.
He
hit it over a rocket out of there.
Hit it over everything. We're kind of like spitballing on this game here. How about Luis Guillorme over there at third base flashing the? I'm like, look at Jason Kelsey over there flashing the leather at third base.
And then making. I'm guessing because I wasn't watching it live. I'm guessing by the highlights he made a catch in short left center that looked like a 5-star catch that I'm guessing was graded a 1-star catch, and I'm so glad you weren't watching when that happened because it was.
No, I saw that. I saw that play.
Right? No, I know, but I'm glad you weren't.
I was in the other room, and I came back in, and they were showing the replay, and I didn't hear what the catch probability. I didn't hear what it was.
Yeah, so to lay it out for the listener, he's sprinting backwards, looking like he's going to catch it over his left shoulder. Has to readjust at the last moment.
Incredible catch.
Spins around and catches it, and then lands on the ground like a beluga whale out of water.
Yeah.
But held onto the ball. I thought, him being an Astro, surely he broke 7 ribs and won't be available for 36 months.
Yeah, exactly.
And yet he was okay. He stayed in the game.
I don't know if he was serious with this. I'm guessing he is because I don't think he jokes about stuff like this. But Jeremy Branham, our former colleague here at Sports Radio 610, tweeted after that Guillorme catch that it was a 70% catch probability.
It probably was. And honestly, that's usually how those go. Because the GPS and everything factors in just, hey, where are you? Where'd the ball go? And it's true. A lot of the impressive catches in the outfield, including by third baseman, but it was in the outfield, are when guys don't get quite a good read or jump on the ball. But then you have to give them credit for adjusting to it.
That's why it's such. If indeed that was a 70% catch probability on that.
Yeah.
Again, if you haven't seen it yet, because I know a lot of you waking up didn't watch the game, maybe you went to bed after the Altuve home run. You're like, oh, game's over. 1-0 in the first against the A's. Go find this catch. I mean, it is especially for someone with that body type. I mean, Guillorme looks like he doesn't spend the time in the weight room that Lance McCullers. We don't have to worry about Guillorme tripping over something in the workout room. He
might spend time in the weight room, but he looks like a heavy
ball player is what he looks like.
He does not look like he's playing with in a weight class.
So the thing I did hear Todd Callis say about that catch afterwards was that's one of the catches of the year.
Yeah.
And I don't disagree. Like, go watch it. Like, he lands hard. Like, sometimes when they're going to the outfield, they go to the ground. You're kind of sliding to the ground or diving to the ground. He leapt in the air and was horizontal about 2 feet in the air, 3 feet in the air, and came crashing down to, like you just said, on his ribs. If that indeed is one of the catches of the year, subjectively, and it's a 70% catch probability, somebody needs to step in production and just do away with the catch probability stat.
It was.
I will stand on the table for this.
He didn't have time to tuck and roll. It was like a tuck and kerplunk, and it looked painful, man. It looked like it would have knocked all the wind out of you.
Yeah. So if you were watching the game last night, and they did give a catch probability, if you can confirm, I don't think Jeremy would joke. I don't think Jeremy would joke about something with such gravitas. The catch probability stat.
Well, you know what's weird is when they show clips of him in spring training, he looked a little bit trimmer than he does now, and maybe that was just because a lot of the clips they show, he's wearing the warm-up, cover-up and everything, so it's a little bit more forgiving.
Did he have gray hair in his beard at spring training? You and I were there at spring training when Guillorme was like starting every game.
Look, Guillorme's seen some things, man. He's been through a lot.
Sugarland, man.
He's got a little bit of a Jason Kelsey, but also a most interesting man alive feel to him.
Yeah, a little bit.
So and he made Altuve made a great play early in the game, and then had a not so great play later in the game at second base.
Both ends of the spectrum. It was a great play that he made.
Altuve got hit by the pitcher Hunter, not Spence, whatever this. He
got brushed back. Did he end up beating him too?
Was it chin music?
Yeah,
You're right. No, he didn't get hit.
Yeah.
He didn't get hit. He got chin music.
Okay.
Later in the game, King hit the batter on a slider, and they didn't do anything about it. But when Altuve got the chin music, the ump gave Spence a warning, the pitcher a warning.
They gathered to decide whether or not to give him a warning. It was weird.
And Espada wasn't too happy about that, because then all of a sudden, Gusto's got to worry about pitching inside. One of those rare occurrences where the manager of the guy who got the chin music is saying, like, whoa.
Yeah, well,
hey, them's just jokes.
Yeah,
them's just jokes, baby.
He can look ahead and know what's coming if that's the way the umps are going to
handle it. Do you see who we got out on the mound?
Yeah.
I barely know his name.
Exactly.
So just let's everybody settle down here.
Someone says Wikipedia has Guillorme posted as 5'10", 190. If he's, dude,
I don't know about that.
He ain't 190.
Being 5'10"
from his belly to his knees, he's 190. yeah.
From his belly to his knees.
So the Astros lose last night 3-1. We got to dig into this McCullers injury a little bit more, because there's a few things kind of at play here. Not the least of which is what are the Astros going to do? They called up Jason Alexander from Sugarland, who I believe is going to start tonight, if I'm not mistaken. Internet with that. Plenty of George Costanza memes and Seinfeld jokes and things like that.
Yeah.
Because his name is Jason Alexander.
Jason Alexander, who played George on Seinfeld and has tried like hell to prove to the world that he's actually a serious actor since then.
He's one of the most annoying people in Hollywood. I hope this Jason Alexander that's pitching for us is not as annoying as the famous Jason Alexander.
Every time you see an interview with Jason Alexander, it feels very much like he's like, well, I'm known for my goofy hijinks, but I'm actually a Shakespearean-trained actor.
It's very annoying. Yeah, it's very annoying.
But I have questions for Jason Alexander's parents, in that he was born after Seinfeld was the #1 show on television.
Yeah.
I guess maybe it's a family name or something, but you couldn't go with like a Jaden or something, or Jalen.
Or
That's
Jay,
very popular
or just
these
Jay.
days,
Just
I've found.
Name him Jason, but make sure he goes by Jay or JJ or something like that.
It's not the same as naming your child Adolf in 2050
no, it's
or
a little different than that.
It's a little different, but it's still
it's something.
It's not necessarily the famous name that you want to have everybody confuse your son for.
For sure. All right. So we got a lot to get to on the show today. Payne and Pendergast. You can text the show 713-572-4610. If you're just waking up, the Astros get walked off last night by the Athletics. All right, a couple things I want to get to in this segment. Texans-wise, is this a new Titus Howard? Titus did an interview with Aaron Wilson. Is Titus not being under the influence of Laramie Tunsil a good thing? And I do want to circle back to the McCullers injury, because we didn't dig into that too much. And I want Seth to do a little Pender poll guessing. I put up a poll. They're saying it's a sprain. Given the Astros' history recently with medical stuff, do you believe them? Yes or no? What percentage of Astro fans who voted in this poll do not believe the Astros that Lance McCullers has a sprained foot right now? We'll do that coming up next. But first, men's team.
from the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Seth, you like to guess at these things, so I will have you guess. I put up a poll late last night, so it's probably not gotten the full voting constituency that it's going to get when people wake up. We're 330 votes in. But in light of the news that Lance McCullers is going on to the 15-day IL, with the sprain yesterday at the very beginning of the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, and they broke in the second segment with it, and when they said Lance McCullers is injured, I forget, it was Ron or Tyler, I can't remember who it was saying it, but with a sprained right, and I heard the F sound, I'm like, don't say forearm.
Oh, yeah.
They said foot. I'm like, oh, thank God. Thank God it's a foot. Yeah. Thank God it's a foot. And then I had several people point out to me after I expressed those sentiments on social media, like, yeah, poor gullible Sean actually believes. It's cute.
Hey, you know what?
What?
You know what?
What?
I like that they said a sprain instead of discomfort. We're in a rare circumstance where we actually feel like, oh, I heard that it was a sprain.
Yeah.
Is that might be good. The fact that he's on the 15-day IL would suggest that it's a grade 1 sprain, I guess. Because a sprain, a torn ligament is also a sprain.
Yeah.
But that's obviously, you're not going on the 15-day IL.
Right.
So it can be a mild sprain. So, yes, I actually believe this based on the fact that they gave us some specificity.
You believe this, and by the way, they did it retroactive to June 13th, which is last Friday. So he's eligible to come back, Lance McCullers is, on June the 28th, which is a week from this Saturday. So he's going to miss a couple swings through the rotation here. He would have pitched last night. They moved Gusto up a day, and now this Jason Alexander is going to pitch tonight. So you believe them, Seth. I tend to believe them, too. What percentage of Astro fans who voted, keep in mind, late last night, so some of this may be fueled by alcohol as well, what percentage do you think actually believe the Astros that Lance McCullers has a sprained foot, and that's what's putting him on the IL?
Because it was late last night, they wouldn't have had time to think through, specificity and actually calling it a sprain is what we've been asking for.
Yeah.
A little bit of more clarity on these things. I'm guessing
You're warm.
75% of people don't believe it.
Wow. Give this man 2 dings, please. 77.6%.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, you were within 5%.
That's good. I was leaning towards 67%.
Yeah, man.
And I remembered late night.
Yeah. So, 77.6% do not believe, which is wild. They just don't believe the team that this is what's happening. But that's the lack of trust that they've engendered through how they've handled some of these injuries.
We're living in an era where, for one, we don't really get the straight scoop from the Astros about injuries, and two, people will lie about anything and everything, no matter, people tell you the most astounding lies, and they'll just say it.
Yeah.
And so it's in this environment, I feel like most people believe they can't believe almost anything they hear.
It's true.
Unless it's been fact-checked 27 times.
Especially if you're getting your news from social media. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
I think the other thing, and that's just kind of a funny thing, that the Astros fans don't believe the Astros. I do wonder this, if, let's say this was the playoffs. And if Lance doesn't go, it's somebody who's not nearly as good as Lance in these situations. I do wonder if it's one of those types of injuries, and the reason I say that is I feel like almost any glitch that Lance has physically head to toe anywhere, you've got to treat it with an IL stint, just based on the fact that of all people whose body would somehow take a sprain to his right foot and put added strain on his right elbow, it would be Lance McCullers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that whole ripple effect of compensating for things. This is the last guy, Seth, in the rotation or on the pitching staff at all that I think Astro fans and the Astros themselves want inadvertently or unintentionally changing anything about his motion. It needs to be severe repetition of everything with Lance McCullers to keep him healthy right now.
I wonder, though, too, I mean, with a sprain, so a grade 1 sprain, and they haven't said it's a grade 1 sprain, but they're treating it, They're on, because it's retroactive, it's even less than a 15-day IL.
Yeah.
The ligament is stretched or slightly torn with minimal pain, swelling, and tenderness. The ankle joint remains stable.
Okay.
So would you play through a sprain like that? I don't know. They're so careful with pitchers. Yeah. But, if it were the World Series, perhaps, he'd go out there and do it.
That's what I mean,
They'd tape it up, and then there you go.
Yep. Text
message. All spatted up like a nose tackle.
Yep. Text message, when I hear sprained foot, I assume the Astros have already amputated both legs. There's that. Next text, different texter. Lance's foot is definitely amputated, right? Guaranteed they're looking for cadaver parts from former minor league pitchers.
The sprained foot. What the medical staff didn't realize as they put him in the MRI machine, was that he was actually decapitated. It's a very tragic situation this has turned into. Yeah,
exactly.
They didn't think to check whether his head was still attached to his body.
Text message, foot, air quotes. He'll need Tommy John tomorrow. It really is like sad that this is now the go-to for Astro fans. Like, we don't believe anything you say.
Is foot even a medical term?
Yeah.
Could a foot not encompass anything from the foot up to the pelvis? Who knows?
True.
Yes.
Probably true. All right, so that's the latest with the Astros. We'll circle back to them in headlines. Here was D'Amico Ryans last week. This is back on June 3rd, so a couple weeks ago, talking about the mindset of the offensive line, the newfangled, newly staffed offensive line for the Houston Texans, and the mindset changing.
Our offensive line, the mindset, I see it drastically changing. I see Coach Cole Popovich, his instant impact on those guys. You can see it from the way they work in their individual drills, the way they come off the line with low pass. It's just the small technique things that you see, how they're dialed in on their hand placement, just speaking the same language. One of the coolest things I've seen when we were working out in phase 2, we work out, we activate our guys here in the bubble, and we all travel outside to do our different drills. And to see the O-line come out, and whoever was out first, they waited on the other guys. And they waited, they joined together as a group, and then they traveled down to the opposite end of the field to do their position work. So that just shows me that togetherness, that even you want to be a great unit, you have to be connected. So Cole has kind of spurred that connection, that intensity, the mentality that I'm looking for, and we have that. We have the intangibles of what it takes. Now we just got to go out and get it done when we put pads on.
Okay, now fast forward a week or so, and Titus Howard had a conversation with Aaron Wilson of KPRC and was asked, what's playing for Cole Popovich like?
Oh, man, nasty. You got to have play with a lot of grit. You know, one offensive line that are physical, that don't take shit for nobody, and they just establish, you know, the dominance up front. He exemplifies that every morning, every day on the field, and we want that in a coach because it's only going to rub off on the offensive line. And, you know, he holds us to a high standard.
You know what I need to know is if any of the guys on the offensive line, if any of them are Q dogs, because if any of those guys were, were a member of Omega Psi Phi. That's if you want to really forge. This is where I am with the offensive line. I will turn a blind eye to any type of hazing or whatsoever. Whatever it takes to forge bonds that are fierce and that you're incredibly loyal, and not to mention can do some really cool dances. I would be about that.
I'm about it as well.
I can't remember seeing any of the offense. No, you know what? No, I know. I'm pretty certain that there probably aren't, based on when was it the Tennessee game when C.J. Stroud got run out of bounds and they were mixing it up with C.J.
It was a Green Bay game.
The Green Bay game, that's right. Yep. And none of the offensive line bothered to give a damn about it or protect their quarterback. Yeah.
Yep.
No. The offensive line needs a Samoan dude. Every offensive line needs a Q-dog.
Or several.
Whichever guy is out there and available, trade for him, Nick.
Titus Howard Titus Howard is one of the more interesting players for the Texans coming into this season, Seth, because he's now kind of the only one left out of that starting 5 to begin the year. Kenyon Green traded, Tunsil traded, Shaq Mason cut. Juice Scruggs was the center, and he's running with the 3s at minicamp last week. So it's almost like Juice Scruggs has been sort of excommunicated to a lesser degree. He's still on the team, but he's not the starting center anymore. And now here's Titus, who at least in the last couple of weeks has been running at right guard with the ones. He was the right tackle last year. He's one of the more interesting ones. I want to play one more from Titus here. This is Titus Howard on leadership in that offensive line room now that Laramie Tunsil is gone?
I'm doing the best I can do to transform my body, transform my daily habits, all that to show the younger guys the right way to do it. I'm looking forward to that challenge of being that leader in the group, and I want to be a guy that guys look up to and they're like, hey man, like Tyler's doing it the right way, and I want to do it that way. So I'm looking forward to it.
It's really interesting because the cut we played from D'Amico talked about drastic change in the mindset, which implies that the mindset was not great before. And now you've got Titus, who I think was outsider looking in, was viewed as sort of like Laramie Tunsil's little brother. They were kind of joined at the hip. And, Laramie's a really good player, obviously, but I don't think the leadership style was what that room needed. Them trading him, I think, is an indicator of that. And he's the guy who's he's the guy who's easily been in that room the longest. He's one of the only guys left from the Bill O'Brien. He becomes a very interesting face and voice heading into training camp this year.
There was another little snippet in Aaron Wilson's interview of Titus Howard that they kind of addressed the reports from Albert Breer that there was a near toxic situation.
Yeah.
And I could see toxic's a tricky word because, okay, how do you define whether it's toxic or not? I think it was non-ideal, and it was pretty obvious. And you could see, D'Amico twice this offseason has mentioned needing to have an attitude shift in the offensive line room. And I think it includes coaching and the way that Popovich is coaching, the way the players are embracing it. Yes, that's 100% exactly. It's music to my ears.
Yeah.
I think with Titus, whether it was toxic or not, I don't think that Laramie was necessarily the best role model to learn how to be a leader on the offensive line.
Yep.
For Titus to be one of the elder guys now and to have that responsibility, and he's probably had conversations with the coaches about it, it's kind of like anybody listening, if you've ever been made a captain on a sports team. I remember in junior high, the first time I was captain of the wrestling team, I remember all of a sudden, it's crazy. It's like you're almost imbued with an extra strength and power because you feel that responsibility. Like when you're leading push-ups, all of a sudden you can do more push-ups because you know you have to do it.
Yeah.
So and it's fun to watch because you see it at every level of sports. When all of a sudden a guy is in that role, you feel that pressure to do everything the right way, and it looks like he's done a lot of that. He's really redesigned his body, I think, and he's trying to take all the right steps to be the right role model for the younger guys.
Here's one more from Titus talking about a chip on the shoulder the O-line has, that they're being underestimated.
Yeah, we got a chip on our shoulder, and people underestimate what we're going to be this year, but, that's their problem. When that first game comes and we come out that ball and hit them in the mouth, they're going to be like, oh, these guys for real.
Changes the narrative.
We've been putting that work in right now, and we're going to continue to put that work in training camp, and everything going to be perfect. But I'm telling you, when that game one comes, and they see what the Texans offensive line is about, we're going to be ready.
Okay, we've heard them talk tough like this before. Titus, they've taken umbrage with people criticizing them before, this offensive line.
One of my favorite pieces of bad advice, but is good in a lot of ways. It's kind of like almost a Yogi Berra O-line saying is when in doubt, fire out. And it's I think it's more popular amongst high school coaches, but there is something to that sometimes just there's no replacement for just old school aggression.
Yeah.
And one of the things I like about Titus at guard, even though you could look at PFF grades and this and that, Houston Stressens, Texans commenter on X, did a really long article, an in-depth article, and one of the big about Titus at guard versus tackle, and one of the things that matches the eyeball test for me was that they were a better running football team when Titus was at guard than when he was at tackle.
Yep.
And some of it just has to do with the fact that they were running more manly football plays, more old school double teams up into the lap of the linebacker with a fullback in the backfield, and that's just sheer mass. And that's how you set up the play action, is just having defensive linemen and linebackers that aren't quite sure, and crap, I got a wall of 1,700 pounds coming at me, and I got to decide whether this is a run or pass. And then, by the way, it's nice to have a credible rushing attack, too.
Yep.
I think these guys are more – I was surprised at the end of the season with Titus in at guard that when they did run plays like that, they were better at it than I thought they were capable of. So that part of it, and having Popovich kind of being wired that way, I am excited about that. I think they can build something off of a more physical brand of football.
This is a simple one. I'm glad that he's playing right guard and not left guard. He's a right tackle by trade. At least keep him on the same side of the line where you're not forcing him to be ambidextrous,
Right, yeah. There's a lot more. It's more transferable in a lot of ways.
Yeah. All right, so Titus Howard, good stuff from Titus Howard. Is this a new Titus Howard that we're getting? He looks good. Some of the pictures I've seen, and being out there, but also like they put a big picture up of the team, like posing like at the end of workouts in the weight room, like 50 of them all together, and Titus is right there in the middle, like flexing in the middle of it. It looks good.
Those are Aaron Wilson's YouTube interview of him is it's good. There's some good nuggets in there.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, let's get to headlines. Astros lose last night. We've got injury headlines. We've got All-Star voting headlines with the Astros. Latest on Kevin Durant we've got for you as well. And a massive return in a thing that I think is a sport. The GOAT. We will get all of that in headlines coming up next. When it comes to being the GOAT for fixing
SportsRadio.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Slider well out of the zone. Could have been ball 3, but instead of lets Abreu back in, that's not coming back.
The Kurtz just walked off this one, 3-1 final, way up on the berm. Kurtz with his 7th home run of the season. And Brian Abreu, who's been so good all year, started to walk back to his dugout, then he turned around and realized he is walking the wrong direction. He has to go to the outfield to his clubhouse as the A's win it 3-1. Here in the bottom half of the ninth. A walk and a walk-off. Abreu didn't have his great command tonight. Only one pitch thrown in the strike zone, and the A's win it 3-1. They have now won 4 games in a row for the first time all year. And they snapped the Astros 5-game winning streak, their longest win streak of the season.
All right, how about that? Battle of streaks right there. Something had to give. The A's were on a winning streak. The Astros were as well. What gave last night was Brian Abreu. Gave up that home run in the ninth inning, bottom of the ninth. 3 straight walk-off games the Astros have been involved in. The first one they've been on the wrong end of last night in Sacramento against the Athletics. The good news, Seth, the Seattle Mariners obliged by losing last night as well to the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah, they've been good to us lately. Yeah, and a lot of people say, hey, they're a team that always collapses after a promising beginning. I'd like to prefer to think they're a team that always delivers in the clutch.
Yeah,
when you really, really need them.
We needed them last night, and they delivered. The Mariners did by losing. So the Astros remain 4.5 games up in the American League West. Not the end of the world. They've got 3 more against the Athletics in this very strange watching these games being played in minor league ballparks.
Yes, really, really weird.
It pops as weird on television as well.
And especially when you've got so many minor leaguers playing for the Astros. It has all of the feel of like, wow, that little Altuve, what a home run.
Yeah.
But I don't know if a guy his size can make it in the major leagues someday.
Yeah.
It's one thing to do it in Double-A, but gosh, Altuve's been so much better at home than on the road this year. 926 OPS at home. And entered last night with a 525 OPS in 29
two different players,
games.
man. It's one guy that barely is playing baseball at 525. Yeah.
That game last night, I mean, that was the perfect Astros game in terms of representing what they are as a team this year, is it not? Other than the actual loss, because they've won more games than they've lost.
Yeah.
But you were relying on a previously and currently under-heralded pitcher to hopefully go 5 innings. He did a good job of it, let up 1 home run.
Yeah.
You really, really need to lean on your bullpen because you have no offense. Mm-hmm. And that's ultimately what happened. Yeah. If your bullpen isn't immaculate, you have very little chance of winning the game. So Abreu lets up a home run, and that's curtains for you.
That's it. And so hopefully back on track tonight. Good summary.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Jason,
I didn't even have to use AI for that.
You did it
just on my own noggin.
Did it all by yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jason Alexander, I believe, on the mound tonight for the Astros. They called him up, and he's called up because Lance McCullers is back on the IL with a sprained foot, which several of you do not believe is the case.
75% of you do not
believe that this is the case.
And yet, I am inclined to believe it because what have we been clamoring for? Some kind of specificity in some of these reports, and they actually called it a sprain. They didn't call it discomfort. We're in a rare state of affairs where a sprain sounds better than discomfort because more times than not, discomfort ends up being a torn UCL.
Yeah, it means you're done for the year.
So I believe you.
I'm with you on that. Just know that this show believes you, Astros, all right? We're reading people's texts and reading poll results from people that don't believe you, but that's just us conveying the news and the thoughts of others. We, Payne and Pendergast, believe you. By the way, real quick, the Astros' first round of All-Star balloting is out, and as of right now, there are 0 Astros who would be in line to make the runoff to get voted in as a starter. For those who don't know the way the voting works, they take the top 2 in the fan voting at each position, and then at the end of the month, they have a runoff between the 2 for start. With the outfield, they have 6. They do the top 6 because you got 3 outfield spots. The closest ones right now, Altuve is within just a couple thousand votes, and we're talking about like 400,000 is how many he's gotten. He's within a couple thousand of being in the top 2 at
and he's
at
listed
second base.
He's
correct? Listed at second base. Okay. Yeah, and that's, by the way, we were wondering about that. That's the Astros' choice. The team sends in who who goes on the ballot at what position. And the fact of the matter is Altuve has a much better chance of getting voted in as a second baseman than he does an outfielder. And this would be his 10th All-Star game if he were selected. There's only 2 other players who've made 10 All-Star games active right now, so Altuve trying to become the third. Altuve and Pena are both third at their positions. Other than that, the Astros all show up to some degree on there, but probably not any starters this year for the Astros in the All-Star game. NBA final.
Look at who's the leader? Who's ahead of Pena? Is it Wilson?
It's the 2 you would think. It's Wilson from the A's and Bobby Witt Jr. And they're a fairly substantial. Like Pena is a distant third. Second base. Pena is a very distant third right now at shortstop. But that's a good amount of respect for Jeremy Pena, who's never been, among fans. Like, he's never been up that high on the ballot with the fans. The fans are recognizing him.
And part of it with Pena is we've almost forgotten because it's so long in the distance that this version of Pena emerged when he became the leadoff.
Yeah.
So if he'd started off at the same pace, I think he'd be a pretty clear cut.
Yeah.
We'd be disgruntled right now if he weren't. So let's not worry about the All-Star. Let's worry about how it looks at the end of the season.
I think he makes it, but probably as a reserve. So we'll see. NBA Finals last night, Game 2. The Thunder now 1 game away from winning their first NBA championship as the Oklahoma City Thunder. They've won back in the day as Seattle. 120-109 over the Indiana Pacers, who are dealing with a very hobbled Tyrese Halliburton right now. So we'll see. Back to Indiana for Game 6 of that series. Meanwhile, I think was that in Indiana last night? I can't remember if it was. If that was
at Oklahoma City.
It was Oklahoma City. That's what I thought. 2-2-1-1-1. The Rockets' latest on Kevin Durant. This is according to Kelly Iko and others. Sam Amick of The Athletic is that the Rockets have made a firm offer to the Phoenix Suns, but it is not in the neighborhood of what the Suns are looking for right now. In fact, the 3 teams that Kevin Durant would like to go to, one of the 3, Houston, San Antonio, Miami, none of them have made offers that are enticing yet. The team that really seems to want Durant very badly, and we'll dig into this a little later in the show, is the Minnesota Timberwolves. They are going hard to the hoop, trying to get Kevin Durant on their team. Anthony Edwards, their star player, idolized Kevin Durant, inseparable at the Olympics last year. All of those things. So we'll see. Kevin Durant, as of right now, does not want to go to Minnesota, and I can't say I blame him. Minnesota, he would be up there from October to the spring, and it sucks in Minnesota that time of year. So it's
not like it's all that awesome in Oklahoma City. But he wanted out of Oklahoma City.
He wanted out of there too. Yeah. So we'll dig into Durant a little deeper in the 7:00 hour. Shohei Ohtani made his pitching debut for the Dodgers, at least, Seth, last night. Pitched an inning against the San Diego Padres.
How'd he do?
He gave up 2 hits and 1 run, a sacrifice fly.
What a loser.
Yeah.
That's a 9 ERA.
Yep. $700 million, most overpaid player. 2 home runs on Sunday.
Some would say that's a small sample size. Yeah. I say, shut up, nerd.
That's right. No.
Meanwhile, his translator just got sent off to federal prison.
He did. He reported yesterday. Ippei Mizuhara reported to federal prison in Pennsylvania yesterday. How do you think he'll do?
I think he'll do fantastically. I think he's going to end up with all the cigarettes because he's going to figure out a way to bilk people on whatever gambling games they play in prison.
Yeah, and it's a low security
Actually, but he's
prison.
Bad at gambling though too.
Yeah,
he does gamble and he knows how to pull the wool over people's eyes. He needs to move into that bookie role.
Yeah.
I'm guessing with his language skills, if he really spent some time learning a few different languages, he might become really valuable in that regard. Yeah. Maybe various factions within the
mediate a lot of the gang settlements and things like that. Yeah,
poor Shohei, he's going to be getting that collect call from such and such state penitentiary.
Ippei Mizuhara, Joey Chestnut is back. Yeah, the return I was talking about was not Shohei Ohtani pitching. It's Joey Chestnut returning to the Nathan's famous hot dog eating contest. An event that I judged twice back in 2017 and 2018. 16-time champion, interrupted only by a Matt Stoney title in 2015, and then his absence last year, which was over a standoff over vegan hot dogs that he was speaking for. He was speaking for a plant-based hot dog called Impossible Hot Dogs, and that was the Nathan's folks said, no. We're not going to do. We can't have a vegan hot dog guy eating in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. This year, I guess they can. I think he's still endorsing them, but I think both sides realize that it's better to have Joey in the contest than out of the contest.
I hate it when sponsors get involved like that. I miss the days of the pure eating contest.
It's all monetized. It's all commercialized now. I like it when it's just 10 pipe swinging dudes standing up there at Coney Island just mowing down dogs. For the love of the game. For the love of the game, man. Yeah. Yeah. Joey Chestnut, a minus 2,500 favorite. The only drama with this thing when Joey's in it is if you gamble on it, the over-under on the total hot dogs that he eats. That's the drama. Joey Chestnut, he's back. Stood toe-to-toe with him in 2007 in the kolache eating. I ate 7. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Were the Texans' 2 AFC South Division championships a fluke? I'm not saying that. Somebody else is saying that. We will judge coming up next. But let's get you guys into a new luxury vehicle here.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We mentioned in headlines that the report out of The Athletic, Kelly Iko and Sam Amick of The Athletic had a longer piece kind of summarizing where the Suns are with trying to move Kevin Durant right now. And the report was the Rockets had made a firm offer. That's their words in the article. But none of the offers out of the Rockets, Spurs, or the Miami Heat are moving the Suns to drum up other offers. Text message, thank God the Rockets should have never considered Durant. Okay, hold on a second. This saga is not over yet. And by the way, they are considering Durant. They're just not offering enough to go get Durant. You sound like somebody who just doesn't want Kevin Durant on the team at all under any circumstances. They're very much considering having him on the team. It would appear they just don't want to give up enough to get him as of right now. But I think this is far from over, the Kevin Durant thing, you know?
But at the very least, I can see where he's coming from, that texter, and just that, okay, so it looks like he's happy that, okay, it looks like they're not likely to land him. They shouldn't have even been considering him, but they did. They made a firm offer.
Yeah.
And Phoenix said that offer is firm in a bad way, like an orange that you just know is going to be bad before you even peel it.
That's
like,
right.
Oh, it's a rock-hard orange.
That's right. Yeah. But these are negotiations. Things can change. Now, that orange is never going to become soft and edible again, but the negotiations can change with the Rockets and the Suns.
As we've said all along, it's not that the Rockets – I think sometimes people have a tendency to frame it as like, okay, well, what are the Suns willing to give up or what do they want from the Rockets? Yeah. It's not about the Suns specifically. It's about what the other teams are willing to offer the Suns. And then also with Kevin Durant, whether he just flat out would prefer to go to the Rockets instead of – because Durant can put the kibosh on any of these things.
He can.
And he might just decide, nope, no way, no how with Minnesota. I don't like it. I smell something I don't like.
Yeah, he's got the leverage of only being on the last year of mentions. It's a very nuanced situation. You know, we did the gun to the head thing at the end of the show yesterday. You said yes. I said no as far as whether I thought Durant would be a Rocket come the beginning of the season. But I understand we're far from over with this thing.
Yeah,
you know?
And it was done by me. If I thought back on it just rationally, it's the Rockets versus three other teams.
Yeah.
At least that's what it looks like right now. So the field is always the favorite. But I think Raphael Stone is in a good position where I think he likes the idea of Kevin Durant on this team. It's an immediate improvement to the offense.
Yeah.
And yet he also likes his chances of growing this with homegrown guys and maybe making some moves on the margins to improve shooting. So he's in a good spot where he doesn't have to stretch or reach in a fit of desperation to overspend for him.
The Heat were a team that barely made the playoffs and got blown out by 40 in the last play-in tournament game because their team didn't even seem to want to be there. Or in the last game of their playoff series, I should say. They played their way into the play. The Heat and Spurs are both teams that need Kevin Durant just to get into the postseason, whereas I think if the Rockets miss out on Kevin Durant, they've got other avenues, or they run back with this crew. This crew was a 2-seed last year. So, logically, you think there's going to be some improvement with the young guys. So we'll see what happens. We'll talk about that more a little later on in this segment, the Kevin Durant situation, and we've got some audio for that as well. Nick Cacerio, Patrick Doherty, who covers the NFL, was on a podcast. Patrick Doherty, but provides a lot of content. He was on Kevin Clark's podcast, and I guess he did a GM ranking, Seth, where Nick Cacerio came in 12th out of the 32 GMs. We're going to get to something Patrick Doherty said here in just a second, but this was Kevin Clark chopping it up with him, saying that Cacerio will be judged not on what he's done so far, but more than anything on how this upcoming season looks.
Nick Cacerio to me should be lower than 12.
Well, Cacerio and Questing...
I feel so bad that this show has become me combing through your list and being like, you are bad.
Well, you can see how hard this is. It's like...
It's top heavy. He hit on Stroud, he hit on Will Anderson. But to me, the Cacerio eval is going to come after this year. Because did you fix the offensive line, which we know was a glaring problem? Did you hit on one of those Iowa State receivers that's going to help C.J. Stroud this year? Like, to me, this is the year. This is Nick Cacerio's biggest year, by far.
Do you agree with that? that this is Nick Cacerio's biggest year coming up here?
Yes, except that No, I don't actually.
Okay.
Because it's for one, like anybody, and the people that like to fashion themselves the nerdy football types, you don't judge a GM by 1 year. Right. So he gave Cacerio credit for the original drafts from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I think this past draft, you flat out don't know until it goes. But so 1 year is going to undo the good things he did in the previous year. Now, I think about Nick Cacerio, you got to take into account the fact that he stepped into a tremendously dysfunctional
the worst
and bad
situation ever in so many ways.
And it took a couple of years to right the ship. So without giving him credit for that and then acting like since this guy only brought the last couple of drafts into play, okay, so you're going to give him credit for the previous year's draft, but somehow this year's draft is going to undo any of the good things you did in previous years. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I thought that was Kevin Clark, who was. We'll hear from this Doherty guy on the division titles.
That was Kevin Clark. I like him.
That was Kevin Clark.
But he's also nerdy in a good way. But that's just the people that want to act like they're statistically based and analytical and everything. No, that you don't judge a draft 1 year out. It's a 3-year process.
He's kind of in judging Nick Cacerio as a GM. I thought it was a little disingenuous just to say, well, he got Stroud and Will Anderson, and so it's a little top heavy. That's the only thing he's done. Nick's done a lot of good things as the GM, and the move to get Will Anderson was an incredibly bold move to go do that. I
100% agree with him about the offensive line, though. That's the big dynamic.
And that's where maybe we're just parsing semantics here on he'll be judged by this upcoming season. I do think of all the good things Nick's done, the offensive line is the one thing that he's not been able to get right as the general manager so far. I know that Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil were Bill O'Brien picks or Bill O'Brien era picks. Nick Cacerio extended both of them. Nick Cacerio brought in Shaq Mason. He drafted Kenyon Green. He drafted Juice Scruggs. They've not been able to get that position group right yet. Now, I don't think Nick Cacerio is on any semblance of a hot seat right now, to be very clear, but I would say this is by far his most important endeavor or project as the GM is getting this O-line right.
Right. But also just in the, if you did want to take it back to before they had the coaching and the salary cap and everything else in shape, you're just going to leave Nico Collins and Derek Stingley Jr. and Jalen Petrie out of guys that they've drafted. He basically made it sound like, well, he got lucky with C.J. Stroud and he got lucky with Will Anderson, but now we'll really see. All right.
He called it top heavy, and it's not. Those are the two marquee things, but there have been several other really good moves made in the middle tier and on the margins as well. Just the O-line. The O-line he's not been able to get right yet, and that's undeniable. This is Patrick Doherty, who is also on that podcast. All right, Seth, do you agree with this? It's almost a little drive-by comment. He doesn't lay out all the reasons. I was a little mad that it was framed this way, the Texans' 2 division titles. Take a listen.
This is why this exercise is so imperfect and difficult, because you cannot completely disregard the results. And the results have been back-to-back 10-7 division championships, win a playoff game both years. You can't just ignore that. But do I think that was probably a fluke? I kind of do. But I can't just say, I have to be humble enough that, I might not understand all of this. I might not know all the dynamics of play. That's why I can't just straight up ignore things like Nick Cacerio's roster winning back-to-back wild card rounds.
It's the funniest thing. I feel like the tone of this guy, the gravitas of this Doherty guy, agonizing. I'm like, dude, it's your list. You put him 12th. It's okay.
And also it's wait, it was a fluke to win the AFC South
twice.
Is this some kind of oh no, somehow they won the AFC North
twice? No.
Yeah, you're right.
It was a fluke to win it twice.
It's the AFC South.
Yeah.
And last year, you were 10-7. The Colts were 8-9.
Yeah.
The Jags and the Titans won 4 in 3 games. That's somehow a fluke. But then this is what bothers me. And again, I'm not acting like the Texans are the greatest thing in the world because they won a couple wild card games. Yeah. They destroyed the Browns. They destroyed the Chargers in the wild card games.
That's right.
I don't get where somehow that's flukish.
Nope.
I vehemently object to the use of the word flukish when like winning a weak division is somehow flukish?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. I'm offended by him.
Okay. Well, we may hear that take again on Friday and take a mania, so just brace yourself. And this is total devil's advocate here, because I 100% disagree with the labeling of the Texans 2 AFC South champion. 2, by the way. A fluke is something that typically happens once. You can, to say that they won these 2 AFC South division titles, so that's kind of a fluke. I'm like, it happened twice.
Well, no, and by a 10-win football team where you're looking at, a division in which last year the Jaguars and the Titans had I don't get the flukishness of all that.
And again, complete devil's advocate, because I completely disagree with him. I don't think there's anything flukish about last year's division title. They weren't a good offense, but they were a really good defense in the division. You win the division by 2 games. It's not a fluke. It's a bad division, but it's not a fluke that the Texans are the team that wins the division. The first year they won the division, and you and I talked about this off the air a little bit, that game in Week 18 against the Colts was for a spot in the postseason. It was widely thought going into that weekend that the winner of that game would be one of the wild card teams, and that the Jags would take the Titans to the woodshed and clinch the division, even though the Jags had been playing poorly since beating the Texans in Week 12 that season. They were 8-3 at one point. They ended up finishing the season 9-8, I think. They won 1 game the rest of the way. The Titans beating the Jags in Week 18 was not something that people saw coming necessarily. Does that make it a fluke that the Texans won the division instead of being a wild card? I don't know.
The Texans weren't you could very easily make the case, and I think what he was probably thinking of it is, that was the year where the Texans won a bunch of 1-score games. And
that's true.
They just as easily could have been a 7-win team if the ball had bounced a different way.
That's exactly what he's thinking. You're exactly
right. Discount. Maybe he thought he should have used the word random.
Yeah.
But like the Jaguars. Yes, people expected the Jaguars to beat the Titans, not because the Jaguars were good, but because it was a meaningless game for the Titans.
Yes.
Then Derrick Henry ran all over them. The points differential for the Jaguars that year at the end of the year. The Texans weren't very impressive. They were plus 23 or 24.
Yeah.
The Jaguars were plus 6.
Yeah.
And they lost. But they weren't a good team at the end of the year.
Yep.
And a team where Mike Vrabel decided, no, we're going to try to win this thing. Derrick Henry ran all over them, and they lost. So there's nothing flukish about it.
Yeah.
It was just that it wasn't a good division. And the Texans had the ball bounce their way on a bunch of 1-score games. That happens.
Yeah, not a fluke, man. Enjoy those division titles, people. All right, savor the moment.
Crappy division, but not a fluke.
Crappy division. Yeah, someone's got to win every division, right? There's got to be a division winner in each of them. The rookie class is I've enjoyed watching these rookies at rookie minicamp, OTAs, and regular minicamp, particularly Jaden Higgins. If you're looking for reasons to get excited about training camp in the upcoming season, I think Jaden Higgins is the rookie that gets me the most excited. Boy, just based on some of the plays he was making in minicamp. Here was D'Amico Ryans on Jaden Higgins.
It's been really exciting to see just Jaden's growth process in a short amount of time that he's been here. I've seen a guy who's steadily got better every single week. You've seen him make even more plays, and seeing him today, I mean, this is the most plays that he's made, and in our last week of camp, to see a rookie who's come in and showing right now that he could be an impact player for us, I think it means a lot. And we saw it as coaches watching this film from the college game, but I think it just means a lot to the entire team, the players, defensive players, other offensive players, actually seeing him thrive in practice, because I truly believe if you take practice, you work at it, it'll show up in the games. And so it's really awesome to see the work that he's doing and the plays that he's making.
I was just thinking about this, Seth. Think about the top 2 rookies the Texans took, the 2 rookie second-round picks, Jaden Higgins, wide receiver, Iowa State, and then they trade up and they take Ariante Ursary. These guys in practice are going against Derek Stingley Jr. and Will Anderson Jr. And if they're not going against them, they're going against Kamari Lassiter and Daniil Hunter. These guys, I can't think if you're a wide receiver or an offensive tackle, if there's a better iron sharpens iron situation than these guys are getting in practice every day.
Right. Yeah, and that's a good sign. Is you lay it out that way, I'm thinking about some of the reports out of Cleveland where Shedeur Sanders has looked the best in practice and what have you.
Yeah.
But for whatever it's worth, and I'm not trying to read too much into OTAs and minicamp, except Shedeur Sanders hasn't been running with the ones, whereas Dylan Gabriel has.
Yeah.
And that's a big difference for a rookie quarterback.
For sure.
So and I'm not trying to. Who knows ends up being better, but the way the Browns coaching staff is looking at it is I see people looking at Shedeur as the most likely to start week 1 or the most likely rookie to play first. At least as of now, the Browns seem to be testing and putting Dylan Gabriel in more situations that are difficult. So with Jaden Higgins, the fact that he's doing that against the ones and getting the positive reports that maybe Dylan Gabriel isn't, it's a really good sign. And it is a couple of years now where Kamari Lassiter last year, they put him out there with the ones right from the get-go. D'Amico spoke highly of him, and they put trust in him right from the get-go in the regular season. I think it's easier with a wide receiver, especially when you've already got Nico Collins out there.
Yeah.
Because if a rookie outside wide receiver has some hiccups along the way, it's not devastating to you the same way it's devastating if a rookie cornerback has some bad plays.
Yeah.
And I think that I'll be really surprised if Jaden Higgins isn't getting a lot of touches or at the very least a lot of snaps early in the season.
Speaking of Nico Collins, he was on the Greenlight podcast with Chris Long and was asked about the young receivers, including Higgins.
Man, I feel like those group of guys, man, they coming in with a mission, to get better, learn, and trying to be a great, valuable to the offense, and Higgins is dude special. He kind of reminds me of Mike Evans. He can stretch the field, tall, lanky, can move, quick at the line, good with his hands. Man, the dude's nice, man. The sky's the limit for him, man. I can't wait, to see when the season comes. Can't wait to share the field. One of them, man, go out there making plays in front of the city and smiling while doing it, just having fun, But the dude's special, man. He got all the tools in the world, for sure.
Mike Evans has been getting a lot of love from the Texans wide receivers.
I know.
Because on the Greenlight Pride podcast, Nico cited Mike Evans as a guy that he emulated.
Yeah.
And then he just gave a compliment to Jaden Higgins by saying he sees Mike Evans in his game. Jaden Higgins, in an interview he did before the draft, said that Mike Evans was one of the guys he watches a lot. And so there's, and with Higgins, when you watch the way he moves, he's got so much that he's a little bit different than Nico, and not in a good way or in a bad way, but I think maybe a little bit more supple with his movements, and he's got to learn to do all those things that's hard for big guys to do, is like being really crisp with your routes and everything. But you can see him working at it, and you can kind of see a progression through college, and he does very much just from watching interviews with him and what Nick Cacerio has said about him. He seems to be that classic film junkie type of guy that football nerd just wants to soak it all in type of guy that they really like having on the team.
I'm glad you brought up Cacerio. He brought this up proactively on our show when Nick was on with us about a week ago. He was on with us last Thursday. If you missed it, good conversation. You can get it on our podcast on the Odyssey app. But he told a quick anecdote about not just Jaden Higgins, but his teammate, college and pro, former Iowa State teammate, and now Texan, Jalen Knoll.
Iowa State kids have come in here and done a really good job as well. And, just anecdotally, talk about work. We practice, and then Jalen, has kind of missed a few practices here. But, a weight room is right outside of D'Amico in my office. And, one day we kind of look around and you hear a bunch of noise. And you got the jugs machine set up in the weight room. And you got Higgins and Knoll with their helmets on, catching balls off the jugs, basically after their meetings or after practice, and just because they're trying to work on their craft and get better. So we didn't have to tell them anything. So I'd say that's a good place to start. And those are the things that you have to do in order to be a successful football player.
You know what? I think I'm misremembering. I think that Jaden Higgins actually said, Keenan Allen was the guy that he watches.
Okay.
Because the interviewer thought that he would say somebody like Mike Evans.
Yeah.
And I did like that answer just because Keenan Allen does some funky stuff. And stuff that bigger guys, because Higgins is a couple inches taller than Keenan Allen, might not necessarily do or try. But say my point remains that, he wants to work at it. He wants to work at his craft and all those other cliches.
Yeah. Texter says, I think this is a bigger year for D'Amico than it is for Cacerio. Let's be very clear. I don't think either of them are in any danger of getting fired or anything like
nobody's
that.
framed it that way that they're going to get fired. But in terms of impressing, like those guys were talking about their GM rankings.
Yeah.
So if they're saying, okay, I've got Cacerio ranked here, but maybe he should be lower.
Yeah.
They're saying, okay, then perhaps he'll get higher if they can prove that the offensive line is good. Likewise for D'Amico, it is. I mean, if you have doubts about whether D'Amico can be a defensive-minded head coach that has a consistently good offense, especially if you're a really good defensive-minded coach, there's still a really good chance that you're going to have to be hiring a new offensive coordinator every few years. That's really the big test for D'Amico, because last year the defense was good enough. Defense was good enough to do whatever you wanted to do. They can always get better. There's some things they need to improve on was holding them back, and that's so I could say for both of those guys, I think in my appraisal of those guys as a GM or as a head coach, the offensive line and the offensive strength in general is a reflection of those two guys.
Yeah, no, and you're right. I'm putting my spin on it, but like that's where when the guy says it's a bigger year for D'Amico or a bigger year for Nick, my tiebreaker on this is okay. Like, what if the year goes wrong? Then what does one have a different fate than the other? And I don't think they do. You know, I think they're both kind of attached at the hip on this thing. Is all. Yeah, keep texting in 713-572-4610. All right, let's circle back to Kevin Durant. If you missed it, report in The Athletic from Kelly Iko, Sam Amick, they combined on an article that kind of lays out where things are with Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns right now. And as of right now, the Suns have not gotten offers from any of the teams Durant wants to go to that have moved them enough to trade Durant yet. Here's Brian Windhorst of ESPN saying Phoenix does not like the offers they're getting.
What I understand, the three teams on Durant's list, Miami, San Antonio, and Houston, have not made offers that have gotten Phoenix excited to this point. To this point is very important. Minnesota was aggressive at midseason, and Minnesota, from what I understand, has been the most aggressive team in these trade talks. I do think Toronto is lurking out there. Toronto is making the number 9 pick in this draft in addition to some players available in multiple different scenarios. And I think the LA Clippers are lurking out there as well. But I would say right now, if I had to put a favorite, I definitely think Minnesota is the team that's been most aggressive.
Okay, Tom Shranya, ESPN, also saying KD does not want to go to Minnesota.
I'm told the Phoenix Suns remain in active conversations around the league on a Kevin Durant deal, but their focus over the last several days has been on 3 teams, and that's the Miami Heat, Houston Rockets, and Minnesota Timberwolves. We know his preferred destinations, though, are the Rockets, Spurs, and the Heat. And so the Suns have been working with Durant's business partner, Rich Kleiman, on just figuring out exactly where he could end up. Could it be one of his 3 preferred destinations? Could it be a wild card team? Because, listen, at the end of the day, his expiring contract of $54.7 million is going to play a part in this. And I'm told Durant has no desire to be in Minnesota with the Timberwolves. So how does that shape how the Minnesota Timberwolves and other teams that could have interest that are outside his preferred list decide how to move forward with these Durant discussions?
Okay. The one other thing, just from that article in The Athletic that we should point out, is the exact words where the Rockets have made a firm offer to the Phoenix Suns. Now, I don't know if that means firm in so much as like this is it, best and final, or if it's just they've made a concrete offer like, hey, they're
not just speaking in generalities.
Yeah. So that's where they are with the Rockets right now. And the other teams. I mean, Kevin Durant's going to be on the move at some point here, but it's an interesting trade market because he's going to be 37 years old. He's dealt with a ton of injuries, including last season. He didn't play in enough games last season to be considered for any of the awards or All-NBA. He only played 62 games. You got to play 65. He's getting older. He's still, when he's on the floor, he plays at an elite level. And by the way, he's up a 2-year, $112 million contract extension.
The Suns have a new GM, and he's been on the job for about a month or so, Brian Gregory. And there's some similarity here to when, Raphael Stone was a new GM when all of a sudden he had to trade away James Harden.
Yeah.
And you don't want your first move to be, well, we gave away James Harden for pennies on the dozen, and he ended up getting a real good haul for James Harden. I think Brian Gregory is in that same position where, okay, I've been on the job a month now, and I got to trade away a superstar. There's no way in hell I'm going to – because you look at it and you say, man, the Suns really don't have a whole lot of options. They got to take the best available offer. but he doesn't want to be the chump that gives him away for nothing.
Right.
And the other dynamic, just as it is with any superstar player, is that player can put the kibosh on the trade just by expressing disgruntlement with it. No team wants to trade for a guy that doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, as Shams pointed out with Minnesota right there. I think too. The other the other big thing Gregory is dealing with, Seth, that Raphael Stone wasn't dealing with when he traded for James Harden, is when they traded for James Harden, the Rockets
traded away James Harden. Sorry. Yeah.
When they traded away James Harden to Brooklyn, the one, I guess, kind of liberating element to that trade for Stone as opposed to Gregory is that the Rockets knew they were going into a rebuild. Just stacking a bunch of first-round picks was going to be just fine for the Rockets, and there was no expectations for them being competitive for the next several years, and that came to fruition. All reports are the Suns want to remain a competitive basketball team. They're going to give Devin Booker a contract, a big contract extension. So you don't it would appear you don't give somebody $70 million a year or whatever it is they're going to give Devin Booker and then rebuild around that. He's 28 or 29. So if they're doing, I think the reason the Suns want to do a trade with Minnesota is because Minnesota reportedly is offering, Rudy Gobert and Julius Randle and maybe Dante DiVincenzo. Those are three guys that when you put them with Devin Booker and whatever other complementary pieces they have, I don't know if you win the West with that team, but if the goal is to remain competitive and get back into the postseason, a big guy like Rudy Gobert raises the floor of a team. I don't know if you win a title with him as your center, but you are a highly competitive regular season team when you got a rim protector like that.
Yeah, and I think then it probably aligns with why most Rockets fans just flat out, or it seems like most don't want this trade to happen with Durant, because a lot of the trade proposals involve
players,
one or two more core young players than people are willing to give up. And I'm in that boat too.
Yeah.
If it ended up being if it was all draft picks, I'd be gung-ho for it.
Mm-hmm.
Rockets have too many draft picks right now.
Yeah.
So I'd be gung-ho for it. I'd be willing to part with one of the young studs, other than Amen Thompson, perhaps. But beyond that, I just don't have an appetite for it. And as long as Minnesota can actually give up those active players, I think that they've just got more of what the Suns are looking for.
It's wild. It's Kevin Durant, and he's doing elite things. He's old, but he's doing Minnesota, San Antonio, and the Rockets are all like, nah, take it or leave it. Here's our offer. It's Kevin Durant. It's really, especially, and I know it's apples and oranges, but especially when we live in a world where within the last 72 hours, Desmond Bane got traded for 4 first-round picks.
I wonder they should try something kind of what Cacerio did with Deshaun Watson. It was just create a little mini auction where, all right, Durant approves going to these teams. Hey, you teams, go ahead and make him your best offer.
Yeah.
We'll approve our trade ahead of time and everything, and then you make your best offer. And you could drive the price up that way.
It's funny you say that. Circling back to the topic that we were hitting earlier this segment about the Texans division championships, there was a ranking of general managers by a fantasy football writer named Patrick Doherty that had Nick Cacerio 12th. Text message: the Watson trade to Cleveland alone should get Nick into the top 10 of any GM power rankings.
You know what? I'm glad he mentioned that too. Right? Yeah. He will never get as much credit for that as he should, because people who weren't in Houston don't understand how brutal that was. You've got some GMs like Joe Shane last year of the Giants arguing with people on his own staff about, nope, nobody wants Saquon Barkley. Nope, nobody really wants him, because one of his staffers in that Hard Knocks episode said, well, I think there's teams out there that might want him. Shouldn't we explore a trade? And he said, oh, I don't want to go through that again. Took years off my life. You meek little clown.
Yep.
What the hell for you?
Yeah.
Because the year before they'd had trade drama and speculation and everything. Oh, I'm so sorry. And he was just insisting that nobody would really, really want Saquon Barkley. So they didn't even explore a trade with him.
No, but the part
the next year.
Yeah, the part you point out though, where it's like, oh, woe is me. This was so hard on me.
Were people up in your mentions?
Yeah.
Oh, that's too. Are you 20?
Yeah.
What? This is your job.
Yeah.
Is to deal with stuff like that.
Yeah. You're right, man. Nick, you and I brought this up many times. I would have bailed on the whole Deshaun Watson thing for a couple of third-round picks at some point along that saga. That he stuck.
I would
have
been a pathetic little half man like Joe Shane.
I would have been very
times.
Shane-esque in that whole thing. Yeah. And I mean you got to keep in mind if there's no Deshaun Watson trade with Cleveland, there is no Will Anderson Jr. on this team. He's Will Anderson being, and there were others too, depending on how you look at it, because Nick doesn't ever hang on to a pick and just use it. He moves around all the time, so it's really hard to it's really hard to pull up the graphic of, okay, what exactly did they get out of the Deshaun Watson trade? But there are players that are tangentially attached to all those picks, and it's a long list of guys, some good, some great, some not so good. But I think the one biggest thing, like they got Will Anderson out of this thing. Will Anderson's going to be one of the best defensive players in football, I think, over the next decade. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. There's 2 GM power rankings that we've brought up in the last few days on the show. This one had him 12th. The other one, I can't remember whose it was, but had him, it was an article like that, had Nick 10th, and all the 9 guys ahead of him on that power ranking all had been GMs for teams that had at the very least made a conference title game. I don't think Nick's not going to crash through the top 8 or 9 GMs until the Texans get to an AFC title game. I think, I think Nick would say that's totally fair. I think Nick would not care about power rankings as to what people think of his job. But if he were to care and he were to come up with a subjective criteria, I would think he would have getting deep into the playoffs as part of that. I would. Yeah,
think. Division titles are nice, but it's I've always just looked at it as almost. It's one of those things that, sure, you should appreciate the fact that you won the division and everything, but depending on what your standards are, that's the bare minimum. Like, that's the first notch in what you're actually trying to do. Mm-hmm. It's in your hierarchy of things that you want to accomplish on the season. That's the bare minimum of, like, look, we better win the division. And beyond that, it's, ideally you want to get to be the kind of team that can consistently get to the conference championship. That's the way Belichick always framed it, was that, there's a lot of randomness once it comes to getting to that Final Four, like actually winning a Super Bowl, as we can attest with the Astros. Like, it's no matter how good you are, it's really, really hard to win the championship. But if you're good enough to consistently get to the championship game, then you improve your odds dramatically year to year.
Nick, even in answering, when he was on with us last Thursday, he was answering the question. You asked him about Brady and CJ watching Brady film and et cetera. And so Nick Brady, those first few years, and even the way, if we were to go back and listen, even the way he talked about those first few years of Brady, he's like, the first year he's in there, we won the Super Bowl. Second year, we were 9-7. We weren't very good. Just funny because he's just been the GM for 2 10-7 teams. But anyways,
right.
But then he frames the next 2 years they won the Super Bowl. But the way he framed it and talking to you and me was, and then the next 2 years after going 9-7, we put ourselves in a spot where, we kind of got in a position where we could win a Super Bowl. It's not we won a Super Bowl; it's we put ourselves in position.
There are so many things, and that comes from Belichick. That was, as I understood it, Belichick's philosophy. Is one of these quotes that you'll see quotes from John Wooden and Mike Krzyzewski and Bill Belichick and various other great coaches, where if anybody says the things they do. If anybody who's not those guys says it, it sounds like loser talk.
Yeah.
But those guys say it, and people don't want to believe it. That, like, no, we genuinely don't. Krzyzewski would say, we really try hard not to worry about wins or whether we win the game or anything. It's all about, like, doing the things that put you in position to win. But then, Cacerio said something like that a few years ago about you can't control the winds sometimes, and people were livid.
Yeah.
Livid.
Yeah.
But so it's like, I don't know at what point you're okay to follow the philosophy and methodology of the people who have won more championships than anybody else, but you're not allowed to talk about it, apparently, until you've actually won the championships. I like trying to copy the methodology of people that have won championships.
That win a bunch, yeah. Well, it's funny, too. Like, you go, I'm just going off the top of my head, just racking my brain. With Belichick and Brady, we're in, 9 Super Bowls? They won 6. They lost 3. They lost the 2 to the Giants and the 1 to Nick Foles. To my recollection, there wasn't a single one that wasn't a close game in the fourth quarter. Like, they were all close games. Like, that's the true, like, putting yourself in position kind of thing. Hey, we made the Super Bowl. Now we're in position. We're in the fourth quarter. They close the deal 6 times. They don't close the deal 3 times. So that's all you got to do, Seth, is just get to 9 Super Bowls, and you're bound to win a few of them.
That's all you got to do.
That's all
right?
you got to do.
Like,
yeah.
Well, maybe Belichick could have actually done something with his life if it had been Super Bowl or die.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You know, he should be ashamed of himself for slacking all those
What's he
years.
up to these days? We haven't talked about him enough, Bill Belichick. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Actually, we haven't talked about him in a couple weeks.
It's been a couple.
It's been relative radio silence on that.
It has. It'll pick back up. Don't worry. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we roll on here. Pettycast, top of the hour. We got a lot of petty to get to today. We'll do that at 8 o'clock. Jonathan Alexander had an article in the Chronicle yesterday that the Texans' new headquarters and practice facility that they're going to build is picking up steam. They're going to be picking a location for it, it looks like, in the pretty near future. I went and did a little deep dive on the Cowboys' big facility they have, the Star.
The Star.
Yeah, I've identified the things that I want to have for our facility here based on what they have up there. I've drafted 3 food establishments and 3 retail establishments. These are must-haves for the Texans' new big facility that they're going to build.
Hey, everybody, it's hurricane season.
bag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, do you have a preference, Seth, as to where the Texans put this new Texopolis that they're going to be constructing here in the near future?
For me personally, when I spend the most time at the actual Texans facility, it's for training camp.
Yep.
I kind of would like it to be a little bit further out. I don't think they're going to move too far away from the stadium, but we'll see. Whichever county gives it. I'd like it to be maybe down somewhere where I can get like a little bit of a sea breeze or something like that. So down Angleton way.
Lake Jackson.
Yes. Yeah.
Can they? Maybe they can build it on the Kemah Boardwalk. You know, collaborate, do a collab with the Fertittas.
Have like a roller coaster that goes through the strength training facility.
Oh, yeah, totally.
I think, honestly, it doesn't really make a difference to me. I would just prefer that it not be too far outside the loop. Just because that's, yeah.
Well, for them, I mean, they've got to, I would think they take this into consideration, I would think, but, they've got a whole constituency of employees that have built their lives around going to NRG Stadium for work every day. If you all of a sudden move that facility out like deep into Katy somewhere, that materially changes commutes and things like that. I mean, this just in Houston, fairly sprawling, big city.
It's fairly sprawling. Although if people wanted to be closer to the city. So if people wanted to be closer to the headquarters, then they're paying a lot more per square foot than if they go further out.
Yep.
So there might be a lot of employees that would actually appreciate being able to go out and not have a long commute. But so I told you the Falcons facility is in Flowery Branch, which is pretty far north of Atlanta.
Yeah.
But it's beautiful. Or at least I haven't been there in 15 or 20 years.
Yeah.
But it's kind of it's suburban but still has a country feel to it.
Yeah.
Or at least it did then.
Yep. Jonathan's article. We talked about it on this show. The Texans, it would appear, are going to be building some sort of new practice facility with a headquarters for the team. And it looks like chances are, good chance, that it'll also entail an entertainment district of some sort, patterned after the Cowboys' Frisco complex campus that has all sorts of shopping and eateries, and it has an arena there. They have concerts there, in addition to all the Cowboys stuff that goes on out there.
Right, and this is where it gets interesting because there's a couple components. One is that whatever tax breaks whichever counties are willing to provide. And then two, if the Texans are going to team up with some kind of commercial real estate investors or developers that have a lot of experience with stuff like this, then you can, it's extra revenue generating.
Oh, yeah.
Remember the Texans had those fitness clubs, Texans Fit, for a while? They ended up selling those to Evo, I think.
Okay.
But that's the type of stuff that you can be partners in the restaurants there.
Yeah.
So there's a natural attraction. Those real estate developers and those businesses have the benefit of being associated with the Texans, their email lists and everything else that goes on. So from a business standpoint, it's intriguing. I don't care. I don't know how much the average fan cares about that.
Yeah.
I think the average fan probably thinks, like, okay, if it's a cool, fun place to go for watch parties, if there's some restaurant, maybe there's an Andre Johnson steakhouse, I don't know.
Yeah.
That then it becomes a destination. That part would be cool, especially. And then facilities, training camp are a little bit more permanent and comfortable and all that.
Yep, for sure. So I did a little digging on the Star up in Frisco, the Cowboys complex, which is, it's gold standard when it comes to this sort of thing. They do have a hotel, Seth. That was one of the things you and I were wondering yesterday. They have an Omni hotel there, which is Omni is a nice upscale brand. So I would imagine that anything with the Texans would encompass probably a hotel of some sort as well there. And who knows, depending on the proximity to the stadium, that might be where teams stay when they come in from out of town. When the road teams come visit. I know that happens quite a bit with Tillman Fertitta's hotel. The Post Oak that's where a lot of the opposing teams come in and stay. They stay at the Fertitta's hotel. So there is an Omni hotel at the one in Dallas. They've got 25 eating establishments and 21 retail stores. I'm going to draft 3 of each for our new complex here in Houston. If the McNairs are listening right now, if Mike Tillman is listening, and they're trying to decide what types of restaurants or retail to have. These are the ones that I vote for, okay, if my vote counts. The Cowboys have a thing called D's Table Burgers and More. It's sort of a brunch and lunch spot. I can envision you and I going there like right after we get done at 8 a.m., going and getting a quick brunch or a breakfast there and then zipping back over to practice. You know what I mean? Like, I think that or hitting lunch after practice. Nice burger right there. D's Table.
That's a lot better than usually when you and I go to Denny's.
Denny's. No disrespect, Denny's. But yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
I do say 3 killets.
So I had to carb up, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
That was 50 pounds ago.
That was incredible. It was a different time and place.
Training camp's a lot more enjoyable when you're 50 pounds lighter.
They have Pete's Dueling Piano Bar.
Ooh!
I find dueling pianos to be one of the most underrated, never had a bad time places to go.
I think it's one of those things that people like to scoff at and look down on, but just go ahead and give it a try,
and next thing you know, you're dropping $50 in the jar so you can hear Don't Stop Believing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the NASCAR or NHL of the dining world, in that you can't really appreciate hockey or NASCAR until you attend in person.
That's what it is.
Scoff at dueling pianos all you want.
I love dueling pianos.
That's
I love
fun.
them. Yeah, it's fun. My third one, they have a Cane Rosso there, which we used to have here in Houston, and the one I would go to, we don't have anymore. It's not there. They used to have one, I think, on Alabama, right near downtown. It's a really good wood-fired pizza place, like really good pizza. So I wouldn't mind bringing that back. So those are my 3 food, and they've got all sorts of. They got sushi places and upscale steakhouses and Italian places. We got a lot of those around here. Retail. The one I want, I'm sort of a collectibles buff. I wish I could afford more of them. They've got a collectibles store that looks amazing there called Cards in a Box. I would want that for sure.
So it's sports. It's
sports collectible. Yes, well, I could see myself spending an obscene amount of money in there, like after practice one day. They have a day spot.
For a place like that, too, the signings,
the
autograph signings and everything. The players, that's actually, that's a nice little perk for the players, too.
Yeah.
You can get an appearance fee without having to go out of your way or anything. Just go over and do that.
Yeah.
It's a natural fit.
True.
Yeah.
Go to practice and then go over and get a little, like a Henry To'oTo'o autograph glossy or something like that.
Yeah. I would have had so many more chains, when I was a player. If I could have just made it easier to just go, obviously, I don't know, $20,000 an autograph signing or something.
Yeah, more than you already have. Yeah, right. Hiatus Day Spa. There would be nothing better than a post-training camp practice massage. We've been standing out in this heat. I'm gonna go get me a massage at the day spa.
Texans can't go anywhere near this. They can't have the.
I'm just talking for me. Yeah.
Texans massage.
Yeah.
Don't Google. Don't Google. Don't Google it.
Of all the businesses that could go in there, that'll be the one that does not have a Texans logo on.
Unless that's their key to push down the scandal in the search results. This could be an SEO play.
Yeah.
We're gonna do Texans Massage Therapy Center, and we'll heavily promote it to the point where all the Deshaun stories get pushed down to the 3rd or 4th page.
Yes.
Yeah.
They have a place in the one in Frisco at the Cowboys big facility up there called the Gents Place. It's an upscale barber and men's grooming parlor.
Oh, it's kind of like the boardroom.
You can
boardroom that's fun. You go there and it feels they make you feel special.
Yeah, you can see the pictures of the one up in Dallas. You can see in the background all the bottles.
Yeah.
Can you imagine a sweaty Payne and Pendergast going in there and just sitting down in the chair and getting a nice straight edge razor while we're sipping a little bourbon in the chair?
Yeah, I'm burping up my skillet residue and
from D's Table. Yes,
make me purty.
Yeah. So those would be the things that they have up in Dallas that I would want for this.
The thing that I don't want, and I don't think that we would have to fear this, is the zoo-like environment that they've created for the players up there at the start.
Oh,
where, it just sounds like you're constantly on display. There's people walking, looking in on you while you're working out, while they're on tours, like that. That's I think the McNairs are usually pretty good about letting the football people be as isolated as they want to be.
Yes.
And because you've heard so many different Cowboys players talk about how it's as much as distractions and everything are probably overplayed or a cliche. It's not with the Cowboys because it feels like they are constantly. Jerry Jones he wants to be a spectacle all the time.
Yes.
And he wants everybody to mingle with the players or see the players. Most players and coaches really, really don't want that. So I just hope it doesn't become like that. Don't make it a human zoo.
Yeah, that's a really good recommendation. Again, if you're listening, McNairs, Mike Tillman, no human zoo. Got it? People are texting in what they want at this place. Texans-themed Cavenders and Ninfas. They have a Lucchese shop at the one up in Dallas. I'm not a big cowboy boot buying guy, so I didn't put that there. But someone's saying, Sean, are you into sports cards? Not sports cards, but I have a lot of framed autograph pictures. More amount to that I make. Because someday I hope to have a really cool man cave that I'm hanging all these things in, So
I don't usually, whenever I buy an autographed picture of somebody, it's usually when somebody has asked me hey, would you be able to get an autographed picture of such and such for this charity event? And I'm always I don't ask people for I don't ask athletes for their autographs, hard and firm rule. So I'll usually go buy an autographed picture and then give it to them, to which I probably pay more money than they're going to get. That's one of my charitable donations that I can't write off. I guess I could. I haven't tried to because it feels dirty. I don't know. So I'm I got this Nolan Ryan thing. Here you go. I had it laying around.
That's really fun. You don't like asking for autographs, so you go to a memorabilia store and buy it.
It's the same thing. So I buy something for $250, and then they go put it out at their silent auction and probably get $250 or something. I don't get any credit.
No.
I don't want anybody to, I don't tell the person, hey, I went and paid for this.
Right.
But I just flat out, I don't want to be that guy. I don't ever ask. It's just, when you're around athletes all the time, you don't want to be the guy that are oh, great, here comes Seth again.
Does awkwardness have a price? For Seth, it does. It's $500 for this autographed Andre Johnson picture. All right, Pettycast. Let's get petty. 713-572-4610. Pettycast time. We do it every week at Tuesday at 8 o'clock, and we do it a lot of petty this week. Coming up next.
Hey, Churrasco's. I'll tell you what.
Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do it. We get petty every Tuesday at 8 a.m. You ready to get petty, my friend?
Oh, I'm going to guess. I need this.
Yeah.
I need to cleanse my soul.
Like oxygen. Yeah. Yes, let's do this.
This is like the put these leeches on me and drain the evil from me. Yes.
Yep. Good pettiness from around the internet and around the sports world. We're getting to it now. Jay Williams of ESPN, formerly known as Jason Williams back in the day, former Duke point guard, played for the Bulls briefly until he had a motorcycle accident. He's had a pretty good week. Remember last week in Take-A-Mania, he put Mad Dog in his place? I think that's the wrong.
Yeah, he just shut down Mad Dog on a bad take, which was made even worse because of the foul. Yeah, Jay Williams. Because what Mad Dog's take?
Mad Dog said that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander not a superstar because he hasn't won a title. 10 seconds after he said Luka Doncic is a superstar.
Right. And Jay Williams very quickly said Doncic hasn't won a championship.
Yeah. So that was Jay Williams last week. This week, this is a great retort. Stephen A. Smith had a classic Stephen A. Smith take where he said that if Giannis only ends up winning one title as an NBA player, then that means he underachieved. Mm-hmm. Jay Williams did not like that one tiny little bit.
That was one of your worst picks I've heard in a long time, man. That was horrible. Mm-hmm. I had to, like I'm the little brother that is filled with the venom sometimes when you and I go at each other, and it's all love because it's always love. But I think we really need to do a better job of reframing some of these conversations, right? And if you were to say that the franchise, the Milwaukee Bucks, have underachieved, or are the biggest underachievers with the talent of Giannis, fair. But a guy who has a 50-point closeout game, a guy who's never chased any of these dream team scenarios, a guy who is a finals MVP, a guy who's a multi-time All-Star, all NBA, all everything, global face of the game, the fact that he brought to Milwaukee, in the midst of the fire that he did. To call him an underachiever, I just think is an asinine comment.
He went on for another 2 minutes after this.
Well, how long has Jay Williams been doing television?
A good long while now.
Like the debate shows and everything.
That's a good question. I
guess the debate show element of it is the part I'm curious about.
Yeah. I'm not totally
because
sure.
That's the one with JJ Redick. There's a certain point where, and we saw this with Dan Orlovsky last year. Because Dan Orlovsky at one point was on with Stephen A. Smith or whomever else, and he said something to the effect of, "It's not my job to say that Aaron Rodgers is a trash player."
Yeah.
And immediately, all of the professional talking heads, the guys that are, Nick Wright went on his podcast or on somebody's show and said he misquoted him. He said, Dan Orlovsky said it's not his job to criticize Aaron Rodgers. No. Dan Orlovsky said that it's not his job to say Aaron Rodgers is a trash player.
Right.
And that's where the guys who are the former athletes and the analysts have a different job description than the guys who are the Stephen A. Smiths and the Nick Wrights. Because those guys, like Stephen A. Smith, he's in the creative insult business.
Yeah.
And that's what works, and that's what makes him $20+ million per year. He's constantly looking for a way to creatively and entertainingly insult people.
Yeah.
Whereas guys like Jay Williams are more skewed towards hey, yeah, I'll criticize guys, but I'm not in the business of the creative insult.
Yeah.
And that's where, when Jay Williams say, we got to reframe this somehow because, wait a second, try and insult Giannis Antetokounmpo for not ring chasing and all these other things there's a lot more nuance to it.
I didn't even think about that
part. It's two worlds colliding like that.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, Jay went on to name, so you're saying this guy is trash, and this guy is an underachiever, and this guy, he listed all the guys that won one title. And so that guy underachieved. No. All right, next one. The Raphael Devers trade that came down Sunday night has been a big topic the last couple of days. Devers traded to the San Francisco Giants. Trade's gotten a lot of criticism. It's gotten comparisons to the Luka Doncic trade. We'll see. But if we're going to go to a bitter Bostonian to get a petty cast take on the Raphael Devers trade, who better to go to than Barstool founder Dave Portnoy?
Now, like you're playing good baseball now, you don't want to at least see what can happen this year. If you keep putting the pedal to the metal, the pitching's starting to come around, and fine, let him be a dickhead, but be our dickhead DH for this season. This is a money deal, not a winning baseball deal. The Red Sox don't make winning baseball deals very often anymore, and we all know he's a dickhead. You know who was a dickhead? Manny Ramirez was a dickhead. We won a bunch of World Series with him. Let him be a dickhead for the rest of the season at DH. Trade him for a bucket of baseballs in the middle of the only positive streak we've had. We sweep the Yankees. We're this high. You f***ing kick us in the nuts, and now we're down in the dumps.
Okay, which is so fun. It's just, of all the cities, it's just, sorry, you're going to go a dry spell without Boston. It is odd timing on that trade. They did just sweep the Yankees in the middle of June.
I know. Yeah, and that's the one. It's either I always get confused. It's Jose Cora who's the GM there. Yeah, the Alex Cora and Jose Cora screw me up. I think that there's it's a movie you'd almost make if you desperately felt like, okay, this is going to be the thing that can somehow turn the season around.
Oh, yeah.
And, because I'm on the hot seat and maybe I lose my job if not. But I don't know, that move actually would feel more like, all right, I don't like the way Devers is operating, but I'm going to suck it up and we're going to figure out a way to make it work right now because I'm going to lose my job if I don't win.
Most teams do with good players who are divas. They suck it up.
Yeah, I criticize the mode of desperation that he's in.
Yeah.
That it feels like a very desperate move, but maybe better for the long term.
Yeah.
But no, he should be at the other end of the desperation spectrum.
Portnoy, man, that was that was a lot of D-heads that he just said right there. That's at least he dropped 10 of them in about 30 seconds. All right, this is a good one here. Petty Cash. We continue with the petties from the week. Keep text. We're getting some good ones on the text page. We'll read them. Austin Rivers, former Rocket, also briefly played for Tom Thibodeau. And he was on his podcast talking about the Knicks firing Tom Thibodeau. He goes off on the Knicks while pointing out the fact that he hates Tom Thibodeau.
They don't do business the right way sometimes, okay? That's what I'm saying. I've been holding on to this story for a long time, and I got more, but I'm going to hold back, okay, because I unturned every stone. So when you fire Tibbs, first off, I don't have any remorse to keep it 100 with you, but still, let's keep it professional. You fire Tibbs, and then you have no motherfucking plan to hire who else. Now you're scrapping around, asking other teams, can we interview your coach? You're just walking over there and being like, hey, can we talk to him? Is insane. They have no plan. They fired a top-tier coach, as much as I hate saying it. They fired Tibbs and are just walking around like with their hands in their pockets, just like, hey, you happy over there? You want to come over? What the hell are you doing? This is insane.
Honestly, if you look at the Knicks, okay, hadn't been to the championship game since to the conference championship this century.
Yeah.
They have a coach, despite whatever faults he might have, who got them there.
Yeah.
And what you're saying is, boy, okay, we need somebody else to put us up over the top, and we're a different organization now. People like us. And immediately, as soon as you get rid of Thibodeau, everybody sees like, oh, no, you're the same old Knicks.
Yeah.
Oh, God, of course not. I don't want to go to that organization. Like, there's not being able to, this is why they can't have nice things. They literally can't have nice things.
Yep.
They had a nice coach who did some really good things for the organization. And they got to, better than they'd been in decades. But you can't have nice things.
No.
Idiots.
Yeah, idiots.
And then you just turn around and you're just flounce.
To manage to be petty towards Tom Thibodeau, and he told some anecdotes leading up to that bit of audio. It's just too long about his treatment with the Knicks when he went there from Thibodeau, which were not super. I mean, nothing. Just typical NBA stuff where he thought he was going to a place where they wanted him, but they really wanted Derrick Rose. They brought in Derrick Rose like a month after Austin Rivers got there and said, "Hey, we're gonna send you. Don't worry, we're gonna trade you. We're gonna send you somewhere that you're going to get playing time and they're going to want you there." And they shipped him off to OKC in one of those deals where Austin Rivers never even puts on an OKC uniform. They just they immediately cut him. So Austin Rivers has a lot of pent-up emotion there.
So the show Mad Men. I know you didn't watch Mad Men, but it just reminds me so much of. There's this one episode where the president of the company, who's like the son of one of the original founders, they do this series of flashbacks where you realize that, okay, this ad agency has gotten really, really good, and it's only because they have Don Draper. He's the John Hamm character.
Yep.
It's really because he stumbled into and lucked into hiring Don Draper, but is constantly like trying to pull alpha moves. And the owner, the president, who inherited the company, is like trying to pull these power macho moves and everything. He's writing the autobiography, all this stuff, and he's just a clown. He's a lovable clown in that show, but unlike the James Dolan. But no, man, you fired Don Draper, you idiots.
Yep.
You suck without him.
Yep, totally. All right, this guy has not been in our lives in a long, long time that I can recall. LaVar doing LaVar Ball things. There's a video that dropped LaVar Ball sitting at what looks to be a workout gym that the Balls own. He's kind of sitting in this upper-tier balcony while looking down while his sons and some others are working out on the basketball floor. And we've not heard LaVar Ball's delusion in quite some time. He's back. He is imploring that the Clippers sign not just LaMelo, an actual good player, not just Lonzo, formerly a good player who's now just injured all the time, but also LiAngelo, who's now a rapper, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think he plays basketball anymore. But if the Clippers bring the Ball Boys back to L.A., titles will reign.
I'm finna give it to y'all one more time. If you want a championship, listen to me. I'm making it very easy. Everybody trying to go out and make these trades. Hey, Melo should be over here, Melo should be over here. I don't care where you put Melo. But what I do tell you, if you put him with his brother, he will go to his original spot, which is the 2, which y'all trying to make him a 2 anyway. He love to score. But the only person he'll move over from the 1 spot is his brother Lonzo. Get Lonzo and Melo and Jello. Can't nobody beat my 3 boys playing fast. Guess what? Indiana Pacers are in the goddamn finals doing what? Playing that speed game. What I done taught my boys from day one. Can't nobody beat my boys together. So the Clippers, bring them goddamn ball boys home and quit messing around.
He's got to be joking, right? Like
I haven't heard him in a while, and it's kind of sad now. And as always, I feel bad for Lonzo the most. I felt like Lonzo was the one that, man, like you got to think he was just hoping his dad would just shut up at one point. This is like almost if you hadn't heard from Don King in 5 years, and the next time you see him, it's because he owns a scrap metal shop or something, and he's doing on a local infomercial for his scrap metal. Yeah. And like, all right, I appreciate the showmanship, but man, this isn't the same as back when like these things were all actually relevant and you might think about it.
It's like seeing Ric Flair at one of those kind of depressing autograph shows where there's a line of like 8 people for his table. Yeah. But he's there cutting a promo about how he's the 16-time world champion, and like, you're 72 and there's nobody here at this thing. What's going on? LiAngelo, or Jello as he calls him, isn't even playing basketball anymore. He's making music. Like
that's because they won't let him in the league because nobody can stop him.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Would have tilted the balance in the league.
That's probably the part where, I don't know if it's shtick or something, but like to act like LiAngelo's part of the equation.
Well, and Lonzo's a scrub these days. Lonzo literally missed 2 entire seasons with injuries. And he played 35 games this season. Like, what are we doing? All right, last one. Keon Coleman. He's petty at himself. Keon Coleman, wide receiver for the Bills, when asked what does he see, he was asked this at minicamp, what do you see when you watch your tape from 2024?
Trash. You got to be better. Simple as that. Like, you got to be more efficient here. You got to get out of this break. You got to stack your DB. You got to give Josh more room to throw the ball. You got to catch that. You got to make that block. You got to get that extra effort on the touchdown block. So if Jimbo break it, he up the sideline, just different things like that. Calling out everything that you're doing wrong to make it right.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
man.
old school pettiness towards yourself.
What do I see? That bleep trash. That's what I see.
Yeah. That's the old. That's what I miss about the old days back before everybody had mental enhancement coaches and everything. Some of the greats of the game just hated themselves constantly. They just were convinced that they weren't actually all that good. They let their demons fuel them. Whatever messed up childhood they had, yes.
Self-loathing.
That's exact. Self-loathing as a means of. But, this is the key. You got to take action and address the self-loathing.
Yes.
But it will always drive you.
Yep. Keon Coleman, man. Text message. My petty is people who answer the phone only to say, I can't talk right now, and immediately hang up. Do you do that? My tactic when I can't talk to somebody, which is almost all the time, is I hit the little thing that says message, and I just send them a quick text like, hey, on the phone or something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't pick it up and say, can't talk right now, and then hang up on them. I could see where you'd be a little annoyed by that.
If somebody answers the phone, I don't know. These days, the way things have changed, I would honestly just appreciate the fact that they even picked up the phone.
You hear a human voice on the other end.
Yeah, if somebody's saying, because what the reality is, like, hey man, listen, you don't. But they're telling you, hey man, I can't talk right now. I don't know. I feel like you're a little too focused on yourself if you think, well,
that's a good.
He's not going to be able to take my call and then stop whatever he's doing. Sure, he's performing. Oh, he stopped doing heart surgery so he could tell me that he can't talk right now. But I've got pressing issues.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
I can't remember the combination of my locker.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, you should reframe that in your mind, man.
Yep.
The fact that the guy picked up the phone at all is that's above and beyond
it's
what
a compliment
most people
almost.
would do.
Yeah, in this day and age, it's a compliment. Someone agreeing with you on the text page. I had the same thought about Lavar Ball, Seth. It's just sad now. I kind of thought the same thing. I'm like, dude, your shtick, we don't need you back in our lives. It's good. Like, go into you have at least 2 kids that have made and are making a lot of money, probably taking care of you on Father's Day and whatnot. Like, just go enjoy that, man. Go kick up.
He's probably still got a really good income from just various social media and streaming shows and everything.
Maybe, yeah.
He's probably got some hit Facebook streaming show that I don't even know about, but they've got 2 million viewers or what have you.
That's true.
So he's got to put content out. Like you got to check in.
He still had the Big Baller brand logo on the T-shirt he was wearing, so the brand still exists. I'm guessing in some way, shape, or form.
How long did those shoes make?
I don't know. I was going to say, remember he made his own shoes?
He made his own shoes, and they really weren't good shoes, right?
They were bad.
They were bad shoes.
Yeah.
But they got a good initial run of them. They sold a bunch of them, and then people said, oh, these are bad shoes.
These are bad shoes, yeah.
But it's kind of like having an initial rush.
Hey.
As long as you don't sell them all, don't dump all of yours right away. Yeah.
Right. No, if he turned around and sold Big Baller brand to Nike or something like that, for 100 times revenue, then he's laughing. I just don't know that happened. All right. Do we trust the Astros? We're going to do a circle of trust in 2 days, almost 2 days from right now, with the players. But do fans trust what the Astros tell them about injuries? We have a poll on the latest Astro injury. We'll have that for you coming up next. I'll tell you who I trust. I'll tell you who I trust with my entire
West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, we're getting heat for from our good friend and former work colleague, Garrett the web guy. Garrett the former web guy.
What did he do?
Well, the
Astros
lost to his A's last night. They're not
Northern
the Oakland
California
A's.
A's.
They're not they're just the A's. Yeah, the A. They don't have a city. They're orphaned. He's I won't read the whole text, but he's disappointed in how little we've brought that up this morning so far. That the A's,
that the A's were triumphant.
They beat the Astros,
regular season.
Yeah.
Not really a home game for the A's, but still.
Yeah, just sort of a barnstorming. They're barnstorming for 81
the FEMA
games this
A's.
year.
Yeah, they're in their storm trailer.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Good job, FEMA A's.
Good job,
Walk
FEMA
off. Good
A's.
for you.
Is that good, Garrett? Are you happy with that? We brought it up. All right. Nick Kurtz's home run. We played it twice already on the show today. One more time, I'm going to throw
Good job
up.
scoring multiple runs in a baseball game.
Way to go.
Well,
When your pitching staff held that Astros juggernaut offense to a run last night, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Lance McCullers is on the 15-day IL with a right foot sprain. And my initial reaction yesterday when it was reported as breaking news on the drive, the Stoerner and Hughley, they reported it sometime in the 2 o'clock hour. And when I heard Lance McCullers' name, I'm like, no, please, not discomfort, no. And then they said Lance McCullers is going on the 15-day IL, retroactive to June 13th, with a right, and I'm like, not forearm, foot. And I'm like, oh,
yes.
my God.
Except still, wait, IL.
Yeah, IL, but is it right foot discomfort? No. It's actually a right foot sprain.
We got specificity in
you
injury
like that.
report.
Yeah,
I like that. That's a good sign, and it actually is. The fact that it's the 15-day IL, but it's retroactive, so he's eligible to come back, what, June 20th?
28th.
Did you say?
28th.
Sorry.
28th.
That's
yep.
a big difference. 28th.
Yep.
And the fact that they said sprain, I think that this might be a transparent report where likely it's just a grade 1 ankle sprain, just a mild ankle sprain.
Yeah.
Which slight stretching and some damage to the fibers of the ligament.
So
there we go.
Yeah.
I believe this injury report.
You do? Okay.
The Astros are at a spot where sprain doesn't sound as bad as discomfort. So, yeah, they gave us some specificity.
Which is weird.
The big question would be, all right, what if he wakes up and there's a bunch of swelling one day and it turns out that it was actually a grade 3 sprain and they didn't realize it.
Yeah, or he broke his foot. That would be how it goes because it's everything.
That's true, yeah.
Right? It usually these things usually wind up with a broken bone of some sort. See Kyle Tucker and Yordan Alvarez. So, yeah. McCullers did not accompany the Astros to Sacramento. He was unavailable for comment, but Espada called the circumstance, quote, a freak accident, adding that McCullers, quote, kind of rolled his foot while working out. The sprain is above McCullers' big toe. So that's where the sprain is.
Wait, did they above his big toe?
I'm just reading what's in the article.
Wait, what's the initial report?
Right foot. It was a foot sprain. Yeah, it was a foot sprain.
Okay,
Yeah,
I had in my head that it was an ankle sprain.
Yeah, there's been no mention of the ankle.
So above it almost sounds like turf toe. Like some kind of turf toe.
That would
I'd be
suck.
nervous about it.
Yeah.
You said it's his right one?
Yeah, his right foot. Yeah, it's his plant foot.
So actually pushing off the rubber and everything.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm a little bit more nervous about it.
Yep.
But I'm not going to get overly nervous about it.
Didn't make the trip. Espada said, quote, we have some work set up for him at home, and we're going to see how he reacts to that. I love this. It's like a take-home test. Like, look, we're not going to be looking right over your shoulder. Here's the take-home test, but don't use your computer, okay?
I think he meant at home in Houston.
Yeah, I know.
Not like at his house.
The phrasing
where we
just
got some
sounded
work
funny.
assigned for him. Yeah, you realize that for a lot of things with toe injuries, you do these little exercises where you curl a towel up with your hand.
Yeah.
So he could be doing that in front of the television while
Maybe.
he's nursing he's feeding his baby a bottle.
Here's the quote that scares me the most from Joe Espada about this injury. Quote, we're hopeful it's not going to be longer than 2 weeks, end quote.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That's more than we usually get out of the Astros.
It's
It's a new era. It's a new day.
Okay. All right. I hope so.
Chandler Rome had pointed out before the game that they had given the press like a little synopsis of everybody's injuries, and it was I say a little synopsis, but it's pretty long. And I thought at first Chandler might be being sarcastic when he said this is helpful, but I think he genuinely meant it. That I appreciate them giving us some information on these injuries.
I think it's helpful. Okay, that it's Chandler Rome tweeting it out, and he's saying that it's helpful. I think shows that this is a story now. Like this is Chandler. There should be stories done about the job that Joe Espada is doing right now with all these injuries. It was
in a good way.
In a good way. Yeah, no, absolutely in a good way. And we were bringing it up on the show yesterday morning before this McCullers injury. We were, oh man, thank God. Yeah, knock wood. Thank God nothing happened to Framber or Hunter, and Lance looks like he's progressing in the right direction. And then 6 hours later, the drive is talking about a Lance McCullers foot injury here. So, I think it is helpful because I think some stories need to be written about just how snake-bitten this team has been coming into a season where one of the themes I know was one of the things I'm almost certain we talked about was, well, it can't get any worse injury-wise.
You're not mistaken in that. We 100% said at various times, well, it can't be as bad as it was last year.
It's worse. This is worse. This is worse than last season.
Give me okay, so I'm looking at the report that Chandler had cited from the Astros, the game report that they send out every day.
Yep.
Scale of 1 to 10. We'll go the rapid fire. These are the injured players.
What's the 1 to 10? What am I rating this on?
There's a few updates on sidelined Astros. 10 is you're extremely happy about this. 1 is no, let's do apathy or non-apathy. 10 is oh yes, this interests me and it's awesome.
Okay.
And 1 is I just flat out don't care.
Okay. Yep.
So how Spencer Arrighetti is currently going through a flat ground throwing progression.
Okay, these I'm like 10 in terms of I'm not apathetic towards it at all. They need Spencer Arrighetti back. How much does that report move me to feel like he's coming back anytime soon? Like a 4. 4. Yeah.
Okay, well, can I introduce you in JP France through a live BP on Friday in Florida?
Okay, you're more hepped up about France than I am.
I'm hepped up about any breathing mammal with an arm. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just not a big fan of JP France. Well, I'm sure he's a fine.
Rapid fire. Luis Garcia threw 25 pitches in a side session on Saturday.
4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Christian Javier pitched last Wednesday in Florida, throwing 40 pitches in a side session.
I'll go 7 on that one. 40 pitches in a side session. That sounds pretty good. Yeah.
A package deal here.
Okay.
Jordan Alvarez and Zach DeZenzo stayed back in Houston to continue their rehab. They have not progressed to hitting yet.
Yeah. No, I'm like an 11 in terms of how I feel emotionally about it.
Yeah.
The absolute value of my emotions are like an 11 or 12, and it's mostly frustration and anger. My confidence in I thought it was 8. I thought he was 80%. I thought once he got to 70%, he was going to be able to pick up a bat, Jordan. I thought that's what I had heard.
Right. I thought when he was going up to 70%, he was going to be able to play.
Yeah.
I thought that the team that couldn't figure out whether he was 0% or 100% fractured was when he was then telling me, hey, he's at 60%, but at 70% he could play.
Yeah.
Somehow they were going to be able to figure out the difference in 10% after not being able to figure out the difference in 100%.
If I'm rating this on a scale of 1 to 10 and this news mattering to me, literally mattering to, I don't wake me up when Jordan is standing in a batter's box against a hitter. That's how I feel about it. They've been so off on this thing, and it's a recurring thing, and it's that's a -3 right there on a scale.
I cannot tell how happy I am that it turns out you're just as bad as I am at rapid fire stuff.
Well, I didn't know what you were looking for. No, but you were asking me about how relevant I think it is, and I think these are all relevant.
A combination of relevance and optimism.
Yeah, those are two things.
I'm sorry I introduced a new axis to the graph, Sean.
Yeah.
All right, you got to think in 3 dimensions here.
I blame the asker in this one. All right,
Pedro Leon and Chas McCormick, whatever.
That's a lot of guys. That's my biggest thing. That's a lot of dudes.
It's hard to go through that rapid fire.
That's a lot of dudes, man.
And that's not even everybody that's on the IL. Those are just kind of the ones they mentioned.
Holy crap. If you could pick, You can pick one of those pitchers to come back at full strength. Who you can only have, and it can only be one.
So Spencer Arrighetti, J.P. France, Luis Garcia, and Christian Javier.
Yeah.
Honestly, oh, no. There's a part of me that looks at Javier and I just think, okay, just if you can just use him selectively as a piggyback guy in the playoffs and what have you.
Their bullpen's fine. You need a starter.
Yeah, Luis Garcia. Oh, no, Arrighetti, because I still believe in the upside of Arrighetti. I'm going to say Arrighetti.
Arrighetti's a good one. You know what? I'm going to roll the dice and push my chips to the middle of the table and feel like maybe Christian Javier turns into that 5-inning phenom that he was in 2022. People forget, man, coming into 2023 off of 2022, Christian Javier was fairly high up the board for the odds board for the Cy Young Award in the American League. Like coming off of being part of a no-hitter in the postseason, being part of a no-hitter in the regular season, as you pointed out many times coming off of 2022, if he threw like 15 more innings or something like that, he would have been in the top 5 in almost every pitching metric out there, ERA, whip, strikeouts, all this stuff. 2022 Christian Javier was elite. All caps, elite. I'll go Javier. I'll go Javier on the hopes that he can give you 5 to 6 every time out.
In the playoffs, 2.68 in his career.
That's in his career. In his career, yeah. I mean, in 2022, it had to be even better in just in that year of 2022. I mean, he was amazing that season. Starting at about as soon as they put him into the rotation full time, like in June or July, he was freaking incredible that year.
In 2022 in the playoffs, he didn't have a great, he didn't have a good game, or he didn't have a good inning in a third versus Seattle. That was the only, but then he went 5 1/3 and 6. That was the extra innings game in Seattle, so that doesn't really count.
Yeah.
But yeah, he had the 2 games. One versus the Yankees and one versus Philadelphia.
Yeah.
One of those obviously being the committee no-hitter.
The no-hitter, and I'm assuming he won the Yankees game because they swept that series. So, yeah, I'll go 2022 Javier, man, with the Invisiball. I want the Invisiball back in my life, Seth. That's what I want.
I completely forgot about the Invisiball.
Yeah. Hopefully it still works. All right,
Payne. It's not like in the movies when you start to lose your powers and the Invisible Man is like, wait, what the hell is that guy in the corner of the ladies' shower? You creep? Yeah.
All right, the Rockets are in talks about getting Kevin Durant. He is still elite. Hopefully Kevin Durant doesn't follow in the footsteps of some of these formerly elite athletes that all of a sudden lost their mojo. Who are the biggest ones in Houston history that would fit that bill? I've got a name right here in front of me. We'll do that coming up next.
Our guy Clint is a big fan of the from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'm thinking about a Kevin Durant trade, Seth, during the break. I think my biggest concern in making a deal for Kevin Durant isn't what the Rockets give up to get him, because I don't think I think Raphael Stone has a pretty good grasp on what the value of Kevin Durant is in terms of players and draft picks. And I think they feel about certain guy like Amen Thompson is the guy, like I don't want anybody touching him. Like if his name comes up on the call, hang up. And I think they feel similarly about him. My biggest concern as I look at the calculus of all this is that contract extension for Durant is at age 36 or 37 when the season rolls around. He'll be 37 at some point this season. That you're tacking on another 2 years potentially for over $100 million really starts to choke you up a little. Ben Thompson here fairly soon, and he may be the first guy out of these young guys to get a max deal. Like he may, Şengün and Jalen Green both got big deals, but they weren't max level deals. Amen Thompson, you got to figure out what's going on with Jabari Smith and Tari Eason. Now, one or more of those guys may end up becoming Phoenix Suns in this sequence of events. That's the biggest thing for me. Like, my biggest fear in all this is that it's a multi-year thing with Durant. It's $50+ million a year. And now in, like, the second year, Father Time comes knocking on the door for Kevin Durant and says, yeah, now this is the season where you're averaging 16 a game, not 26 a game.
I think with Durant, his game has obviously aged well already, and I think it'll continue to age well, and he'll probably still be very, very productive. The big question would just be, do the injuries start to mount up as you get older? Just as it was with Kobe in his later years. He was still an effective player, but he just was injured all the time. That's the biggest wild card of all of that. It doesn't scare me from a performance standpoint. It scares me that all of a sudden he might only be available for 40 or 50 games a year.
Yeah.
And he's been relatively in the last 2 years he played 75 games and 62 games in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
The previous couple of years he had played in the 40s. So were these last couple of years a fluke? Or was it more than? Yeah, I would tend to think that no. That when he missed serious time in a couple seasons, when he's in his mid-30s, that he's gonna get some injuries.
62 is not a lot either. Like you missed. That's 20 games you're missing. That's a lot of games to miss. It's enough games to miss where you're not eligible for any of the awards in the regular season. You got to play 65 games. So
he played. He's played. In 2021-22, he played 55 games.
Okay.
2022-23, he played 47 games.
Yeah.
And then last year he played 75 games. So it's actually worse than I had laid it out originally.
Yeah.
So it's 55, 47, and 75.
Okay. Well, I know he played 62 this past season. And
then 62 this year.
Sorry. The three prior to that. Yeah. So that's not good. That's not good. And yet when he's on the floor, he does things better than literally everybody in the league. There's nobody better shooting jumpers. There's nobody better shooting off the dribble. There's no player in the history of the league that has averaged over 25 points a game, 50% shooting, and 40% three-point shooting 3 years in a row. Nobody's ever done that before. When he's on the floor, he's impactful.
I guess, okay, let's do it from your gut check. How did you feel about all of the years that Justin Verlander was under contract but just doing his rehab off in Chicago or something?
I was fine because they had won a championship with him. That's I saw somebody making that comparison, Verlander to Durant. Like, this is the finishing touches. You got a young team that you signed a few veteran guys before the year, like they did with Brian, with Brian McCann and with Josh Reddick and Beltran, and then Verlander was the finishing touch. You got Van Vliet, you got Dylan Brooks, you got Steven Adams. My feelings on Verlander sitting there with all the injuries and whatnot, it sucked because I like watching Verlander pitch, but I didn't feel like, oh, they're not getting their money's worth or, this cripples the team. I mean, those Astros teams were so deep and full of talent, especially pitching-wise. I probably feel a little differently about that than I would about Durant. You're bringing in Durant to be the alpha on your offense. Make no mistake about that. Like So I would. The
age scares me more than anything. I don't worry about personality fit. I don't worry about the actual. I mean, he's going to improve the offense.
Yeah.
There's not a question about it. It's just, and if he didn't want a new contract, I would be way more gung-ho about it.
Yeah.
Now I feel like I'm in Raphael Stone's position where, yes, of course it's a good thing to have Kevin Durant on your basketball team, but I'm only willing to give up so much because I'm going to have to sacrifice something in the future. Not just, like, I'm going to have to sacrifice something now, but players that are more affordable and that are younger and still developing, like, I'm not willing to give up anything and everything to go get him, even though it makes sense. It's dumb to bring in a guy that I would say likely at the age of 37 this year, then 38 and 39, is probably going to miss a huge chunk of at least one of those
History
seasons.
says he will. History says he will. It's funny, on Instagram, somebody put up a graphic. It's more NFL based than NBA based, but the analogy is an NBA analogy. And they ask which NFL team, which is each NFL team's most Celtics Shaq player ever. That was on Celtics was just completely broken down, and the expiration date. Like, I should have checked the expiration date on this Shaq. The one for the Texans, I think, is a pretty easy one. I think if we had Texan fans in the room, they'd all scream this name. Who's the most Celtics Shaq player ever? Ed Reed.
100%.
Ed Reed.
Yep. And he went on. But the most annoying thing about that was that he went on. And he ended up back with, was it with the Jets
The
again?
Jets. It was the Jets.
The Jets, and was playing reasonably well, playing way better than he did in Houston.
Yeah.
I wish if Houston had been his final chapter, then people would bring that up more. But he actually salvaged something when he went one more year.
Go play for his guy Rex, man. He went to go play for the Jets. I feel sad.
Yeah, better scheme fit. Yeah.
I feel sad looking at this graphic because Andre Johnson is this for the Colts. I think probably more appropriate if he was that for the Titans.
Because he finished with the Titans.
Yeah.
Remember when he went to the Colts? It was after he'd had a conversation with Bill O'Brien, where Bill O'Brien said something to the effect of, like, we envision, maybe 40 receptions or so for you this year, and they didn't see eye to eye on all that, and then Andre went off to the Colts and got 41 receptions.
41 receptions.
Yeah.
I hate that he made Bill O'Brien look right on that. That bothers me. To this day, it still bothers me.
And that was a classic. It's the smart thing as an organization to say goodbye to players before it's too late. That was a move where on paper, I think it was the right thing to do. I think if Bill O'Brien had a different what have you, it might have gone differently, and it might have maybe been more congenial. But it was probably, Andre wasn't the same player he used to be. He was 34 years old at that point, and that was the last couple of years of his career.
Has he ever been asked if he was asked to take a pay cut that year? Has that ever been revealed, or was it an all or nothing thing with O'Brien? I
want to say it was one of those things where, I don't want to say without it. My gut tells me that it wasn't some kind of conversation where maybe they would have tweaked the contract. And I didn't want to, but
I just feel I don't want to speak for Andre. I feel like that's one of the. He feels like a guy that if offered the opportunity to finish his career as a Texan, he might have wanted to do that. He made a lot of money at that point, that kind of thing. I'm just curious if that's ever been addressed. Some of the other names on here.
Well, but that's the other part of it too, is that if maybe Bill O'Brien had a different type of personality, maybe Andre would have felt differently about that.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I don't know. DeAndre said that he'd never actually formed a relationship with Bill O'Brien. That's his side of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Yeah. But like that part of it, sometimes it's easier to smooth things over like that when it's when you've got a certain personality.
Yeah. Some of the ones on here I don't even remember. On this, these are the NFL. Each NFL team's most Celtics Shaq player ever. Ty Law on the Broncos, no recollection. Warren Moon on the Chiefs, zero recollection of that. Chris Carter on the Dolphins. Herschel Walker on the Giants, zero memory of that. I'm guessing the fans of all those teams have memory of it.
When was he with the Giants? Because I think Herschel Walker he ended up back with the Cowboys for a little bit.
Did he?
Right?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'll look it up. But yeah,
the weirdest one for me was Jerry Rice with the Seahawks, partly because the Seahawks had only recently moved to the NFC, so everything about it felt weird.
Everything was up in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, Giants. Yeah, dude, Herschel Walker went back to the Cowboys for 2 seasons after being with the Giants. Yeah,
that's what I thought. The Cowboys were his final 2 seasons.
Yeah. 1996 and 1997.
I was trying. I had to
He went
fact check
ring
myself
chasing.
because I couldn't. I wanted to be sure I was remembering correctly.
Yeah.
I saw Herschel Walker on the football field in 1997, my rookie year.
Rookie year, yeah.
At the age of 35, he was returning kicks, and at the age of 35, I remember watching him and thinking, that's not how human beings move. What the hell?
And it still applies to this day.
Why is he that big, moving that fast?
Yeah.
He's listed, this is the craziest thing, in his last year in Dallas, he's listed as a fullback on Pro Football Reference.
Yeah. That's, I mean, Emmitt Smith kind of taking up all the carries there at tailback.
Other guy I got to play against my rookie year was Marcus Allen.
Oh,
Yeah.
was he on the Chiefs at that point?
He was on the Chiefs as a short yardage specialist,
Oh,
and
yeah?
it sucked because he
Oh.
was really good at that. He
Yeah.
had he screwed up the whole rhythm of a play. You'd think he had a good down going, but then all of a sudden you're like, hey, why is he at the line of scrimmage already?
Yeah.
Like I was thinking like, oh, I'm gonna lock out this offensive lineman and throw him, but like Marcus Allen was already gone.
Fantasy
That was
beast,
both those
man.
guys, some of those older guys. It's just they ain't as good as they once was, but they're as good once as they ever was.
Yeah,
and
yep.
like that's in those short yardage moments or as a kick returner.
Both of them. All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. New mindset on the offensive line. Titus Howard talked about this. Do we see a new Titus Howard in 2025? That's coming up next. But first, Wes.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. A quick text we should recognize. In fact, get the acknowledgement button ready, Ben. This is from Brent in the Heights, and we just got a press release about this. Has Toro gotten a shout-out yet for being elected to the Mascot Hall of Fame? Might be time to put him in the Ring of Honor. Yeah, we just got a press release from the Houston Texans. Houston Texans mascot Toro to be inducted into the Mascot Hall of Fame, class of 2025. Toro?
Acknowledge me.
You are acknowledged. How about that?
Does it give any kind of a listing of the criteria or anything, or just exactly why he made it?
It does.
Or she?
Yeah, it does. Well, now it was a vote because I remember
they say he's a bull, but he also, I don't know.
Yeah.
He's either a bull or a steer. We're
big
not
fan
sure.
of the station. I was told Toro told me in sign language, of course, not verbally. That big fan of the show. But to be eligible, in fact, Seth, I've got it right here. To be eligible for induction, a mascot must have existed for at least 10 years. Check. Ding. Give him a ding for that, Ben. And ding for Toro. You too, Seth. And demonstrated a significant impact both within their sport and within their community. Indeed. Inductees are expected to inspire fans.
Yeah. That's all right. We'll go through, yeah.
Deliver memorable and innovative performances. And represent the highest standards of mascot excellence.
He's never been caught up in any kind of a scandal that we know of.
No, not that we know of.
If he has been, they've done a good job of snuffing it out.
Yeah.
It hasn't seen the light of day.
Yep. Yeah, combination of public voting, public online voting, and input from an executive committee. So if you got out there and voted for Toro, you've done your civic duty. Good job. He's going into the Hall of Fame.
And he's done the rare thing, which is to be a championship bull that doesn't have a bunch of children he doesn't know about. Usually the really good bulls have thousands that they don't know about.
That's true.
You know, thousands and thousands of progeny all over America.
Yeah.
But our Toro, as far as we know, hasn't sired a single cat.
Not that we know. I think he may be happily married with actual baby bulls that live in that. You know, because they. Yeah. You heard the take that Kendrick Perkins had. You know that to be the face of the league in the logo department, it helps to be married with children bulls. You know. Yeah. So
I think the biggest, he has a big leg up on a lot of the other mascots in just not looking so stupid like so many of them do. Like he just looks like, oh, okay, cool. That's a cool mascot. It's not whatever that freaking that howdy doody looking cowboy thing is up in Dallas. That creepy old
that guy? Yeah.
Like he should be delivered or something. Yeah.
The worst is Brownie the Elf. That's the worst. When they brought
back.
Is
that still a thing? Are they still doing that?
Yeah. I think I've even seen Deshaun wearing a Brownie the Elf T-shirt or hoodie during his doing his Achilles rehab workouts. Yeah.
That Cowboys mascot looks exactly like some children's television show from the 1960s where you find out later that the guy led a really horrible, awful secret life. Yeah.
Have you ever You ever seen the early videos of Ronald McDonald and what he looked like in the early McDonald's commercials?
He's like an actual, like the old 1950s style creepy clown.
Yeah, he's like Krusty the Clown, but with like Ronald McDonald paint. Yeah, it's like you expect him to be out in the back alley after he gets done signing autographs for kids, see him in the back alley smoking a cigarette, still in his clown gear, you know?
You know that I used to do an annual interview with Ronald McDonald at the Houston Sports Awards. It was that guy, the one thing you wouldn't know or expect from him is he was yoked. He was like really built.
Yeah.
It was kind of intimidating. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do if this guy goes all insane clown posse on me.
I was going through some of my old pictures over the weekend, just kind of cleaning out pictures from my phone, and I came across the last time that you interviewed Ronald McDonald at the Houston Sports Awards. I got a big chuckle out of it. You were much bigger back then.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
It was a
just
bigger
though I had to keep up with Ronald.
That's right.
Oh, no, I'm looking at a picture of this original. Oh no, you're right. It was even worse than the normal clown.
Super creepy, man.
It was he looked like a scarecrow more than he looked like they dressed a scarecrow up as a clown.
Yeah. That's a clown crow is what that is.
What is the box on his head supposed to be? Did they sell pizza back then?
I don't know. It's weird, right?
Oh, I think it was from back when they used to have people come out and serve you in the parking lot because he's got a little tray around his belly that can carry food.
Yeah.
And then also maybe you would have carried food on your head,
Yeah,
too.
I'm telling you right now, if that dude is the one driving up to my car, rolling up on roller skates to give me my food, I am peeling out of there. I am gone. Yeah.
This guy looks like he's about to offer you your choice of cheeseburger or sexual favor in a truck stop parking lot.
Yeah, not really favors either.
Both very affordable.
Yeah.
Same price for either. Your choice. That's messed up, Sean.
Let's get to, I know. All right, let's get over to here's D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans, this is from June 3rd. This is a couple weeks ago. But D'Amico, over the moon about the mindset of the offensive line changing.
Our offensive line, the mindset, I see it drastically changing. I see Coach Cole Popovich, his instant impact on those guys. You can see it from the way they work in their individual drills, the way they come off the line with low pass. It's just the small technique things that you see, how they're dialed in on their hand placement, just speaking the same language. One of the coolest things I've seen when we were working out in phase 2, we work out, we activate our guys here in the bubble, and we all travel outside to do our different drills. And to see the O-line come out, and whoever was out first, they waited, they joined together as a group, and then they traveled down to the opposite end of the field to do their position work. So that just shows me that togetherness, that connection that I truly believe in. You want to be a great unit, you have to be connected. So Cole has kind of spurred that connection, that intensity, the mentality that I'm looking for, and we have that. We have the intangibles of what it takes. Now we just got to go out and get it done when we put pads on.
Man, the more I listen to that, Seth, the more I listen to it, I know that they can – I know when they talk about the Laramie move being, hey, you can't pay everybody. That apparently may be what they told Laramie also. Like, you listen to that cut right there, that 45 seconds or whatever it is of audio, and you got the head coach talking about a drastic change in the mindset and citing things like the group waiting for each other and moving from drill to drill together. I read into that these are all things that weren't going on last year or maybe the last couple of years.
Well, and you're right, and there's a difference. That's why I shy away from words like toxic, because there was a report by Albert Breer that said it was a toxic situation. That can mean a million different things. Sometimes the toxic situation is that, like on some teams in the past, there have been stories about players having affairs with other players' wives within the position group or whatever. Yeah, that's a toxic situation.
Yes.
I think that at the very least what you can say, it was not the ideal situation, including the coaching. And that I don't think Chris Strausser, who Bobby Slowick talked about in the first season, that there was a process in Chris Strausser never having coached in a system like this. They have a brand new offensive coordinator in Bobby Slowick that I don't think knew much about the run game either. In terms of cohesiveness on the offensive line, and just last year, they were trying like hell for 2 years to make the outside zone blocking work. I was going through the Chiefs game because I wanted to find a couple clips of Titus playing guard that were good that I remembered, but I had to go through the whole first half of horrible run plays. Okay, these are the two plays that jumped out at me that I'm currently fuming about. There's one play, you talk about cohesiveness on the offensive line and operating as a group. They're running zone to the right, and Shaq Mason tries to reach the defensive tackle. Jarrett Patterson is going to overtake him, but instead, Jarrett Patterson ends up looking like he's trying to ride a wild bronc on Shaq Mason's back, and they block nobody at all. That play's dead in the water. The other play was a zone run to the right where a defensive back ends up making the play in the backfield. Why? Because John Mechie was lined up in the slot, and at the snap, just stood there. Just stood there. He's just standing there. Sean, I'm watching it right now. He's just standing there. This is the D-back. The defensive back rockets towards and makes a tackle for no gain in the backfield. I don't know what the hell was going on in the Texans last year. You've played 18 games already.
Yeah.
And you're making these idiotic mistakes that are just so discombobulated and atrocious. This is why I say, just by simply doing the right thing and knowing what you're supposed to do, move at the snap.
Yeah.
Or just understand how to pass so disastrously bad Remember, I'm doing this as a positive exercise and finding some good snaps of Titus at guard.
Yeah.
They don't, because it's not just the offensive line, it's the tight ends, it's the wide receivers. They had no idea what the hell they were doing.
Well, and we talk to these guys, right? The players, like we talk to them, we interact with them, we interview them, we go to their press conferences. I don't know that there's anybody like in that offensive line group, that wide receiver group. You bring up John Mechie, there's none of them where I go, this person is not intelligent. Like, they're a smart group of guys. They seem like intelligent people that are doing completely unintelligent things and trying to execute whatever that playbook was. So,
and then there's even some of the other good plays. I mean, there was times where, the same thing can happen to running backs that happened to quarterbacks. I mean, there was one nice play that was actually real well blocked. It was, remember they started doing well when they brought Beck in to be a fullback in the game. That's when they started actually producing. But even then, there was one play where Mixon would have had like a really easy straight shot at potentially a 10-yard run, but he bounces it outside for no reason, partly because I don't think he didn't have a lot of time like running that play for the rest of the season, or he didn't trust the blocking. It was just such a mess in every position group when it came to just the simple thing about knowing who to block. And that's where the biggest improvement the Texans could make on the offensive line this year, whether they brought in a bunch of marquee free agents or not, was that they need to have an offensive line coach and an offensive coordinator. And why this next quote by Titus on Cole Popovich is so encouraging.
Let's hit the Popovich one here, Ben. Titus 1 on playing for Popovich.
Oh, man, nasty. You got to have play with a lot of grit. One offensive line that are physical, that don't take for nobody, and they just establish, the dominance up front. He exemplifies that every morning, every day on the field, and you want that in a coach because it's only going to rub off on the offensive line, and, he holds us to a high standard.
Okay. I mean, we have a couple other Titus cuts here. Like Titus and Laramie and others of the last few years have spent a lot of time on social media and otherwise telling us, what a group of dogs this offensive line is.
Who was it? Was it Kenyon Green's dad that went on social media basically agreeing? Somebody had posted something about Chris Strausser not being a good coach, and Kenyon Green's dad agreed.
Correct.
Whatever it might have been.
Yep.
And that's Kenyon. Part of his issues are just that he's had a hard time staying healthy. So that's where I think it's going to be good for him to be in Philadelphia, but he's just got to be able to stay healthy. I would have loved to see, maybe if Cole Popovich is the real deal, what he could have done with Kenyon Green. But there is whatever the either toxicity or dysfunction was on the O-line last year. Like any dysfunctional situation, I think it's usually impossible to just point out one boogeyman that's the problem.
Yeah.
And it has just felt like they, without being able to decipher the he said, she said of it all, they just felt like they had to overhaul the line coach and down to some of the starters on the offensive line.
I'm really hopeful we get a different version of Titus Howard this year. Here's Titus on leadership now with Laramie Tunsil gone.
I'm doing the best I can do to transform my body, transform my daily habits, all that to show the younger guys the right way to do it. I'm looking forward to that challenge of being that leader in the group, and I want to be a guy that guys look up to and they're like, hey man, Titus doing it the right way, and I want to do it that way. So I'm looking forward to it.
Man, I trust that's. Titus uses the word transform. Again, the word transform, Seth, means something had to change. Transform my body, transform my, whatever, my leadership style, like all those things. I think they kept him around for a reason. Look, they got rid of everybody else.
It wasn't right. You don't get rid of 3 starting offensive linemen and then act like, oh no, everything was cool. We just wanted to change for no good reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
Or if they had thought it was just Bobby Slowick, then they would have gotten rid of Bobby Slowick and still believed in some of those guys that they had there. It was, whether people want to address it or acknowledge it or not, something was messed up. I think that Cacerio last year, when he said he felt like it was a false narrative that the offensive line was the problem, the part of that that's true is that, yes, the other position groups were problems, and that's why Bobby Slowick gets fired.
Yeah.
The wide receiver, that play I was talking about, John Mechie was supposed to block that defensive back, and he's not even moving at the snap. He's just standing there like a statue.
Yeah.
And there was, on those screens, a lot of times on the screens, part of the problem was that you might have had 2 wide receivers who were supposed to nobody. It was in the offensive linemen were either giving it away or just not getting out in space. Like, there was so much bad coaching, and it was an epidemic that if Nick Caley is just an average offensive coordinator, that part of it will look better this year.
Yep.
And we don't know if Nick Caley's an average or above average offensive coordinator yet, but that's where if you're frustrated about the lack of huge signings at offensive line or, not drafting more offensive linemen, whatever it might be, just trust that simple competence will be 200% better than what they were last year.
Huge upgrade with just
Sean, I went into watching this game with a positive attitude, and I was so angry.
How'd you come
10
away?
minutes into it. What are you guys doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah. And what would you, if you were a defensive lineman watching film of that team, knowing you were going to be playing that team this coming Sunday, what would you be thinking?
Well, the biggest thing I'd get excited about is that the pre-snap movement completely screws them all up because you can tell they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So just shifting your alignment immediately before the snap. I'd have 3 tackles for a loss that required zero physical skill whatsoever, just completely unblocked.
Yes.
Yeah, that was kids. Young defensive linemen, if you're listening, by far the biggest cheat code as a defensive lineman is stemming your alignment before the snap. Because offensive linemen have so much crap they got to try to filter out. And when you just change your alignment, and especially if you can get your lazy defensive line mates to do it in coordinators them up so bad, then you get free tackles for a loss.
Yeah, that's
free tackles.
Stat padding.
These are free stats.
Dude,
yeah,
they pay. You know the old
running
saying?
back will run right into you.
Yeah.
Like you have to try not to make the tackle.
You know the old saying, tackles for losses get stacks.
Yes.
Sacks. Sacks get stacks and tackles for
losses, we all live like horses. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Payne and Pendergast. All right. A trade that is getting destroyed from every corner of the baseball universe. We now have Execunon, Seth. We've got Execunon weighing in on the Raphael Devers trade. And we've got that for you coming up next.
Hey, if you've been injured in an accident that was
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We're going to hit Execunon talking about the Devers trade here in just a second. What a polarizing trade. We'll get to it in just a second. Seth, you just sent me one of the plays you were describing in the previous segment. This play where it's a Texans run play to the right against the Chiefs in the playoff game, and John Mechie is lined up to the left in the slot with a cornerback over him.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right. Mechie just he eventually starts running, but he stands there like a statue for about a second and a half. It feels like a minute and a half. It feels interminable within the context of how fast an NFL play moves.
Yeah, so they run a zone run to the right, and Mechie just stands there at the snap while the cornerback goes in to make a tackle.
Makes
for a
the play
loss.
like J.J. Watt coming across the formation, like it was.
And it looked like it might have been a blitz, but I'm also inclined to think, just by the way the defense lined up, that that slot corner knew that it was run.
Yeah.
Either by whatever the call was, or maybe they checked run. There were so many things in that Chiefs game where I'm watching. And then there was another play I didn't send you where the center and the guard, it could have been a really nice Joe Mixon run, but they both end up blocking. They take two guys to block one guy in a situation that's not supposed to be a double team.
Yep.
And it's a tackle for a loss. It was over and over again when I'm watching this game, just a smidgen of competence in coaching. And you could have had some nice runs that popped in the first half there. It's so frustrating. They were so poorly coached.
The entire
offense.
My question to you is: Nick Sirianni, head coach of the Eagles, vindicated?
The first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
Sounded like a dumb thing to say back in the day.
It sounds like a dumb thing to say. This is what I run into sometimes when I watch people breaking down film on the internet. And there's a lot of guys that they're really smart and they know what they're talking about. But if they haven't coached, they don't, or played, but coached more specifically, they don't understand how many mental errors there are in a football game. Because sometimes they'll spend 10 minutes trying to figure out why a defensive coordinator called this play the way it was. And I'm like, dude, it's like somebody screwed up. It's as simple as that. Mm-hmm. It was, you're right to wonder, why was it run this way? And it was because somebody screwed up.
Yep.
But, when players are continually screwing up over and over and over again, then you've got a pattern, and it all falls back to it's not being coached properly.
Correct.
It's either too complex or it's not communicated clearly or whatever it might be. And from the pre-snap operation last year to the missed assignments, the various plays where offensive linemen not realizing there's somebody to block.
Yeah.
It was mass incompetence. And whatever your PFF grade is or anything, it's glaring when you watch it. By the end of the year, it was just evident that this Slowick has not put together an offense where you can maximize guys' physical abilities. So Nick Caley can make a huge improvement just by, as Nick Sirianni would tell you,
the first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do our guys know what they're supposed to do?
Exactly.
Let's get that first. And then we'll try to be whiteboard geniuses after that.
All right, this show loves anonymous quotes more than maybe any other show in the marketplace or any marketplace. And The Athletic is the best place to go to get your articles with Exec-anon, Scout-anon, QB-anon, whatever it may be. This is a baseball one. The Raphael Devers trade, there are similarities to the Luka Doncic trade in terms of how people feel about it. People may be feeling like the star player going out, that the team trading him didn't get enough in return. I would even say even the timing of it. Remember the timing of the Luka trade, Seth? Was it like midnight on a Saturday night where everybody thought Shams Charania got hacked? And then similarly, that Devers trade came down kind of like during Sunday night baseball. They're like all of a sudden they're doing a Dodgers-Giants game turns into just a roundtable on a Devers trade with the game in the background almost. Mm-hmm. These are the two most interesting quotes to me in this article in The Athletic that were who wrote this here. This is Brittany Giroli, and managers and executives in Major League Baseball. One American League evaluator said this: We got our Luka Doncic trade. It should have happened in spring training. No one saw it coming now. Our group chat was blowing up. End quote. That's fun. The other quote, which I think makes this interesting, is an NL executive said this. It took some real courage for Boston to do this, but I actually think this is the right long-term decision for the franchise. Devers had become an imperfect fit on their roster, and the relationship seems to have clearly soured. Freeing up $250 million and getting some nice young talent in return is a great deal for them in a vacuum, end quote. So you got one executive over here saying, oh, it's the Doncic trade all over again, and you got this other executive saying, probably a good time to get out of the Raphael Devers business, especially if the relationship is damaged beyond repair. You know?
Right. Yeah, baseball is almost the opposite of everything we just talked about, where in football, it's really easy to see when the chemistry isn't right or when guys aren't functioning properly or whatever. In baseball, some people sometimes say it's like an individual sport played like on the same.
Yeah.
It's not like it's a team sport, yes, but like all these guys have individual performances.
Silos and vacuums.
Yeah.
Yep.
But which is an oversimplification of it, because the chemistry does matter and all of that. We've seen that with the Astros. There's like an undefinable element to the Astros that allows them, frankly, to be where the hell they are right now, despite having no business having the record that they do.
It's a great example. Chemistry matters in baseball.
I think that I try real hard to veer more towards the side of, well, we don't know what's actually going on. The stuff we see publicly about Raphael Devers doesn't look so hot in terms of how it affects team chemistry and everything. And that's, if you want veteran players that are relatively selfless, I don't need them to be, it doesn't have to be win one for the Gipper all the time.
No.
But okay, are you willing to play third base because we need you? And he's not. It makes a lot of sense if it's that bad, and that you can also clear some things up to move forward.
Yeah, most of the criticism they're getting, and this is probably how I would feel if I were a Red Sox fan, is just the timing of the whole thing. Not even the strange timing of it being a Sunday night in the middle of June. The fact that they're doing it in season after a stretch of baseball where they've actually been playing pretty well. This has been the Red Sox have been a disappointing team this year. They're 38-36, but they were on a nice little run. You just sweep your arch rivals, and then literally hours after the game, you're pulling your best player off of a plane to bring him back to the stadium to send him to San Francisco for four guys who I know that there's varying degrees of optimism that these can be pieces that'll be good pieces for a good team down the road. But I mean, honestly, you need to put a pin in the date that they made this trade and see what the record is afterwards. Because chemistry or no chemistry or whatever of a problem he may have been in the clubhouse, the fact of the matter is Raphael Devers was their most valuable or most productive player. Bregman's probably been their MVP before the injury, but Devers has been their most productive guy for the course. You torpedoed your season in all likelihood. You forfeited 2025, I think, by making this trade. There's not a lot of star power on that baseball team. So I think that's the big criticism they're getting, because you can argue either way. You can argue, hey, it was a bad trade because you didn't get enough in return. I think you could argue it was a good trade if you feel like 8 years, $250 million left on that deal is just too much to pay anybody, let alone Raphael Devers.
I think and it's also a trade that I think you make if you feel secure in your position as a GM, that it's not you're not going to get fired necessarily, that you got to do a long-term, I'm making a long-term move here. I know every GM will say that, I don't worry about my job. Yeah, whatever. Bogus. If you're in desperate straits, I don't think you make this move because you're just worried about this here and nothing else.
This seems like, unlike the Luka move, because there are similarities with the Luka move with the Mavericks. This is where the road forks a little bit, is it does feel like, reading all the articles, that from ownership on down, maybe even down to the clubhouse, that people realized why you needed to get rid of Raphael Devers. Jason Kidd, on the other hand, looked like he was in a hostage video sitting next to Nico Harrison trying to explain why the Luka trade made sense. Because Luka was well-liked, and Luka may have had some issues, may have had some partying issues and stuff like that. But, there were no reports of Luka being a bad teammate or not trying to do, not doing things on the court or within the context between the lines that can help you win games.
Here's a non-anonymous quote from a MLB general manager. It can't happen. This is egregious. The ego affects the progress of mankind. It always has. An ego got in the way here, whether it's the chief baseball officer, Craig Breslow's ego after Devers wanted to meet with Alex Cora and the owner, or whether it's John Henry's ego upset that he's paying a guy $300 million that didn't want to run over to play first base. I don't know the reasons behind it. They have their own reasons, but no, this is unacceptable.
Yeah,
and it's apparently standing in the way of the progress of mankind.
Yeah, progress of mankind. I saw the video of that clip. Bowden actually did a good job with it. He brought up actual examples from when he was a GM where he had to kind of massage situations like this. And I can see where a GM would, like an outsider looking in, would look at it that way. Like you just trade. You let egos get in the way of putting the best baseball team on the field.
It is, because I remember thinking this in the NFL all the time, man. There'd be issues on teams where it's just so evident that sometimes there's a little too much testosterone in the organization, and our inability as men sometimes to actually talk through things. Like there were rifts and grudges and everything else that could have been dealt with a really good marriage counselor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if guys just could communicate a little bit better and have open dialogue, that some of these things, they get to a boiling point where it feels like there's no way out, or that something's got to break. And once it gets to the point where he's getting traded, maybe it is too late. But the way everything is handled right from the segment, really. That's where you got to be really proactive about being sure that everybody's on board and that you've got a conversation with Devers, because you can coax these things along instead of just being like, he'll get over it. Sometimes guys don't get over it.
It is,
especially when they have guaranteed contracts. That's the problem.
Right.
It's easier to get over something when you need the money.
It is wild that tangentially the Astros are at least have a bit role in this whole thing, and that Bregman, they're the team that allowed Bregman to walk. And Bregman coming there appears to be a big factor in what ruined the relationship between Devers and the organization. I love that. Good job, Jim Crane, letting him walk and ruining the Red Sox.
I had a conversation with a guy a while back that I learned had basically hated me for like 5 years. And I realized that he didn't, not a lot of people hate me, that actually know me.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people that hate me because they don't like me on the radio or whatever, but which is fine. But this guy, I didn't realize that he hated me like he did. And it was honestly over the dumbest, stupid misunderstanding about a certain situation.
Wow.
And it was like, we cleared it up. And he was like, I'm sorry I hated you all those years.
Yeah, I feel like it's a lot of time wasted. I don't know who this is, but you might have ended up being good friends.
But it was one of those things where I could sense that the guy wasn't happy with me, but I didn't worry about it too much.
Yeah.
So I just kind of was like, I should have at some point. Yeah. I just didn't realize it was as big a deal as it was.
Yeah.
But I should have addressed it. It was in my mind, it was a small thing.
Right.
If I had just addressed it, it would have been in 5 years,
Oh, man, I can't wait during the break to find out who this is and why it's Ben.
I don't think you know.
And why it's Ben Gary. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding.
Ben, I don't. Yeah, see, I got to probably have a conversation with him. I'm not sure Ben's all that crazy about me.
I don't know. Ben hates. Hates anybody. Yeah.
We don't have to have a conversation, Ben.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you're good.
You're not going to do one of your stupid things where you want to talk about it? Okay.
Yeah. The worst. All right.
Let me passively, aggressively address this
Final segment,
during the break.
Final segment coming up. We will find out what the guys got going on in the loop. The GOAT is back in a sport that I actually love. We will talk about that coming up next.
Boy, talk about addressing something that might seem...
Center.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Someone sent me a graphic with Seth on Twitter, and it's just got Allen Iverson in a Grizzlies uniform, Dennis Rodman in a Mavericks uniform, Michael Jordan in a Wizards uniform. It's just all guys playing with jerseys on where you're like, I totally forgot that guy played for that team at the end of his career. That came up earlier in the show because we were talking about Kevin Durant and his career winding down, hoping we don't get the Celtic Shaq version if the Rockets were to make a trade for him, that kind of thing. So it's just, it's funny, man, seeing Dominique Wilkins in a Celtics uniform. No recollection of that.
That's why it's always so silly, though, too, whenever this player's legacy goes off and plays this team. Like, no, it never does. People literally don't remember it. They literally don't remember it. The notion that some guy who's been a 3-time MVP and has won championships or something by going off and playing poorly on a bad team at somewhere, if anything, it's a nod of respect that Michael Jordan was so great that they even remember the Wizards days. Because that's how great he was, that you remember the Wizards days. Yeah. Most of the all-time greats, you don't even remember where they end up at the very, very end.
You absolutely don't. So those pictures are really, really funny. The GOAT is back. And I'm not talking about Shohei Ohtani pitching an inning for the Dodgers last night. Seth, you know that I'm very excited about this. You sent me the article this morning. It happened yesterday. Joey Chestnut is back for the Nathan's hot dog eating contest this summer.
Did you not know about it before I sent you?
No, I knew about it. But I was just letting the audience know you're dialed in on this thing.
I was dialed in on this as well. Yeah, it woke me up.
Yeah,
the alert woke me up. Yeah, sure.
This was people roll.
It was one of those. I sent it to you, assuming you probably already knew, but just in case.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I know there's people out there rolling their eyes at this. This did spend time as one of the top 2 or 3 trending headlines on ESPN yesterday. Just so people know, and this is not something where we follow competitive eating closely throughout the year. You know, Seth and I are not going to come in on Monday and do a breakdown of the strawberry shortcake eating contest in Topeka, Kansas, or anything like that. The Nathan's Hot Coney Island is a slice of Americana right there. And Joey Chestnut missed it last year because he was endorsing vegan hot dogs, plant-based, Impossible. The brand is Impossible, Impossible hot dogs.
And they didn't ban it because they disapproved of the veganism. They disapproved. It's that Nathan's is they sell hot dogs,
right?
So it's not like Nathan's is a sponsor of the event.
Yeah.
It's Nathan's event.
Yeah.
So I feel like if this were sorry, Sean, if this were a real sport, I'd be like, oh, what the hell? This is corporate greed creeping in way too close. Like, oh, no. This is a celebration of Americana in all respects, including how good we are at capitalism.
Yeah.
And if Nathan's doesn't want a competitor horning in on their contest, they're not going to let they're not going to let vegan hot dogs horn in on it.
No, they're not. They're not.
So Joey Chestnut lost the Impossible vegan hot dog deal or something?
I don't know if he did. I think they just kind of put their weapons down and realized it's better that it's a better contest with Joey in it. Ironically, it's a more lopsided contest with Joey in it because Joey comes back to this thing and he's a minus 2,500 favorite to win in a few weeks now.
Wouldn't you think if it were anybody that would have barred him from doing it, it would have been the vegan hot dog folks saying, hey, Joey, you know, we're trying to promote vegan, plant-based food here and everything. We don't like you going and swallowing down all these mammals.
Maybe, but I think they knew who they were getting into business with, the vegan people.
That's true. There's very few. Most competitive eating does involve some kind of animal protein.
Yeah. So Joey Chestnut, seen in 2007, won 8 straight titles, and then got beat by Matt Stoney one year. Trivia question in case you need it. Trivia answer. Then won 8 more, and then last year, as we pointed out, he was banned from the contest last year. He's back in it this year. Seth, you know that I am a 2-time judge of the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. I've been down in the splash zone down there where the buns in the water is flying. The fruit punch, whatever they're dipping it in, is flying down there.
Is it faster in real life than it is on TV?
Yes.
Is it like it's more impressive in real life when you see it happening?
This is how I know, because your job as a judge is to your only job is to count the number of hot dogs that your eater is eating. So I did it 2 years. I went with my buddy, the late Ken Hoffman, who was a competitive eating enthusiast himself back in the day. He brought me with him. He got to count Joey. So he was counting Joey Chestnut's hot dogs, and that's a two-man job. And I was counting Matt Stoney's, ironically, the one guy who beat Joey. This is like 2 years after he had beaten him. And I'm counting, and dude, it is hard to keep up with how many because they're jamming. Most of them take the two, because it's hot dogs and buns. So most of them take the two hot dogs, jam them in their mouth, and then dip the buns in and eat the buns separately. It's not like they're putting mustard on it and eating it or whatever.
Oh, okay. So they eat the hot dog and then the bun.
Yeah, but two at a time.
You don't have to eat it, but you don't have to eat the bun at the same time as the hot dog.
Correct. Yeah, correct. So I don't like that. It is hard. It's hard to keep up.
Do they swallow the whole?
Yeah, sometimes a little bit of chewing goes on, but they're
But like it just
very
goes
little.
straight down, like intact into the belly.
Yeah, man.
These guys could smuggle so much heroin.
Oh, it's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
As long as they can vomit it back up. Yeah.
How many different but instead of using condoms to put the heroin in, like most people, they use natural animal casing.
Yeah.
The actual
something
pig's intestines.
Something that keeps the heroin from getting into your blood. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you do? Like, how do you confirm? Like, can you have a bad rep? Like, how do you count? How do you make sure that they ate the entire bun in the entire hot dog? Like, is that up to you to decide? Or
No. I'm just counting. Okay. That's it. I'm just counting. And then the actual judges come through afterwards and count the number of empty plates in front of them to confirm the number, because each plate has X amount of hot dogs on it.
Is there any way to cheat or anything, like to sleight of hand get rid of half a bun or anything?
I don't think. I mean, maybe. I don't think so. Probably the most controversial thing that happened in the 2 years that I did it was that Ken and his co-judge miscounted on Joey Chestnut's hot dogs, major miscount. Only counted 66, and he actually ate 76. And it was all the judges had to come over.
How'd that happen?
I don't know. And I gave Ken so much crap for it.
If only somebody had been filming it, so you could go back and count.
They confirmed that the number they had counted was incorrect. But the crazy thing about this event, because it's so lopsided to Joey Chestnut, the gambling that goes on just sewing to eat is massive.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of the most bet on events out there is the hot dog eating contest, specifically the number of hot dogs Joey eats. And so the number that Ken and his cohort had was less than the posted total. The actual number Joey ate was over. So there were all these books that had paid out on the bad number, and that we're kind of screwed in the end.
How did they screw that up? Like, what's the?
I don't know. How did Ken screw it up?
I wonder if did Ken feel kind of like Kevin Costner in The Bodyguard, like he had whiffed in a big moment? Because I think Kevin Costner had allowed the president to get shot as a Secret Service man.
Yep.
Did he feel just as bad as Kevin Costner?
He felt bad, and because I'm telling you right now, if it was somebody else doing it, Ken's sense of humor would have destroyed the people that were doing it. He would have killed them. Yeah. So we let him hear it the rest of the day. But so it's back. Joey's back. Guessing the number, 74.5 hot dogs. That's what I'm going to go
76 is his best?
76 is his best. Yeah. I was in the pit.
How did I never know that?
I was in the pit counting the guy next to him when he broke the record, when he got to 72, and that was the record.
Mm-hmm.
Rich Lord always had a theory. Rich Lord hated the Nathan's hot dog eating contest, which is ironic because it takes place right in the shadows of where he grew up. But his whole thing was, somebody is going to die at this thing at one point because there's only so much room. There's only so many places you can put these hot dogs.
Yeah, it goes right, and they train for it though. That's like saying I can't believe these Olympic weightlifters are lifting 700 pounds.
Yeah.
It's right. They train for it.
Yep. I won't tell the story today about how I stood toe to toe with Joey Chestnut in the only ever Kolache Factory Kolache.
Oh, I know that
contest.
story, baby.
Yeah.
Are you still ranked number 10?
Yeah, I'm still 10th. Yeah, and I always will be. I have 1 point on the competitive eating circuit. If you go, I have two things that I brag about on the internet. Mm-hmm. I have an IMDb credit for a small role I had in a Chance McClain produced movie back in 2008.
Yeah.
And I have 1 point on the competitive eating circuit from finishing 10th out of 10.
I have an
in the Kolache Factory.
I didn't hear that other thing.
Yeah. Joey ate 56.
Mm-hmm.
I ate 7.
Jeez.
Do you wonder at all if Bijani and Creighton are going to get to the bottom of if Joey recalls your prowess of eating kolaches when they have him on at 7:20 tonight?
Oh, he's on tonight with them?
Yeah.
Joey Chestnut is?
Yeah.
Oh, well, he won't recall. I promise you that. He'll remember Ken Hoffman. Ken wrote multiple articles about Joey back in the day, but he
Did you go out with those guys one night?
I did. We went out.
Events?
We went out after the kolache eating contest. So Joey, Patrick Bertoletti, who's a big he won the hot dog contest last year in Joey's absence, and one other of those freaks. We went across. The contest was at Minute Maid Park at home plate after an Astros game. We went across the street afterwards to the bus. Remember the bus?
Yeah.
So it's a big ice house that used to be down there. It's been demolished. But we went across the street, and Joey got hammered with 56 kolaches still floating around in his gut.
Oh. Yeah. Are we sure about that?
I didn't see any of them leave to go to the bathroom. Here's the crazy thing, is that the three of those guys were all flown in from out of town for the event, and Andrew Eller, my buddy, who is a listener, he was in marketing for the Kolache Factory back then. He was like their handlers for the night. So he had to drive them back to their hotel.
Yeah.
They drove past the Jack in the Box.
Please don't.
And Bertoletti, I think it was Bertoletti who said, "Hey, I live in Chicago. We don't have Jack in the Box up there. Pull in there right now." Pulls into the drive-thru. So it's Andrew Eller driving with these three freaks in the back. They order 40 Jack in the Box tacos.
No. That number is great because I had a moment myself in college where a couple of my friends who may have been under influences were like, "Yo, can you drive us to the Jack in the Box?
Okay.
We want 20 tacos." No, 220 tacos. And I was like, that was 40 tacos.
So 40 tacos. Yeah. How long did it take them to eat those tacos?
Till the next day.
Till the next day,
We were giving them away like giveaways amongst the other drunk college students.
Oh, okay, because those three freaks finished them between that Jack in the Box and the hotel.
Christ
almighty. Lord. Good
True
Lord.
story. Story like that's gotta be true. So what's the question of the day, fellas?
Well, I slept through the end of the Astros game last night.
Me too.
I think most people did, and if you did, we got you covered. But what's something big that you slept through or nearly missed because you overslept?
Okay.
And I was telling you guys, I literally slept through a final, just like you have in your nightmares.
Boy, that's horrible. Yeah.
To the point where I had to go and do a verbal, because if I did a semester, I wouldn't have graduated.
Oh my God!
I would not have graduated.
Wow.
So I had to do a verbal test with the professor the next day in his office, just him and me.
That's terrible.
Oh my God!
You had to sit and talk to a professor for an hour.
Yeah.
Oof. I overslept. My first job out of college in sales, selling phone systems for a company called Rolm, ROLM. Their headquarters was in Santa Clara, California. I was their Hartford-based rep, and it was a class of about 20 sales reps from around the country who had just gotten out of. We'd all just gotten out of college, so it was fun. It was a lot of people in that same age bracket. So we went out every night. We got like a $50 a day per diem, which in 1991. It's a lot of money.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so we would hoard our per diem and just go out at night. We go to a Giants game, or we, in the San Francisco area. We would go out, we go drinking. I overslept class one day, and that was terrible. I woke up at like 8:45. Class started at 8 every day. You have to wear a suit, so I'm scrambling to get a suit on, a mouthwash, and I'm like, oh, this. And the worst part about it is that you know that they are calling your boss back home to say, Sean overslept the class. And I knew I was going to have an unpleasant conversation with my boss. So that's the one that pops into my head. Yeah, I slept through that. Slept through a class.
I had, I'm trying to remember which transaction this was. On June 7th, 2019, Seth Payne tweeted, "I had a very minor surgery today, but," what the hell? They're trying to, sorry, X is trying to sell me something. I had a very minor what the freaking, I can't read the minor surgery today, but basically I woke up. I can't read this because they're trying to get me to promote this tweet from 5 years ago. Please tell me I'm hallucinating this Texans news. And it was when Brian Gaine was fired.
Oh, yeah. You slept through that.
I was sedated through it.
Yeah. You were knocked out.
And then I was like sleeping in bed afterwards, and then I woke up to the Brian Gaine news, and it was really like, wait a second, this seems like a big deal. I should probably not tweet about this. Let me ask Twitter if I should tweet about it.
That was a big deal. That was one of those things that came down on a Friday afternoon when I was Well, I was probably down to my last few weeks of doing afternoons because I was with Seth a month later, but that was one where McClain got it before anybody and is walking over and showing us like 5 minutes before he's about to go on the air and break it. Like, yeah.
Oh, this is okay. I got rid of the promote button. I had a very minor surgery today, but I'm taking the full dose of painkillers nonetheless. Please tell me I'm hallucinating this Texans game.
That is great.
You gave me the prescription. I want to follow doctor's orders.
It was very real.
I really feel no discomfort. But yeah.
Very real, and given the fact that was 2 months after Jack Easterby was brought into the building, as it turned out, you would need many more drugs.
Yeah.
That's right.
Over the next several years.
I should have stockpiled them. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's a good one. I still have those dreams too, man.
Yeah, and I'll
Missing
tell you about the
finals.
time in 1991 that I nearly missed the only flight out of Cuba.
Oh,
that would seem problematic.
To the point where they had to roll the stairs back to put me on
To
the
bring you
plane.
on there. What were you doing in Cuba?
Pan American Games.
Oh, okay.
Pan American Games, Socialist Cuba.
Oh, so you're stuck in Cuba for another 2 days after that.
If I missed it.
Oh, and they would have had a towel on you so hard.
They did
Especially,
anyway.
dude, yeah. Oh, wait a second. The Hispanic American decided to miss his flight. Yeah. You would have had so many, like, Ford Fairlanes following you around.
Yeah.
So.
Actually, they had those on all the American journalists. I'll tell that story. They called them the ojos malos, the bad eyes. Every American journalist that went, there was only like 7 of us.
Yeah.
They had a guy following us everywhere we went.
Are you
Yeah.
serious?
True story. Hand to God.
Wow.
Yeah.
Everywhere?
But they were open about it. They weren't like...
Yeah, they were
just
like
the guy
5
was
feet
assigned
behind
to
us.
you.
They were like,
Yeah.
when we were walking down the street, they were like 5 feet behind
When
us.
you had to take a dump, were they standing
They were
outside the
outside.
stall, like looking at their
They
watch?
were in the building, I guarantee
They
you
were?
that.
Okay,
Yeah.
they weren't in the
Ojos
bathroom.
malos.
So any private business you needed to get done had to be done in the stall.
We'd
in the
go out
bathroom.
drinking,
Yeah.
and we'd be sitting by the pool at the Havana Libre Hotel.
And they're with you.
They're just standing on the side.
Okay.
I could say,
watch
did you ever just as a joke be like sidle up to somebody at the bar and be like, you know what's awesome? Capitalism.
God, no.
Let me tell you a story about
I'd
Adam
still be
Smith.
there.
Yeah.
I'd still
repairing a car from 1958.
I'd still be there.
That's great. That is great. All right, fellas. Well, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a full belly to you, Sean.
Oh, there will be a full belly today. Don't worry about that. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, happy Tuesday to you. You are in the loop. John Lopez. I'm Reggie. You hanging out, especially when you get involved with the program on the text line, 713-572-4610, or also on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch page as well, 610 Houston. And look, you might have missed.
I did.
You might have missed some transpiring, some doings last night with the Astros. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, and I felt stupid when this moment came. Right, obviously getting ready for Astros baseball, I was like, all right, they're playing the A's. In my brain, even though knowing they're on the West Coast, we get around 7. I'm like, all right, here we go.
It's so funny you say that.
Let's get ready for some baseball. And I was like, oh, that's right. Like that, I think that's about when the lineup came in. I was like, oh, yeah. No, they're playing at 9.
Yeah, our routine at the house, we're watching shows and watching the whatever game's on. And my wife turns to me and says, put it on the Astros. I said, oh, yeah, I forgot. I thought they were playing tomorrow, like a dummy. And then I put it on Space City Network. I'm like, well, maybe they are playing tomorrow.
What did they have, like fishing on? Which you were probably like, this is just as good.
The worst programming.
Look at you taking side swipes.
Outside of the Astros, oh, God.
And Rockets?
You don't like that extreme?
Like this time.
You don't like that extreme tag?
I don't know what you're trying to swipe at.
Hey, that extreme tag is pretty fun.
Tag? Yeah, we'll play tag.
I think the extreme tag is great for about 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, all right.
All due respect, but no
sure.
respect.
Right. Uh-huh. Yeah, so if you didn't stay up, you missed a game that ended maybe not in the after 3 here, Fig. It did sound like this at the very end of the contest.
Ooh, that sound.
Crush that baseball and ends in walk-off fashion. 447 from Nick Kurtz and the Athletics that beat the Astros 3-1 tonight.
Laser, missile, that was an absolute bomb. A bomb off the bat of Nick Kurtz.
I'm not going to lie.
Man.
I'm a little salty because I didn't know that park could get that loud.
That's true.
Like, it was in their turn.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I get it. Nick Kurtz, 447 feet.
You know what I'm going to say? Properly struck. That ball was properly struck.
I will say, I've gotten texts from people like, hey, y'all got walked off? 447, huh? And I'm like, and this is where, you know, being a stat nerd has served me. Like, not doesn't count. Doesn't count. First of all, it happened after midnight. Doesn't count. Second of all, maybe more importantly, I feel like the park played in some factor of this. Like, I talked about this yesterday. The second most hitter-friendly park by Park Factor, by Baseball Savant. Second, and very closely so, to Coors Field. Except there's a difference in elevation. Can you guess how much difference there is in feet of elevation between Sacramento and Denver?
I'm going to say 4,000 feet.
5,200 and, let's say, 50 feet.
Yeah.
This park, if you get it up, it goes. And so, I mean, that happened. However, it also is like the furthest hit walk-off swing in like over a decade, since like 2013, I think. So also, you got to give Kurtz his due.
Yeah.
However, that is how it ends for the Astros, a 3-1 loss in which your one run came very, very early on from Jose Altuve. I mean, so you missed this, but like within the game, I think that there were some challenges that these are the things on the other side of the Astros keep getting it done that it feels like are showing up to some degree.
Yeah, as Brian McTaggart would say, first of all, on that home run, that ball would have been out in all 30 parks and Yellowstone.
I'm gonna continue to contend and contend with this because I do wonder if all 30 ballparks, obviously with the straight distance, with the circumstances, does that swing go? And it probably does because it was a really good hit. It was a really
Come on, man.
It was a really good hit. But you know what? I retain.
I don't know if that would have been out in all the parks.
I retain the right to be ornery and skeptical here.
Went 450 feet.
Look, stop taking away my excuses. These are the excuses that I hold on to make myself feel good at night.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this one or that one. But to your point, how many of these can they withstand? And we're talking about the McCullers injury, of course, and manipulating and fiddling with the lineup and all that. It's kind of a nothing to see here in terms of how the Astros are playing overall and some of the things that they're doing offensively and clutch hitting and coming back, and nothing to see here. But is it completely? Because we saw, first of all, we saw Ryan Gusto pitch, about as well as you could expect, but they stretched him a little bit. He could have been out of that game a little earlier in a normal circumstance, but they needed to stretch him a little bit to make sure that the bullpen got some. Was able to withstand the late innings of a close game. So you kind of look at that and you're like, I don't know.
Is that so? You're looking at this where, especially after we get the Lance McCullers news, which we got to stop on. We got to stop on that. Yeah. Now they're in. You're looking at Joe Espada in a space where he's looking at it and he's like, we just got to be. We got to be. Yeah. We got to get 6 out of more of these guys, especially when they're going well, as opposed to just accepting 5 and going to the pen.
I thought it was obvious. You probably have the box score in front of you. I do not.
I do.
He was really good through 4, I believe, if my memory serves, and then I went to bed. And then, but after that, they kind of stretched him a little bit. Another time through the lineup, maybe had to really press it a little bit. This is a Lance McCullers factor. I thought it was pretty obvious that Joe Espada was trying to milk the most, put it together with tape and string as best that he could. So we'll see how many more of these they can withstand, and certainly we have to see on the McCullers news.
Yeah, and let's talk about the McCullers news that we're doing here because if you somehow don't know the news, Lance McCullers, we found out yesterday. That he had hurt his foot or hurt his leg rather, and he was immediately going to the IL, 15-day IL stint immediately, and we were like, "What?" In fact, this was actually
I'll put it this way.
This was the news being broken on the drive with Clint and Ron, and T. Mills, the one who actually gets the news. And if you didn't know that Show is invested in what's happening here. And if you didn't know that Show did not know about what the news was before he heard it, you'll be able to tell very quickly.
You got a guess? I got a guess. I got a guess, and I know, and I feel like I'm gonna be right. start with a P? I have not looked at. I was going to say Paredes. Starts with a P. That's where I was going with it. All right, T, what you got, baby?
Not great news to start this Monday edition of The Drive. Multiple sources now reporting, and the Astros actually just emailed me themselves. The Astros have scratched Lance McCullers Jr. start tonight. Dump that, please. And put him on the injured list with a right foot sprain.
Right foot sprain is the injury, and I mean, I feel like that's how we all felt. In fact,
he spoke for a nation.
I was watching that live on YouTube over at my desk, and he said that with a lot of force. I'm like,
you saw me get the news, didn't you?
Yeah.
And I had a similar reaction, although I was not on FCC regulated air, so I mean, it did not go over the same way. I mean, like, what more? Who cereal did the Astros urinate in? Like at this point, like what deity have they? Another one? Another one? At what point does this become too much to deal with?
Well, that's my question. How much more can they withstand? If you go down the list, I can't even remember all the guys that are on the IL. I mean, it's been just ridiculous.
Well, I mean, you should be, because the Astros literally put out an accounting of the many people who are managing or dealing with injuries and trying to find their ways back. And let me see if I can pull this back up so I can have it in front of me and give it to you.
DeZenzo.
So there's injury and rehab updates on Spencer Arrighetti, who is going through flat ground throwing progression for whatever that's worth. He's supposed to report to the team facility in Florida later this week. JP France apparently threw a live BP in Florida this week. Luis Garcia threw 25 pitches in a side session in Florida on Saturday. Christian Javier threw 20 pitches. Yordan Alvarez and Zach DeZenzo are both continuing rehab here locally, but neither has progressed to hitting. Pedro Leon apparently is returned from rehab last Tuesday, so he's currently running, hitting, throwing, what have you. And Chas McCormick is started hitting. Like, they had to put out a separate release, just like, hey, here's what's happening with all these cats, because just to give you a one-stop shop on the information of injury. There's so much happening with the Astros. Like, at what point does it become too much?
The way I would put it, there is a place, there is a line where it's just going to be too much. Are they on that line right now?
I mean,
I kind of saw a couple of signs last night where they're like, "Ooh, we got it."
What were the other ones for you? Because at least, thankfully, Isak Paredes, and I guess I did want to ask you, how did you feel about looking at him? I know he only DH'd, so he only swung. We didn't see him in the field. We'll see. I'm interested to see if he's going to continue doing that for a day or two more or what have you, or if he does get back to the hot corner. But you got Luis Guillorme out there, right?
That's another one right there.
I mean,
nice catch, by the way.
Yes, yes, nice catch, ranging out into shallow left field to go and make a grab. But, I mean, you got that happening in addition to all of this. You've talked about the very starting pitchers that are having to give you – I mean, it's two guys that you really trust in Frommer and Hunter Brown and a whole bunch of rookies who are doing what they can, but how long do you expect them to be able to continue to do that consistently? And, I mean, there is a level of credit, as we have had to give to the organization on building up these, young pitching prospects to be able to come up and do what you need. However, is that fair to expect that they're going to continue to do that, as you're going to have to expect them to do that? Because this is a 15-day IL stint that they – well, actually, can we stop down on this? Because it felt like this came out of nowhere, where it was like, did this happen today?
Thank you.
They just touched down in Sacramento. In fact, the Drive was talking about this themselves, and I had that. We were having the same conversation, myself, Fig, and our program director simultaneously at the same time on side. Was just
simultaneously at the same time.
Yes, that's right. That is yes. I just wanted to add more context and make it abundantly clear what I was talking about when I would use a word that's maybe a little bit. No, it is fair. It was redundant. That is fair. But I mean, was there imaging? When did they get it back? Here's Julian Morales on the broadcast yesterday, giving us a little bit of insight into when this injury actually happened.
The Astros making a roster move. Early McCullers Jr. on the 15-day IL with a right foot sprain. Joe Espada spoke about this injury earlier that happened on Saturday in the weight room, a freak accident. Joe called it, saying he just kind of rolled his foot while he was getting his work in there. So, guys, he has stayed back in Houston. He will be getting some treatment. The hope is that this is not long-term.
All right. A freak accident.
A lot of freak accidents happening.
Two words that immediately go, okay. What's going on? A freak accident, Reggie.
Yeah, just kind of sprained his foot.
You may hear about that tomorrow, Thursday.
Whoa. So, at least it wasn't one of those things where it felt like it came out of nowhere on like, hey, this happened, and instantly they put him on. But I'm still in this place.
A freak accident would mean like maybe a broken ankle.
I don't know. Or weight fell on his foot. She was indicating that he somehow turned it or whatever. And Sean Pendergast tweeted that the good news is that it wasn't the arm. And I responded, are we even sure? All due respect, but are we even sure that it is a foot?
Wait, what are you doing at this point?
Think about the Astros. Think about the things they say. Think about the number of times.
You think they just lie about the portion on the body that put him on the IL?
That will be insane. If he has some type of arm or elbow issue, and they just says a sprained right foot.
This is the Astros, man.
This is a wild level of doubt, though.
Okay, I'm not saying I'm doubt. I said, are we even sure?
Qualifies doubt.
I would say I would
go around the room. Are you 100% sure that it's the foot?
Yes.
I would say yes, but I wonder if it's like broken or something, and they just saying sprained.
Right. We're not even questioning severity at this point. You're questioning if they have the either capability or the moral standing to like even get the right portion of the body correct here.
713-572-4610. I want to believe it's the foot. I find it hard to believe that if it's the arm, they wouldn't come up with some lame.
They would have said general soreness or something like that, or rest.
But I cannot sit here in good conscience and tell you 100% I'm sure it's the foot.
This is I didn't realize.
I'm looking you dead in the eye.
No, I know. I understand. I don't think you're lying. I'm just like, I didn't realize that we had gotten to this level of doubt with the Astros organization.
The Astros. It's the Astros. 100%?
Yes, 100% that it's the foot.
713-572-4610.
I will be shocked if it wasn't a foot and if it was something else.
Well, I would be surprised. I'll put it that way.
What kind of grifters do you think this team is?
But I would. Have you been paying attention?
I have been, but like to this level to where it'd be like, nah,
no,
man.
Here's where I think it might go. It's more than just he rolled his foot. He stayed back in Houston.
Correct. They knew this. Even with the Saturday thing, right?
Yes.
Like even with it happening on Saturday, it's still pretty quick turnaround. Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday to be like, yeah, he definitely putting him on IL. Definitely not having him travel.
Sadly, I agree with Lopez.
All right.
See, I wouldn't be
fractured tibia. Somebody said.
All right, that's reckless speculation first and foremost.
See, I wouldn't be surprised if someone was fractured.
Mm-hmm.
And they just trying to cover up as a sprain that maybe months later when he finally come back or close to coming back, they say, oh, yeah, it was a little bone fracture in there, but, the swelling. Yeah. It was too much swelling, so we couldn't see.
Yeah, but I mean, more than turning my attention to, like, is it actually his foot? My attention more is just, this is another, another thing picking at what has been a strength for you, which has been an opportunity, or one of the reasons why you've been able to win baseball games and develop a level of a cushion here.
Yeah.
And are you going to be able to sustain this, especially because that cushion could be ravaged, right? Like the savings that you've racked up could ultimately be eaten into with you just kind of having, having Gusto and Colton, Gordon, and, all the folks that you're having at Walter have to get in here and do more and more and more. And then are you going to tax your pen? And are you going to find the offense? And is this going to get to the place that you need to get to continue to hold your AL West lead right now?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, somebody said I had the same. Are y'all really? We're really at this point, huh? There's that much doubt.
I would say it's the foot-ish.
Okay,
but are we even sure 100%?
If they say it was the foot and we find out later it was really the arm or something like that, somebody got to get fired. Man.
Yeah, it's coming with
they need to be investigated.
Yeah. But I just can't imagine it being that case. All right, that is wild.
You,
all right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm amazed that there's good reason to have doubt with the Astros organization on whether or not they're adequately treating injuries or whether they're catching them at the right time. The idea that they'd be like, this is an arm, but actually we're going to say it's a foot. Man.
First thing I thought of. I had the same thought. I mean, just on and on.
We need like a reporter out there somewhere. Oh, yeah, we just seen Lance McCullers walking around in the clubhouse. I ain't see a boot on his foot or nothing.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we talked yesterday about the 30th anniversary of the Rockets sweeping the Magic, which happened on Sunday. But there was something that happened 31 years ago today. Let's talk about one of the biggest days in the history of sports. We'll talk about it next.
If you ask Nico Collins, the Texans are on the verge.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, and y'all already went to the wrecking speculation. And man, we just love some wrecking speculation, especially.
We're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals and a lot of speculation.
That's right, Nick. That's right, Nick. But that's what the people are doing on the text line, 713-572-4610. From the 346, he got Tommy John of the foot is necessary here. From the 832, they said, well, apparently Lance is pregnant. That's what's going to happen here. And from the 832, I appreciate these assurances. Don't worry, guys. He's already 60% healed. So appreciate you guys giving responding and reacting to the program. No,
I think that's validating my 99% instead of 100.
No, I mean, look, I think it would be insane to try and say something to the opposite of the Astros have earned our level of skepticism, right? They've earned a little bit of a side eye whenever they give us any level of information, health-wise and medical-wise, because we've been burned enough by that.
Yeah,
I'm just not so far in the level of doubt where I'm like, yo, they can't even pick the right limb, the right appendage. However, and for me, like, again, one of the things that's pretty obvious is if you get this news from about a pitcher on a different team, we're not in this space. And so I don't want to go fully to that place. Like, maybe I have questions about severity possibly.
Yeah.
But really, for me, the biggest thing is just, what do you do as a team with yet another injury? It's particularly to a guy like that who had just come back off an injury that was serving you well and was in load-bearing portion of your team. Your starting pitching and your bullpen probably, maybe even more so, but your starting pitching have been super, super important and vital to you going on, having this better play a better over the last month and change, maybe month and a half even. Yeah. And now you are yet again, what is this, four starters now? Or I guess in a way,
yeah,
because you had three of the guys that started on your starting your opening day rotation, and now Lance McCullers, who came in as even the reinforcements getting hurt.
Yeah, it's it just really speaks more. No matter how crazy an idea you think it is, that is it even the foot? You're only 99% sure. It just speaks to the idea of the Astros' trust and the lack thereof.
Yeah. All right. So let's keep it moving though, because I mean, look, I feel like we're gonna go in circles just lamenting where the Astros are. Unfortunately, they got a loss. That's another thing that was just frustrating against the Athletics. Although Mauricio Dubon had a fun game out there in his I guess homecoming. I didn't realize that Sacramento is his home when it comes to, or his hometown in these United States. So yeah, shout out to Mauricio Dubon having quite a fun couple of days himself. 31 years ago today, Lopez, was a day that they created an ESPN 30 for 30 documentary about.
Yep.
And I think locally, the portion of that day that matters the absolute most was clearly the white Broncos. No, I was playing. It was the Rockets in the NBA championship. But what do you remember from that particular day 31 days ago when you had the OJ chase, you had World Cup going on, and you had the Rockets playing in the NBA Finals? Where did you take me there? Because I was at that point 2 years of age.
Yeah,
not to make you feel old,
no,
but I've experienced this day histories and documentaries, and I kind of would love to see what our various listeners remember.
You was two? That made me feel old.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. I was just trying to be factual, but I was like, that probably didn't do well.
I at least remember watching it as a kid.
So yeah, what do you recall from it? I want to relive this through the eyes of the people that were caring about it, especially from the eyes of the people that were probably very invested watching on NBC on the Rockets in the Rockets game. So when you see all these things cutting in, how did you feel? How did going about it feel for you? 713-572-4610.
I actually was not at that finals game, and you alluded to where I was. I was in the Meadowlands, New Jersey. It was actually Fran Blindberry was the columnist covering that series because I was covering the World Cup. I believe it was Italy and Ireland was about to kick off the first World Cup in the United States. And so they, as you guys know, I ended up covering a bunch of World Cups, and I was actually in the Meadowlands in my hotel room watching, just minding my own business, watching the Rockets and Knicks. So the Knicks coverage was all day long. in New York.
Fair.
And this is where I want to go with it. First, let's take you back to those moments.
Game 5, 6:39 remaining in this first half. Knicks by 2.
And then they
cut in.
Yeah.
We are looking at live pictures of Interstate 5 in Los Angeles. We believe that white vehicle, which is being trailed by a phalanx of California Highway Patrol cars and helicopters, belongs to Al Cowlings, who disappeared with OJ shortly after Mr. Simpson was informed that he was going to be formally charged with the murder of his wife and the young man who was with her at the time. It is the latest bizarre development in a string of bizarre and shocking developments that have been going on all day long.
In this first half.
And then we back to who, baby?
Here's Tom Brokaw.
Thank you, Marv. We are looking once again at pictures of Al Cowlings' cars. It makes its way along a freeway in Los Angeles in the south central part of that area. And we are told by the California Highway Patrol that O.J. Simpson is in that car, holding a gun to his head. He has been in touch with a police highway dispatcher saying he wants to be taken to his mother. He wants to see her.
I mean, so how are you taking this in from where you are?
I was flabbergasted, of course, but there's a couple places I want to go with this. This was basically New York City. I was in the Meadowlands, but basically New York City. The Knicks were in that series, obviously, and the difference between then and now, most people didn't even care to see the basketball. This is in New York. They were like, "Hey, put it back on OJ," and then people yelling from the side. Run, OJ, run, and all this other stuff. It was the most bizarre thing ever. And then, obviously it became 16, 18 months of OJ coverage. But at the moment, I was just flabbergasted, and using the hotel phone to call the office. Do you need anything from me? Kind of man on the street, et cetera. But Figgy, you and I were talking about this. Even in Houston and New York, people were more. And I have a theory on this, but you were talking about it. People were more obsessed with the OJ thing.
Yeah, like I said, when I was younger, I just remember my dad watching the game, and it kept cutting back in and out of the OJ coverage to the point my dad was like, "Put it on. I want to see more OJ."
Yes, everybody.
He was totally checked out of the game. Yeah. I mean, I don't think he had a dog in the fight, but he was totally checked out the game. At that point, he wanted to see more OJ.
And this is a very different perspective, 346. They said they were in the Marine Corps, and it was Game 5, and then you get this, stupid white Bronco, and they were like, I don't give a bleep about this.
Yeah.
And that's why I was interested, because from a Rockets perspective, this is a pivotal game. The series was tied 2-2.
It's the finals, man.
But not just the finals. Series was tied 2-2. This is one of those, series sweet, or changing games, Game 5. This is pivotal, right? And, of course, the Knicks ultimately do win. Now, we know the ultimate outcome was the Rockets get their first NBA championship. But in the moment, you're thinking you go down 3-2, and you're in a tough place to overcome. All of those emotions, you're watching your team, and all of a sudden here is O.J. Simpson avoiding arrest.
Yes, with a gun to his head. Yeah. Wanted to see his mama.
It was very detailed, too.
By the way, side note, that's the note. That's the point where I said, okay, he did it. If you're in the back of a Bronco with a gun to your head and you want to see your mama, I was like, I didn't even need to go to the trial. In my mind, I was like, yeah, he did it.
Wow. So at that point for you, huh?
He had a gun to his head, wanted to see his mom. After they said he was going to get arrested. I mean, okay, that's neither here nor there.
They don't got time for that now.
But here's the other thing I wanted to point out. In today's world, I don't think people would be as obsessed. The identical situation with OJ, because you got another screen in your hand. Because back then there was no other screen. There was no picture-in-picture, or very little. There was no, I can still watch the game and see this. I think more people, if they just completely flipped it to the OJ chase now, would be upset that they flipped it to the OJ.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And then also, you can have that conversation on social media.
Yeah.
And you can watch the game at the same time.
You could either watch the game or the chase or follow it on Twitter or follow it on whatever. It's a totally different, and which goes back to the point of, we will never see anything like this again.
Yeah. I wonder, do you feel like, let's say something like that happened again last night during the game. Do you think they would even bring it up, or they just leave it alone?
Bring it up. Yeah, I think they'd bring it up.
Yeah, because I know it was different back in the day because you only had a few channels.
Yeah.
But I wonder if they will actually say, hey, you know, maybe during a little break or something. Like, hey, we got some breaking news. So-and-so is on a high-speed check, that type of deal. Or would they just leave it alone?
I don't think they would leave it alone. But I think most people would be upset if they went to wall-to-wall coverage, basically, of the chase. I got it right here. I can see it right here, man.
Yeah, best case scenario.
I would be upset.
Yeah,
I think worst case scenario they go picture in picture. But I think Figgy, you're probably right. They make a mention of it, and you mentioned there was only a few outlets. Now there's with these conglomerates having multiple channels. It's probably like, hey, if you wanted more information about this, tune over here, go to our ABC News or what have you in order to see more information on this development.
And that's the other thing too. If let's say they did switch it all the way just to that coverage, they'll probably say, "Oh, go to ESPN for the finals or something like that."
Yeah, 631. I'm from New York, and the Knicks were on every channel. Every channel went to the OJ chase, and the whole place didn't care about the Knicks. I'm telling you, I was in New York. I was like, "This is crazy."
That's why they don't deserve no championship.
We will never.
They don't even care about the Knicks.
Yeah, well, they do.
That was the takeaway.
That's my takeaway.
Okay, very good.
Never see anything like it again, man.
Somebody said they would definitely cut if Diddy escaped. What brought that to your mind here, friend? I'm very intrigued. What brought you to that space in particular? But yeah, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, send those in because I'm very intrigued on the various people and the places that they were in. When that happened, of course, we know it wasn't a great day for the Rockets in the individual, but in the aggregate, ultimately led them to winning the championship. Somebody said Ime better bring the Rockets a championship though without the drama. I don't think Rudy T had anything to do with the drama there. I feel like we should probably make that point there as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, inspired by the many people who probably slept through the end of Astros A's. What's something big that you slept through or maybe nearly missed because you overslept? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Just when we thought the injury
BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the day. What's something that you slept through or nearly missed because you overslept? 713-572-4610, inspired by the Astros getting walked off by the I was about to call them the Oakland A's, but the Athletics, now currently playing in Sacramento, in the future to be playing in Las Vegas.
That's
maybe
a
we'll
lot.
see.
You got to explain the A's.
I mean, I don't have to. I probably just decided. I got
Something
into
about
space.
them California teams that do that.
Yeah.
Los Angeles Angels, Anaheim is what you're talking about here?
Yeah, California, other world, other universe.
Yeah.
It kind of is. It kind of is. But unfortunately, not a good one for the Astros yesterday as they lose in walk-off fashion 3-1. Brian Abreu giving that thing up to Nick Kurtz, young prospect, 447 feet, man.
And it could have been out in all parks. I'm not sure. Reggie's not sure.
I mean, I'm sure, but I'm also not. I don't want to admit that I'm sure it's really what it is. I just like, hey, man, look, it's the park. It's the park factor. The park. Now, of course, the Astros didn't work in their fit, but, you know, it's the park. It's the park. But, yeah, what are the things that you nearly missed or overslept? Already some good ones coming in from the 979. Went to sleep during Game 5 of the 2017 World Series.
Oh, no.
Is a good one that actually makes me think of mine. So my first year of college, I went to Kansas State University. And the reason why I went to Kansas, because it's not like I was just going chill in Manhattan, Kansas, the Little Apple, as they call it. Because I thought I was going to study architecture.
Oh, they call that the Little Apple?
Yeah, it's cute. It's cute, but it ain't. I mean, there's no comparison. But yeah, I was there studying architecture. And if you know an architecture student, one, give them a hug, but two, like all the time is spent in what they call studio, doing like projects, building models, drawings, things of that nature. And so I had a lot of those, and I often would have our big projects were always due on Sunday. So what would happen is you go through your week of classes, and that weekend is a crash weekend to get everything done. And so there was a February in 2011 where, you know, it was maybe early February. You getting where I'm going?
Super Bowl?
Yep. Had the whole weekend, got everything done. Was that Colts Saints, I think, in 2011? I'll have to double check.
Yeah.
But and the reason why I can't remember is we got everything done. I got my project turned in, went to the dorm. We were in the basement, we were watching, had a whole party. I was sitting there, my eyes started getting heavy. I looked up. Minutes were passing, and I had not seen anything, and I was like, you know what? Bump this. I went and fell asleep.
You missed the Super Bowl?
I could not watch the Super Bowl. I was too tired. And to this day, like, I've never gone back and watched it because I was like, I don't care that much about any of these teams. I don't want that.
I had a couple that popped into mind. Figgy, I'm interested on yours because I know you used to do the Captain Mickey show occasionally, so that might be interested at 4 in the morning. But anyway, so I had a cupcake elective at A&M my senior year. It was the final semester of my senior year. And back then, I don't think it's the case anymore, graduating seniors did not have to take finals, okay? So after midterms, I was partying, not going to class, but you had to go to your electives. And I had 2 electives. One was easy. The other one was presumably easy, called Parks and Recreation. Basically talking about
like the TV show, huh?
Talking about park. Yeah, like the TV show. And so to the point where I didn't go to so many classes, I knew I had to make it to the final. I had the book, so I was okay, and all that. Overslept like the entire class. I didn't even get there late. Like I was gone. I missed the entire class, final exam, and if I didn't pass that class, I was not going to graduate. After all that.
Did you graduate?
After all that, I did graduate because I had to take a verbal final exam. But to the point where after I threw myself on the mercy of the court, and went to the prof's office, told him I overslept, he said, "Are you in this class?" That's how many I missed.
Yeah, that's always nasty work. Hey, kids, you can miss classes and you can make it work. However, that first time you need that teacher to do something for you, they know.
He said, "Are you in this class?" "Yes, sir, I am." So I did a verbal final. The other one that was terrifying, like legitimately terrifying, there were about 7 journalists back in 1991 that got to go to socialist Cuba to cover the Pan American Games. I was one of them. And so we went, spent a month there, covered the Pan American Games. But keep in mind, there weren't commercial flights, Miami to Havana or whatever. It was a charter that the organizing committee,
correct,
got for you.
I mean, the relations had not been laxed, not yet.
So it was a charter airplane. The next one was going to be 2 days later. And actually, this one's not oversleeping. I had a really fun night. Is what?
Oh, okay.
It was like my last night.
Slept late.
My last night in Havana was memorable.
A few cigars, I imagine.
Well, a few everything.
I bet.
To say the least.
You're a married man. I need you to calm down right now.
To the point where this might be the last time I did this. I actually said, you know what? I'll just stay up all night.
Man.
Catch that.
Very rarely is that a good idea.
Yada yada yada. I woke up late. Barreled to the airport. And it wasn't even the main airport. It was like a strip. It was a charter airplane. Barreled to the airport. They were already pulled. It was a staircase. It wasn't like a jetway. It was a staircase on the like you see. They already pulled it back. They had to push it back on after much cajoling for me to get on the airplane.
Man. I'm just amazed that you are one of the very few people. I imagine maybe one of the only to actually have somebody open the door.
Yeah.
On the airplane. Because, I've seen many circumstances where they're like, sorry, dog.
Yeah.
Yep.
And here's the other thing. If I didn't know Spanish, there's no way I would have.
Oh, yeah, you'd have been cooked.
There was no way I would have been
doing that for you. You weren't doing that for me neither. How about these? Some other ones that have come in from the 504 slept through a work orientation. That's always tough because you're starting off on the wrong foot. They looking at you all crazy. And by the way, I just thought about it. Right teams, wrong year. It was Colts Saints 2010 of February.
Okay.
It was the one. 02 is from the 713 and 02. They say they overslept their Texans PSL seat choice.
Oh no, man!
It's always the ones where you miss something that then is going to affect you for a longer period of time. So you had to go through all season sitting in a place that you knew damn well that you did not ultimately want.
So mine was I was younger. I was like in high school, or I think I was a freshman in high school, and I want to say this was LeBron's first year, his first ever game, and I want to say they was playing in Sacramento, so it was a late game. So I was sitting all day long. We was all excited to see what he gonna do. Man, I fell asleep before the game even came on. I woke up late. And I'm like, oh, did I miss the whole game? And my TV was on SportsCenter. And they were talking about how great of a game he had, how he almost had the triple-double. I'm like, oh, I missed that whole damn game.
Yeah.
And then the other one is, this one, it really wasn't a situation, but one of the times I slept so long where I thought I woke up late for school. And I think it was dark because in Cleveland, it get really dark when it's wintertime.
Yeah.
And so I woke up, it was like 7 o'clock. I'm like, oh man, I started getting dressed, didn't realize it was nighttime.
It was 7:30 at night?
Yeah, I was fully dressed. I came downstairs fully dressed.
Well, you were ready.
I was ready, but I was like 12 hours a little early.
That's how you know you got one of those crazy good sleeps when you wake up and you don't know what, like, heads or
morning or night.
You can't make heads or tails of anything. You're just like,
and it was like wintertime too, because when you wake up, I mean, at 7 o'clock in the morning it's dark. 7 o'clock at night is dark.
Yeah.
So I woke up. I had no idea what time. I thought I was totally late.
Yeah, that reminds me.
My parents was looking at me crazy.
I bet they were. That reminds me of the time that I actually, because the longest I have slept in one fell swoop, 18 hours, which was after one of those.
Wow.
Yeah.
If only.
Yeah. But that was after one of those weekends where I did not sleep all weekend doing a project. I woke up and I was like, what day is it? Like, how long was I out?
That's next level.
Did somebody put me under?
18 hours.
Brother, I was like, yo, what did I do? Like, I was like, so yeah. Some other ones that came in. This is a great one from 979. Freshman playing football at Memphis State University. Oh, that's a wild state before it was Memphis. They said they overslept, missed the bus to go to the stadium. So they drove their 71 Pontiac Grand Prix, still got in trouble. But I imagine you didn't get in as much trouble as you would have been in if you didn't end up at the game at all.
And he did it in style with that Grand Prix.
Yeah, I bet so. I bet there was somebody looking like, hey, that cat look good.
Look out for him.
Yeah, but look, you had to have earned some points to some thought to make it here. Yeah. Some other ones that have come in, somebody mentioned that they slept through Hurricane Harvey. Drank too much during the hurricane tailgate part. Are you guys heavy sleepers? I sleep through storms all the time.
I'm a heavy sleeper.
I'm not.
Yeah,
really
I wake up a lot for different reasons because my prostate is the size.
Thanks for sharing.
Beach ball.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I'm generally when I'm asleep, it's a heavy sleep. I remember that reminds me when we were first married. When was is it the Columbia disaster? It was Columbia, right?
I don't know why I was able to. So if you're not watching on YouTube, John just puts his arm up in a vertical orientation. And for some reason, that got me to the place where I was like, yes, indeed. I understand what you're talking about.
Columbia. I woke up early and we had a baby. And so I was, keeping the baby. And I don't remember which one it was. I'll have to remember the year. And I was like, holy, I saw it live. Like I just was, you know what, I'm going to watch the launch. And I saw it live. And I was like, holy, I think something bad. Well, then, of course, we all know what happened. My wife, who had been staying up feeding the baby, slept till like 11.
And so now you had the responsibility of explaining what the hell happened.
She comes into the kitchen later and she's like, so what's going on? I was like, what?
Well, so, all right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Still some good ones rolling in. I'll see if I can sprinkle some of those in as we continue on this program. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. We'll welcome in, B. Scott from Hiram Clark to join us. But also, Tom Brady got a statue. Who else deserves a statue around the NFL? We'll do that next.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in a loop on Sports Radio 610. Man, it is a commonality between all of us sleeping through various things. I didn't know how many of y'all slept through weddings and such.
I know.
Although some person said that they slept through a wedding rehearsal and they did not realize, and I guess it ultimately didn't matter because apparently the wedding had been called off. And I'm like, you left out a lot of the story here, friend. There's a lot more to the story. We welcome in B. Scott from Hiram Clark into the studio. What's happening?
Hey,
don't do that to the man.
Not at that age. I've definitely T-milled it multiple times.
Yeah.
Just not, 30 plus.
What the hell is T-milled it?
You know what it is.
We know.
No clue.
We know the vibes. But I definitely
love you, T-Mill.
So the wedding thing, mine was so bad. I didn't sleep through the wedding because I slept through the flight, or I slept past the flight to get to the wedding. So the flight to get me to the wedding, overslept, didn't make it.
And you were cutting it close with the flight to begin with, huh?
For sure. And so I missed my cousin's wedding out in Portland because of that.
Do they still give you flack? Kicks Rocks is talking about sleeping through a wedding on a cruise ship because there was too much day drinking.
Funny enough, I still have not seen him since. This was some years ago, so we don't see each other a lot.
That was the family occasion for you to actually see some people.
That would have been it. That would have been it. So we still have not. We have not seen each other since and they have a baby now. Like, life has changed for a lot, in a lot of ways since then, and we have not. It has not come up yet.
Fair enough.
But yeah, that would be my one, the one big. Once they said wedding, I thought I was like, I was supposed to make that wedding and didn't. Did not get there.
I feel like we were talking about in the break. There's a lot of sports type ones. I'm glad that I have a Super Bowl on my. I feel like it's not a big joker, but at least it's a face card in this way. I feel like that's one of the ones.
You slept through a Super Bowl?
I slept through a Super Bowl. I was talking about it in the last segment. I had a architecture project that I was up all weekend, so we got to Super Bowl. I thought I was gonna make it. The eyes were just too heavy.
Hey, well, at that time, you had more important things going on. As hard as it is to believe that something could be more important than any Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But.
All right, let's go around the NFL now. And I begin in Cleveland, Ohio. You ready for this, Cleveland, Ohio correspondent, Figgy Fig?
Who? Cleveland? I don't know nothing about no Cleveland.
We're getting reports, and this is per Mary Kay Cabot, who works out there, Cleveland.com, does good work for, I forget what the name of the paper is at this point.
Plain Dealer.
Plain Dealer, that's right.
Cleveland.com.
Thank you, Cleveland correspondent. See how I got him? You see how I got him? It just took a little bit. But
and newspaper guy with me over here, I just will rattle off any major city's newspaper. I
know who my people are.
I'm on the ready.
I know who my people are. All right. Mary Kay Cabot is putting out there that the Browns could keep 4 quarterbacks on the roster this year. How are we feeling about the idea of the Cleveland Browns doing that?
I mean, that's the math makes sense. They got 2 rookies that probably aren't ready to play yet, or maybe you would assume you feel far less comfortable with those 2 guys playing, and then you'd want to have the 2 guys that you do feel like could play, and that's Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett. They seem fairly set in a starter backup role. Flacco should be your starter, Pickett should be your backup. That's their place in the NFL. And then you got these 2. You drafted 2 quarterbacks. So I mean, yeah, that's the math of it. It seems crazy as hell, and I don't know if they have a good one, given Flacco's age and just where he is in his life cycle in the NFL. But yeah, this makes sense given what they've done.
I mean, never in a million years.
It's insane.
Yeah, I was like, you can talk yourself into that, but I'm like, at some point you got to make a hard decision.
Yeah.
4 quarter in a situation where maybe you could say, hey man, the Cleveland Browns ultimately, what are they going to do? But in the NFL, every year is a year where a team is trying to make some level of waves. I don't think you can make waves having 4. No. Those are not going to be useful roster spots for you.
Oh, I'm not making a case for it. Being the right thing. This is what they did. That was why drafting the 2 quarterbacks was so insane, because it was far. I would say it was unlikely that either one of them was going to be your guy right away, and I don't think that's going to be the case. And so you probably need at least one guy.
Yeah.
And they already had 2 actual NFL quarterbacks, guys who had started in the league, and Pickett and Joe Flacco. So the drafting of the 2 was always going to make the math really weird with their quarterback situation.
I think they just saying that because they can't say, one of them going to be out. They're going to try to trade either Pickett or Flacco or something, depending on who plays better. They're going to get rid of one of those 2.
Never in a million years. Ever. No NFL team can look itself collectively in the mirror and keep 4 quarterbacks on a 50.
Well, I mean, the tough part about it is and we were talking about the guys outside of Deshaun Watson. I think probably the fourth is Deshaun Watson, right? Like, that's probably actually how this goes. Because I'm like, even if they get rid of Kenny Pickett, right, let's say.
Yeah.
It feels like you might have to cut one of these rookies, man. Like, it feels like you need to carry 3, and this is the tough part about having a roster cancer, I guess, or a roster salary cap cancer is what I'm talking about more than anything, of Deshaun Watson, because that's money that you can't get rid of, but he's not going to be an actionable player for you. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so.
Yeah, no, it's just a cluster. No, too many ways to look at it. Like, just think about how they already had a quarterback situation that was in peril, and then they go and draft 2 later round quarterbacks to add to the numbers game. Like, it just, none of it made any sense. I'm not making a case for it as it being the right thing.
No, I get
because
that.
Because it's a ridiculous thing. But this is the bed that they have made for themselves.
The weird part is them drafting Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round.
Yeah,
correct.
It'd be one thing if you got him in the 6th round or something like that and he don't make it. But you got him, like, you ain't going to cut no 3rd round pick.
Yeah, so it makes it seem like he has to make the team.
Yeah, and I don't know they're going to cut Shador.
Yeah, and that's the thing is there's been a number of people in Cleveland that just seem to keep coming around on the Shador thing, like former players that you can tell don't want to admit, saying that he looks like he's the best guy out there, throwing the best football out there. Like, it does feel like this is going to be his job at the very least by, like, the midway point of the season.
Yeah, I mean, and that's another weird thing about it. It's like, so their best rookie is the 2nd rookie that they drafted.
Right.
Yeah.
The one that you would maybe say is the one that you wouldn't be more likely to cut just off of draft position.
But that says you're going to keep 2 rookies.
Right, and then back to the Deshaun Watson point, and then your highest paid quarterback, the guy that's supposed to be your guy, is the one that's not going to be a factor for you at all.
Yeah.
So, like, they are, it's like on both ends of it, it's bad for them.
Yeah, real nasty work. Shout out to Cleveland again.
Thank a Brown.
Thank a Brown.
Thank a Brown.
God bless.
Yeah, you are as a Texans franchise constantly benefiting from the Browns just being a little bit worse.
Yes.
And in this case, a lot like they're going to making their team.
Yeah, in this particular way, I don't even know how much this is like actually benefiting the Texans on the field, but at least entertainment-wise, just one of those things that you can look over and be like, oh, wow, look at how that's going.
Yeah,
I kind of wish they had their 1st round draft pick from last year and maybe this year. I wish they could have stretched it out a little bit longer, man.
Yeah.
Really put it.
I think about that a lot, man, because the times the Houston Texans did have their 1st round picks, they had number 12, number 13, or it was kind of stuck around there. I wish they had that number 2 overall pick for this year.
But then you just go look at the long laundry list of players. Like, the parallels are going to be there probably just for even after and I think we're at that point now where the trade is over and everything, all the implications of the trade are over. But a lot of those players are still on the team, and just the trajectory of the 2 teams going in the opposite direction over these last couple of years provides some interesting parallels, at least for me.
Any interest in a 6-part docuseries about this year's number 1 draft pick, Cam Ward?
6 parts?
6-part docuseries entitled 0 Star. Obviously, I think that highlights, Cam Ward, obviously, from his, fairly humble beginnings, and obviously starting at UIW, making his way to Washington State, and ultimately ending up at Miami, and now being the number 1 overall pick. If you are interested in it at all, you'll be able to watch this on Tubi.
Tubi.
Oh, wow, we were just talking about it.
That in and of itself is disrespectful, man. Hey, look, I'd rather you not make nothing about me at all. Like, just admit that I'm not worthy of this documentary.
Straight to Tubi?
Nah, man. Don't make it about me, man. And
a Tubi original.
No, sir. Or honestly, to humble myself a little bit, if it was about me, then Tubi would be the place for it. But Cam Ward, if I'm Cam Ward,
that's
fair. The number 1 pick, you ain't putting me. I can't get Netflix. What's Disney Plus got going on?
Well,
man?
and Netflix is the higher end, just like
not
Apple.
even on Peacock. Huh?
Yeah, but something like Peacock.
Put me on the ESPN Plus app.
Apple TV, come holler at me, man. What's good? Prime Video?
Yeah.
What's good?
To be fair, I think it's a hell of an interesting story, but not 6 parts.
Shout out to
I
West
can think
Columbia's
about
own,
3.
3. I'll give you 3.
You know who I blame for this? And I've said this since 2020. I blame Michael Jordan for this because we got The Last Dance, and now everybody think that you need multiple parts, 10-part documentaries on things that don't deserve 10-part documentaries.
It is the last dancification of sports documentaries.
Right. That's right.
Damn it.
What happened to editorial? Like, I think in just general, our media landscape, we have less editing than we need. People think, well, I need this. It's like, actually, that's not a necessary part of what we're doing.
Well, so it's two things. You mentioned The Last Dance, but I guess was it right before that we got in? Y'all were talking about this with it being the 31-year anniversary. Right before that, we had got the OJ doc. Right?
Yeah.
Well, right.
OJ Made in America.
OJ Made in America.
But that one was substantial enough. Like, that one was meaty enough where there are actually parts of this that need to be discussed.
Yeah, it was one of the better ones that we've seen.
So you tell me fewer parts on the final year of Michael Jordan and the Bulls, and it's like Cam Ward.
I think every documentary maker is chasing that. Sports documentary maker, if you will, is chasing that.
Yeah.
Chasing that last dance type of feel that OJ Made in America, which was more than a sports documentary, of course, but chasing that type of feeling, you just ain't got it.
But I think Reggie's right. Just a little editing, man.
I mean, you
chop
can
it down some.
You can get me on 2 hours with Cam Ward. Like, I'm not even limiting you to a 90-minute feature. Give me two. I'll watch 2 hours. 6 parts is a lot.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how. Maybe you cutting the 6 parts into 15-minute chunks.
That would be it.
I will say though, I have watched worse programming, I feel like, than what this is going to be. That was drawn out like this.
Which is fair.
I do feel like I've watched worse either 6-part or multi-episode shows. Like, I think it was Hulu that did that Aaron Hernandez show thing that they did.
Technically an FX show.
It was an so it was an FX show that I watched on Hulu.
Right.
And it wasn't bad, but like I feel like it was way too long, way too many episodes. But I was here for the story.
Yeah.
You know, and I watched it. So if I watched that, I figure I could watch this.
Over under 8 parts for the eventual LeBron James documentary.
Well, if he produces it, it's going to be 17 parts.
Yeah.
Spring Hill Entertainment produces.
Straight up. No, I don't even think that's.
And then in 3rd grade, I blah, 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 blah.
Or no, 23 parts for his number.
Yeah,
there it is.
Parts.
We found it. We stumbled upon it.
23 chapters.
Yeah. All right, one more thing around the NFL here as we are, getting this together. We talked about how the New England Patriots are putting up a ton on of everything that he did there in the New England area as a football player and as an icon in a way for them. And NFL.com put together something that I found to be interesting. Like, who are the players that you view as worthy of a statue in NFL, and I guess relatively recent NFL history, or just maybe NFL history in general? Let's keep this to since 2000. I think it's probably, but like, it really does feel like it has to be of a certain magnitude, right? Like, especially to that team, but then also to the league.
And to society and to culture.
Because this isn't Ring of Honor.
For statue.
This isn't retired jersey number. This is statue.
No,
they put up, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players here that they believe are worthy of a statue.
Well, Tom Brady.
Yeah, they had Tom Brady, but they actually
5 additional.
Yeah, well, no, they actually have 5 Tom Brady again. They are giving him 2 statues. Do you think it's fair to put Tom Brady up as a statue with the Bucs?
Well, I mean, they don't have nothing else to really do no statue with. Mike Evans. So, I mean.
Yeah, but I was like, are we doing this where we have to do a statue here?
I think this might surprise y'all. I think because of just his general greatness and the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
No,
I wouldn't.
I would be good
I don't
with
think
that.
I'd bat an eye at that. I wouldn't.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and especially when you compare his greatness to the franchise that he went to.
Yeah.
Like him in New England are synonymous with greatness because he won all of those Super Bowls there. The Bucs had just won the one, right, 20-some-odd years ago, and for the most part are kind of just a middling franchise.
Yeah.
You know,
I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah.
And plus, that's the greatest quarterback.
Yeah.
Right.
That played for your team.
It really is. That's kind of wild. All right, so the other ones that they mentioned, outside the ones that are coming in on the
It's got to
text
be
line,
Drew Brees.
Drew Brees doesn't show up for them either. Which it feels like Drew Brees, especially with the ways that he is tied to the community, obviously Katrina and the disaster that happens there and selecting, being here, helping rally, that would be on there.
It's the first name that came to my mind.
Payton's a name that has come in on the text line that is not up here. How do you feel about these? Aaron Donald for the Rams.
Oh, well, I mean, if he gets one, then Drew Brees gets one.
And Peyton.
One would think.
And Peyton Manning, absolutely.
Now, of course, they do put J.J. Watt on here, which is correct. Like, that one feels right. Marshawn Lynch for the Seahawks.
I'm fine with it. They should have given him the ball in that second Super Bowl. And I feel like it's their own damn fault for why they
that kind of fit for Seattle, though.
100%. And then finally,
but again, if he gets one, Drew Brees gets one.
I agree again. Larry Fitzgerald for the Cardinals.
I'm good with that.
Rinse, wash, and repeat what I just said on all the other. Like, if all of these other guys are getting statues, Peyton Manning and Drew Brees is getting statues. I'm not even a stan of either guy. But they got to get one.
Yeah, one would think. But there you go. That is rather around the NFL in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott in tow with us on a Tuesday, as he is wont to do. And you know what? Let's get into B. Scott's thoughts next.
All right, let's get into D&M Auto. We'll literally get into a car. How about that? D&M Auto.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. He's in the building, ladies and gentlemen. His name is Brandon Kyle Scott. B. Scott from Hiram Clark joins us. He graces us, in fact, with his presence. And I am always excited to get what B. Scott's thoughts are, especially when D'Amico Ryans isn't usurping his time. So what you got for us?
Yeah, so y'all know I've been on the Kevin Durant trade for Kevin Durant thing since the very beginning. And so, to be fair, I've tried to talk myself out of it, tried to figure out ways of why they shouldn't do it, and I just keep landing back to it making the most sense. Like, in almost every scenario, almost, right? You don't want to give up every single thing that you have, but I just don't see how Kevin Durant doesn't make the most sense for the Rockets, and how the Rockets don't make the most sense for Kevin Durant. The question about all of this for me is going to come down to, what do the Suns feel like makes the most sense for them? And that's the part that I really don't have the greatest beat on and can't predict. But if I'm just looking at Kevin Durant and looking at the Rockets, what they would have to give up, what his opportunity would be with the Rockets, that's his best spot out of all of the places that he either desires to go or seemingly the places that are interested in him, right? Like, and especially if you combine that or try to find the Venn diagram is to go, Rockets are interested in him and they make the most sense. I'm going to be pretty disappointed if this thing doesn't happen. And I would just put it on the back end. I feel like it's not going to happen. So
really?
I'm preparing myself for said disappointment because I think it would just be such a wasted and missed opportunity.
I disagree with your second part of your take because I think the Spurs would be a good fit for both. Just because a young team, similar to the Rockets, veteran guy comes in, but that's neither here nor there.
And I'm giving the Rockets the benefit of the doubt just for the fact that they're ahead of that schedule.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
They literally were in a much better spot this year than the Spurs were, so I'm giving them the nod. But certainly, what you say is correct.
And I totally agree with your first part because you know why you think it makes the most sense, because it does. Because it does make the most. What were we talking about during the playoffs with the Rockets? Boy, if they only had that guy. Well, and people want to lament the fact that he's older and all that. I don't care about that right now here with this team.
He scored 26 a game last year.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it would be one thing if he had a game that, like, overly relied on athleticism. You know what he still is? Tall and can shoot.
Over whatever you put in front of him.
As they like to say, a bucket.
Still tall, still can shoot, still can handle the ball, still moves relatively well, especially at that size. Like, I think it's one of the lazy things we do in sports is just when a guy gets older, we just kind of default to,
he's in his 30s.
He's in his 30s. It's over. It's about to be over. And it is true that Father Time is undefeated. Like, it's not like he's going to be able to do it forever. That translates well into old age. You think about it, and I understand LeBron James is an anomaly. He's his own thing. But if LeBron James, given all of the physicality that his game requires and all of the miles that he has on him, has been able to figure things out at this age, you would figure that somebody that is similarly situated as an all-time great like Kevin Durant, but whose game translates much better to being old, will be good old. Will still be good old, right?
Even Harden
should be good. Harden is another good example, and somebody who doesn't necessarily look like his game should translate, but not above the rim. It requires a lot of nuance and skill. So to me, like, Kevin Durant should be able to do the Kevin Durant things. Now, obviously, injury is the thing that we're, got to have that caveat for. And the older you get, the more prone it seems like you are to injury. I'll give you that. But Kevin Durant, as far as skill and how his game translates, should be able to do this for another 3 years at least, if not longer. So, like, I'm not scared of the age thing, and he's got the quality. He's got the one thing that the Rockets themselves were missing, and that's the shot creation. That's that reliability at the end of the game, somebody that you can give the ball to. And I will point out, and I feel like I did this maybe the last time we talked about this, and this is key for Rockets fans who are, like, reluctant to hand over the keys to Kevin Durant. I don't feel like it would be that way. This will be the first time he's being traded to a team where he's still Kevin Durant. He's still an icon. He's still all of those things, but it's not necessarily his team. I think that it'll still be like they're not trading Amin Thompson. I don't think Alperen Sengun is going to be a part it is. Ime Udoka's team, which I'm sure would be perfectly fine with Kevin Durant, given his respect for Ime Udoka and even those young players that I just mentioned, right? Like he is – I think that this is going to be the first time in his career where he would be able to, just immediately take a back seat.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the point. It would remain Ime's team. And I think coming into whatever relationship that ultimately gets consummated, should it get consummated, that's an understanding that's there. And I've always said Kevin Durant actually has kind of seemed like the dude who was not really wanted to be that center guy. It's one of the criticisms I had of him with Oklahoma City. It's one of the things that I think people got on Russell Westbrook about in a way where it was like Russell Westbrook noticed a void and was like, if nobody else gonna do it, I will. We're like, why are you taking these shots? Because KD doesn't seem to want them sometimes.
And then after that, he went to somebody else's team. Right. And then after that, he created a team with other guys that are like him, right? With James Harden and Kyrie Irving, who he could lean on. And that's kind of been a similar situation in Phoenix, right? Devin Booker's there. They bring in Bradley Beal. I know that's a lesser degree, but they've had other guys there. I think that, again, for Kevin Durant, this is a, if that's the case, well, you finally get that, right? Like you finally get to go to the team where they're not expecting you. They're expecting you to be the bucket getter that you are. Yeah. But now we've already seen these young stars emerge in a way to where, look, the team is theirs. The team is, the culture that's set by the head coach, ahead of everybody. And then you just come in there and play your role and play basketball, which, to your point again, is what it seems like Kevin Durant has always just wanted to do. Come in and hoop.
Yeah. I'm curious what you meant. No Şengün, Noah Mann. What about Jabari or Tari?
Yeah, that's so that's the reason why I've tried to talk myself out of it, because I didn't feel like, and I had one of our producers, I think Byron, was texting me about this. Like, man, would you give up Jalen Green and Jabari Smith for Kevin Durant?
That was the question.
So that's what's out there, right? And I was like, yeah, I would, but I don't think you need to do all of that, right? I don't think that should be necessary, because like I'm on the side of F them picks, which are considered to be the much more valuable of the assets. I'm acknowledging this on the front end. I'd rather give up the more valuable asset than this actual player,
than what you have,
than what I have in this actual player that I like and I know what I'm getting from in Jabari Smith. So that's where I'm at on it. Like, to answer your question, I prefer to give up that 2027 pick, which is super, super valuable. Maybe not the 2029, but the 2027 pick. I'd be down with that. But if it costs Jabari, somebody that it didn't really feel like they knew exactly how to utilize, and you're just replacing Jalen Green's minutes with Kevin Durant minutes. Yeah. I mean, that's hard to. Now they've brought back Steven Adams, so you've got some enforcer off the bench, and that double big lineup you figure is going to be much more of a factor throughout the season and next season than it was, because it's something that they kind of discovered.
It wasn't until midway.
Yeah, midway, maybe even after midway through the season when they even discovered that was a thing for them. So that's going to be a thing. Like, Steven Adams all of a sudden is a more important part of this piece to the puzzle, or a more important piece to the puzzle than Jabari Smith was. I wouldn't have predicted that a year ago. Yeah. But where we are now,
on pretty much all of those counts, the only thing that's tough is, I think, in order to match salaries, it feels like Jabari is one of those guys that would be key in helping match salaries unless you start doing a three-team trade, which is possible, and that is something that you could have in order to make this thing go. There's one of the things that I find interesting, though, is if you are concerned about the Kevin Durant injury thing, I'm not trying to put this up there as a gotcha. I do wonder, though, if those people are also as concerned about relying so heavily on Steven Adams, because he actually has more injury management that has had to be done to get him to that place. I know that, on the text line, someone's mentioning the last 5 years. A couple of those years, he was dealing with that foot injury that he was coming off of when he was going to Brooklyn. People are talking about the idea, and I really dislike this narrative, the idea that no team gets better when he goes to them, because it's flat out not true, and it oversimplifies the arc of his career. It's been a weird one, and legacy talk is going to be something that will happen with Kevin Durant. In fact, I think there's an interesting legacy question to be asked, but we could talk about all the situations that happen, right? You go to the Golden State Warriors, and they won with him, and he was the best player in those instances. You can fight your auntie about that. They go to Brooklyn. The reason why they win and lose in Brooklyn is not because of Kevin Durant. It's because Kyrie Irving didn't show up to work. And then the James Harden thing became funny at a certain point, although he was largely fine. But because I feel like because of the Kyrie thing, James Harden became disinterested. 100%.
And less interested, and it had kind of a domino effect on the whole team. Yeah. And if we're being honest about it, man, Kevin Durant, the biggest mistake he made in Brooklyn was putting his toe on the line. Right? Like if if his tour to back, you know, they could be advancing, and that whole narrative about Brooklyn could be entirely different, and that's with everything that you mentioned going on around it. Like,
and then Phoenix is just that was a poorly put together team once they decided to put their eggs in the Brad Beal basket, and that was because Brad Beal remained injured as opposed to Kevin Durant nearly as much.
I would say that if that is your take, that the places that he goes, they don't get better, you're not paying attention to the full story. Right. And certainly not paying attention to Kevin Durant's game. It is still pure.
It is. 281 does ask a question that I think is fair considering the way that we situated this. How much of a backseat can you take when you expect to be the leading scorer of a team? I'll point you to the Warriors when they had kind of a 2-offense system where they still did the Warriors movement offense. And then they got into places where it was like, all right, you go. We went with this movement thing, and in some instances, now it's Kevin Durant going for what he knows. Just
and that's what you wanted
buckets.
here. Well, you wanted somebody who'd be able to do that.
I mean, honestly, the answer to that is simple though. Like a team is more than just being the leading scorer of the team. Like that's just he would not take a backseat as a scorer because that would be stupid, and that's what you're bringing him in here to do is to get buckets. But in terms of the format of the team, the culture of the team, the tone is being set already. Like you've already got all of those things in place. You're not asking Kevin Durant to come in here and be like this culture-saving savior. Just come in here and get buckets.
Yes, and he'd be more of a 16-game player than he would be an 82-game player as well. I think that's also where this is about making yourself more viable in the postseason to try and go win something while your window is here in this parity era where I don't know you can guarantee that it's going to be 5 weeks, 2 or 3 to try and make the shake. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. A fun B. Scott's Thoughts, talking a little bit about these Rockets. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including let's talk a little bit more hoop. NBA Finals are getting that point. We got a pivotal Game 5. Let's talk about that more next.
If you ask Nico Collins.
for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping. And look, I'm going to be completely honest. We spent the whole break talking about the possibility of the acquisition of KD for the Rockets. And my question, and I thought that B. Scott and Lopez in tandem came together with a really interesting answer that I'd like to share with you. So the question I've been asking, it's been the quiet part about the Rockets as well. I mean, even if you're like, hey, stand pat, Jalen Green still has an opportunity to develop. I don't write that off. Like, be it for me to say that he doesn't.
Also, don't hate the option. Don't hate it.
Right.
Just think Kevin Durant is special.
I think that it is a good place that the Rockets are in, where I don't think that there's a inherently bad move. I just think that there's a better option to try and get to where you're going. That's my personal opinion, what have you. But even if he stays, like, what is the offensive identity of this team is the bigger question for me. And I think that actually is an arrow that's pointed at the coaching staff. How do you guys view that? Because we were just talking about that also with the idea of, like, even if you get KD, I think you need to find an offensive identity.
I think Kevin Durant becomes your identity. And you were talking about that's still not good. And I'm like, yes, it is, because it's Kevin Durant. Like, it almost goes old school, like summer ball type stuff. We need a bucket. What are we going to call? We're going to call Kevin Durant is what we're going to call. We're calling that guy. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, different kind of players, but similar to back when when it was the James Harden-led team, and a big criticism of their offense was, why is it so ISO heavy? Why are they always, and especially once Chris Paul came around, it's like, man, all they do is ISO, drive kick, ISO. Like, we're sick of this ISO ball. And I remember PJ Tucker was asked about it one time, and he's just like, man, I know people complain about this, but we have elite ISO players. We have James Harden and Chris Paul on the team, and they are elite ISO ball because our best players are the best at it, or some of the best at it. And so that's the reason why it looks this way. Now, this is a little different because Kevin Durant will be coming on the team that has these issues that Reggie's talking about, that doesn't have the offensive identity, doesn't have a whole lot of creativity about it. But to me, what Kevin Durant does is sort of compensate, and I think this is a little bit of the same of what you're saying, Lopez. It compensates for that. Oh, well, we're not very imaginative offensively. Well, guess what? We've got a guy who is.
Well, exactly.
We've got a guy who can just create a bucket, a guy who just is a bucket. Like, okay, what is our identity? ISO, pick and roll, Şengün post-ups. Okay, well, we still got Şengün for the post-ups, but now our ISO and our pick and roll game is a lot better because Kevin Durant is a part of the equation.
This is going to sound weird coming from me because I love ball movement and back screens and away from the ball screens and running the baseline to free yourself. Like, I love offense like that. But sometimes the offense is high pick and roll. Kevin Durant has the ball. Go do something. That becomes the identity. We can go back. We were talking about 31 years ago, the O.J. chase during the finals. They had 2 plays. The Rockets had 2 plays. 5 up, 5 down. Akeem here, Akeem there. That was their offense. That was their offensive identity.
Reggie, do you think it would be fair to say, like, a more imaginative offensive staff would have benefited from the makeup of this current Rockets team or the Rockets team that we just got done watching, and a less imaginative one would benefit from just, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you've got the ideas, oh, great, here's the athletes to do it. Here's Amin Thompson, a freak athlete. Here's Jalen Green, a freak athlete. Here's Jabari Smith Jr., a spot up shooter, and we can make this thing work. We can have a choir going here. But if you don't have that, all right, well, I need a James Harden. I need a Kevin Durant. I need to just get a ball to this dude and go because I don't have the ideas to make this thing work.
I think to some degree, yes, but I mean, all of this is era dependent, and I think we're looking at in this pivotal Game 5, and where 40 plus 31 equals W, right? I think that this is where you look at the teams that, I mean, in a copycat league is what we always say when we ever get to these portions, the finals and the Super Bowl and championships, World Series. We look at the teams that are winning and we say, what are they doing that we can then utilize? And you look at the teams that are winning right now, and they are versatile offenses. They are imaginative. Now, what's funny is I'm probably more describing the Pacers, who have they have a lot of different ways that they can match up with you. But then you look over at the Thunder, and they have a lot of guys that can do a lot of things, which is great. but they do also have two guys that they know that they can get the basketball, and those guys can get to their spot and get shots up. That's obviously Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and you can maybe talk about his body control, but maybe more even how he uses that body control to manipulate defenses and sometimes draw fouls.
Yeah.
Okay, fair. Jalen Williams, what you gonna say about him? 40 of them things last night was huge. Like, I think people are making having the conversation of can you compare him to Scottie Pippen because of how well his number 2, maybe 1B kind of play was in particular in that game? Or
young right now, it's hard to do comparisons like that. Scottie Pippen, all-time great. It's hard, but when you put up 40 in a finals game to put your team ahead, right? To put, like in the series, give your team a 3-2 series lead, like that's like the kind of that's what the finals are for.
Yeah.
To establish legacies like that and to have those type of conversations. So, like I guess I could see it, but to your point though, yeah, like it matters. I think you're looking at kind of two different ways to do it, right? The Pacers move the ball and move themselves, player movement and ball movement more than anybody in the league.
Yeah.
And then the Thunder, to your point, have probably the best perimeter ISO player that there is in the game right now, plus another one who's pretty damn good, and a versatile big in Chet Holmgren, who I know didn't do a whole lot last night, but is also an option for you that is like kind of a matchup issue for most.
Well, you can say that he had a lot of boards and putbacks that were super necessary as well.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, and I think just his presence, to that point, sort of changes the calculus for other teams. So, I either like look, go get Kevin Durant or help build the Thunder. You know what I mean? Like, go give me an MVP and a Robin who was drawing Scottie Pippen comparisons in his third season or whatever it is. Like, I'll take that too.
Yeah, and then the other part of it is, you're talking about SGA and Halliburton and all that, and we know Halliburton didn't have a good game. They're not 9 feet tall, as you talked about.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a difference in how you can build an offense. Like I said, I love the ball. We all do, but when that guy, you can just ISO up top. That's the difference.
All right, so
I do want to point out too the difference between. I hate to even have to do this. Playing for the Rockets, Kevin Durant on the Rockets, a well-built team that doesn't have to gut everything to get him, versus Kevin Durant on the Suns, not a well-built team.
Yes.
There he is, still getting buckets on a bad team. Somebody's got to do it. But the reason why that didn't work was not because of Kevin Durant.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's because of the infrastructure. It was because of the things around Kevin Durant not being good and failing.
All right, so real quick before we move on to something else here in what's popping. 3-2, Oklahoma City Thunder take the series lead there. How are we feeling about this one? Did it feel like, at least watching that game, are we in a place where we think that the Thunder are again in the driver's seat, like actually play style wise? I know obviously they are when you talk about the series, or does it still feel like Indiana is always always there and lurking and has the opportunity once you return to Indy to possibly still take this to a game 7?
Yeah, I am back to feeling after 5 games now. I am back to feeling how I felt going into the series, that the Oklahoma City Thunder are clearly the better team, and the Pacers, because of their style of play, are just a game wrecker type of, like, just a nightmare for any team, no matter how good you are, because they are actually good themselves, and their style of play is just antithetical to how I think playoff basketball is supposed to go and what it's supposed to look like. They're constantly running, they're constantly applying pressure, and it's just an issue. But when it comes down to it, the Thunder, I think, are just the more talented team. They've got the best player, got the second best player, or certainly the best second, number 2, right? The best number 2 on their team, with all due respect to Pascal Siakam. So, yeah, I feel like the Thunder are firmly in the driver's seat, and I was expecting them to pull this thing off in 6, and I think they're going to do that.
And what's Halliburton's status is the answer.
Yeah,
that's the answer.
Had his leg wrapped up. He's limited by the calf. He said, if I can walk, I want to play, but that sounds a lot more like this is actually some level of issue as opposed to I'm fine. He's been, talk less of like being, able to play. They've done a good job of
and now he's hurt.
Yeah.
That's why you got to feel good about Oklahoma City.
Yeah, and I'm going to, especially if Oklahoma City wins this series, which would mean the Pacers lose it, I'm going to go back on the Pacers' behalf and think about game 2, and that being the game where it took him so long to really get, I don't want to say involved, but aggressive offensively.
Yeah.
Like he waited until it was kind of too late in the game, which I guess for the Pacers, they feel like it's never too late, and I understand why they might feel that way. But it did seem like they were talking about on the broadcast, the bar I was at, we were all talking about it. Like, when is he gonna when is he going to take over this game? When is he going to realize that they need their best player to be their best player? And it felt like it was way too late. That feels like a missed opportunity. Yeah, they've done a good job of how they've guarded him, but also I feel like there's been some missed opportunity on his part. And now, it seems like it could be out of his, because if he's injured, if he's hurt, then, there's nothing he can do about that. I feel like there was something he could have done about it earlier on when he was healthy.
Entirely in an entirely different direction, because we've been very hoop heavy. How about a little, this is a Hall of Fame. How about this? Mascot Hall of Fame, T-O-R-O. Toro. Yes, the Houston Texans mascot is a fish officially.
Y'all got your tickets?
A Hall of Fame mascot.
You got you booked?
I'm gonna sit behind Cal and Hannah like Figgy did.
Are we doing another trip?
What flights go to Whiting, Indiana?
Is that where the Mascot Hall of Fame is?
Never mind.
Chicago? I don't know.
I don't know. How close is it to Chicago?
What part of
where are we flying into?
Yeah. How far is it from Indianapolis?
Yeah, every time I've ever been to Indiana, I flew into Chicago. So I'm just saying.
Indiana, you want to fly into another state. But yeah, man, Toro, the newest Hall of Fame member, class of 2025. That now makes all three of your major American sports teams here in Houston, their mascots all in the Hall of Fame. Orbit getting in last year, and then Clutch being in, over a decade at this point. But yeah, all of them in the Hall of Fame. Toro joins them. And I found it very interesting. The publication that you work for, Brandon, the Chronicle, actually had a very interesting sit-down conversation with the man himself, and I was like, isn't this sacrilege? I didn't realize we were allowed to talk to and know the real name and identity of the mascot.
I was just wondering, do they do speeches?
Yeah, well...
Well, apparently they do. Apparently, so the gentleman, of course, I forget his name in this minute, so I apologize. I believe, but I don't know
if we want to blow up his spot.
That was the thing. I don't feel comfortable. I actually, in my brain, was like, I don't want to remember this. I really don't. But he apparently he got into, or he wanted to become a mascot because he's from Kansas City, and the dude who was the KC Wolf came to his elementary school, took off the head, and talked to the kids about being this. And at that point, he said his 400 events or dates a year is going to schools and doing those types of things in kind of a full circle type of way.
Wait, where is he from?
Kansas City.
So even your math.
I wish you ain't say this.
Even my bad. See, this is my problem. I wanted to give Toro love, and now y'all are coming away not like
I'm gonna say root for the Chiefs, Toro.
Yeah, you're supposed to leave a little bit to them, Matt. But what was wild? So Matt Young at the Houston Chronicle did this story that you're talking about, and what was wild? So I was there yesterday at the Chronicle. And I didn't see this story coming. I didn't know anything about it until I saw, just like everybody else, I saw it, right? But in the caption or in the tweet that Matt used to promote it, he acknowledges that the guy kind of reluctantly tells people what he does because he gets so many questions about it and doesn't, you don't want everybody asking about everything. And so I'm like, so why is you doing this interview with us, dog? Because we got your picture on here, we got your name, we got that we know we know where you're from.
Yeah,
we know all about you now. The secret's out.
He could have been Tommy. He could have been Tommy from Martin.
Yeah,
we have no idea.
You ain't got no job.
You ain't got no job, man.
No, you ain't got no job.
Yeah.
So one thing I will do is, all right, if you don't want to know the name of Toro for real, I'll give me about 5 seconds. All right, you ready? Go. So his name is Andrew Johnson, and salute to Mr. Johnson, who is now a mascot Hall of Famer, class 2025. I mentioned Clutch went in 2006, but one of the things that he did say, and you alluded to this, I do want to help him out. If you do see him in the streets or whatever, these are the questions that he don't want you to answer, and I'll give you the answers as you mentioned. Is it hot in there? Yes. Is this an actual full-time job? Clearly. No days off. Do you do all those crazy stunts yourself? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, shout out to the mascot Hall of Famer of 2025 class, Toro.
Next time I see him at the tailgate, I'm gonna go, Andrew.
Hey, at least
he'll turn his head.
My man Drew is that. Hey, at least it is like it's not Reginald Atatula. It doesn't stand out. Like Andrew Johnson is generic enough of a name where I feel like he can just blend in and get by.
That's right. All right. That's what's popping here in the loop on Sports Radio 16.
Chicago Midway, closest airport to Whiting, Indiana.
I figured.
Okay. All right. Very good. So yeah, you don't even got to stay in Indiana. Just stay in Chicago, enjoy things, and then just fly. Is that what we're doing? Did we just plan a trip at this point to go see Toro?
I hope Parker listening.
That's right.
Get that budget together.
Get that budget together.
Chicago Midway, baby.
B. Scott, always appreciate you joining us, brother. And you know what? Might keep your ears out. It might happen at any given time of the week. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Christian Kirk actually had an opportunity to talk, and I believe it's on SiriusXM, and he didn't just give C.J. Stroud praise, but he gave us a hint on Stroud and this offense. We'll tell you what that is next.
Just when we thought the injury situation couldn't possibly access, exclusive content. Sports Radio play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Appreciation to Brandon Scott for hanging out for the whole last hour. Appreciation to you also in the various different ways that you've interacted with the program. On the text line 713-572-4610, where from the 713 it said, I thought KC was a coyote. Nope, apparently it's called KC Wolf.
It's a wolf, yeah.
I guess that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Just what it is. And then on the YouTube page, of course, always appreciate, Sally and Kicks Rocks and Victor Creed, all the people that are in here, Scott Woods. But also a special appreciation to someone named Hedgehog on the YouTube page who says they are watching from Tokyo, Japan.
Oh, awesome.
What time is it there?
Shout out to Tokyo. What is it?
What is our human natural reaction to going, what time is it there, as if we can't figure out the time zone? I mean, Google does that right for you.
Yeah, but if you're listening, just tap in and be like, hey, it's nighttime. I'm chilling.
2:05 a.m.
Hey, yo.
Hey, salute to you, man.
Big salute.
Yeah.
Big salute.
Dang.
I ain't watching. I ain't staying there watching nothing.
Us?
Hey, if I'm over in Tokyo, best believe I'm not listening to In the Loop.
Especially a city like Tokyo, I feel like there's a lot of stuff you get into. But although maybe they got
unless he's leaving the club or something like that.
Yeah, I got to check in on
that might be even more cool. They're like, I need to hear about these Houston Texans clubs.
Y'all hear what Christian Kirk said? I got to get plugged in on that. Yeah.
Man. All right, speaking of, I see what you were doing there. I appreciate the segue that you laid out for me, John Lopez. Christian Kirk, newest. Oh, I can't say newest anymore. You got Nick Chubb now.
Yeah.
Nick Chubb is technically the newest Texan, right?
Got draft picks.
Who's the second newest Texan?
It would be Nick Chubb.
No.
Oh, second newest Texan would be the last draft pick.
Okay. No, it'd be a UDFA,
last signing.
wouldn't it?
Yeah, the last
okay.
signing, yeah.
I don't know why my brain works that way.
Y'all doing a little too much now.
Christian Kirk, one of the newest Texans. All I needed was one of to fix that stupid loophole that I created for myself. He was on SiriusXM last week talking, I forget what the podcast or what the name of the show is, honestly, but one of the things that he did talk about was C.J. Stroud within the entirety of his visit. And it seems like there were some interesting things from Christian Kirk. We heard from Christian Kirk when he was at OTAs when we heard from him, and it was very interesting just to kind of get his
that
perspective.
big, deep voice.
Yes, I forgot we spent like a whole day and a half talking about that. Here is that particular deep voice talking about CJ.
The thing that sticks out about CJ is he's super mild-mannered, but he has a lot of confidence, and he's smart. He sees things well, and he's a really good communicator. And I think, at that position, especially being a quarterback and with him being a younger guy, that's a big part of, him getting to where he is now and still excelling is just the communication piece with not only the receivers, but, new offense coordinator, offensive line, whatever the case may be, is just open communication and, us being all on the same page. He's going to take this team as far as we want to go with him being at his best. And so, he's been great, just within the few months of spending time around him, communicating with him in the locker room, outside of the facility, whatever the case may be. He's got a bright future and, really excited to get to work with him.
Yeah, so a lot of things are focusing on, the comment of he's going to take us as far as we can go, et cetera. And he talked about bright future, excited to work with him. To me, that was almost like just sort of on the perimeter. I think what he was really talking about, and he mentioned it at least 3 or 4 times, the way he's a communicator.
Yes.
That to me says a lot about what Christian Kirk is really trying to say here. It's one thing to have a young quarterback and give him the reins of the offense. They've done that. But they've done it under the oversight of the offensive coordinator calling the plays. Some of those things going on, not really having a lot of control at the line. I think Christian Kirk is saying, no, he can do this. He can run the offense. He can make the calls. He can make the adjustments. That is, to me, what I feel is the more important thing here. No,
it's going to be super necessary with the offense that it seems like we are being led towards with this Texans team, as I always try and put those caveats in there, because I'm still not certain that Nick Caley has a full understanding and accounting of what this offense will be in its totality. I do wonder at what point in the season he will have like even that strong idea about that notion, and just like, the comparison that is to, early tenure Tom Brady with the New England Patriots, in the ways in which like that offense year to year did look, decent, or not decent, looked a little bit more than decent, but it looked different at various times because, of course, the kind of continual refrain that they've given us, which is, they're going to model their team and their offense around what the players do, and it takes a level of time figuring out which things do work, which concepts do work with the guys that you have. But with all of that being the case, the man who is central to all of this, in this instance, the Tom Brady stand-in, which is C.J. Stroud, he's going to need to be able to, take all of the, information, all the different things that they're trying to do, and divulge it to his players. Like at any given point, if you're trying to do, if you have a number of things that you want to do, just selecting through the menu of things is going to require a level of communication so everybody's on the same piece. You're setting up a lot of moving parts. It was the ultimate concerns for me. I think we've discussed this when it came to what you were doing with this offense, was you have a lot of moving parts that you're hoping all work and all hit the notes that they need to have, right? You have a 100-piece orchestra, and everybody needs to hit the right notes for this to sound beautiful, right? And so that means that you need to get all the right offensive linemen, but also all these guys, the offensive linemen that you're getting, you want them to kind of play above what their skill set is, because you did not go get like the most incredible offensive linemen that were available necessarily, right? So you need all of them to play above. You need C.J. Stroud to be able to orchestrate all these things. You need your wide receivers to, especially the young guys that you're coming in and to come in and not necessarily look like rookies, or at least play the roles that they have to the best of their abilities. And then with all of that, you need an offensive coordinator who is making the right decisions and putting guys in the right place and calling the right plays and setting up the right offense. And all of those things are a lot of moving parts that I think C.J. Stroud, being the dude who is actively under center or behind the center, taking the ball, having to distribute the ball to the right place, that's a lot of chaos that is possible that he is going to need to orchestrate, and communication is going to be 100% key to make sure that guys are on the right side.
And that's why I thought it was pretty enlightening what he said. Basically, and you guys know this, I do feel they're running the New England Patriots offense. There's just too many signs, too many indicators, too many comments to think otherwise with the offensive line and the way they're going to be blocking and some of the things they've said. But the at the core of it all is when he said he sees things well. That's what you want from the quarterback of this Patriots-styled offense, and for him to have that confidence in C.J. Stroud, not just the communication, but he sees the things well. I mean, hey, you're going to run the offense. All right, cool. Are you going to put us in the right play? How many times you heard people say that? He put us in the right play. That to me is the most important thing. When C.J. Stroud is, a receiver's talking about C.J. Stroud like he sees it. In other words, he can interpret what's at the line, make the changes, and it's still very, very early in the process here. But I feel that's where you can almost. He gave us a very strong hint that Stroud is taking ownership of this offense, and he is the right guy for the job, at least from Christian Kirk's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, how much do you believe in his ability? Because I do. I think you look at Christian Kirk. I mean, Christian Kirk over the last 3 years has been operating with Trevor Lawrence, right? So maybe that's a level of juxtaposition there that you have. But then even previously, playing with the Cardinals, like I don't know that you look at it and you go, man, Christian Kirk has had like the best wide receiver or best quarterbacks that have been throwing the football. I do wonder how much of this for him is just like, okay, this appears different from some of the guys that I've worked with more recently. I'm interested to see what that is.
I think it appears different, but I think it's being run differently. And to have a quarterback sort of taking ownership and doing that, I think that's exciting for someone like Christian Kirk. Because here's the other thing: it's not just the quarterback needs to put us in the right play. The receivers are out there saying, we should be doing this. Oh, he's putting us in that play. Cool. It's going to make me better. It's going to make Christian Kirk better. Nico, go down the list.
Yeah, and all of this coming on, it's coming on a season, or in a season rather, where it feels like this is going to be relatively, obviously it's important for the Texans, what they're trying to do, the continuation of pushing forward to the ultimate goal of hoisting Lombardi Trophy. I think it also comes within the context, and, maybe I should not be doing the things where I lean on the national perspective, because we all know, especially as it comes to the Texans, the national perspective seems to be skewed in a way that seems like there's not enough dial in on what the Texans are, what they've been doing, or what have you. But there's been conversations, at least around the nation and folks that are not close to this team, when questions about CJ and whether there was too much last year with some level of proof that maybe he was less good. I know I saw somebody who talking about this on Twitter yesterday, and I forget who the name was actually, but was talking about, well, don't forget, Bryce Young put together from week 8 on a better season than CJ Stroud. I'm very intrigued to see is this going to be something that assuages the fears or assuages kind of those kind of doubts of CJ Stroud when he gets out here and he has to be some level of, even if it's early Tom Brady, some level of early Tom Brady and really managing the offense? Are people going to give him that credit? Or are they going to also understand that that is going to be a level of difficulty and give him some grace as it starts?
No, I think that's the entire story with CJ, how he responds this year and how he responds, running the show. And he's said it just flat out. It's what I've wanted. It's what I've got. I'm glad to have it. And I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said, it's what I've wanted, and now I have it. And that is control of the offense. So I think he is going to get, any level of success. He's going to get the credit here, and certainly because of his play on the field and the plays that he makes. But no, I think it's obvious. Like, he's going to be having a lot of control of what's going on the field.
What for you poses the biggest challenge for CJ in having all this control as he steps into this space in year 3 with the Texans?
Yeah, I think he's never seen what NFL defenses do, disguising plays, right before the snap, and they work on it. Obviously, they're going to be working on that. It's one thing to say, when you see this, get into this. It's quite another when you're seeing something that's going to change half a second, and that's what separates the truly great ones that can see where you're thinking and make the adjustments on that.
Yeah, that's actually a great point, and I wish I had pulled this audio because I was ready to pounce when you were like, he hasn't seen this. I was like, he's played 2 years of quarterback. You're telling me he hasn't seen that? But I think
he had his deliberate reads that he had to go to.
Right, in a Bobby Slowick offense.
Making the call.
It feels like Bobby. Yeah. So now, is there going to be the creep in of, am I right? Like the doubt of making the decision. I think we can all speak to when somebody else is giving you that this is what you do, there's a freedom in not having to have the mental decision making within that, or at least having a
option 2 and option 3 already. Well, now he's got to know option 1 and option 2, before the snap of the ball, anticipating what the defense is going to do.
And it might be more of option A and option B, and you having to decide which one is priority of 1 and 2. And that's another level of processing that I believe CJ capable of. Don't get me wrong. We've talked about this a lot, even dating back to Ohio State. The type of offense that he ran seemingly would prepare him for this circumstance. But, one of the things that is interesting in this is I saw Cooper Kupp was talking about this, I think 710 up there in Seattle, about how defenses are infinitely more complex than they were at one point because of the cyclical nature of the league, right? The offense does one thing, right? It's very run heavy, and then defenses get bigger and stouter in order to stop them, and then offenses get more pass happy, so that defenses become more light and more malleable in order to be able to cover, and then it's that cyclical nature, but in a different way where offenses have become so complex.
Yeah,
in the way that showing you different things and moving things around and really trying to
right at the end of the before the play
100% and they're playing the chess match and maybe not even as much in a back heel role where you would typically anticipate defense, but now on the front foot of trying to force the offense into certain places, and he steps into this role of trying to be that guy in a different era than Tom Brady did. So I think that is fair. That's definitely a level of challenge that I'm very intrigued and very interested to see how CJ handles it with all confidence that I think he's capable of. But that will make the first few weeks. It'll make week 1 very intriguing because that's. The Rams are not they're no slouches, and you have good coaching there.
Yeah.
So I'm very intrigued to see what it looks like. But it is encouraging that Christian Kirk, who does not seem like he just says things to say things.
No, I agree.
Seems to have a level of confidence. What was the direct quote for him about CJ?
Oh, well, the best thing is he sees things well.
That's right. He sees things well.
That's important.
Yeah. So excited to see what that is. And sorry, I want to close this out, and I probably should stop there, but it did make me think. How much do you think the joint practice will help him in that regard? Because I feel and teams typically keep it relatively vanilla in those.
Yeah, but the coaches talk. I think that's important. Like they'll be talking. What is it? Lions, right? Is one of them that they're, and then they're going to have some others perhaps as well. I think they're going to say, hey, right before the snap.
I believe the Panthers is the other one of the joint practices.
Switch to this. I want to see how CJ. No, that's a big thing.
Because I think obviously there's a level of familiarity with D'Amico's defense, and D'Amico's defense. And maybe I'm wrong in saying this. They're just doing their job at an incredibly high level in what they do. And so I'm interested to see, like, at what point does CJ get the opportunity of real tests with, hey, this is the picture that they're showing you, except it's not what they're actually running, and how he handles that level of responsibility and reins on the offense. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, this is the time where we do our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic, and we will do those next.
Nico Collins is a big fan of new OC. here. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so what does big voice guys say there? Something?
That's correct. Oh, sorry, I'm not Figgy. You asked Figgy.
Yeah, you too.
You was asking me?
Yeah.
Oh,
sometimes it's sports. So y'all want to talk about tariffs?
Oh, do I want to? Like, can I?
Talk about it, yeah.
Maybe. Do I want to?
The floor is yours.
Do you want to talk about tariffs?
Not really.
My confession is I got an email this morning. I think I'm getting tariffed.
How does that work? Oh,
I think
for the sauce?
Yes.
They make the sauce outside the United States?
Look,
I thought I was getting locally sourced American barbecue sauce.
So it's about $40 for a bottle?
No, the price is not going up. Thank you for that. I'm glad you mentioned that. So I ordered a new pallet of OG sauce, because it's been selling. Good for everybody who's buying it. But anyway.
He said good for you for buying.
I appreciate that. But I got an email from our producer out in Abilene, the guy that puts it all together for me and labels it in bottles and all that. He said, hey, it's right here. Look, I'm showing you. We're waiting on one ingredient to arrive, and I'll get it out to you as soon as that happens. Then I realized, did you know this? Almost 80% of garlic.
Yes, actually, it comes from China, right?
Comes from China.
Yeah, I actually did know that.
I did not know that.
80% of the garlic that we use comes from China. And I'm like, am I getting tariffed?
Awesome garlic.
Fortunately, he's not charging me anymore, and I'm not going to charge anymore. But I was like, dang, I got to put it off the new pallet for about a week.
You have to start growing your own.
I grow my own garlic in my backyard.
Do we even have the climate for garlic?
I guess not.
Where the 20% at?
I don't know. Probably other places. Maybe some in the
U.S.
U.S.
Don't worry, I'm looking it up as we speak.
Yeah, maybe somewhere. I was like, holy crap! All this stuff that's been going on. We all know the story forever. Like, have y'all ever really? I mean, have you felt anything yet,
buddy?
Have you? Maybe some people have.
I have a mini confession off of that.
Yeah.
No, sorry. I thought you were going to go. No, my mini confession off of that is, I am very bad at, keeping track of money, in a real way.
Yeah.
I understand. I have a budget as far as not spending too much. But as far as, the things that I know I need to spend or what have you, I try not to trip off of, oh, man, the price of the brick done gone up. Because, that is a level of stress that I'm like, if I got to buy this, I got to buy this. So, I don't always do a great job of keeping track of this.
Did it go up?
This used to be this price, and now I am actually allotting more money.
And maybe I am too. I don't really pay attention, and that's not I'm just dumb that way. You're gonna buy it, you're gonna buy it. You know?
I think I kind of got into that place. I'm not. Look, don't get me wrong. I'm not rich or anything, but I'm better off than where I was at one point in my life. I kind of got to that point with the gas.
Yeah.
Where I used to always try to find the cheapest gas possible. Now I just get to the point I just pull up and just.
Yeah.
I end up looking at the price once I'm pumping the gas. I'm like, oh, damn.
Oh, you got wealth over there. I see you.
Yeah, so I kind of
not caring about how much. But there is something to be said for driving around town using gas to find the cheapest gas to save yourself a couple cents on the gallon.
I used to do that all the time. I used to have. Now I'm just like, man, the closest gas station. Let me get it on out the way.
Oh, Lopez, you're getting a deal. Shout out to Campione on the YouTube page. Restaurant owner here. Case of 30 pounds, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Of garlic has gone from $60 to $110. Hey, yo, brother.
Yeah, that's a lot. I had no idea. But fortunately, he's not. At least not yet. Maybe he's going to drop that on me later.
It's going to hit you in a minute. It seemed like y'all cool, so he might come to you like, yo.
Just letting you know.
You my mans and all.
I'll let you slide for a couple of months, but it's a little rough out here.
I wouldn't charge you this, but look, man, we running the business,
It's not
man.
me.
Yeah.
So a large majority of the garlic that is produced comes from China. Second after that is India, and then very, very, very small amounts from Bangladesh, South Korea, Egypt, and Spain.
But not here.
No, I don't.
Weird,
think
isn't it? I'd have thought all the garlic we get is from here.
Not China and maybe a little India.
These are my confessions.
All right, so actually one of my confession really just came up because on the text line, we were talking about the various people that have listened to us in various places. Shout out to Hedgehog, who said that they were watching us at this moment from Tokyo, Japan, and then various other people were talking about the places like Damon Smith on the YouTube. I feel bad weird reading people's full name. Damon on the YouTube page said that he's out there in the greater North Texas area still listening to 610.
Not a baby.
And then someone on the text line from the 281 said, when they were in Greece, they were listening to Payne and Pendergast, and I was like, appreciate you, or at least I thought I said, appreciate you taking 610 with you, right? Like, of course, man. Always want to thank the folks that listen to 610 and keep us going and making us the Houston sports leader. Upon looking at it again after he responded back laughing at me, I had typed 620 as opposed to 610 as if I did not know the station I worked for. And ultimately, that is my confession. I don't proofread anything. And you would think I do, as much as like making mistakes upsets my whole personal being.
Yeah.
I don't proofread anything. And that has caused me many instances of trouble because I sent something something entirely different than I thought. But I still haven't learned my lesson, and I won't, because I will never proofread a text or anything. I just send it.
I'm so bad that when you post stuff on the doc that has like either a spelling or an error, I correct it.
Oh, good. No, I appreciate that.
And it doesn't even matter. It's just us three that read it, and I'm like, let me fix that.
No. I sincerely
that might be a problem right there.
Oh, it's a problem.
It is.
No, it's absolutely a problem. I'm obsessed.
No, it's good. It's good that you do that. It's bad that I do.
It's not always good.
It is really
People
bad.
Hate it sometimes.
Is there something that you guys do that is a problem that you're just not going to fix though? Because that is 100% my mind.
Like it happened last week, and I forget what the word was. It was just like you either misspelled it or whatever, and I fixed it on the.
But
on the doc.
You do this with everybody?
On a piece of paper that just us three see.
Is it just correcting everybody?
Yes. Yeah, I'll do that.
And you're never gonna change it?
Never gonna change, and it can be bad.
These are my confessions.
Bring this up yesterday. We was talking about Father's Day on Sunday and all that. And I got to confess, I kind of feel like a father. Just for the simple fact that my wife got me a gift. She got me a weed whacker.
All right.
Yeah, she got me a weed whacker. Yeah.
She got you responsibilities.
I'm like, man, I was so happy for it because the grass kind of getting out of control. And I'm like, man, I need to get a weed. I kept saying it too. I'm like, man, that is such a Father's Day gift.
That is 100%.
And she was not trying to get it to me on Father's Day or anything. She just ordered it. But it came on Father's Day. I'm like, man, this is such a Father's Day gift right here.
For sure.
And I'm like, let me go. And I went right outside to try it. I'm like,
oh, for sure.
Yeah.
You go right out and use it.
Yeah. So, I felt like a father. Just getting a Father's Day gift.
Well, you're kind of a father. You're a dog father.
I ain't gonna. I wouldn't count.
Some people do.
Yeah, you're about to start up a whole thing.
Some people
I know
do.
That this really...
Now, sometimes being friendly, I say, if somebody asks, do I have a dog? Yeah, I'm a dog dad, but I ain't putting that in the same breath as like parents. Yeah, because y'all go through a lot, man. Like I just put my dog up in the cage. When it's time to go, come back. And it's all y'all got to raise these little efforts.
Yes, you do.
So yeah, I ain't gonna put myself in the same sentence as y'all, man. Y'all do a lot.
These are my confessions.
I do this all the time, and I often regret it. But I'll see a really well put together movie trailer. Like movie trailers get me all the time. You see the latest one? They're redoing Naked Gun.
Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke. Need a bathroom.
Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson's gonna be the new I guess detective, whatever he's called. They're doing a new Naked Gun. I'm like, I'm in.
Really?
It's probably going to be awful.
I'm so pissed he's not staying in this lane.
But he's versatile, man.
Taking 14?
Yeah, we need some type of orange shooter Taken. Let's do the same type of movie in Australia or something, man.
Taken was so good, man.
The first one?
Oh yeah.
Actually, I think you could probably go as far. Actually, I'm trying to remember how many.
Well, there were 3, but I like the first 2.
The first 2 were good.
Yeah.
100%.
I want to say it was 3, maybe 4.
Oh, y'all
the first 2 was good though.
Yeah,
y'all really ready for this movie club, ain't you?
Yeah, and now he's doing Naked Gun, and it was did you see the whole thing by chance? It was a well put together trailer.
I did not,
for
man.
the remake, Naked Gun remake.
That is not my type of movie, man.
It's not mine normally either, but I'm like, it's got me. It's got me.
I am not sold on the idea that this is going to land.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm honestly very, very infrequently am I confident in someone like doubling back on IP nowadays.
Yeah.
Like on older IP and like, hey, let's just refresh this thing. I'm often like, oh, this is probably coming with the lack of imagination and really the lack of like take it good. Like I think that's why typically organizations and studios go for these things that
100%.
because they're like, hey, we're just going to live off the nostalgia, but we don't believe that it's actually, or we're not actually going to take chances to
Sometimes
make it
they're good.
Sometimes they are.
Sometimes they're good.
Sometimes they are.
And he's excellent. I mean, the range alone from Taken to Naked Gun. By the way, who's going to play the OJ character?
Yes.
Yeah.
There was a couple of jokes in there that I think are probably uncouth.
I know one you were going to say.
That I'll stay away from.
I know one you were going to say.
From the 832. Gilroy, California is the home of garlic here in the States. All right, shout out to Gilroy, California. And then.
Well, why don't we get it?
You asking me like I read a text, my friend. Apparently they have the California Garlic Festival and everything. But yes, those, and then shout out to somebody who's coming in with an update on an anime, Lazarus, from the creator of Samurai Champloo and Cowboy Bebop. I appreciate you remembering things.
Reggie
that we
is the only person that know about.
That's right.
this.
I've already responded to the text. I have already responded.
I was like, I have no clue what that's talking about.
Yeah.
And then this is almost. Wait, no. Somebody else had a. Oh yeah. So somebody said that their confession is if they go to a gas pump and it says "see cashier" inside, they're just going to a different gas.
Oh, me too.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, me
That's
too.
a great confession because I never am I going inside.
Yeah. If I go inside, I have an attitude.
That's right.
And that person didn't even do nothing.
I know he ain't even do nothing, but I'm just like, man, now I gotta walk all the way in here and pay.
Oh wow, 713 Figgy father. Didn't your mom say you're going to be a father? The old people know.
She said
clock running.
It's happening. Let me go ahead and set aside some money for the baby.
I'm about to say, don't put no money on it.
Don't worry, I got you on the. You know what my favorite baby shower gift is?
What's that?
I get the diaper pail.
Oh, that's a great gift.
I love getting the thing.
That's a great gift.
I love the thing
They use it every day.
that they're going to use. That like because there's people that get like, oh, I got the onesie. I'm like, that's cute. I got the thing that they're gonna thank God for, and they're gonna be like, man, shout out to Reggie for really knowing what's happening.
Put
that
all
diaper
our dirty
pail-
diapers in that thing Reggie gave us.
I don't like the way you said that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, actually, somebody asked, have you done your voting today, Lopez? You know, you got to do voting every day, 5 times a day for the MLB All-Star game. Actually, the first round of All-Star game voting has been tallied. And you know what? Feeling kind of joke-like. Let's tell you why next.
Question.
He's from DNF.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Figgy Fig hanging out with you. First round of All-Star game voting has been tallied and it's been dispatched. And Lopez, I don't think you like what it looks like, do you?
It's a joke. Is that good enough?
I think that tells me your feelings on this.
Is that good enough? All right, so let me call it up here, but let me just give you a couple of hits, if you will. So the All-Star game voting is out. They do it by position, and just some of the hits here, and you tell me your initial reaction. All right, so would it surprise you if I told you not a single Astro tops any position group at all?
No.
Would it surprise you if I told you none even have a chance?
Yes.
How so?
I mean, we've talked about this quite a bit. I mean, in the AL, there's some tough groups where you have, your strong guys matching up in a group that's really tough. Like one of the things was we were talking about, and I don't remember where, I think it was the Athletic had put something out that was alluding to the idea that one of the big All-Star shortstop, where obviously there's been some really good shortstops. Jacob Wilson has been good. Obviously, Bobby Witt Jr. is Bobby Witt Jr. He's one of the stars at that position, kind of just in general. And then there's been Jeremy Pena, who has been a delight for you. He's been a revelation even at short, and really more importantly, at the plate for you. Now taking up the leadoff duties. In fact, I was thinking about this as I was, starting up the game last night. I was like, damn, it's kind of incredible. This dude used to bat, what was that, like fifth, sixth? And now he's like confidently leading off for you, and I feel great about it. Like this. Who was it
said he might be in the Altuve or somebody said he might be in the MVP conversation here pretty soon?
Was that said?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That is. I guess that might have been a thing that was said. But I mean, even without that, like I've been very fond of him, and it felt like he should be in a level of running. For you to say that he is not close is surprising for me.
He's not going to even come close. The leader at shortstop, Jacob Wilson, 562,000 votes. Plus.
Understandable. He's been incredible.
Jeremy Pena is third with more than 200,000 fewer votes.
Okay, he's third. It's the votes that's getting him in. But, I mean, he is third. And it does feel like the Astros are going to be at a disadvantage with any of these during the voting portion of this just because of the relationship that we know that the Astros have with the larger MLB and especially baseball watching public due to, that thing that happened at one time in 2017.
That's right.
But it does feel like Jacob Wilson is also getting the bump of like being a really interesting story, young cat that's playing really well. So like maybe obviously you have A's fans that are voting for him, but just like some Chicago White Sox fan who's just been interested in baseball, they know that this is an incredible story. People are understanding and appreciating. This is an incredible story for Jeremy Pena, especially if you're not watching closely, because you'll be like, yeah, he was a World Series MVP before. Like, sure. But that would not actually tell the story of the development that we've been seeing.
I thought that whole the late 2022 run
or 22. Did I say 17?
Was going to be the big difference, But it's not. He's more than 200,000 votes short. Now, how about second base? Jose Altuve. We noted that he came in as a second baseman on the ballot.
Even though at any given time he is listed and considered a left fielder for the Astros. It is interesting that he's still – do you like that? Do you feel like –
Nah, I don't really like that. He's an outfielder. Well, he does both, but it seems like they changed his position. How about this, though? He's 100,000 votes behind Gleyber Torres.
But he's third, though.
He's third.
I did find that interesting because, like, he hasn't been bad. He hasn't been, like, peak Altuve. He's been somewhere in between. But would you be happy with him making it as a second baseman?
Oh, of course.
Just for him to make it in general?
Just to make the squad. But my bigger point here is I'm going to give you some more that are sort of head-scratchers here. Like, this is not ever going to change because baseball likes the interaction with fans. They enjoy the engagement and all that. This isn't even close. I mean, this isn't even close to an accurate depiction of who should be the All-Stars and stuff. Now, you get reserves and all that, but let's look at the other way. Is it fair that Christian Walker is fifth among first basemen? He's got over 123,000 votes. Paul Goldschmidt is probably gonna get there. He and Vlad Guerrero are 1 and 2, but Christian Walker is fifth.
Yeah, I'm like, who? Who are we talking about?
Thank
when
you,
it came
Sean
to first
Pendergast.
baseman?
Yeah, I didn't want to call him out. I'm like, he might be voting.
See what you're doing?
How many IP addresses does Sean have? That's the first question. It's just like, Sean, where are the places that you're voting at? Like, is he going to various different places? Is he taking people's phones and getting that does feel outside of the bounds of what should be.
Jordan, 4th, 107. How many games has he played?
How many games has he played well is probably the better question.
172,000 votes, 4th place. Hasn't really played well when he played and has missed a lot of games.
When things like this happen, even though, I think once you get to the end, you probably find something that's a little bit more indicative of what's happening. But I keep thinking back to like the years that like Yao Ming was a starter in the NBA All-Star game because, the international
there were some
voting.
Serious ballot stuffing.
Yes. Shout out to our friends in China that did that for us in those time periods.
Garlic.
But like, how does that at all make you feel a little different about what the All-Star game is and how it's going when you see things like that happening? Even though Jordan, I'm okay with that because of who he is, the stature of his character, and really like who he is as a baseball player, still a feared hitter, even though he's had a rough season and obviously has had injuries. The Christian Walker one's a little tough, even though he's also a respected player, but it's just he's had such a rough season that if he ain't quite as Jordan, it's kind of surprising that he's in that place.
Yeah. All right. You ready for the outfield?
Yes.
Where do you think Jake Myers ranks in voting?
I don't think he can't be in the top 5.
There are 20 that were listed.
Give me 13th.
I'm gonna say 11th.
19.
Okay. That's
19 out of 20.
That makes sense.
I kind of get it.
But again, it's reflective of this is a joke. It's a joke.
I mean,
because they're not basing it off of the play on the field. Pretty much, it's like a popular vote.
Yeah, but okay. Let me get the other one. Where do you think Isaac Paredes ranks among third basemen? This incredible year, getting a lot of run, a lot of pub.
This is the one that's going to make me mad. This one's the one that's going to make me mad. He better be third.
Nah, I think he's out the top 10.
He's 5th.
Oh, 5th. Okay.
800,000 votes behind Jose Ramirez.
I can't blame. All right, so you got to tell me how many votes he is behind second. Jose Ramirez has been really good this year.
Yeah.
Not only this year, to be fair.
Oh, you mean
he just always is really good. Yeah, who is he?
You mean Alex Bregman? Alex Bregman is
who's
second.
Also been really good this year. I can't be mad about those. But then who? Okay, so you have 1 and 2. We know Isaac Paredes is 5. Who is 3rd and 4th? To see if I actually can be. Well, I'm trying to find righteous indignation, and I hope that 3 and 4 allow me to be righteous. Otherwise, I'm just mad for no reason.
So Bregman has almost 200,000 votes more than Isaac.
And again, I could just.
Berger is 3rd from the Blue Jays. And Zach McKinstry from the Tigers is 4th, and then Isaac.
All right, so
come on.
So where do you think Isaac should be?
He should probably be 3rd. I think Reggie's right. Maybe 2nd, if depending on what you feel about his defense. Although Bregman's obviously got an incredible defender, but yeah, probably 3rd. But so no Astros are.
Within shouting distance.
Shouting distance.
It's Altuve is your best look. Now, of course, your best opportunities at real All-Stars are pitching wise. Because Hunter Brown is legitimately on Cy Young shortlist, and it's a national perspective with Hunter Brown and the way that he does his thing. Josh Hader has been incredible. Like he has the saves, he has the save percentage, all of this at a level where I think, and then he's also just already been from a baseball perspective on a national stage. Those guys are probably in a good space to be All-Stars. But like this, I think this also to some degree speaks to what this lineup has been. Like defensively, they've been fine. Offensively, they've been doing enough and timely. But it has not been good enough. It's been good enough to get victories, but it's not been good enough to gain accolades.
Yeah, but let me ask you the second part to this. As we understand fan contest, and it's not going to be very accurate, and some players are going to just get short shrift. Does it make you rethink exactly how many Astros make the All-Star team?
I mean, certainly.
Right?
I mean, certainly to some degree, although I don't know how we're talking about the likes of, Jake is playing really well in the outfield, but will he get that love? We were talking about the guys that we felt comfortable with Isak and Jeremy, those guys are looking a little bit more dicey, but I do think that they still have an opportunity, especially as Jeremy has been consistent. Isak is returning and probably finds his groove. And as you get closer towards the All-Star game, those guys are continuing to play important games. But you knew that it was going to be the guys that you were really talking about with pitching wise. Like those were the guys that were really stand out and that you were hoping a little bit, especially with the ceiling that's on those guys with Jose Ramirez, and I guess if you want to put Bregman also there, and Jacob Wilson being, ceilings that were going to stop them from being starters at the very least.
I think it's a very real chance you get one.
That you get Hunter Brown?
Or
outside
of
the position
outside
players?
Of pitchers, yeah. Because Paredes is fifth, and there's going to be two for sure with Ramirez and Bregman, and then you got Barger and McKinstry, and then the only one you really have, I don't know if is Altuve going to make it behind Gleyber Torres and Jackson Holiday.
Will Altuve go?
Jazz Chisholm might be in the mix at some point. He might not go. As you just said, you might just get Jeremy Pena, man.
Not a bad All-Star representative not if you had to, but like when you send one. But
it could be some things where people get injured and people opt out, where you might get a couple more Astros in there. But right now, it's looking like maybe just one.
And maybe pitchers. You might get Hartman and Hader.
Which it feels fitting, though. If you have two pitchers and one, fielder, that feels more fitting, like the way that this season has gone, that your pitching would be the ones that are, I guess, appreciated and saluted via the All-Star game. Who would you be most upset about not making the All-Star team of the guys that we're talking about, even though we understand, like, the way that this thing is voting out early? And maybe this probably also means that we need to be more diligent and, hey, Astros fans, get up there and vote for your Astros.
Yeah. I would say Isak, maybe even Jake Myers. Because I'm assuming Jeremy Payne is going to make it. He's got to make it, right?
I mean, you know what they say about
maybe not. Yeah.
I was like, you know what they say about assumptions, though, right?
Maybe not.
You're talking about it. I don't think he's at a place where you can say that with any level of certainty. But yeah, it would be upsetting because Isak has been a revelation. He's been very good for you. He's been one of the stabilizing forces, if not the stabilizing force for you. I think that Jake Myers has been really good, and I think there's a level of adulation that's due locally. But it feels like Isak has been like national level good, and it feels like he should be able to get that on that stage.
I mean, let me be very clear. Jake Myers is not going to make it. I don't think he has any chance at all, not just with the voting, but the outfield. That's where they put – there's a bunch of studs in the outfield. You can just go down the list and players that are certainly going to be mentioned and thought of even by the manager before Jake Myers. But so I'd say Isak.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, again, a reminder, get out there, continue to vote for your Astros so that you can make, if for no other reason, John Lopez a little bit happier. Anytime, right? I often do most of my blaming on all the things that are wrong in my life on Pendergast myself. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is a question that is kind of built out of the Rockets offseason, but I think it factors in a lot of different places with these dynamics that the Houston sports teams have, where you have this strong coach and strong front office head. Who wins in a moment of disagreement? Is it Ime? Is it Raphael Stone? Is it D'Amico? Is it Nick Cacerio? Who do you think? We'll talk about it next.
If you ask Nico Collins, the Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. And Lopez just said as we were coming back, he's not wrong. We might get a championship tonight.
Yeah.
Stanley Cup Final, Game 6 is tonight. And it is, again, in Sunrise, Florida, where the Panthers might be able to hoist the cup in back-to-back years. And in this instance, do it on home ice, in their home barn, as they like to say.
Lopez, you still going for the Oilers?
Yeah.
And that's how I know it's going to happen for you. You know, some of us in this room.
Lopez got that Canada flag in the back pocket.
Some of us in this room understand hockey
Canada.
enough to
Some
know
of us are Americans.
that America,
about the underdog.
America wins at hockey.
I'm all about America.
It's been 30-some years that Americans have won.
Yeah.
I mean, look, not even just Americans. Florida out here winning the hockey, brother.
Yeah.
Like,
Florida men.
That's how bad
It's
it is.
warm down there.
That's how bad it is for Canada, man. We like, hey, man, not only will it be Americans, it's not going to be Boston taking that Stanley Cup. Florida.
Yeah.
That's right. They're going to take it, win some hockey, and then go play some golf at the same damn time.
Same
That's
day.
what it's like. Same day. But yeah, I'm excited to see that. But we were talking a little bit earlier with B. Scott about the possibility of Kevin Durant, and it seems like all three of us are largely in a place where we like the potential of adding him. I understand that some people are not in that space. They view him as either too old. We didn't speak enough to like the idea, the concerns of the contract that people have, because he'd be an expiring contract. So it's either you're trading for a rental or you'd extend him in a place where you're probably spending something like 50, 55, maybe a little bit more even a year for the next few seasons. And I know that makes some people squeamish. I understand those portions of it. But I kind of want to zoom out a little bit to the 30,000-foot view real quick on what, like, the interpersonal dynamics with the Rockets. And to be fair, right, understanding that when we talk about the Rockets, they are pretty synergistic in the way that they operate. They seem to be a one-band, one-sound type of operation for the most part. However, there seems to, and I think I came to this reading Michael Scotto and his reporting from Hoops Hype, that it seems like this is one of those instances where Ime Udoka, like, obviously he really appreciates and enjoys his work, and maybe, just maybe, a little bit of the hesitation might be coming more from the side of Raphael Stone. Like, I'm not trying to say, like, create a full dichotomy there, but, you know, kind of establish that. It's also worth noting in a similar context, the James Harden thing seemed to maybe fall along somewhat similar lines, at least where, you know, when we're talking about, is James Harden going to return to the Rockets? There's possibly a way of viewing this that where one side is more interested than the other in the possibility of this this opportunity to reunite. Yeah. And that got me thinking. Again, they seem to operate in a space where they align, but who wins out when they don't? Because typically you would think, all right, the front office, like general manager, is technically the boss of the head coach. But we've seen a number of instances where the head coach has so much power and clout in their role that they might be the biggest voice in the operation. And I tend to believe that Ime is in that space. Like, we were talking about the identity of the team following behind Ime. He is the face of this thing. Who do you think wins out in an instance where there's a level of disagreement on what to do for the org?
Well, and you do, I know you do, but just in a general sense, you do have to realize, as the most aligned front office on any team never agrees on everything.
Agreed.
Like, ever.
Yeah.
So there is going to be that. There probably already has been that. And the reason I say that is I think when you bring in a guy that has transformed the team so quickly, just your results on the court make you more powerful. I think the same thing is Texans are incredibly well, they can't compliment each other enough, D'Amico and Nick Cacerio, about how well they work together. And we'll get to that. But with the Rockets, it wasn't very long ago that they wanted to get rid of everybody in the Rockets front office, because it was so bad. So I don't think it's really even that close, even though they have a good dynamic. They probably bounce everything off. But Raphael Stone, people wanted his ass out. I mean, not 2 years ago, right? So Ime kind of rescued him, and they get along great. I'm not saying they don't.
Agreed.
What I'm saying is, almost by default, Ime is going to ultimately have the say.
Does that offer us any level of insight into the way this is, and maybe does that even color the way this has happened? We're getting more and more reporting that, like, obviously there's been conversations between the Suns and the Rockets, and I mean, early on, you can maybe take some of Raphael Stone's early statements as maybe indicators that the Rockets, as an organization, were less likely to make.
I don't even
some
think
of these
maybe
deals.
It's got to be a very high bar, more inclined to build. I mean, those are things that he said.
And now you've seen that maybe, I don't want to say it transformed because, again, he left open those spaces. So I'm trying to not mischaracterize what Raphael Stone has said. But it does get to a place where it feels like we are significantly closer to the possibility of the Rockets making a deal for, again, a player that it seems like there's a relationship that Ime has, and that I think it's fair to assume that Ime would want that level of deal. Seems like they move closer that way. Like, it does that ultimately will help get this done, in that Ime seems to be the straw that stirs the drink for the Rockets.
Yeah, it does, and I think the reporting has been as much as well. The Rockets, favorite or second favorite, depending on who you listen to, in the Durant stakes, and that's not the other part of it. It's not like all of a sudden there's going to be strife.
No,
I think
don't
it's
think
just
so.
like, I feel very strongly this way. Well, I don't. Let's talk it out. I think ultimately Ime gets his wish. That doesn't mean they're going to get Durant, but I think he's going to get his wish. They're going to make a run at it.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like the way that the cost has gone, the idea that the Suns have been at a place where they said that they have not, or there's been reported, I think it was Windhurst saying that they're not excited about the offers they've been getting. I think all of that does point to the idea of maybe, again, and you would have to find that happy medium or that synergy again with the organization, where even if Raphael Stone, again, and this is a hypothetical, but even if Raphael Stone isn't as excited about the possibility of the addition, the cost being such that it makes it comfortable. Because, again, it feels like what the Suns are going to get out of this potential deal is you get an opportunity to not have that money on your back and maybe have an opportunity to maneuver, especially a team that in that second apron and yada, 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 the contractual obligations. You're not going to eat off of all of the things you're getting back between draft picks and players. You're eating off of, now you have an opportunity to maneuver and try and get yourself out of the hell that you put yourself into. But I think that now I kind of want to take that to the Texans side of things because, again, a similar kind of dynamic, and even in that same place, D'Amico Ryans really is in a way that really makes more sense in football. It happens more often, but he, even more so than I think the average, is the guy. Like, we talked a lot about Swarm, what was that, yesterday, the day before, and it's because that is the way that D'Amico wants them to play, and it lands all the way up and down the organization. Like, if there was an instance where Nick and D'Amico, and they already have like a level of resolution practice in order to get themselves to a place where there's an answer that they can both be happy with. You think that it's the same answer, that the coach wins out in a potential disagreement?
I think I actually think it's different. I think it's not that it's not the same answer ultimately, but I think it's a different dynamic. I think D'Amico was so plugged in on the defensive side, so plugged in terms of culture and leading the entire team, but got burned. He got burned on the offensive side of the ball. I think he trusted Bobby Slowick too much. And I think ever since that happened and D'Amico had to fire Bobby Slowick, I think it's almost as if like an offense-defense thing gets the ultimate call. If it's an offensive decision, if it's an offensive player, that's Nick Cacerio. Nick Cacerio ultimately gets the call. How do we know that? Popovich, Cole Popovich, John Carroll guy, and a New England guy. Just go down the list. Nick Caley, New England guy. Some of the players that they're bringing in, Trent Brown, New England guy. Andrews, a New England guy. We're seeing that if it's an offensive thing, Nick Cacerio ultimately gets final say. I mean, it's as plain as day. But if it's defense, it's a team large thing. I think D'Amico Ryans gets the final say.
I find that to be intriguing because, I mean, look, I could see the line of thought that you lay out here in the ways in which there is so much connective tissue to reasonably what you look at for Nick Cacerio offensively, whereas defensively, I don't know that that's in the same place, and it probably just comes down to the D'Amico Ryans guys or the folks that help him execute what he does. Do you then think that means that the stakes of this year are not only on Nick Caley to some degree as, obviously first year offensive coordinator, CJ Stroud as he's coming off of a lackluster second year, And, I guess the litigation of his early legacy or what had those two words together, by the way. I'm sorry. I feel bad about saying them.
Litigation?
Not litigation, early legacy.
Oh.
Because there's no such thing, right? Your legacy is something that is determined well after you're done. But however, we're sports talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the ways that people discuss this. But, he has those stakes. Do you think that also there's a modicum of stakes? That's a bad word to use there, too. But, do you think there's a level of stakes on Nick Cacerio with this offense this year?
Yes, absolutely. Because this offense has been crafted as a New England-style offense, my opinion, but it seems pretty obvious, with a ton of a ton. And when I say a ton, I mean a lot of guys with Patriots and Patriots and John Carroll connections. In fact, I'm looking at a list I have right now. I just had this in the back pocket in my notes for a long time. Guess how many guys went to John Carroll or on the and again, I'm not saying they're inept. I'm saying there's a connection there.
Sure.
There's a connection there.
Are we counting
scouting
Cacerio?
and offense?
Oh, scouting as well. Oh,
yeah.
Gosh. I'm going to guess 4, 5.
I'm going to say 7.
6 including, that I found. There may be more. 6 including Cacerio. Director of Pro Scouting, John Carroll. Nick Caley, John Carroll. Shane Vereen, John Carroll. Frank Ross, John Carroll. Jerry Shaplinsky, Senior Offensive Assistant.
Right. How did I forget Shaplinsky?
John Carroll. Patriots, at least 9. So if it comes to scouting and offense.
Sound like they know about football.
Because that's a football school, baby.
A football school.
Football. Again, I'm not saying they're not qualified or good enough or going to be great in their job. All I'm saying is let's connect the dots here. It's not a coincidence.
Okay, and I mean, obviously, the biggest one where he has a level of stakes is the offense line. Like, were you able to fix this thing that was clearly a problem?
Yeah.
Are there? What are the potential negatives on the downside of this? Because we're all obviously all operating from a place of hope at this point and trying to see what is put together. But what is the downside if it does not come together?
With offensively?
Offensively, but really, I mean, if we're also acknowledging that, hey, man, there's a lot of input that is
a lot of
Nick
Patriots
Cacerio's here.
A lot of John Carroll.
What happens if this does not come together in the way that it's supposed to?
Well, I think we're going to have that discussion again that frankly, Cal McNair had to rebut. Are you not? Are you sure? You sure you're not?
Either that or you might, I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing. You might have Cal maybe step in like, all right, let me look at these candidates and maybe I'll give my opinion on them.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like he letting them do whatever they want for the most part.
Yeah.
But if it goes bad this year or maybe next year, something like that, I can see him saying, all right, let me look at these coordinators now with you.
Yeah, because, again, it feels like there's so much goodwill for Cacerio in particular with the way that this team has gone. Where I don't want to say that, like, all right, now your job is on the line. However, again, we worked our way into a place where it's like, yo, he has, as a general manager, you do, and vice president as well. You have a lot of power, what have you, but there's a lot riding on whether this offense get themselves together. And, of course, there's been a lot of positive signs or at least statements. And of course, it's the time of year where people say positive things all the way around. But we're talking about Christian Kirk, talking about CJ Stroud. We were talking about CJ Stroud. We were talking about, Nico Collins, talking about CJ, talking about Nick Caley. We were talking about all these various different things. In fact, Jonathan Alexander in the Houston Chronicle had today talking to Titus Howard in the way that this offensive line is going to be nasty, which is a description that I don't think that we could have used for this offensive line, at least not last year. And I don't know how far back you'd like to go back to where you could maybe talk about this offensive line as nasty. We'll see if that actually is an accurate description. But there's some stakes here, man.
I'll make very, very clear. This might be the path to the Super Bowl. Nick Cacerio might just be putting together everything he needs to do on the offensive side and in scouting and in personnel to win a Super Bowl for the city of Houston. But what it does is when you put this much of this team into the Patriots way and the John Carroll way and all that other stuff, there is the risk of if it doesn't work, what you're talking about. But it might be great. It might be just he's familiar with these guys. They're confident in him. He's confident in them. That there have been, and oh, by the way, there have been very few, if any, indications that this doesn't work. The Astros, the Texans are on an upward trek.
Yeah,
you know?
They are. So, I'm really excited to see that. I don't know, just an interesting thought that I had about, these instances where, these executives and head coaches, especially of a certain stature, how do they match up? And how do they come together, especially in an instance where it feels like a big decision is there to be made and both sides have an opportunity to have different perspectives. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out, and I think the more pressing one is the possibility of the Rockets acquiring Kevin Durant. It feels like we're mere days away from the possibility of getting a resolution there, as we're less than 10 days away from the NBA draft, in fact. And we might need to talk about
right after the finals.
Are you in a place where you feel like the Rockets are actually selecting at 10?
I don't see why not.
Because I've constantly been in this place where I thought about that as a pick that they're going to trade. And maybe that's possibly wrong here. We're probably going to have to start looking at who are the people that they might actually select at 10. And they're pretty velocity. So we're getting close to having to look at that a little bit as well. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 from the 832. The line has been sassy. Coming up next, never sassy. Yeah. We turn it over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. Fig, what you got for us?
Yeah, so it's a country station in Nashville that's making some headlines. And it's kind of a funny thing that I kind of want to do around here.
Uh-oh.
Plus 6 weird things that could get you flagged by the TSA.
Okay, yeah, you don't want that. So make sure you stick around. We need to know what we get, how to keep ourselves out of the TSA's crosshairs. We do it next.
Just when we thought the Night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy Radio 610.
Yeah, it's the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down. On Tuesday? It's Tuesday?
It is Tuesday.
Yeah,
I thought it was Tuesday. Like a Wednesday
I was
or
about
Thursday
to say, I almost said Wednesday. I almost said on a hump day.
If we all pretend like it's Wednesday, can we make it a Wednesday? Like, can we just trick everybody else into thinking?
That's how it works.
I mean, has anybody ever tried, though?
Well,
you know?
Good point.
Hey,
Give it an effort.
Who made the rules? We could do that.
Yeah.
Hell, it could be Friday today, and we won't come to work for the next couple days. We should do that one day.
All right, if enough people text in, I think we might give it a try. No call, no show.
Yeah. Anywho, happy. I almost said Wednesday again. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Let me get some James Brown to comment.
Let's do it.
Get a little funky right here.
Hey,
there we go. So it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So it's a guy by the name of Travis Daly, who is on the air for 103.3 Country in Nashville.
Oh,
so
big time.
Yeah, so it's a country station in Nashville. That's a hell of a gig
country
right there.
Country station in Nashville.
Yeah, so apparently somebody called in.
Don't you think?
You said what?
Don't worry about it.
So apparently somebody called in and said they were trying to request a song from their competition station.
Oh.
So, which is the Big 98 with Wayne D, a guy by the name of Wayne D. So what do you think Travis Daly did?
Well, you got to play the song.
Play the song.
Yeah, he said there was a request that they wouldn't give.
Yeah.
So like we'll
take care of that. But he did take the call, and this is how it happened right here.
Let's go to Hendersonville. What's happening, man?
Yeah. Whoa. Hello?
Are you all right? What's going on over there?
I'm sorry. You startled me for a second. You're a real person.
Yeah. Last time I checked. What does that mean? What do you mean I'm, as opposed to what, a fake person?
No. Okay.
Spit it out, son. Take a breath. Spit it out.
Okay. Well, I don't want to. I'm nervous. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So I've been listening to the other country station. I don't want to say who they are. I don't want to give them credit for nothing. I've been trying to call there, try to request a song. It's like I get a voicemail. Like nobody answers the phone over there.
All right. Hold on. For you, those of you listening at home, hold on. It's not that I don't believe this cat, but let's find out. And here's what I'll tell you. Life is about decisions. If what he says is true, all I can tell you is I'm going to be in here answering your calls. I live in Pleasant View. I'm here with you guys. So hold on.
Nah, he called him.
Boy, this might be a bad idea on my first day, but we'll see.
First day?
It's Wayne D, and yes, I missed your call. I'm so sorry, but I appreciate you calling the studio. Do me a favor.
What do you know?
Leave me a message. Give me your name. Give me your number.
I ain't doing that.
Give me
I'll
what's
tell
on
you.
your mind, what song you want to hear, or anything else you want to share with me. I would love to hear it.
Wayne D, it's Travis with my new friend Mike. We were calling to try and make a request on your show. Apparently, you don't care about us enough to pick up the phone, and you expect us to leave a voicemail and wait for you to call us back.
Wow. He called the other station.
That's quite a heat check. That is quite a...
They answered the call right there.
I think he probably knew they don't answer because he went right to, I'll tell you what I can do. He probably knew that they go straight to it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good, I know that that this is recorded and they're not doing their show live or whatever, and this is how I get at them, is set this up.
I kind of want to do that.
That was fun. I like that.
We should do that.
What you mean?
Yeah.
We should do that. Or you know what? I'm gonna let you off the hook. I should do that.
You're gonna do it.
I'm still not sure if that's a great idea, but
just imagine if I do something like this.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Hey, John and Lance, how y'all doing today?
I was like, I thought that was a recording and you actually had done it. Like, that's what I thought was really happening in that
moment. What's up? What y'all got going on the show today?
Hey.
They call somebody else. Let me see what they doing around this time. Hey, Matt Thomas, what's up? What's going on, man? It's Fakey Fig. What's up? What y'all talking about on the show today?
Oh, my goodness.
Good gravy.
I think people should do that more often, man.
Well, now you're gonna get it. See, you're gonna hurt yourself.
And see, I'm not even trying to be funny.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be nice. Mm-hmm. Like, just keep the positive vibes around everybody.
Sure.
We ain't got to be mean and throw no mud. But yeah, man.
I'm not mad at anybody.
What else should I call?
Neither am I mad at anybody. I don't know if that works out the way that you're trying to set it up at.
That would be fun. I would just.
I don't know about that, but
hey, what's up? What you doing? Hey, y'all doing a segment right now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll call you back later. Have a good show, man.
I'll call you back later. Let's call Travis Daly. Let's request a country song.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
We can call Travis Daly right now.
This country song I request is Take This Job and Shove It.
Yeah.
Johnny Paycheck.
Yeah.
All right, let me move on before I get in trouble.
That's right.
So 6 weird things that could get you flagged by the TSA. So apparently an airport security expert listed some weird things that could happen to you at the airport and get you flagged if you do some of these things. I'm going to go down the list,
okay.
All right? And by the end of this list, I want somebody on the text line to actually do this to see if it works.
Oh, man.
What?
You're all about it
just
today.
getting people. This is chaotic.
Hey, I just want to see if it works.
This is chaos.
Yeah, just, be the test dummy. So the first thing they said, being dressed for the wrong weather.
Oh, I see that.
So if you go in the airport and you got too many layers on in the summer, then that could...
Going to Bermuda and you got 3 jackets on?
Yeah.
That's a flag.
Yeah.
I buy that one, yeah.
Yeah, so they felt like you could be hiding something.
Mm-hmm.
Yawning a lot. So
I don't know about that.
Yeah, so he said when people are stressed, they tend to want more oxygen.
Yeah, but they're also tired. And people on trips tend to do a lot of stuff.
Why don't you go to the airport, try it? Try it out.
That's a great way to make me mad.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just tired. I'm yawning, and you pulled me out the line.
Yeah. Excuse me, sir. Stand over to the side.
To do a random check?
Where are you going today?
Yeah.
Take a nap.
I was going to the lounge.
Yeah.
All right, the next one is not making eye contact.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I could see that.
That
but it also could be very innocent, too. Like you're just, whatever, you're checking your bags, making sure you get everything done.
Especially in this day and age with all the social anxiety that people got out here.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you're going through TSA and you got different security and stuff like that, if you're not making eye contact with them, that's a bit of a red flag a little bit because you can easily, hey, how you doing, or something like that.
Yeah.
Not everybody is as suave as you, Fig. You know, some people got a little bit of anxiety. Like old boy that called in the station and was like, you're real?
So that could be an issue too, because being extra chatty is also a red flag.
Oh, so if you talk too little and you talk too much?
Yeah, because if you talk,
what am I supposed to do?
If you being extra chatty with them, you could be trying to throw them off.
Yeah, hey man,
in some
how's it
other
going?
way.
I am trying to throw them off so I can get to my gate.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do right now.
I seen too many Liam Neeson movies, man. So they might trying to distract somebody.
Mm-hmm.
That way they can let somebody else in on the other side, and then you got a whole shebang going on. What about this one? Using way too much cologne or perfume.
Well,
they say that's a giveaway of trying to mask the smell of drugs.
Also depends on who's going through. Certain people like to wear more.
I don't like what you're doing right now. Just go ahead and stop that right now.
Who is those type of people?
My people.
Cut that
out.
People. Cut that out right quick. Hey, I don't necessarily know about the idea of trying to hide the smell of drugs. What I will say is this is one I actually agree with for no other reason than we about to be in a pressurized test tube together.
Yeah.
Don't cut that out.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody trying to smell your cologne if it's good or not. Just cut it out.
Yeah. And the last one is, to me, this is law for me. Arguing or being aggressive.
Don't do it.
Like, what are we trying to be aggressive for, man?
What are you going to gain here? There's nothing to gain.
Yeah, that don't do nothing but get you in trouble.
Yeah.
So,
I'm with you.
Yeah, so, let me know. Try it out. See if it works.
You just setting people up.
Yeah, y'all the ones talking about some, you can't look at somebody or you can't make eye contact.
Yeah.
Try it out. Try it out and see where that gets you.
Man, I don't advise you to try it out, but if you do, make sure at the Figgy Fig on social media, let them know. Record it first and foremost that it's happening, and then send it to Figgy.
Yeah. Yep, it's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So Jeff Teague on his podcast, the 520
Club 520?
Club 520, yes. So he was talking about how he was playing for Tom Thibodeau, who was the head coach for the New York Knicks.
Yeah.
And
this was in Minnesota when they were together, right?
Yes, it was. I think it was at Minnesota or Chicago.
I don't know. Did Teague play in Chicago? I know he played in Minnesota. That's why I thought that.
Yeah, I can't remember, but he did play for Tibbs, and we kind of look at him as a hard ass coach.
Yeah,
that a tough guy to play for. Well, I think Jeff Teague talked about how it was playing for Tom Thibodeau.
Everybody thinks Tibbs is like this hard coach to play for. That you gotta do it this way. He really don't say shit. He just be down. That's all he say. But he don't be saying nothing. He don't be like, T, go here, do this. He don't really be coaching you. He kind of just be like, damn. Damn it, man. Damn. That's all he say. He be making the funniest faces. Yeah. Come on, man. It's a game, bro. You can run. You can shoot anytime. You can run anything. What do you think, Jeff? What do you think? I'm like, I don't know. You see something out there? I'm like, get Jimmy the ball.
This actually tracks quite a bit because Tibbs does not seem like a coach that people dislike. Like, you know about Brunson and Josh Hart, like the podcast that they had, the Roommates podcast. They have Thibodeau, or at least had Tom Thibodeau on the podcast a whole bunch, whether it was just like hitting him up on FaceTime while they were doing. Yeah. He seemed like kind of one of the guys, like they had such a nice relationship. And he seems like a good coach, so I would understand him being like, I'm not going to overcoach you guys. You guys are pros. You guys are adults. I'll see what you guys see from being on the court because you guys are, intelligent. You know what's happening.
Yeah.
The thing about him, though, is you overwork your guys, and we'll ask you to hear this, Lopez, from like your coaching perspective. Is there maybe too much leeway of just kind of letting guys do too much without a level of instruction?
No, I think that depends on the coach and how they prepare before. See, I think that's what he is. Like the prep before, like I bet you they have long shoot-arounds and everything else is what it is. Once you're in the game, I think that's just his style to be able to let them play and do what they want because he expects them to be prepared. And then the other thing you touch
Come on, man.
Just all the minutes and all that.
It's funny whenever you look at him on the sideline, you can see it too.
You can totally see
he's standing there with his arms crossed. Come on, man.
I just love the idea of T being like, I don't know.
What do you see out there?
You the coach. You tell me.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. I just want to give a shout out to Kim Davis, who covers the Houston Texans. You can hear
covers everything,
everything in Houston, pretty much.
Had some really good chats with her at Toyota Center covering the Rockets. So she's everywhere.
I've known her for 30 years.
Yeah, and she's an Aggie.
She's an Aggie. Yep. We talk Aggie football and cry in each other's beer all the time.
I like her.
Yeah. So she just released her book called Sports. My love language, it's complicated.
Yeah.
And it's on Amazon. I purchased the book. I just got the book. I want to say.
Book signing today.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Are you going to show up?
I texted her. I've got the podcast today, so I'm not going to make it. But I told her I wanted to talk about it, so I'm glad you brought it up. It's a book signing and a Sloan Hall mixer at today at 2624 Westheimer Road. Kim Davis. I'm really glad. Really great person. And you can RSVP. Kim at KimmyDavis.com.
Yeah, Kim Y. Davis.
Yeah, well, I say Kimmy. Kim Y. Davis.
Yeah, she said, I remember she said she hate when people say Kimmy.
I say Kimmy. But KimYDavis.com. Kim, I know it's going to be a good book. She's been in the business. She went to school when I did. She's basically maybe a year or two younger. But
why you put her business out there?
Dang,
you know what
man.
they say.
I thought she was like my age.
You know what I mean? Like, you ain't had to do that.
Dang, I thought she was like 37. Dang, man.
I just said I've known her for 30 years.
She said she's the same age as me.
Might be older, too.
My point is, yeah, she was a senior when I was a freshman. No, I'm
Class of 81.
I'm kidding. She's got great stories, I'm sure.
Yeah. I'm super excited, but that does bring up a question. I am going to that, to the book signing. I don't know what the dress code
attire
is.
Like you are right now, I'm sure.
You think so?
Oh,
you think I'll make it with some joggers and a t-shirt on?
It's a bookstore, man.
Yeah. You still look clean though.
Thank you. I appreciate
that's the thing. Some people coming in looking dingy and all that stuff. You can't do that, but you look clean.
Somebody said Figgy's feeling that new diet today. Yeah, that new diet got him hungry, I'm guessing, because he was lashing out. He's like, yeah, go to TSA and push him in the chest and see what happens.
Push him in the chest.
That's basically what he was saying.
You know what? Let me call somebody else real quick. Let me see.
Come on, man. What are you doing?
Paul Galan, what's up, man?
Oh, wow.
How you
Paul,
feeling, bro?
Miss you, man.
Hey, man. You know you coming back over here, man?
The worst part about this is that somehow this is going to get through the grapevine, through like telephone, and it's going to get back to one of them, and it's going to be like, oh, they was talking trash about you.
Of course.
When in all reality, that's not what was happening.
Of course.
I'm sure that'll happen.
Salute to everybody,
Salute.
man. Everybody in the business. Salute, man. And we all want.
Sure. All right, that is Figgy's mixtape right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something mixtape worthy, send it to the man. He'll put you on air and shout you out. But yeah, appreciate you doing that. Always fun to get the mixtape. Another good one, brother. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive, and also this Raphael Devers thing. I do want to circle back to it because there's more information that makes it very interesting. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right, Father's Day may be over, but
Auto Parts.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Tuesday. It is indeed a Tuesday. Nobody backed me up on the idea. Let's just, if we could just call it a Friday and see if we can make that go.
It wasn't a bad idea. Just hard to back you up.
I mean, it probably was a bad idea. I'm willing to acknowledge it. I just wanted to see if I could, garner enough of the folks who would go with me. Seems like no. That's fine. We'll work on a Tuesday and then come back on a Wednesday and keep doing it. But appreciation to all the folks part of the program, you on the text line and on the YouTube and the Twitch chat from all the different corners of the world that apparently y'all are listening to 610. We appreciate that. And, of course, thanks to B. Scott for jumping in with us. A few things that I wanted to know. First and foremost, we talked yesterday about that 10-1. Was that yesterday or 2 days ago, actually? No,
What's that?
It had to be yesterday because today is Tuesday. Again,
today is
I don't
Tuesday.
know why I keep trying to make
What
it
is
Wednesday.
up with you guys?
Trying to make this week go, baby. Trying to make this week go.
It don't feel like a Tuesday,
It really
man.
doesn't. I don't understand.
And it's really about to throw people off on Thursday.
Tuesday
because
has
it's a
no
holiday.
feel. Tuesday's the only day of the week that doesn't have a feel.
I disagree. There's a Tuesday feel.
Nope.
All right, you said nope very quickly, so that means you're right.
What's a Tuesday feel?
There is none. Monday has a feel. Wednesday has a feel. Thursday has a feel. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but Tuesday has no feel.
Have to be feel because that feel would just be the absence of the other feels, would it not?
No, exactly. It would be an absence of a feel.
All right. Anyways, I don't want to. This feels like a very slippery slope to get down. I did want to let you know, 100-meter champion Noah Lyles has apparently canceled his showdown, his race with Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill. Remember, he had that 10-1-5 over the weekend. Apparently, that has now been canceled due to personal reasons. Lyles told reporters that they were very deep into creating the event. In fact, it was supposed to happen this weekend, but unfortunately, quote, there were some things, complications, personal reasons that it just didn't come to pass, but we were full on. We were going to shut down New York Times Square and everything. It was going to be a lot of fun, close quote.
That's interesting. On two levels. Yeah, they were going to do it at Times Square.
You think he's scared?
No, I don't think it's that.
Now, it seemed like it was a lot of, I don't know if it was a lot of money involved or something involved where I don't think he'd do it because he's scared.
Like. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Because he was like all in. They were in, apparently, right?
I mean, that's what it sounds like if you are to believe Noah Lyles in that instance. But
it had to really be something personal.
Mm-hmm.
Or he personally got scared when he saw that 10-1-5 and he was like, hey, man, that man moving.
Oh, brother. That's where you're going? He does that in training.
I'm messing around. I just found the timing to be interesting. It happened this weekend. We talked about it Monday, Tuesday. Ain't no race. I just look.
Put 2 and 2 together. Still adds up to 4.
Sometimes you get 4. Just
I
making
will
that
say it
issue.
ain't gonna stop that chatter. People gonna feel like he backing out because he's scared.
And it wasn't just the 10-1-5. I remember after that, Noah could never sign, even though that is factually inaccurate. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's room for intimidation and competition, ain't it?
Yeah.
And maybe, do you feel that there was intimidation from Raphael Devers when he, with the circumstances that happened there? The Athletic put together some insight into the Raphael Devers trade through the perspective of anonymous executives around baseball. One AL evaluator calling it our Luka Doncic trade.
That's aggressive.
Very aggressive. Very aggressive. Like aggressive. You couldn't even call it another Mookie Betts because that feels like that's even closer to what we're talking about here than Luka Doncic is just entirely in a place that you cannot try and I don't know, excuse it, right? They tried to talking about some level of defense or what have you.
Yeah.
How did you view this trade when it comes to magnitude? Like,
I didn't even really compare it to Luka. I think that's a standalone. I get it, and I get the Mookie even better. I mean, that's more apples to apples, right? But I just looked at it like, okay, they're throwing it in for the year. That's where I went. But there's no way the Red Sox can even try to sell that they're still going to try to win at a high level. When your best player, you just moved.
They could be still going to, they could still be buyers at the deadline. Although this is an interesting.
But are they going to be better? There's no way.
It doesn't feel like it. And I think I've seen some evaluators say long-term, this is the right move. And we can talk a little bit about more here in a second. But, I mean, an AL evaluator said, is it possible to not like this for either side? Are you one of those people? Because some people are in the place of the Giants overpaying pitchers and taking on the entirety of the salary, as you mentioned, that Raphael Devers has. But he is, we were talking about, 27 or what have you, as a big swinger. And I mean, he was playing third base, but I mean, if you're being honest, the defense probably isn't a place where you would want him as a DH. So people are viewing him like, are you taking on a really expensive DH at this point? Is there a side that you like this particular trade for?
That's an interesting question because I hadn't really thought of it like that. I think the Giants you have to like just because of the offense that he brings, and where they are, where they play. We talked about that yesterday, where some of the metrics and such would indicate that he's going to just rake in San Francisco. So I think I would lean that way. But I get the point. They did give up a lot. They did give up an awful lot.
All right, so the move for Boston, and I mean, again, we're still looking at okay, are they been taken out of some level of contention in the AL because of this? But I mean, this all started, and we trace this back. Like obviously, bringing in Alex Bregman to a position that Raphael Devers previously had, and then the organization pretty much not budging on the idea you're not a third baseman anymore. We're putting you at DH, despite your efforts to be a third baseman and your willingness to be there, now having you move to DH outside of your will. Seemingly, the reporting is they asked him to play first base. He had no interest in doing that. He was like, no, you said I was a DH. Why would I play first base? And then boom, he's out of there. I saw David Sampson, who used to be an executive in baseball, used to be an executive for the Miami Marlins, was saying basically this is one of those things where the organization makes this move almost as five that, look, man, if you are not here for the team and if you are here for yourself, you are not going to be here at all.
Yeah, no, and he's not wrong there. That's why I think it's fair to say long-term maybe better, that kind of stuff. But on the short term, you just can't sell. You can't sell that they're going to be any better. But I get that, and I'm going to be very interested to see how Devers, whatever you want to call it, attitude, approach is in San Francisco.
Yeah, I saw something, and I saw from Foul Territory, who is, Talking Baseball, I think was what it was. And they are, they typically pretty good about, these things, but it's an aggregator. And you can always,
unverified.
You always got to be real careful with aggregators as opposed to like, maybe actual journalists that are, that you can trust their sourcing, what have you. However, it did seem like somebody was pointing to the idea that Devers indicated that he would be interested or open to playing first or third base in San Francisco, which would kind of lean to the idea that he was
just not happy.
Yeah. Like, would you agree with it? Because it feels like he has a gripe there. Although the notion of, hey man, you're not being a team player seems to land. This is Jarren Duran, who is a very good outfielder for the Red Sox. This was him talking about him finding out about the Raphael Devers trade.
That he trusts everybody that we got right now. I mean, I trust everybody we have now, and we can't let one little thing deter what we got going so far.
It seems like more than one little thing. It seems like it's one thing for sure, but it's kind of like a big thing, to be honest. Right?
Who's making it a big thing, though?
I mean, losing a great hitter,
Yeah. He's how many guys? 26, right? And it's just one guy. So we got 25 other guys that were pulling on the same line to win those series, not just one. So I think we got to think about it like that as a team.
Yeah, so he was started with what Cora's message was, but man, shout out to whoever the journalist who was like, "Hey man, that was good. This is a big deal, man. What you mean?
Little thing?" But it does speak to like maybe there's even in the clubhouse.
They're like, "Hey man, he's good, but he not above the rest of us." You know what I mean? It's we got some dogs over here.
I wonder what the clubhouse was feeling there. Like it's hey man, glad we got him up out of here or something, or it was uncomfortable or whatever. Or was it like, damn, y'all just traded away our best hitter?
It's probably both.
I'm sure there's some of that.
It's probably both.
We welcome in the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. Clint, have you been in a lot, locker room dynamics are always very fascinating to me. Have you been in a dynamic in the locker room where the locker room was kind of split on how they felt about something that was happening with the team?
Like a great player.
Oh, yeah. Look, I was in an interesting dynamic in Dallas because we had a bunch of the guys that had returned from the Super Bowl teams and was trying to make a last-ditch effort to make another run kind of deal with Troy and Larry Allen and Eric Williams and Mark Stepnoski and all these guys. And that group, trying to force their ways on a young group when it had been – several years since they had won, trying to do it the old way was really interesting. interesting thing like this. Maybe the very beginning of I talked about it a couple days ago, the Larry Allen situation.
Yeah.
You know, where Parcells came in and everybody was like, hell yeah, let's go win now. You know, let's go get this thing done. And all of a sudden, L.A. is a key component to that. Still one of the best offensive linemen in the game, and Parcells clearly is trying to get him out.
Yeah.
And, that was an interesting dynamic. I didn't see it all the way through because Parcells cut me, but that was an interesting dynamic that it was clearly uncomfortable, right? Everybody knows that dude can help us win ball games.
Yeah.
But it got to a point where, unfortunately, he wasn't going to buy into Parcells' ways, and it was two, what do they call it, objects that just ain't neither one of them going to give. And so I think most guys were like, all right, man, it's time.
Right.
So we want to win games, and now this is impacting my ability to win games and ultimately play well and make money, and let's move beyond this kind of deal. So I would imagine the Devers deals is more like that, where, he had initially probably had some buddies that were like, hey, man, this is a bull job move by the organization, the way they're handling it. But then it goes on so long, and Buddy don't want to play.
It's best.
Yeah, right. At some point, the players got to go, I love you like a brother, man, but it's going to be best that we all part ways now. So it was interesting.
All I know is Jaron better know your left field ain't safe.
Well, I mean, the way he's been playing, I don't know.
I'm just saying, it don't matter. It don't matter. Hell, it don't matter who you are.
Yeah.
Don't get used to that position. Better be ready to just whatever happened.
Yeah.
They're not even going to talk to you about it. They're just going to bring them in.
Yeah. I mean, that was
whatever position you play, don't matter.
Yeah, that was the real nasty part about it for me. Is like to make point that you got to buy in. When in all reality, it feels like it should go both ways, right? The organization should have some level of respect for the player who has been really good for him.
I said this to Clint yesterday. How much communication you think was had towards Devers? I'm talking before the whole Bregman. Like before they actually signed, before they brought him in.
None. He thought he was still third baseman.
Zero. And that's often the case, as you know.
I understand that he's being pushed around as the bad teammate. I mean, he did some, like he took his stand. He took his ball and said, no,
he had a press conference, a mini press conference talking about
no, you told me I'm doing this. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I've been there. I can see myself getting there at some point. But, like, that dude isn't just any other person on their team. He's supposed to be the cornerstone of their team.
Yeah.
And they did him like, hell yeah, he going to San Francisco. Yeah, I play third.
Yeah.
I play first.
No.
Y'all gonna communicate with me. They could have communicated that day.
They really could.
Hey, you had a moment yesterday, huh?
What I do?
You know what you did.
You thought it was going to be some Paredes news, and that Lance McCullers got.
I forgot where I was.
I could tell.
Just chilling, man.
If I told you that I've watched that video more than 20 times, would you believe me?
It was good.
I love T-Mill in full stride. Hey, somebody dumped that.
Which is funny because you would think that it'd be him dumping it. He was just like, I'm not going to do it right now.
He was reading.
I was reading that dang report. My fingers were busy.
Got a little ITL in the crosshairs. Today, boys. Serious one, and end with the really serious one. Reggie, diaper pail, clutch.
Thank you.
Very, very good.
In terms of having a baby, like the things that can be, you can't get away with not having, like you got to have certain things, right? You got to have a car seat, right? Got to have diapers, right? But when things that you can have, and well, I could use a regular garbage can. But, a crib, I could use my bed, I guess. It's not safe, but I could use it. A high chair, I could use, I'll hold her and feed her in my lap, The diaper pail is huge because if you don't get that diaper, like if I don't close the diaper pail right now,
stink to high heaven.
Oh, it's like smelling when I walk in the house. Crease, oh my cracking God. Back. Yeah, crease, cracking back. That's if it's a girl, right? There's one less crease if it's a boy. The garlic conversation I was fascinated with, boys.
Thank you.
80%? Look, but here's the deal. There's a deeper lesson there. You mentioned tariffs, right?
Yeah.
The garlic tariff conversation is a very basic, simple education for some folks on tariffs out there, right?
Yeah.
The garlic issue is a problem. California cannot meet the demands of the U.S. and the rest of the U.S. cannot afford to because China can produce it cheaper. And China does things like dump it in below.
You're real comfortable, right?
Below Ron? What tariffs got you uncomfortable?
No.
Go
ahead. I'm curious.
I'm just being weird.
Well, they can dump garlic in here less than what like take a hit just to get a bigger part of the United States, right?
Yeah. That's always what people come to us for.
And so that's where it's at. Like imagine garlic if it's some kind of fuels or some kind of chip in your phone or something like that.
Simple
and now
supply and demand.
Now you're dependent on China.
That's Right.
Right.
Professor Clint on
the
thing that blew me away is they produce 80%.
Right, but they produce 80% because nobody in America can produce it cheaper than China because you know how China plays.
Yeah.
So they've taken that whole industry except for a little bit in California.
Yeah.
California can't produce enough to feed the whole United States. So now we've got to go buy it from China.
Yeah.
And that's why you can't get your OG sauce.
And so
you're going to get it. Let's be very clear about this. They're not raising the price. Neither am I.
The interesting thing, after that, y'all had me think, because after that I did some research.
Oh, okay.
It was even before this whole tariff deal.
Did some research for the tariffs.
Before the tariffs, the United States was trying to pass bills to eliminate this issue of China producing all the garlic. So this goes back to before this tariff thing became
crazy,
super popular.
Crazy.
Yeah,
it's very enlightening.
But it is. I think it's a lesson on tariffs of exactly what now your sauce is dependent on Chinese garlic.
Yeah, well, it's just being delayed.
Well, I mean, either way, Reggie had a nice comeback of the increase in prices on garlic, right?
That text line was crazy.
Well, the restaurateur either has to pay more, or our farmers can't produce it.
Yeah,
somebody's gonna take a hit.
Yeah, for sure.
Until it's righted.
But not OG sauce consumers.
Not yet. I got a feeling you're under contract. I got a feeling you're under contract. I think you're under contract,
He doesn't know that.
John.
He doesn't know that.
I think you're under contract, and your guy can't change it yet. Wait till that contract's up. He's going to say, "Oh, let me get that back."
Not 100% on that.
Lopez is being the Astros. We're going to find out later. The price did go up. All right. We're done for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow, which tomorrow is a Wednesday today now, but what I do know is you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. I saw you doing that yesterday. But what I will say is everything that happened today. Yes,
got that in, didn't you?
Yes, I did. And right now the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live. I love watching Reggie as we get to the 12:04 to 35 mark.
I'm always good raw dog in the drive.
And every day
it's a little fidgety.
I sit there and I think, am I gonna be an a-hole and really run him through this? Because I want to see if I can get him. Because he's trying to get everybody together so he can get that in for a second. And it needs about 4 to 7 seconds. And I just think every day, do I want to? And you know what, Clint, man, John, I'm just thinking this and just kind of running right through that 205 mark.
Yeah.
I just kind of want to do this to him sometimes.
Just be a little bit, push it to the line.
Yeah, just push it.
Well, why not? I didn't know the 205 was the mark. Hell, I thought we could just, as long as we got D&M Auto leasing in, we can just keep breaking bread.
Yeah, got to get that thing in within. Attack that ass. 5 minutes of the top of the hour. Either way. Get in there at 157. To be honest with you, they could do that right before we come on, and they'd be good. But no, I love it. I look up there and I look at 204, and I look at Reggie, and I see Reggie looking at him, looking at the clock, looking at everything. And I'm like, oh, let's get this. By the way, welcome in. It is the drive. You see Clint there stretching, and you see Tyler there on
sexual,
YouTube.
Man.
What the hell? By the way, referencing to the cussing I did yesterday, we found out what happened to Lance. This is Lance McCullers Jr., who around this time, Tyler parachuted in with the breaking news of him being scratched from his start last night and being placed on the IL with a right foot strain, and this is
his foot is white too.
White too, yep. Lance McCullers Jr. Sprained his right foot. Came after what manager Joe Espada described as you won't believe it, folks, a freak accident on Saturday in the weight room. The sprain is above McCullers' big toe. Espada hopes it will only require the 15 days.
It's not ideal.
By the way, did you put an S on that, Junior?
Yeah, I did. It has an S on it. It's what I read. What I read is S. It does for some reason.
That's possession. It's his sprained right foot.
Yeah, Lance McCullers Jr.'s sprained right foot. Yeah, I get to
Ron
say that.
Burgundy over here.
Yeah, I get to say it. That is right, actually. When I go into the
that
sprained right foot.
Right?
Yeah. But
no,
a freak.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is. If I'm
McCullers
describing
Junior's,
his
he's
right
talking
foot.
about his
Lance
sprained
McCullers
foot, like
Jr.'s,
Clint's or Tyler's.
Maybe it was just the way you said
Lance
it.
McCullers.
Sorry,
Lance McCullers Jr.'s sprained right foot.
Got you.
Yeah,
I got
It's The S almost a lot of S's in there.
Yeah, we're finishing with a lot.
My fault.
Lance's, McCullers Juniors sprained right foot.
Yes. So if you just said Lance Jr.'s sprained foot, you'd be all right.
It would have sounded. I was all right. It would have just sounded. It would have just sounded.
Yes.
What the hell happened in this? What is going on? Didn't this absolutely? I believe this, and I hope I'm wrong when I say this. I think the weight room is what ruined Chaz McCormick's career. Did Chaz McCormick hurt himself?
Something in his back or something?
Whoa, dude!
It's over.
His career?
It might be, man. I'm just saying. I don't.
Chill.
I'm not gonna. I'm chill. You think Chaz is ever gonna get back to that Chaz from a couple of years ago?
I think them running Dusty off. I think them running Dusty off and quitting that banana pudding and having a little love for Chaz really ruined it. But the weight room was.
He hurt his back.
The back strain in the weight room really seemed like it put a nail in the coffin, boys.
No, we didn't know it at the time, but right now we're looking at it. What in the world happened Saturday?
The interesting thing about
and
this
he made the trip.
I want to say like, okay, there was. Like, hey man, he was doing some box jumps or something in the or maybe he was doing some jump rope and he hit the edge of a mat and kind of rolled his ankle or something. But those kind of things would not be considered freak accidents. Like a freak accident is like somebody else was working out and dropped a plate on his toe or something.
Yeah, and that's where it says the sprain of the right foot is above the right big toe.
Or like if you're playing catch. Like out in the out practice.
Somebody hits a 109 exit velo off your toe.
That's freak accident too.
That's a freak accident.
Sorry,
I think he dropped a plate on his toe.
That's what I would. Dropping a plate on the toe that resulted to a sprain.
Was he working out in open-toed flip-flops or what? That wouldn't surprise me.
Does that result in a sprain?
You're 45. You drop that joint on your toe. You're lucky you don't.
I think I could see a break or yes.
I don't know.
Well,
man.
It's not like we know anyway with this medical staff.
That's a good point. What would he be doing in a weight room the day of a game that he's starting?
Well, no, they said it happened Saturday, right? So he was supposed to start Monday.
Oh, so they knew about it. They just didn't know how bad it. So that makes a little more sense. So they took 2 days to be like, "What's going on with this big toe?" And they realized he can't even pitch. So
they saw the imaging. Yeah,
the imaging. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on with these guys? I have never in my life.
What is going on?
Seen anything like this. I mean, it's like you can't pitch on the mound. You can't go to the weight room here. You can't wake up.
Our pets' heads are falling off.
I mean, I think Jordan tore up a knee running out of the box once.
Jordan.
You can't go to the World Baseball Classic.
Astros ain't loyal.
I mean, they can't do anything without getting hurt. They've got 12 guys on the injured list, it seems like. Jesus.
And somehow, atop the AL West, 10 games over 500.
It's all unexplainable.
It's Twilight Zone.
It's the damnedest thing. I wish whoever that reporter was pushing Durant, the Red Sox player, I'd like for that person to come and push Joe Espada next time they've got questions. Joe, I need to know what this freak accident is.
No. Can you I bet you Lance tells us.
I think Lance would tell us.
Unless it's something. Unless they're lying and it's just something to cover up for a, like I said yesterday, something that.
Was he doing a squat? Was he doing a squat and he rolled? Like what happened?
No, I'd have a hard time hurting your toe on a squat. I don't know. That's
when I just hear sprain though, dropping a plate on it, you can. This may be just ignorance. You can sprain something by dropping a plate on it, or it would just.
Oh, you can sprain anything.
I mean, I feel like a sprain had to happen on
that big toe joint. You hit that big toe joint just right. It'll pop that little.
And I guess if it doesn't break, it's a sprain. Is that what it is?
Well, if it hits you in the joint, it pops out of socket or something. That's the strain.
Yes.
He's sore.
15 days worth of soreness.
If he dropped a
general soreness.
I'm just gonna say, if he dropped a plate on that big toe, if that's what it is, I would just assume it's broken. And whoever looked at that imaging has seen a sprain, but I think it's broken.
Well, with this crew, you never know.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe if
it's a drop plate on a toe, I'm not comfortable with we looked at it and we came up with a sprain.
Well, this is not good.
I need a second to third opinion. Maybe whoever's running the Rockets, maybe whoever's doing it. I needed the A's, somebody else.
Bring in the training staff from the Texans. It's the offseason. They got a little time.
You boys want to double up?
These guys, and maybe these guys, now I'll tell you this, imaging when it comes to elbows, now this group's got it. They can look and see a Tommy John. But when it comes to limbs and fractures, that's not their strength, right? They look at a hand and they see inflammation.
Shins are tough.
Shins are tough.
Yeah.
Elbows they got. That guy, they got trainers that can eyeball it. Don't even have to look at it.
Forget about Bregman's. Don't forget about Bregman's elbow. Bregman had to come out and wasn't at his elbow. He had to come out and let him know, like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, they kept throwing it. Yeah. All right. But by the way, the Astros with that they did get walked off as the A's. They now have a 4-game win streak, 1-1 in the ninth, and this was. Hey man, kill me quick and kill me easy. Let me know. There was that swing. There was no. It could be. It might be. Run it down. Does he have a chance? That ball was out. You could have turned your TV off as soon as it was over.
Hey, he threw the bat in there. He knew it when he hit it. It was done.
I mean, that thing was yanked. But you're looking at it from the positive side, right? You saw some things that you liked coming out of that loss.
Well, look, you're not going to win every walk-off. You're not going to play. You're not going to hit the ball lights out, considering how many bats you're missing. You're not going to give in. You've got so many pitchers that aren't available right now. So you just got to take. Sometimes you got to take this kind of thing in stride and just keep it moving. So I'm not overly concerned about the game. I think there was two big positives. When I flipped that damn TV on and Paredes was batting, I thought, what are we doing? What the hell happened here?
I'm still personally thinking.
I thought he was pinch hitting just because I flipped the game on late. I thought he was pinch hitting.
He ate.
Well, hell, they said, he's 0 for 2 with a walk. I thought, well, damn it, I didn't know if he could walk, much less play in a game. So that one, Paredes being in a game, assuming he didn't re-injure anything, which I saw him bat in the 7th or 8th inning, so I don't believe he re-injured anything. That right there is a huge plus. To think that we could get him, we didn't lose him for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a month with some kind of bad hamstring tear, calf strain or something. That's a huge plus. And then you in Gusto standards, Gusto was great again, boys. 5 innings, 1 earned run, 8 Ks, gave us a chance to win a ball game. It's really all you could ask for. The last 2 outings for Ryan Gusto have been really good. And look, I don't expect Ryan Gusto to be a guy that's going to carry you to a ALCS or a World Series. But if we're talking about chewing up, we're talking about chewing up innings throughout a long regular season. I mean, Gusto it seems to be the more stretched out he gets, the better he gets. I mean, he 6 innings, 6 and some odd innings last week, and 5 and what did he go? Did he just go 5 this time?
5, yeah.
So I mean, that's
it feels
impressive Gusto. So there's a couple of positives I can take from what I watched last night.
Yeah, the Gusto one is is a real positive because he's gonna have to go. Ryan Gusto has just now become your 3rd starter. It feels like. I mean, so he's going to have to go with whatever this is with Lance and Spencer Getty, his slow start or build up to it. I'm just going to say your first positive, I was shocked to see it. And I'll be honest, boy, I hope he's good.
Like, I didn't see. Did you see him on the base pass?
I saw him swing. I did not know. I must have missed when he walked or missed him on the base pass.
Yeah.
But like when I saw him as the DH in there, and I was like, boy, I don't know, man. I don't know, boy. I think I may have just. I don't know. I want to say they know better than us, but I mean, obviously, to me, this is a part of the history of this training staff that makes you feel a little uneasy with what we saw to think like he can roll back. I know they made it easy and just had him at DH and didn't have him at third base, but that's one I'm watching to see how long he's going to be. Are we going to move to third base? Is this a slow thing? Is he going to play at third tonight? And something that I'm really interested to look at, but I certainly did not look at that and think, boy, yeah, he'll miss the weekend and then come right back and get it going as a DH and they're comfortable with him running bases. That's that there's no re-injury, none of that, and that this isn't anything like we've seen before where, it's made worse. And I'm sorry, I don't know how any fans could be in a space where you feel good and trust these cats that they're diagnosing the right thing. So
I didn't have Guillermo or Guillermo.
He made a hell of a catch, though. I tell you that, boy.
I didn't have. When I looked down there and saw that big burly fellow with a beard, I thought, damn, who we got at third base?
He went down there and made a hell of a catch. Check that.
It's a lot of inertia.
That over the shoulder catch he made. That right there, that would have put Paredes back on the IL. He had to run that down, that dive, and that sit down. Yeah, boy. Somebody just texted in. Joel said maybe Lance slipped on some sweaty equipment. I mean, the freak accident. I just need a little bit more, Joe. Like, we're getting around to a space where I feel like,
I'm telling you, Lance will tell us.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
All right, coming up. Wait till you hear this. Clint Stoerner's best case scenario when it comes to the way to use the Texans' 2 top running backs. You don't want to miss that. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, power outages, man, they can happen anytime, man, whether it's extreme heat, extreme cold, or you do know it's hurricane season. Hurricane seasons can knock that power out quicker than anything. Here's the deal. You got to stay ready so you
7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I can't wait to hear the discussion on this. 713-572-4610, 713-572-4610. You can text in YouTube and Twitch. What's up, Sally? I see you, Damon. And Tyler Milner is getting the people going as well up there.
Always.
Kick Rocks in the building. Hedgehog, I see you. Jump in and participate in this. Yeah.
Wow. Big fan.
Maybe like that's really like one of the only video games I ever really played.
On the Sega?
Yep.
Sega Genesis,
Got
man.
it for Christmas. Got it for Christmas, and I was like, beat the game. I was like, yeah. I said, I don't think this is for me, Mom. Probably saved her thousands of dollars over the next several years that I didn't have a thing for video games.
The Sega was fun. Sorry about that.
The only game I got.
Only had John I could think of.
She didn't even want me to. I said, no, I don't need you to buy any other games. I was good on it. Wasn't my thing. Weird kid. Now, she spent a lot of money on games to go to and stuff, but not on video games.
Not on bikes
either. Saved her some money on bikes, too. Yep. But I can swim. All right. You don't want to you don't hear this. I can't wait to hear people's thoughts on this. Clint, you got the best scenario you believe for the Texans and their running back situation, because it is going to be one of the interesting things to see how Nick Caley and company handle this thing after they brought in Nick Chubb and obviously already having Pro Bowler from last year, Joe Mixon. How do you see this as the best case scenario?
I think the best case scenario is obviously you get Chubb of old. You get something even remotely close to the Chubb of old. And he is what we call here, you got 1A and 1B. You don't have 1 and 2. You got 1A and 1B. You got two backs that you can interchange, right? To me, the best case scenario is the running back Nick Chubb that has ran in a ball control, run heavy offense really his entire career, downhill between the tackles. The best case scenario is if that guy is the battering ram early on and gets the bulk of the carries early on, and Joe Mixon is a guy that is available in the obvious passing situations. Now, he's obviously still a running back, but he is available and healthy and fresh in obvious passing situations, which is where he spent the bulk of his career in a pass-first offense in Cincinnati. And if you look at the two backs, they're both capable of doing it all, but I think the best way to use these guys, if you get that is could legitimately be an RB1, is you use him to be the battering ram. You use Joe Mixon as your more of a third down, more of a relief back early, and both of them excel in those two roles. Yep.
Wow. Really? Joe Mixon in this case, I know you're not trying to slight him, but I mean
not one bit.
But he, I don't know that he fancies himself as the two here.
I wouldn't call it a two. I wouldn't call it a two. I mean, I would.
Are you saying the touches would be similar?
The mentality, yeah, possibly. I just would make the priority for Joe Mixon is he is in the ball game in obvious passing situations, right? He is a guy that on third down is going to be in the backfield. He's going to carry it. He's going to catch it. He's going to be used in exotic ways. The way he was used last year was fine and dandy, but his ass stayed. He got banged up a couple times, and he wasn't on the field in critical situations in third down when I believe he is the best third down back on his team right now. Now, we'll see what Woody Marks is.
Yeah.
But he can run circles around Dare Ogunbowale in pass protection and catching the ball out of the backfield, and the ability to make people miss and punish guys at the end of runs and at the end of catches. And so I just, if you get a Nick Chubb that is anywhere remotely close to the Nick Chubb of old,
and that's the big
which is
part,
a long shot.
And that's, I was going to say, that's the big part to make sure you're hearing is if Nick Chubb is the Nick Chubb before the injury.
Yeah. I mean, this is better best case and Joe Mixon in the same backfield, right? I would imagine they're going to go about it interchangeable, whatever. Whoever's in there gets whatever carries, gets whatever catches. I just think that the best case, you look at where guys spent their career, you look at where guys made their name, and one of them was in a run-first, run-heavy, downhill, road-grading offense, and the other one was in a pass-happy offense. And I think you've got to, and I've said this a million times, I think if you're going to be a team, or I'll put it to you this way. Houston is a 10-win team, second round of the playoff teams. They ain't even scared in the AFC. Let's be honest. Nobody's even thought that they'd make a run to an AFC. Nobody thought that they'd make a run to a Super Bowl. If you want to put yourself in position to do that thing, you got to have more than one weapon in the backfield. You've got to have guys that can make plays on third down. You got to have big-bodied players that can pass protect. You got to have guys that threaten defenses, right? I think the best-case scenario, assuming everybody's healthy and everybody's the best version of themselves, would be Chubb downhill early, again, getting the bulk of the carries, and then Mixon is your third down, critical situation, spread offense. Anytime you want to go tempo, anytime you want to speed things up, and down the stretch, he's a guy that you've got fresh when you need him. So I think that's, I think that would be ideal, perfect case scenario. And I don't mean, again, this is a 1A, 1B. I don't think Mixon would not like it.
I think he would. I don't know how much he would love it. I still look at this, even the best case, get what you're saying, if you're getting the best of Nick Chubb and the best of Mixon.
Yep.
I'm with you. I think Joe, third down, to me, yes, he needs to be in the passing game much more. I think they need to explore that part of the game for him. But I still think Joe right now, evidence, we get new evidence, is different. I would still say Joe Mixon should, without a shadow of a doubt right now, be the one to get more touches. Like that, when I look at these two, I think obviously Nick Chubb needs to be involved so Joe Mixon's not the only person getting touches like he was last year. I don't mean just I mean these guys are both kind of getting up there and you want to save them. But I still think in the running game in, game out, Joe Mixon should be the guy that's more featured.
Yeah, look. I don't think you can the problem is you can't dictate that, right? You don't know in the first and second quarter if in the fourth quarter you're going to need to be, just air raid. You're going to need to be slinging the leather off the ball. You don't know if in the fourth quarter you're going to need a 4-minute offense. All I'm saying is I think the best role for both of these guys, the best role for the team is, sure, if you have them both healthy the entire game, that's great, or both fresh the entire game, that's great. But if you're going to go beyond just, hey, we're going to split carries, I think Joe Mixon – I would rather have Joe Mixon in the game in the fourth quarter in 2-minute situations when we got to spread this thing out and throw it. And I would rather have – you don't know when that's going to happen, right? And so you got to prepare for those kind of scenario. And I need 4-minute offense. I got Joe and Nick. We can bang them, downhill and chew the clock. If I get into a situation where I got to throw it, yeah, both of them would be fine. Both of them can pass protect, but I think Joe is the better pass catcher of the football and a bigger weapon out of the backfield in those obvious passing situations. And he's obviously comfortable doing it because that's the way he cut his teeth in the NFL and built his name in the NFL. So, yeah, I would like to think that you go into a game in the season and go, hey, we got 17 games. And we're going to split these carries down the middle. But unfortunately, I don't think the Texans planned on having Dare Ogunbowale as third down back in critical situations last year.
Yeah, touches, which can include catches and everything. I still think that Joe should be the cut ahead for me. All right, coming up, more news on kind of the most pressing sports story happening here in Houston. We'll let you know what that is coming up next. 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation. All rights reserved.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through as I said, yeah, but not a video gamer. Text line coming through. Damn show, no Mortal Kombat. I played that at the arcade a little bit.
Finish it.
Yeah, a little Liu Kang action. Ron had to have been the lamest kid on the block. Couldn't ride his bike to his friend's house to play video games. Wow. I walked and we played basketball outside. Went swimming. Did other things. My favorite. You didn't do much as a kid. No wonder you're fat. Because
it's someone who's angry with their own life and probably their wife.
Listen to the logic. I told you I didn't play video game. No wonder you're fat.
Potato chips and play video games.
And play video games.
Is that my boy Ron?
that would damn it. Clint.
If you'd have just done that, man.
Tyler, if I'd have just sat on my ass and played Halo or whatever games there were, I'd have been 190.
You'd have been T in there. You probably had a little more ass. You had a little more ass than T, though.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the no ass life.
That's the deal. So all of you in good shape play video games the whole time. Damn. Missed it. Instead of my ass out there playing until I had to come in.
Damn legs falling off.
Playing those 4 years of high school football, going to two-a-days every day. I'll be damned. I should have just set my ass and played. By the way, I'll be honest with you, Tyler, I've been stalling in my head. I just cannot pull video games from the era of the time in which I would have been playing video games.
We're on the right track with the Sega Genesis.
Halo seems to still be a little further into. I'm talking about the range.
That was more my time.
Yeah, I was gonna say from when I was in middle school to high school.
PlayStation, man.
And we're talking. We're like
right?
96, 90. Yeah, PlayStation. That came out.
Jet
what games?
Moto. You're always
Madden. I'm sure Madden.
NBA 2K.
What other games were there?
Are we talking 2K? PlayStation? That's what we got to know to start.
NBA Jams. That was a big one. That was a good one.
PlayStation 1. There was Crash Bandicoot. There was Spyro the Dragon.
Crash must have came with the game. I may have played Crash a time or two.
I was up there walking that mall trying to get some ass. To be honest, which is what I was doing.
What else would you mind?
Post up right in front of that old.
He was
TV.
Up there getting cardio. He was hunting, getting cardio, man.
Then go there and move it to the movie theater and stand out there till those cops told us to leave.
Shouldn't have been getting them steps in, man. Should have just sitting down drinking sodas and eating chocolate, man. Playing video games.
Resident Evil.
I remember that one too. I mean, I do remember that one.
I don't remember. I don't remember any of that.
Ooh, MLB Slugfest. That one was awesome because you could hit each other on the base pass. You could hit the crap out of somebody and try to jar the ball loose. It was awesome.
I didn't get that one. Resident Evil, was that Lara Croft or that Tomb Raider?
That's Tomb Raider, but that's a good one.
Yeah. Croft. I feel like our boss right now is rattling them off.
Oh, ain't no doubt. Oh, Park, I guarantee you.
Metal Gear.
Park Dog spent some time in front of that
Twisted Metal.
Right. Final Fantasy, Resident Evil 2.
Gran Turismo.
But
Park strikes me as
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
Ooh, I haven't seen Park real mad. I don't think mad. I've seen him shook. I don't think I've seen him
Boss
mad.
Man.
Yeah, I've seen him shook. I don't know if I've seen him mad. I bet there's a time when he would fire that remote control at the wall or the TV.
Oh,
or something.
No doubt.
I bet he got mad or the horn at the game.
My older brother used to do that.
Tekken. I've seen that at the video. Yeah.
Yeah, those are good.
Wasn't bad. I'd pay money to see Ron rounding second base at Little League.
I'm telling you, Ron, you mess around. Watch next time you see Ron out, I want you to watch Ron walk.
Sweet feet
and them little ankles. He was a big man with sweet feet. There's no question. He's got that big.
Oh yeah.
There's no doubt.
And I just want to let you know, I ain't just been overweight since I came out the room.
He ain't been 297 playing high school baseball round in second. Even though that would have been cool. That would have been great.
Born.
Could you imagine
24 ounces and?
Could you imagine if Ron was hitting about 410 bombs in the baseball uniform round in second base going for 3?
Oh man,
that would have been great.
I was going, man. I was third
you got to get me some old film, man. I got to see. I bet you them feet were quicker than I'll get out.
Man,
get you a deal with tough acting.
Spin move on the pass rush.
No question.
Oh yeah.
What was Snack's real name?
Snacks.
Spin move on the pass rush, man.
Big fella I played in Europe with. I think it was Scotland.
I knew a dog named Snacks.
I can't remember. He played at I can't remember. And he wasn't a like, he was actually a smaller D lineman. But he was a heavier set guy with them little ankles and could flat get it. Son.
I would get in trouble because I'm rushing the passer.
Ron's got some juice to him.
No, that was a great swim move, but you just left the entire gap.
Joe Mixon could have drove a Mack truck through that A gap.
It's second down at 2. I can hear Coach Poe. Get over here.
It's second down and 2. What are you doing rushing the passer? They run the wishbone, son.
Oh, yeah, man.
Get my boy Ron.
You see that swim, though, Coach? That swim move was big time.
You remember, I think I told you, remember Tony Temple, boy, he had me in the hole one time. It just absolutely embarrassed me when he was at Rockhurst High School. Got me to where I tried to stick my foot out and trip him. I had that. I told you I thought I was Corey Simon. So I had that neck. I had that, not the neck roll.
Oh, the big old donut roll?
The flat one, like Corey Simon. Oh, yeah.
It's my favorite position to watch.
I was out there.
I got to get some more. We got to get some more football photos.
I'll find some. Well, yeah. I didn't. Oh, well, bad. Someone said Ron probably looked like Evan Gaddis getting them 11 triples in the season.
Not the janitor.
I'd push it. I'd push the limit. I told you when my my 8th grade baseball career ended, playing a little fall ball with the Raytown Panthers. But I also was in my freshman year of high school football, 2-a-days at the same time. I just had a 2-a-day practice. And I came around, I tried to score from second on it. And I rounded third base. It cramp just grabbed me, and I went down, man.
Something bad.
In between third and home.
Somebody shot Ron from the old press box.
And I got tagged in the crawl to try and get back to third base.
I'm jumped up.
Got tagged out, and that was it.
That's enough.
I said, I can't even move. Man. There ain't enough water for me to drink out here. I'm cramping up.
And you don't like bananas.
It's a run for some greats. Old Brandon Lloyd, that man gave me that ride home. I don't know if I'd be here today.
Showman.
If Brandon Lloyd didn't see me out there and say, "Hey man, why don't you throw this in the back of this car, man? You're struggling." Yeah, she did. Yeah, that was when Teresa. You gonna ride this bike? I don't know how you gonna get up to that practice, but you got a bike. I'm not taking you where you can walk.
You know how that story ended.
I was walking alongside that man.
Brandon Lloyd scooped you up.
The walk there was fine. It was when I had, I don't know about y'all first 2-a-days. It was a breeze to you, sure.
Oh, Mom never let me play football.
That freshman year, I had a cramp hit me right in the stomach and in the bottom of the foot. I had never done any kind of conditioning like that in my life. That's why I told you we out there at camp. I'm like, man, this practice looks a lot easier than the practice that I went through in high school.
There ain't no doubt about that.
There ain't no finish to conditioning.
Nope.
Oh my God, man! I went through them and I had cramps.
When the Texans finished practice, me and Ron were going to the car and some players were leaving and walking across. Ron said, "They don't no conditioning after practice anymore."
No conditioning anymore after practice. Huh?
No horses.
I was sitting here.
Gassers.
Let me tell you, dog. I'm sitting there every day, man. I'm sitting there looking at that, understanding the time. You know, in your mind, all right, we got stretching, then we got individual. Then we come together for a little team. Then we got special teams. Then we got an individual again. Then we have another team. And that second team, what's coming after it. Conditioning.
So you started prepping for
it. 5-150s on Mondays, and linemen had to be in at a certain point. And if everybody didn't get in, we had to run them over. Oh, my God, it was hell.
5-150s. Back over?
Yeah, around, like it was 150 yards. We had to run it, and we had to So end zone, and then down the field, down 100. And we had, I think linemen. I remember. I think we had to do it in 22 seconds, and we knew Jeff Franklin wasn't going to get there.
Oh, Jeff.
Oh, Jeff. I think he's selling real estate now. But shout out to Jeff Franklin.
He's probably doing all right.
Commercial?
Probably went home and started playing video games, and now he's real skinny.
Yeah, he is. No, he's not. Yeah, he's not.
Went on that video game diet.
No, he's not. No, he's not. All right. OTA's mandatory minicamp is over. Now we're heading into training camp, and the real thing gets started. And just kind of want to re-up. Is the number one question we had still the same with the Texans? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Academy Sports and Outdoors this time of year, man. Heck, it's I don the doors about once every 2 weeks, once a week maybe, man, these days. I'm telling you, man, this time of year you get outside.
involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisor Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It can rocket ship to the stars.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I just want to do a little checkup here, right? Especially with you, Clint. We have gone and been there and laid our eyes on this crew at OTAs. We've been here and laid our eyes on this group at mandatory minicamp, where we saw nearly the entire team out there on the field, and we watched a lot of different areas. We watched the offense, the defense, all the positions. And I would wonder to you, has anything changed for you? Is the number one question about the Houston Texans still the same? Has anything changed? Have you felt anything different from on OTAs and in the mandatory minicamp that maybe the number one question going into everything has changed?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I tell you what, it's the gap has widened for me.
It has?
They say no.
Yeah, because I think from the day that Larry and Stafford called in and his argument was that he felt like the wide receiver need was more desperate than the O-line need. And while I disagreed with him, it did make me stop and think, like, this is a little bit more desperate of a wide receiver room than maybe. So I thought, that's a very close second. Given that they addressed it and what we saw from just briefly with Jalen Noel and then obviously Jaden Higgins, that first day of mandatory mini, I think the wide receiver room is going to be okay.
So you had it close. You had them in the O-line.
I thought the overall needs going into the draft was the wide receiver room may be as desperate or as much of a need as the O-line in terms of fixing it, right? And you look at the draft and they addressed it. They addressed both in the draft, really. And I think the two receivers, at least one of the receivers that they picked, I think is going to be an impact player for the Texans. I still don't know what the offensive line is going to look like. There's too many factors. Like there's, you got to have the attitude, the mentality, the overall standard in the O-line room. The O-line coach can try to do that, but it's going to really, really take hold when a player does that. And then not to mention you brought in several new guys and you move guys around and is Fisher going to be good enough at right tackle? He showed it was pretty promising last year, but is he good enough? I don't know what's going on the offensive line. I don't know what the communication piece is going to look like. I like the coach, but I don't know if what he's coaching and what they're saying is going to literally sink into these guys. So to me, it's the O-line, and the gap is back to being rather large for me. I'm comfortable with the wide receiver group.
Really?
I don't know much has changed about the O-line for me.
See, I think right. We could agree that the offensive line was still the number one question walking into the season. And as I said, if you're just jumping in, do you think for you the question has changed? Is the question still the offensive line, or has it moved to somewhere else? I will still say offensive line, Clint, but I don't know if I would say it's not widened. I feel better about it.
About the O-line?
Yeah, I feel obviously we have not seen them really hit them in pads yet. We'll see that coming up at training camp. But seeing the positions come together, seeing them out there, and seeing that they seem to have a pretty good feel of the guys they want on up front. It seems to be like right now that they've got it narrowed down to. I feel better about the offensive line situation. I feel a good amount better than walking into it.
Well, I don't.
But I still think it's a number one question. Though.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't feel better. I don't feel better necessarily about the players. I feel better about the approach.
Yeah.
To me, that's the one thing that we can take is the messaging that's coming from the front office and from the new coach. I think is a real one. I mean, they're demanding physicality. D'Amico's watching them like a hawk, and then it seems like the smoke and mirrors of, well, we just want to get our best 5 guys out there. No matter what we got a bunch of guys that have position flexibility, and we just want to get our best 5 guys. It seems like that approach was going to scare the hell out of me. It seems like the only guy that's moving seems to be Juice Scruggs. And so I'm A-okay with that. So I do feel better about that.
Yeah.
But I still haven't, like, I've seen enough from the 2 young wide receivers to go, yeah, it's going to be really, barring injury, it's going to be really difficult for one, if not both of these guys to make plays for the Texans. I still don't know if these guys they brought in the O-line can play.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's fair. I didn't have, like, Christian Kirk and Nico made me feel pretty good. Now it was going to be, what do they do so John Mechie and company are not the next wave? And now they've created the next wave with what they've done in the deal. Feel pretty good about that. I thought for myself, Clint, I'm not even really going to feel anything until we get to training camp, until we get to preseason games, until we start to actually see them on the field. Titus Howard, I feel a lot better about him and the movement of where he's going there. You spoke of Juice Scruggs. We talked about it before. I do like the thought of that. It doesn't seem like it's where you're drafted, how much you're getting paid type of deal, that makes a huge amount of it. It looks like they are trying to find the right crew together. So I didn't think after OTAs and mandatory minicamp that they would get me into a space where I'm like, you know what? I feel better about this crew. Yeah. But
I tell you where I do feel better about the guys, the players, is the depth. Like you just mentioned Juice, and let's just for now, it's either going to be Patterson or Andrews. But your 3 deep at center is Anderson, Patterson, and Juice. Juice is going to be your immediate guard off the pine.
Yep.
So I mean, you're talking about, you're 2 guard injuries away from being down to guys like Michael Dieter, and Dietz ended up doing a good job. But Michael Dieter, what was the guy's last name? That was a fullback in Washington before he came here.
Yeah, Green,
Green or Kenyon Green, or Kendrick or King. Like those guys were 1 snap away from playing really the whole time that they were active here.
And they were playing.
And they were playing, right? So I don't think there's any doubt you're going to be better on the start in front. And then I like the play at depth. Again, you got guys that are guards that would fill in at guards. You got guys that are center that are going to fill in at center. It's not this best offensive lineman, best player is just going to move around and play kind of deal. You got at the tackle position right now, you got an old Wiley veteran. I always forget the guy's name. The big
Cam
kid.
Robinson?
Cam would be the starter. What's the guy from New England?
Trent Brown. I got you.
And then you've got obviously Ariante Urseria, who's a wild card, who might be a starter, who might be a backup. But you've got legit depth at every single position. That's not anymore this. Oh well, boy, if somebody gets hurt, we're going to shift this guy here and that guy there, and this is all like it's legitimate depth chart. It seems like anyway.
That's a fair part. I haven't really looked. Like I have really concentrated more on the front line, and maybe the front line didn't grow to the space I thought it would after the season ended. I thought they'd be a little bit more aggressive, but the overall depth is better. Yeah. Like, Trent Brown coming in.
It's real depth.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's real depth. It's not like it's patchwork that the last second they're trading for Kendrick Green to bring him in here. Yeah. And truth be told, he is. Look, it was an admirable effort. He was damn sure giving everything he got. But if you're down to that, man, you're outmanned. Yeah. You're not going to be outmanned.
That's not the fix.
If Juice Scruggs has a play, you're not going to be outmanned if Jarrett Patterson is the guy. Now you get beyond them, we'll see. I don't think you're going to be outmanned if Ursery or Trent Brown or Cam Robinson or Blake Mann, right? It's going to take several injuries for this offensive line to get in the position that it was in last year, really the last 2 years, where you got guys going in and you're just like, We don't even know what position this guy plays.
Yeah. Where to a place where your tackle had to move.
Yeah.
Inside at the guard position. Speaking of Titus Howard, Titus talked about the feel that the offensive line, when he sat down with Aaron Wilson, talked about the feel of how he thinks the offensive line for the Texans is being viewed.
Yeah, I mean, we got a chip on our shoulder, and people underestimate what we're going to be this year, but, that's their problem. When that first game comes and we come out that ball and hit them in the mouth, they're going to be like, oh, these guys for real.
Changes the narrative.
Like we've been putting that work in right now, and we're going to continue to put that work in training camp, and everything ain't going to be perfect, but I'm telling you, when that game one comes, and they see what the Texans offensive line is about, we're going to be ready.
All right, when you hear underestimated, like to me, it's like, all right.
That's what it is for me. I'm sorry.
When you hear
because they were a joke until proven otherwise, I don't even need to hear that, dude. Like,
but I mean, when you hear it though, Tyler, that means there's a certain level that they think that they should feel like they should be viewed as. And for me, Clint, it's just like honest to God, I look at them and my approach and expectation is, you all just have to be average. Like you'd love it for it to be more, but that group up front. When I look at it, I don't know if they have Pro Bowlers up there. I don't know if they have, great players. But can they be a group that works together to do and just at least be average? And to me, I think that's a fair way to view them. And if you look at them like that, I don't think that's underestimated.
Well, I think that expectation is real. I think that goal, setting that goal is realistic. They can achieve that. But I'll say everything that was so wrong with the Texans offense last year, all the replacements, the OC, the O-line coach, the new offensive line, Titus Howard at guard, Cam Robinson at tackle, all these different moves. If all of it together in their own right, if you're just average, C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Joe Mixon, these cats can do work. C.J. Stroud can take an average group and make them really, really good.
We're working with Clint here.
There have been a lot of good football teams whose offensive line reached the average space, and they've done big things.
No question. And I think C.J. Stroud is that caliber player where you give him average protection, an average run game, and he's going to he'll take the offense to the next level. What the next level is, I don't know exactly what that is, but he will make plays. He'll make do. He'll make smart decisions. He'll make big-time throws in big moments like Tampa Bay 2 years ago. He'll go out there and strike down the field and give you a chance to win ball games. But you just can't have the guy guessing. You can't have the guy not knowing where pressure's coming. You can't have the opponent knowing critical moments. All we got to do is heat this guy up and we'll get home. No question about it. We'll get home.
Yeah.
That can't be the case. Stroud, Nico Collins, and Joe Mixon, and I believe those guys.
I was going to say the running game. Those guys, and Joe did it a lot last year, and I think if Nick Chubb is who he is, they can work through and make offensive line look better.
No question.
They can get yards in a way that maybe Dameon Pierce hadn't been able to do. So
no question. You put average around the stars on this offense, they can take it to the next level. I wholeheartedly believe it.
Yeah. So in the text line coming through saying everybody was panicking about the D-line last year, and they were great. I'm going to trust D'Amico.
When was?
Well, I would say the last 2 years, and I would say, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to do this again for a third straight year. 2 years ago, you did it. You said, "Hey, man, what about this? What about this receiving corps? It makes me a little nervous." And he was like, "Oh, we'll be fine." And Nico Collins and Tank Dell emerged last year.
They emerged, but what's gone on since then? Tell me what's gone on since then. They traded a second-round pick for Steph Diggs.
It's really about
paid him $20-some-odd million. And then they went out and drafted 2 receivers with the top 3 picks this year. So I mean, clearly it was. That you're right. Tank and Nico emerged in a big way. Yes.
Yeah. We thought they were weaponless, and they came through, and he was right.
Yes.
Last year, we said to him about the D-line, and he said, "No, we'll be fine." The interior D-line, he said, "We'll be fine." I like those guys, and those guys did play a lot better than what we thought. We spoke to him in training camp this year. I am going to propose to him all right, this offensive line maybe didn't come together the way that many of us thought they would. And that's probably it's a fair question.
Hammett, we're about to enter the season where Ron starts pissing off all our guests. It's been a fun off season, but
that's what makes it fun, man. That's what makes it fun.
I mean, if you want me to ask the softballs here, I'll. That's not even. You know what? That's not even one that's a tough. No. All right, we've done it. It's a tradition now. It's 3 years. It'll be 3 years in a row. Hey, man, there's one spot that we're a little concerned about, man. We get your thoughts on the offensive line.
Speaking of a tradition unlike any other.
I just got to the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Why do you have to play that ass hat?
I mean, it kind of speaks to what we're discussing here. Need you to get in the right mind frame as we approach football season.
That is a fair question with him. Your thoughts? Here, a little concerned. Right, I mean, I would say to you, Tyler, what for you as a Sicka fan? What is the number one thing that you are? What's the number one? You gyrating ass dancer to back that ass up / pony. What is the number one concern you have for this football team?
Guilty for shaking that ass. No, it's the O-line.
Yeah,
it's the offensive line. It's the, and more particular, just protecting C.J. Stroud. But yeah,
I'm not going to dance or move because you or Linda Stoerner have a problem with me asking. Remember she got mad at me for
careful now.
Who did I ask? I think Lovey. She thought my question was too aggressive for Lovey.
Yeah.
Hey, show.
Yeah, old Linda, she'll let him call in again.
That's pitiful.
You know the number. 735-724-610.
You hadn't done something like this in a while. It makes me nervous.
I'm just kidding, Linda, man. Just enjoy your evening.
I'm going to come over there and whoop that ass.
I ain't got to worry about Linda, man. She got them grandkids.
You don't make me come into the city?
Linda ain't coming to the city no more. She got them grandkids, right?
Are you shitting me?
Stop trapping. That's old Linda. That's pre.
That is. That was.
That's pre-living lady right there. That's different. That's
Get the hell out of here.
It's a different one. This is a granny that'll make everything in that refrigerator that Liv asked for.
You're on thin ice, bub.
Ain't that the damn truth? Softer than granny panties.
God, I told my mom when she was here last. Said, we're just trying to slow up here on the candy and stuff. Like just doing candies on Friday.
Walk in, she had a Halloween bowl, didn't she?
She walked to CVS up the street and came back with bags full. It's come about and then it's just mine. I just wanted some. You wanted the sour airhead. You wanted this is what you wanted. Get out of here. All right, it's Tuesday. Let's play a little real or fake. I pose a question. You tell me if it's real or fake. We'll do that as we continue right here live on the drive. But before we get there, guys, I've been telling you about the men's clinic and how they specialize in not just helping who've been struggling with ED. They've got a 95% success rate treating ED, and
on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, you can jump in. As it is a Tuesday, a little real or fake. I read a statement, and you tell me if that's real or fake. You can text that in and do your thing. First one, fellas. I'll start with you, Clinton. Old Jaden Higgins, the wide receiver, Iowa State. He will be the Texans' best rookie in 2020.
That's all I needed to see that first day of mandatory minicamp. That go route, go gadget arm, using his body, keeping the DB on his back hip, and reaching that long arm out in that one arm catch. And then we saw that. It may be even more impressive, Ron. You mentioned this. You brought this to my attention. You was like, man, that was a big target across the middle when he ran an in route.
Yeah.
And the view that we had was perfect. It was just, that's a big, long, rangy wide receiver. We've seen C.J. Stroud successfully over and over and over again throw that ball to Nico Collins and others, but Nico Collins consistently. I think Higgins is the guy in this rookie class that's going to have the biggest impact.
Yeah.
Now, he may not have the most catches, but when it comes to red zone,
you mean catches from rookies? You think there's a chance Noel has more catches?
Yeah, I mean, I think Noel has a chance to be a more targeted, especially if they're gonna play a little bit more full wide out, or if something happens to Christian Kirk and he gets a little bit more run. I mean, there's a real chance. I mean, he's got some real twitch and that underneath stuff. I could see him getting some catches, but when it comes to impacting the game in a big-time way and complimenting Nico Collins, I think Higgins is the guy. So I'm going to go real with that one.
Is this real?
Magic says real. Got more of a chance to get on the field early, and I think that's a big piece to Ariante Ursery, a little bit more difficult to look at or to see his play. But again, like as of right now, the bet would be that he's not playing immediately.
Yeah.
Right, with Cam Robinson and Blake Fitt, it would seem that Noel, I think, is the other one that will get some run. I'm gonna say real too. I would have been more apt to think, man, Woody Marks might have a really big role, but now with them bringing in Nick Chubb, I think that probably takes his role down a notch as well. So, and someone said, who's in the class? Higgins, Ursery, Noel, the other receiver from Iowa State, Jalen Smith, the corner you really like, Woody Marks, they're both from USC, and then Jalen Reed and the other guys, I would imagine, will have an uphill battle just to get on the field and to be there every week. So, yeah, I think Higgins is the real one here. All right, real or fake? Alperen Sengun would be the most positively impacted player if Durant comes to the Houston Rockets. Sengun would be the most positively impacted player if Durant were to come to Houston.
Ooh, that's a good one. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no.
You say fake?
You are fake news.
I'm sorry. I'm going to say fake. I'm sorry. I got to play that. My bad. I'm going to go Amen Thompson. So I'm going to say fake. I think, look, we've seen Sengun show up and do his thing with the crew that's there now. Like, I think the one that all of a sudden obviously gets the second best perimeter defender, I think the one that all of a sudden benefits from the attention that Durant gets, the highest ceiling out of all of them, is Amen Thompson. So I'm going to go Amen Thompson. So I'm going to say fake.
Fake. All right. Tyler, real or fake? You think Sengun will be the one who is most positively impacted if Durant were to come to Houston?
That one's a tough answer for me, but I would say in response to that, for the love of God, Udoka, the decision makers, Raphael Stone, just make sure Sengun's still in town. Don't do any trade that involves Durant coming and sending Sengun away. I need Alpi here in H-Town. That's where I sit with it.
I'll say we're on the same page. I'll say fake too. I think Amin Thompson, the space, and I think Amin Thompson just kind of sitting there and watching KD work, kind of seeing that too. Obviously, their games are different. And he's a knockdown shooter, but I think his space on the floor, like the driving lanes that open up for a guy like Amin Thompson, which is right now the best thing he does with a KD there. And KD's a good passer, too, so I do like that. Someone did text in, I do like this, Jabari Smith. If Jabari Smith were still on the team and they got Kevin Durant, I mean, that would be a player you would say, oh, if Jabari could kind of learn and pattern himself, a bigger – now, he's not 7 foot like him, but he's 6'10", lengthy, and can shoot. That'd be a good person for him to be around. I just don't know if Jabari – would actually be here if that trade happened.
Well, the other part of the Jabari Smith thing is if Dylan Brooks, then that is because the organization feels like Jabari Smith and Tari Eason. But those guys can fill that void on the defensive end. So you may be right, Jabari. I mean, Jabari's got to something's got to shake up for Jabari to find his way into the starting lineup and for him to get more minutes. Now, whoever departs. In a Kevin Durant deal, it may benefit him to the tune of being a starter all of a sudden, and then you see a guy that could potentially flourish. Yeah, so that's a good one, man. But I got to stick with Amin Thompson, man. For me, that's the guy that. I don't know. There's a lot of ifs with Amin Thompson. That's the one reason why I'm probably not as convinced as everybody else is. I mean, he's got to really work on his shooting. He's got to shoot the ball better. He's got to be a better shooter. Like, that works sometimes it doesn't. So I'm just talking about the athletic freak that he is. That part of him, as is, I think would benefit big time.
He's year 2 and he can't shoot a lick, and I don't even know if he has as much confidence, and he's averaging 14-8. Right. And he's a top on the first team all defense, right? And year 2, right? So. And he's, 19, 20 years old. So that's why you look at that. All right, Tyler, I'm going to head to you, real or fake. I can comfortably skate at a skating rink right now. You could strap up some skates.
I do need details.
You could strap up some skates. You go, we went to a skating rink right now, roller, not ice, roller.
Not roller blades, though. Roller skate.
Roller skate.
Perfectly symmetrical.
There are people who use blades out there. If you can,
I was a blader.
Can you get out there right now? Put on some skates at not ice, and roller skate right now. You think you can confidently you can do that?
110% could. Spent a lot of days growing up in the old Dirty Bay in Baytown at a very old roller rink my mom actually grew up at, and then I went to it when I was a kid. The old Baytown roller rink over there had some birthday parties. I was an expert rollerblader.
It'd have to be. I know
some parties. Your mom had parties there. Then your boy right here had parties there.
Yeah,
you
man.
had parties there, Chief.
That old lady that were in that thing was so nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Clint, you think you can get thrown on some skates right now and go?
No, I can't. It wasn't too long ago. I was out there doing it.
Oh, you was skating recently?
One of them nephews or nieces or somebody.
And you strapped them up?
Party. Oh yeah, I put them on. Got out there.
I used to take my blades to the Vans skate park when I got older.
I did not do that.
Magic said that's a no for me, dog. Champ Slice, I personally can't anymore. But growing up, we did. Oh, man, we used to skate land all the time.
Lay out some sick grinds.
I know this is a tough one coming from me, but it'd have to be like jumping on a bike for me. I just have to get a couple of runs around there, and
get some training wheels.
Well, I'll be honest. I never got super confident like I did when I was younger because it hurt and falls. Falling hurts a little bit more now than it used to. But I get around there. Use the old brakes.
Boy, man, I went around. I
turn the corner real fast. Get down low, like you speed skating or something in the Olympics.
Went to a skate birthday party. Your friend had a skate party this weekend. It's a different time, man. It's a different time, boy. But skating is not an activity that is done anymore. The amount of older kids that I saw with the little walker thing to help you skate, or so many people up against the wall. Like, there are so many people at the entrance to get onto the rink that were just holding on for dear life. My God.
I wonder how young I was when Mom was dropping me off at the Baytown Roller Wing. Mom would drop us off for an hour, 2 hours at a time, and it didn't. I mean, I was young.
I thought
was the spot.
Boy, everybody in Baytown
Trey,
trusted that old lady. That old lady, thank the good Lord, that was a good woman.
Yeah.
Because if she'd have been just a tad bit of bad boy, she had access to all of us. We were 100 deep in that joint. No parents nowhere.
All right. Speaking of Kevin Durant, the latest from the best in the business, talking about where things are with the Rockets and Kevin Durant. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
All right, y'all. That cold.
If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Shams Charania of ESPN, he was on Pat McAfee today. He said a Kevin Durant trade with the Houston Rockets or the Miami Heat is a piece or two away from happening. That is the latest. There is obviously they're in contact, and a deal is a piece or two away. So clearly, the Rockets are in conversation. The Heat as well. The Spurs and the Timberwolves are the other two teams that we're hearing a lot of. By the way, there was reports saying that KD's potentially preferred destination may be San Antonio, but Miami and Spurs are all ones that they would be looking at. So a piece or two away could happen here if the Rockets pick up Kevin Durant. And, you know, with the conversation that and the kind of the stance that many people are on, like Kick Rocks, who hates the idea of it, and many others. And then obviously there are others who love the idea of it and would love to see what this would look like, especially depending on what players they give up. I'm trying to think, all right, let me put myself in a position of others. This is a guy who I've said can still score 25, 27 a game. He was second in the league, or best in the league in scoring off the dribble. He is a primary as a jump shooter. He shot 53% from the field this year in 60-plus games. Him and I believe Jokic are the only two players to score the amount they've scored to shoot over 50% like that this season. But I'm trying to look at the other side of it. And yes, the Rockets have a young crew of guys. And you can jump in with this 713-572. What the hell is the phone number? 572-4.
You're getting there, Bum. You're
getting there slowly. And they got that double play, did they?
Oh, he dropped.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Honest to goodness. Do you think there is somebody, if Kevin Durant were here, that he would stunt their growth? Like, obviously, they're not going to trade, everybody, and obviously there are going to be some guys here that you would like to be scorers. Is there anybody here that you look at and you say, yeah, Kevin Durant might get in the way in terms of stunting their growth? Because I don't get a sense of seeing that, as I've seen some people say Jabari Smith, maybe possibly, but Jabari Smith wasn't starting last year, in the postseason. But do you look at anybody that could be affected negatively in your mind by Kevin Durant?
The only one that I think is even reasonable here is Jalen Green.
If he stays.
If you were still on the Jalen Green train, yeah, if he stays. And if you were still on the Jalen Green train of he's the guy that can go give you 38, he's the guy, bear with him, he's going to come around, he's going to be more consistent, I don't think that has a chance in hell of happening if KD's here.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, KD's going to be the one with the ball in his hand in clutch time. KD's going to be the one getting, most of the buckets kind of deal. Definitely from a ball handler, from a shooting perspective. So I think the only one is Jalen Green. If you were still under the impression that Jalen Green was or should be given, afforded that patience, if you will.
Yeah, that is the case. If Jalen Green is here, yes, I think that.
I mean, everybody else. Look, you can argue.
Someone said Şengün. I don't agree. I don't agree that he stunted the one and Şengün would drop. No, I don't. I think he would be of help to him. I think he would be of great help, as we talked about a little bit earlier.
I mean, I thought there were times where when Jalen Green was getting off, where the Jalen Green Şengün two-man game was fun to watch, was really fun to watch. And now you switch that to, instead of Jalen Green, it'll be Kevin Durant. I think Kevin Durant and Şengün could run a two-man game that's a lot of fun. Not to mention the obvious, the defense is going to have to expand a bit for KD, which is going to give him more room to work. I think he benefits big time from it.
Yeah, I don't see that. Text line coming in. If KD gets hurt, who's going to average 22 a game? Obviously you take a chance with injury.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I'm not saying that, and we see people get hurt. Hell, Tyrese Halliburton is hurt right now in the NBA Finals. People get hurt. But, to me, that's not a move in which that's going to stop me.
Well,
someone said Shepard would lose potential experience and a wasted number 3 pick. No, he does. He can be out there.
Them old boys that can fill it up from range in Golden State didn't mind it.
He can be out there. He can be out there with KD. He would help with KD.
Yeah, look, I tell you, the question about if KD gets hurt, well, look, ideally you need Şengün, or ideally you need Amen Thompson, or whoever it may be. If at some point while KD's here, they can do what Jalen Williams is doing right now. Now, obviously, he's doing it in a damn finals, in a finals series, but what he's doing right now, where he's been good. He's always been a threat. He's been a guy that can give you 20, 21 on any given night. Now, all of a sudden, he's gone 26, 27, and 40 in 3 straight NBA Finals games. Like, he's emerging as a
Shay's not stopped that.
Right. And so the idea is, hopefully, you got one of these young guys that takes that next step and becomes that Jalen Williams, or that Robin to Batman, so to speak. And it's not all on KD's arms, but right now you just don't have that guy, and you're rolling the dice of that guy coming around and that guy being able to carry a franchise if you don't go get KD.
I'm with you. I don't see, as you said, Jalen Green would be the only one, but right now I don't think that is in the mindset. Right. I think the thought is we watched what we dealt with him, and we need somebody to entertain that. You look at this, Şengün averaged 19, 5, and 10 last year. I don't think that gets stunted. I think that probably improves. I think Amen Thompson, as we talked about earlier, is somebody who really would benefit from him and will get better. He's going to be getting better anyway, and now to have that person spaced out on the floor. So I don't even see it from that angle of he'd get in the way. He would get in the way of stunting somebody's growth when you use that to occur. So I don't look at that. Somebody texted in, Halliburton lost me 200 last night. I bet he did.
How you betting Halliburton on the bum leg?
You think it was be that bad? I wonder what his point total was. My man came through with 6 or 4, excuse me. He had that Shaq triple, that Charles Barkley triple single.
Oh my God!
That 4, 6, and 7. Yeah, man. By the way, they did announce he's got that dreaded Clint that right calf strain to have an MRI today. Them calves, I will never ever now not hear a calf and not believe that we're talking about
Achilles.
Yep. Every time I saw him out there, every time I see him out there, I think of who we're talking about, KD, when KD was out there jumping up and down before that game against the Raptors. Pop! He came down. He was doing real good for a quarter.
Oh.
Then came down and popped that piece.
That thing let loose, rolled up the back of his leg.
Yeah. Someone said, hey, how about Şengün? Yeah, you're right, Texter. Şengün can average 22. Hey, I don't know who's going to average the 19 that's missing from him.
Yeah, we got to get. We got to get a little more of that. We got to get a little more than that.
Yeah, no, but I don't think as the conversation. I don't think getting him hurts other stunting players' growth. Right?
Yeah.
I don't For you, maybe you thought Reed Shepard's going to be a guy that you have the ball and he's the one pulling up, shooting jump shots. I kind of see him as the guy that is spotting up somewhere, and that he is benefiting from the star player and getting open shots. doing their things. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
All right, we got MLB All-Star fan voting. Where the Astros stand, should we continue this silliness? And there's a big question about last night's final game. What went on in that fourth quarter? Who should have been playing in that fourth quarter, Ron? We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I know there's a lot of fellas out there, maybe some ladies out there as well, that you're dealing with some kind of hair loss issue, whether it's thinning up top, balding up top, receding hairline. Look, and all you want to do is get your confidence back, get your swagger back. You can do that with advanced hair restoration. Right now, I'm telling you, the timing's never been better. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment. Starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and y'all, it's guaranteed for life. What I'm talking about is the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair Restoration. Yes, we've all seen the peels and the lotions, yada, yada, yada. It may help you retain what you got, but at the end of the day, what you're looking for and what you need is your own natural hair permanently in specific areas, right? You don't need to hang on to what you got. We're already at a point where, hey man, I got to get it back. I got to get this hairline back. I got to get my own natural hair permanently back rolling and flowing, right? It's guaranteed that your new hair, when we're talking about advanced hair restoration. Bottom line is this: advanced hair restoration, they've changed the lives of tens of thousands as we speak, right? There's many, many people out there across America that used to look in the mirror and go, man, what am I going to do with this hair loss issue, man? I don't feel like myself, man. It stole my swagger. They're back, baby. Full head of hair, rocking and rolling, and it's their own, y'all. For a free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 832-688-HAIR. That's 832-688-HAIR. Or you can always check them out online at advancedhair.com. Again, that's advancedhair.com.
If you ask Nico Collins, the Texans are on the verge of their breakout season.
We're right there. Like, we know what it takes to finish the games. We got to execute. For this, the last game, KC on the road playoffs, man. Like you said, that third quarter was the make or break for the year. It's like that moment left that hunger, that chip on our shoulder.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorneys.
just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey.
Bro, I love you, man.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by McCullers Injury Lawyers.
McCullers Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, 281-222-2222. If you've been injured in an accident, you know who to call, baby. 281-222-2222. Boys, the MLB has they've released their first look at who fans. This is fan voting for the All-Star game. The MLB has released the first look at who all the fans want to see in this year's MLB All-Star game. Obviously, no surprise, Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani lead their respective leagues after the first returns. This isn't final voting. This is just where we sit right now. And I'm going to be honest with you, man. I look through here. I'm a little disappointed with where the Astros sit, and I'm a little bit frustrated with the whole situation. In fact, Ron, I'm at a spot where I understand why Major League Baseball does this, the fan interaction and the literal interaction that the league gets beyond just the fans voting. But this has gotten to a point where it's plumb ass silly. And this is coming from an Astros fan. Some of it is if we just look at it through the, we can all get to a point where this is silly, right?
It has been for. I mean, it is what it is. This is a fans thing where the names are going to jump in as opposed to the guys that are really having great years.
Which I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem acknowledging that, Ron. But when it's gotten to a point, I'm going to lay out why. It's gotten to a point where, I mean, it literally is just a popularity contest. I mean, guys that aren't even playing are on the list ahead of other guys that are playing and having good years. And I'll look through an Astros lens. Take a wild guess where Yordan Alvarez is in American League DHs.
Oh, he's a name that people know. I'm guessing he's probably in the top 5, top 3.
He's 4th.
Jordan.
How many games has Yordan played this year?
I don't know, but he hadn't played well when he was in them.
That's right. It doesn't matter, right?
Not many.
Right?
I don't know. There should even be a qualifying. There should be enough games to qualify, and he wouldn't.
Hey, here's one for you. Take a wild guess where Christian Walker is on American League first baseman.
I would say he's probably low. Not
5th.
5th, really?
Christian Walker is 5th. Now,
Jordan has played 29 baseball games, by the way.
29 baseball games is 4th. I mean, think about that. The first baseman that are ranked below him. You talk about. We didn't even mention, Ron. You were out of town. I know you know it, but we didn't talk about it. I mean, the Astros are the ones that. The fact that the Astros submitted Jose Altuve in second base and played him leading up to the All-Star game. Played him like 6 out of 12 games. They played him at second base. Submitted him as a second baseman, and now luckily I think he's 3rd or 4th.
I was going to say he might start.
Well, he's not. I don't. From the fan perspective, he's not going to make it. Which I think they got that one right. Here's a couple of them that I think are probably ones that are misses for the Astros. Jeremy Pena's 3rd for American League shortstops. And I'm not mad at the kid in I almost said Oakland, the kid in Sacramento, the kid with athletics,
Wilson,
Jacob Wilson. He's having a hell of a year. There's no doubt about it. You bump the stats up to it. I don't want to hold it against him that he's playing for a trash team. However, I do think Pena, the numbers are similar, and Pena's resume would put him ahead of him for me. But Pena was 3rd. That one I'm not mad at. Paredes is 5th and 3rd baseman. I can't have him no lower than 3 if it's me. But I understand it's a popularity contest. He's not going to be up there.
I'm actually surprised Pena's not over. Is
Bobby Witt and Wilson?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised Wilson is up there. I mean, his numbers show it, but I just, popularity, I wouldn't think people knowing maybe people feel sorry for the A's.
Well, you would think that Pena, having done what he did in the World Series, would be a more recognizable name. Maybe not. How about Jake Myers? I mean, this is where it gets to me. Like, clearly, you're not even like a popularity contest, and we're not even looking at like who we're voting from. And I understand the fans are voting. Certain teams' fans are voting for their guys. I mean, clearly, Houston ain't voting for Jake Myers. Take a wild guess where Jake Myers is.
28th.
No, there's only 20.
Oh, my fault.
I mean, golly, you can't. There was 20 listed for what that's worth.
What, 18?
19.
Yeah.
I mean, Jake Myers is having a hell of a year. I mean, even if you don't like the guy, even if you don't like the Astros.
He's having a hell of a year. I wonder what he is up against other outfielders, because it's all outfielders. I wonder what he is up against other outfielders. But he is having a hell of a year. Man, he should at least be considered.
I don't know. I'm with you of, hey, man, it is what it is. It's fan votes, and I know everybody out there is going, hey, dummy, it's fans voting for their own guys. Okay, I get it. Like, but it's gotten to a point where it is totally irrelevant what kind of year a player's having, and it's obvious in this team on both ends of the spectrum. Like, guys that are having really good years are damn near last in voting. Guys that aren't even playing are in the top 5 and top 3. Like, that part doesn't. It's hard for me to put any level of stock and any significance into it.
And that's why I think I'm glad they started this all MLB teams now, because it used to be like 24-time All-Star. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, 8-time All-Star. And it was like, because I will never forget the year that the Royals fans took over the All-Star game. Do you remember that, Tyler? Clint, do you remember the Royals?
I don't remember.
I do not.
It's like 2015 or 2016. They had 7 starters. 7. I think
7 starters.
I think the only 2 people who didn't start were that started and weren't Royals was Mike Trout and Jeter. I think the Royals.
How in the hell did that happen?
In Cincinnati, the Royals fans just went crazy and just they had everybody in they had 7 guys. That's when I knew it was a real joke, and they let it happen.
Well, but that's the crazy part is, and I don't know baseball contracts.
And
but
Jeter barely made it late.
I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot that. I mean, there's guys' contracts that are affected by this.
Absolutely.
This kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
Hall of Fame.
I don't know. I mean, to me, it's time to do something. Maybe make it less significant. I don't even know how significant it is now, but make it less significant. Let's stay in Major League Baseball, though. I hate this fan voting thing. I understand why I hate it. I think it's time to do away with it. However, have y'all seen what the MLB is doing this year with the All-Star? I'm a big uniform guy. Have y'all seen what they're doing with the uniforms this year?
Hadn't seen the threads for this year.
So, the AL and NL jerseys it's AL and NL on the chest, right, for American League, National League, but it's in Atlanta this year. So it's a twist on the city of Atlanta and the Atlanta Braves uniforms. Okay. And you can see that, the Atlanta A when they sometimes when they see the Braves influence on the jerseys, so the jerseys are really cool, and I think it's pretty cool when it's tied to the city that it's in. But this part of it I love. They're only going to wear those jerseys for some kind of workout day they have and the home run derby. The actual All-Star game, they're going to wear the teams, whatever team you play for. They're going to wear you're going to wear your own uniform, your home or away uniform in the All-Star game. I like that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it had been so long since did they do that last year?
No, they had them weird pink. They had like pink. Yeah. Pink writing across the chest.
Right.
It was like a cream and then a different color. No, I like that's the part I've always used to love that when I was a kid. And everybody's in their own uniform. Yeah, I like that.
I thought that was pretty clean. So they're going to wear their home and away jerseys. So the Astros uniform, assuming somebody makes it, I'm assuming Hader and Hunter, and from a pitcher's perspective, we're going to have several guys, right? I mean, you got to believe
Hunter Brown,
Hunter, Hader. You got to believe those guys are going to be in the mix there. So we'll have somebody there representing. I don't know if we're going to have anybody any position player get the nod, but we shall see. But tip the cap to Major League Baseball for the uniforms. Thumbs down for the fan voting. Gotta get rid of that crap. All right, last night there was
at least be weighted. At least be weighted.
Well, I'm not real familiar with it.
Pro Bowl. I think the NFL allows fan, but then they also there's the players, and then I think like maybe coaches or something like that. Yeah. It's weighted.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure. Surely it is. It's weighted to some degree in baseball, but whatever it is, I can't. I mean, something's a little lopsided. Cool, we can just keep it moving, no big deal. But that just seems to the fact that it impacts people's contracts along the way, and it is what it is. What I just read, come on, man, we can't. It's just it's hard to get over that one, man. All right, we had an NBA game last night, Ron, and what was that, Game 5?
Game 5, yep, in OKC.
Game 5 in OKC, and the Thunder win 120-109. And I think the big question coming out of this game, Ron, is should T.J. McConnell have been on the floor in the fourth quarter more, given that Halliburton is obviously hobbled with the calf issue, which we know more about there. I mean, hell, they're imaging and trying to make a decision on what they do with him moving forward now. But it was obviously bothering him leading up to the game. I think, what was it, 2 games ago when he hobbled off the press conference stage and everybody knew something was wrong?
It was really rough then, yeah.
Yeah, the big question is, given that and that T.J. McConnell was playing so well. T.J. McConnell had 13 points in the third quarter and then ended up playing a little over 4 minutes in the fourth quarter. And, Ron, because Halliburton on the floor, they did get the game to within 2 or 3 points. They
got it to 95-93 with under 8.
Yeah, they did. They were able to make some good. So I think it's an interesting, fascinating conversation because they didn't get it done. Obviously, Halliburton wasn't himself, but the team played well and came back. And T.J. McConnell, again, this ain't the first time we've seen this with T.J.
But this was a little different, though. This was he had 12 in the third quarter.
13
in the third quarter. Yeah. He went off and brought, I think they got down 18 at some point, and he brought them back. Yeah. And then Siakam started going a little bit in the fourth and got it to 2.
Well, I've heard a lot of conversations, and I hadn't necessarily heard this, but this is where I've got to lean on this one because Halliburton, I mean, he's in the record books when it comes to once that game got to 2 or 3 points, Halliburton's ass should have been in the game. Ain't no doubt about that. The conversation to me is more about should McConnell have played more than 4 minutes, not should Halliburton been in the game or not been in the game. That's irrelevant to me. The one thing that pushes me to T.J. McConnell should have been in that game, other than he was hotter than a firecracker in the third quarter, is the way in which he was able to get that done. Like, clearly, because I heard a bunch of guys talking about it this morning, like Halliburton, it wasn't visible. It wasn't like he was limping around the floor and visible to where he couldn't play at all. I tell you what, it was obvious and visible was he couldn't.
And the side to side too. Yeah.
Right. But he couldn't push the pace offensively. And that's exactly what T.J. McConnell was doing. And the reason that I say T.J. should have played more in the fourth quarter is simply because that is the identity of the Pacers. Like, when you take the ability to push it, not that they couldn't, but you take the ability to willingly push it every time you touch the basketball, with Halliburton's injury, that impacts the entire game. It takes away from your identity. TJ was not only hotter than a firecracker, but he was also, forcing the identity on the Oklahoma City Thunder. And you're trying to wear Oklahoma City down. It's even more important that you push the pace. I thought TJ should have been allowed the opportunity to do that.
Yeah. I got to at least see what Tyrese does before I set him down. Yeah. But there was a point there where I'm like, I don't know. But, hell, there were some other guys. Like, TJ could have been in there for Nembhard, who kept turning the ball over there late. Like, I thought when they got it down to 95-93 and then OKC went on a little run and it ended with a turnover from Nembhard that led to a timeout. It was 100-93 called timeout immediately. I thought he was going to put TJ in. And that was the thing for me is it was, that first game where TJ went crazy, it was just a lot of energy. Yeah. And, he had some assists and steals, and you could just see change. TJ was, hey, let me get this one-on-one matchup, and let me get a clear out. And he was taking whoever to the rack and scoring, and like he was making shots in a game. Yeah, in a weird way, I can't believe I'm saying that. I thought TJ, hey, man, you did what we needed in that third quarter. You pulled this together, but nobody else. Siakam a bit, but nobody else really could pull it together.
It's a fascinating conversation because on one hand, you hear a lot of people saying, well, ain't nobody pulling their superstars off the floor in Game 5 late in the fourth quarter in the finals. Well, I think the Indiana Pacers, if you've watched this series, they're not your typical. Hey, we ain't talking about LeBron here.
I'm just saying he is 6'7". He could have played alongside with him, as he always does. Anyway,
it's a fascinating conversation. I think that's one that's probably been had in Indiana all year long, Ron, with the way that they play. There's always someone not Halliburton that's pushing the tempo or making plays or got the hot hand. And when do you bring that guy out and put Halliburton? And when do you bring that guy up and put Siakam? And if it's not one of those two that's making the noise, when do you go back to those guys? I would imagine that's a line that they've got to toe there. So
he just couldn't turn the corner. He just hopefully he is better. I don't know if he will be, but hopefully he is better because that was tough to watch. My man he just couldn't go like he normally does.
Yeah. We'll see. 3-2 Thunder. The series goes back to Indiana for Game 6. Ron, you think the Pacers are done, or you think they can get them to Game 7? I'm going to say get them to Game 7 just because I picked a 7-game series, hell of a series that goes 7 to begin with. So I'll stick with my original.
Well, I don't know. No, I got to see. I gotta hear. Yeah, I gotta hear. What level he is. I love his toughness. Yeah. After the game, talking about if I can walk, I'm gonna play. But yeah, man, you couldn't, and he kept saying it. You couldn't push the pace. Yeah. You couldn't just drive it up there like you want to. And that's a game changer for them, as you said. That's how they play.
All right, Ron, what you got next, man?
All right, best case scenario. How would you look at this? Because this is fascinating to me, to where Clint's mind is going with the running back situation. It's not quite clear. Well, it is clear to Clint who should be the running back one. I just wonder if the breakdown is the way you may see it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. The biggest mistake that you can make when you're selling your home, man, it's settling for less money. And guess what? I'm here to tell you about Orchard, and that never happens when you're dealing with Orchard, man. Disappointing offers, they can wear you down. I've sold houses. I know, man, that you get disappointed, you get impatient, they can wear you down, you end up settling.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This year, back that ass up. Got a little versatility with your ass backing up.
Little Lincoln Park on a Tuesday.
Is that who that is?
R.I.P. Chester.
Oh, they had a member who passed. Huh? I didn't do a lot of Lincoln Park.
Singer.
Did I see where really the lead singer of Lincoln Park?
Some years ago, yeah, he killed himself, unfortunately.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry, I asked.
They have they did just get a new lead singer though, and it's a lady singer now.
I mean, you gotta
interesting approach.
You gotta end the band, don't you?
Journey didn't.
Probably easier said than done.
Yeah, Nirvana did. I think that's the way you do it.
Yeah, a little Lincoln Park.
Yeah, I remember them doing that with Jay-Z.
Oh yeah,
that's what I remember of Lincoln Park.
I'm shook.
That's one show I never got to see.
Fred Durst is
Limp Bizkit.
Limp Bizkit, man.
Little more rough around
You've been
the
over here
edges.
tripping, wasn't you?
I'm thinking,
we lost Fred.
Fred's dead, man. What's going on here?
Keep rolling.
People texting in Alice in Chains is still going. I'll take your word for it. I just think you got to shut it down, especially if it's the lead singer, right?
They're so famous though and have such a global following.
I mean, are they? But are they? I promise we'll get to this best case scenario running back thing.
We'll get there.
But are they still making like new music, or are they traveling and just playing
I think
their
they
old
just,
stuff and they need a lead.
I think they recently, I haven't followed them close in years, but I know a little of these headlines. I think recently they put out new music with the lady lead singer.
Text line, help me out, Tyler. You may know, Clint, you may. Did the Beatles just shut it down after John Lennon passed?
Oh, who cares? Most overrated band in history. They are. I'm not saying they're bad, but the Beatles are the most overrated musical act in the history of tunes.
I just don't think you could say that.
I don't
always do.
I just don't
know.
think you weren't there to experience it.
I don't
think you could.
No, but I can hit play.
I understand maybe some music doesn't care. I feel like that's when you got to be there. I mean, they are talked about as influencing everything.
I'm not saying they didn't have influence on some music and that, you know, they had a role to play in the history of music, but they are way overrated. People sing their praises like it's just overdone. It's overdone with the Beatles.
I didn't have that. I didn't know. I didn't know that was your take. I didn't know that was your take.
I like some Beatles songs. I'm not even trying to hate.
I feel like that, like the Beatles are one of those kind of off limits. Even if it's not for you, let's just pass on by. And you just said, hell with it, I'm gonna punch it in the nose.
That feeling you're describing, you're describing, it should be one of the signs of what I'm saying.
It's it's like Elvis, overrated.
Well, that's the king. I mean,
like I can't. And the Beatles are the Beatles.
But you're talking, I think there's a lot of differences between like a 4 or 5 piece set band and a star that changed the world like Elvis Presley.
And a band that changed the world like the Beatles.
It's just our opinions.
It is, man, overrated.
You're going to make me go out and do a little research. You're going to figure out what's going on here.
I don't think you're going to find anything.
I don't think you'll find like anything.
Well, no, but correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't the Beatles were more, I mean, obviously a great group, but there was, I mean, that's part of a movement, right? I mean, there was some, like, weren't they like in a time and like part of the reason why they're so big is because of, I don't know. I need to
it's hard to they were a part of a huge moment in musical history. I just think it's overstated.
They were the moment. That's what I say. Like, they were the moment.
Yeah, we didn't have color television yet back then. You're right.
Yeah, they were just like there are a couple of acts that are the moment. Wow. All right.
And I'm not saying they weren't the moment. I just think they're overrated.
Kick Rock said Nirvana's overrated also. Again, I feel like that's another one.
Maybe in a way, because they were just kind of the founders of the grunge movement. I'm trying to see different sides of an argument. You could take some notes, Ronald.
Again,
I'm going to tell you that album with that little baby, with that little
another one of those became the moments where they completely we just
invented a genre.
Yes.
Grunge.
I'm not going to say that they put it out in it. We took Poison and we took all of those bands and just pissed them down the drain when old crazy Kurt Cobain came.
But big fans, I think, can overstate these moments. I'm not saying these moments for these musical acts didn't exist. I just think, especially with the Beatles, it's like, oh my gosh, they walked on water.
I think we're going to. I feel like it's one of those things where it's hard. I just would assume, Clint, if you were living in the 60s when this occurred, like, I feel like you would have a better understanding.
Strawberry.
Just why, like, I think right now, somebody, when our kids grow up, and when Tyler's dogs get a little older, when they grow up, like, they will listen to Nirvana and be like, what the hell? But you had to kind of be there also to understand the gravity of it. And I feel like the Beatles, again, I think we're going to get to this running back thing, but I promise you that one is just that one. What was because this one is up there. What was the Luke Morrow take that caught me off guard? That caught us off guard, Tyler. What was
never ever bring flowers to a first date? That one?
No, it was somebody. It was somebody that
commentator.
Scott Hansen.
Yeah.
He hates Scott Hansen, the guy from Red Zone. Luke just came in and said
he just signed a new deal, didn't he?
Yeah, and he thought, that's what he talked about. He thought it was the
puts
worst
his
thing
bladder through it every week for
and
us.
He's just like, oh, who is that guy? I mean, I've never heard anybody hate Scott Hansen. That was first timer. But man, wow, Tyler.
I don't hate the Beatles though, or saying that they're bad music. I just too much love.
We've been doing this show for this long. an eye on it, Tyler. Good. All right.
The Beatles. They became the leading force in Britain's cultural resurgence, ushering in the British invasion of the United States pop market.
Quit has put together lesson plans today.
Well, I'm trying to think, like, in my mind,
Abbey Road
in my simpleton mind, I just like Beatles. Like, I knew when you said that. Like, I think several cars ran off in the ditch.
Yeah, someone texted in the Beatles
Probably
are just off
dumb
limits. My father said you had to be there in the 60s.
Well, I wasn't.
You gotta be there. You gotta be there in the 60s.
Hey, man, in 2002, you had to be there to feel the gravity of 50 Cent, Curtis Jackson when that album came out. You said you had to be there. You had to be there. That was a mini moment.
Paul McCartney is the best musician ever.
Pretty great, man. I didn't know you had that within you. I respect your. I don't respect your opinion, but I respect your.
It's just an opinion.
You're out there on it, and you're standing. I mean, you were 10 toes down, maybe an 11th.
Righto.
I mean, the way it was such disgust.
Oh,
the way he said it. He has been drunk, sober. He's had that conversation multiple times.
Yes, hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I've had this debate with folks.
Wow, did we just get right here in a block here?
And it makes me feel
the
bad.
Beatles and Nirvana
hate.
Overrated.
It's just the weight people try to attribute to these movements, I think, is sometimes overstated. That's all.
What is it? No, you're not running away from that. I'm sorry. We'll get to the.
I'm reading here. They caused protests.
I just want to know.
They caused unrest in the streets.
Yeah.
I want to know
political unrest. What
musical artist, band, whatever. Who is somebody that you do put up there as somebody?
You mentioned Elvis.
Elvis. Okay.
The other king of pop. MJ.
Okay, I'm hoping. All right.
NSYNC, of course.
Coming up next, man. This is we'll get to the running back situation. Like, he's laughing to himself, but there is a tinge of he's serious about this.
Timberlake's a superstar, bro.
Listen, I agree with you on that, but we're not going to go with NSYNC.
Maybe that not so much Lance Bass.
That fool came out there and said the Beatles were over. yeah.
U2
with Lance Bass and JC,
Led Zeppelin,
let's roll this here.
Metallica.
But the beat. All right, coming up.
Katy Perry.
I promise you, we will get to
Katy Perry.
I almost cussed again. We will get to the best case scenario
that was too much.
Of how the Texans should attack this running back situation. That's next.
All right, y'all. Low T center is where it's at. All my fellas out there. It's not if, it's when, man. Mid-30s.
PC at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Now, Kathy Bates, that's a bad bitch right there.
I don't know how long.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Clint, let's get to it. The text line is absolutely, and YouTube and Twitch is going mad on here. But Clint, you see this in the backfield because there are ways the Texans can kind of go about this with Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb. Joe Mixon, Pro Bowler last year, and not one of those. Hey man, can you do it? Hey man, can you do it? Hey, man, can you do it? We got down to 5 people. No, not like Russell Wilson was a Pro Bowler. He was Derrick Henry and James Cook were the 3 backs selected to be Pro Bowlers from the AFC. He had one of the best years in the AFC for running backs. He is there, and then they bring in Nick Chubb. Clearly, as you said on the promo that was running, they needed some help back there, and they went and got the best free agent off the market. I think a big thing, not like the offensive line or not like some of the other things on the field for this offense, but I think a big thing is how they handle this situation, right? Because Joe Mixon, that could be something there about him being a lead back that was just in the Pro Bowl. You want to make sure, you don't have no Raphael Devers situation going on or anything like that. But how would you say is the best case scenario to handle Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb?
Well, look, here's the deal. I think this is all – what I'm saying is if you get the best version of Nick Chubb that you possibly can at this point in time, if you get a Nick Chubb that resembles the guy that was in Cleveland and one of the best backs in the league, right? If that is the case, you've got to find a way to use these guys effectively and this is one of those moments where it's got to be what's best for the team. Right, is how do you use these guys if they're both at their best right now? How do you use these guys and what's best for the team? And I think we've done a lot of comparing to Detroit.
Yeah.
Like it's clear that you've got 2 big, more punishing backs that are very, very interchangeable. Okay, which back is best suited for which role? And I think when I look at this thing, for me, I think best case scenario, Nick Chubb needs to get the bulk of the carries early, and Joe Mixon is your 3rd down back. Joe Mixon is your 2-minute back. Joe Mixon is your 4th quarter back. Now look at 4th quarter running back is what I was saying, not quarterback.
I love Joe Mixon.
Yeah, look, and it's not about a guy. I think they both can have if you get the Nick Chubb that I hope, as a fan, I just pray and hope you get. It's doubtful, but I do hope you get him. Both of these guys, if they were the only back here, could have a Pro Bowl year. It's not about being a Pro Bowler. It's not about the stats. It's about, my opinion, what is the best way to deploy these 2 backs so that in the 4th quarter of games, you have the best player fresh and available in whatever scenario the game presents. You can't dictate it. In an ideal world, it'd be nice to say, I want Chubb to have X number of carries and I want Joe Mixon to have X number of carries. But we all know that's not how it works out, right? So to me, perfect scenario as a Texans fan is you get a kick-ass Nick Chubb that made his name in the NFL, running behind a road-grading offensive line, getting downhill, getting the hard yards, and that's not all he is. I'm not saying that's all he is. I'm not putting him in a corner. I'm just saying that this guy his whole career has been a downhill guy, physical run game. He's been that way. He was that way at Georgia. He's been that way at Cleveland. It's what he's ran behind, right? They ran the ball well when everybody in the country. That's how Nick Chubb made his name. And you look at Joe Mixon. How did he make his name? In Cincinnati, being more of a pass-protecting, catch the ball out of the backfield. Sure, he can run it downhill. He can put up 1,000 yards. He can do all those things, right? But given those 2 back skill set, what's the best role? And I think best-case scenario for me as a Texans fan is if Nick Chubb's getting carries early and Joe Mixon is a guy that's available in third down situations when you get behind the chains or in fourth quarter when you got to go 2-minute offense, that kind of thing.
Yeah. For me, I look at it and I do think that as of right now, and I do think that that does include the health and age of Nick Chubb, although Joe Mixon's not that far behind him. I get your point, and I do. I think Joe Mixon should definitely be explored more in the passing game than he was last year, because I do think that is a strength of his. But as of now, to me, I don't know how it breaks down. I feel like going into games, the thought is, like, Mixon's our primary back, and coming out of the game, who knows what happens with injuries, but coming out of the game, more times than not, the thought is he is going to be the one that gets the most touches from the backfield as of right now. I don't know what injuries could occur.
Well, I think that's definitely got to be where their mind is right now, because we don't know what Nick Chubb we're getting. We have no idea.
Yeah. Now, I will say, Nick Chubb, when he was in this situation, and Kareem Hunt came over after he had his troubles, and they picked up Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb had 1,067 yards, 12 touchdowns, and then Kareem Hunt had 841 in that year. Kareem Hunt had 38 receptions, and Nick Chubb had 16 receptions in that season. But oddly enough, Kareem Hunt had 198 attempts to Nick Chubb's 190. So Kareem Hunt actually had more attempts, although Chubb was a more bigger play guy, and he had that to me seems like that would be the dream, but I almost in some ways feel like it would be in the reverse.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I mean, obviously you're not going to come in and hey Joe Mixon, you're the third down back for the Texans. I mean, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when it all comes out in the wash, if we look back at it, and Nick Chubb was more of your bruiser, more of your downhill, establish the run back, and Joe Mixon was your change of pace back, if you will. I know they're more similar than a true change of pace back, but he is that. And then all of a sudden he's fresh and he's available in passing situations to pass, a big-bodied back that can pass protect and can run the football and is available in the pass game. Like, I just think that's the best version of the Texans offense. And again, this is all the context of this is if which it's a long shot, if you get a Nick Chubb, even when he was the best backs in the league, how do you deploy these guys? Right? I think the best way to do – I would love to see Joe Mixon fresh and in the game on third downs.
Yeah.
That's what I would like.
I know last year you're thinking it was Daria Gumbawale who was
hopefully we're beyond that being
But I'm just possible. Saying as the difference from –
if you gotta plan, like, to me there's got to be a plan. It can't just be, hey man, we got two backs and we're just going to turn around and hand it off to whoever's back there, right? Yeah. You don't know how the game's going to unfold. If you've got two backs you trust, two backs you believe in, two backs that can run G schemes, two backs that can run the zone schemes, that can do it all inside and out. Okay, which one is better in certain circumstances? I would say that really they're both pretty damn good, but I would say that if you get the best version of Nick Chubb, he's probably the better downhill runner. If you get the best version of Joe Mixon,
it's crazy, he's Joe's pretty good too.
No,
boy.
Joe's physical. There ain't no doubt. Joe is physical as hell, but Joe ain't never been one of the best in the league. And Nick Chubb has been that when everybody and everybody watching the Browns knows they're gonna run the ball. And so it's not slighting either guy. It's just, boy, if you've got that two-headed monster, what is the most powerful way to do it? In the fourth quarter, you got to run a 4-minute offense. You got both of them pounding. If you got to go into a 2-minute offense and play catch-up, I like to have.
Text line rolled through. How do you get them both on the field together? How can we do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think.
I mean, here's the interesting part of that is I know D'Amico would love to, I mean, I do believe that when you look at how New England used to play football, which I think Nick Caley's going to do. I think when you you take into account you got a defensive-minded head coach that knows he's going to have a great defense. I don't think these guys are in a spot where they're like, oh, we got C.J. Stroud, we better throw it X number of times. I think if they can go out there and generate a run game where it makes sense to put both guys on the field, especially if you're not getting any more out of Dalton Schultz than you got last year, especially if these rookies take a little while to come along and be productive in the pass game. It's easier to run block than it is to pass block. So if this offensive line is more built to run block, it wouldn't shock me. And if D'Amico Ryans had it his way, I'd be willing to bet you he'd absolutely love it.
Yeah. Someone said, Clint, I think you got something there. Why don't they alternate series like running backs in Detroit do? And again, I think Detroit probably played it by field too.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's where I was going to go with that earlier. When I said Detroit, like it's if you watch Detroit when everybody's healthy. Now, what's the other kid? The Thunder. What's the running back from Detroit? Montgomery. Like when he's healthy, when they're all healthy, it's clear he's the more downhill between the tackles type of back and more physical back.
They have more separation of
they have a true thunder lightning. Yes, no question about it. But if you look at these guys, to me, when you look at the two, I think Joe is the more lightning, not necessarily with speed, but just more of a skill set. So I just think that's best case scenario, man. I mean, that is a fresh Joe Mixon. I mean, because Joe, like, I just don't know, Ron. Do you look at it like Joe's his own worst enemy, man? And I think he had to overwork last year for every yard that he got. That's what made last year so impressive for him. He did a lot of it on his own. But like, I mean, Joe is a lot more punishing when finishing runs than I thought he was.
Yeah, I would hope that he is fresher, and that he has opportunities to become fresher. But I still think right now, and again, as you're saying, what will it project? Right now, I still think he is the better back that I would want to see.
I do too, because I don't think
get more touches.
I do too, because I don't think after the surgery, after the foot injury, I don't think you're going to get a Nick Chubb that was here 2 years ago. But best case, if you do, if we're living right, and it's the Texans' turn to hit a couple of home runs with these kind of signs, how do you want that to look?
Yeah. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you the latest update we do have on Lance McCullers and how he went on the IL, as well as what's happening, the biggest injury in the NBA Finals. There's an update there as we continue right here. More NFL news around the league as well. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, let me tell you about Clayton Homes and their sign and sales event, which is going on right now. Before I get any further, because you want to hear these, aware that this does run through August 31st. Restrictions can apply. So
Legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Flip on this burgers.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
But instead of let's Abreu back in, that's not coming back.
Nick Kurtz just walked off this one, 3-1 final, way up on the berm. Kurtz with his 7th home run of the season. And Brian Abreu, who's been so good all year, started to walk back to his dugout, and then he turned around and realized he is walking the wrong direction. He has to go to the outfield to his clubhouse as the A's win it 3-1 on a walk-off by Nick Kurtz here in the bottom half of the ninth.
Yeah, that was that was quick and easy. You knew what it was, and I mean, all of them did. I mean, honest to God, all of that from when Blum started with "that's not coming back" to him wrapping it up, it felt like the ball was still in the air. It felt like when he said that, and then when he went out and damn near got you the totals, it felt like the ball was in the air the whole way. Like that was.
Well, this is not good.
I'm so. How the hell did they get out of this? I am so sorry. I'm watching. We watched the College World Series. They just tied this game at 6, Tyler, with runners on second and third and nobody out. And I just looked up, and the first baseman is catching a ball. And they've just recorded 3 outs without giving up a run.
A strikeout pop-out was his last two. I didn't see the first out of the inning.
Wow. Shout out to Louisville. I mean, God. Oh, they didn't just quit. Anyway, sorry about that. But, no, that was the A's. The A's win game 1. Before we get to the Lance McCullers news, and Tyler, I want you in on this too. By the way, Tyler, I love it. He is standing 10 toes down. He is getting absolutely smoked on this text line. Now, he does have a couple of Tyler believers, a couple, but he is there giving him the business.
Shout out to my fans.
You know it gets bad when the text of "that's the problem with Tyler's generation." They have no respect when that text starts rolling through. And by the way, if you missed it, Tyler Milner
really lean into that.
Absolutely, and I believe Plan hijacked the 423 segment by saying the Beatles are overrated. And I mean with real disdain.
So true.
The Beatles, they're overrated.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
And then he walked the line down, and maybe another 7 minutes left. Nirvana said they were.
No, someone texted in about Nirvana, and I said maybe I could hear an argument on it.
Yeah, you didn't even have to get yourself into.
I do not have the passion on Nirvana like I do with my take on them overrated Beatles.
But you tried to explain that one.
Them dumb Beatles.
All right, that is why people are just crushing him. But
no,
I would ask this: is we just heard that Brian Abreu just got drilled, and Brian Abreu is not bad, right? 31 innings pitched to just ERA slightly over 2, 1-3 record, 41 Ks, 18 walks. Now has 3 blown saves. But are you still confident when Abreu enters the game? Do you still feel confidence?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm good. I'm all right.
All right. Tyler, you still feel confidence when Abreu enters the game?
Yeah, I really do.
Yeah, I was listening to the fellas earlier this morning, and I didn't know how to express it because I'm looking at his numbers, and I said, but they Seth and Sean were saying they don't feel the way his numbers look, and it's weird. I'm not saying I'm having that Ryan Presley feel yet. Where when there was the last 2 years Ryan Presley came in, it was at times for me buckle up. But I don't think I'm there with Abreu yet, but he does not feel as sharp as he has been. Like there were times for me I was like, man, I don't know, they didn't need to go get Hader. They got the closer.
Yeah.
Right, and so I don't it used there was I don't want to say automatic, but a lot closer feel to that. Now when he goes in trouble with his wildness and he'll walk guys or he'll get himself behind and stuff like that, So I don't know. It does feel a little bit different.
Yeah, he clearly hasn't been sharp this year. Last night was not one of his better outings, obviously. But I'm all right with the guy struggling a little bit. He's still got the stuff. He's still, I think he's still confident as hell out there. I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, his numbers don't. His numbers. I'm not saying they're saying he's struggling. I mean, ERA at 2, as much as he comes in, that's fine, and it probably jumped from last night's game, but. I don't know. I used to have oh man,
nails.
It's nails. He's just so nasty. You can't do nothing with him. But I don't know. It's kind of different feel right now. But the Astros, they will look to try to win Game 2 in this 4-game set against the A's. We'll let you know whenever we get that lineup up. If it does come out before we're off the air, they do play late, so sometimes those aren't up. But they will take on the A's. Is it Alexander's pitching tonight, isn't he? Yeah, Jason Alexander is getting the ball tonight.
Oh, yeah, Seinfeld guy.
Yeah. I would say he's making his debut, but then I looked up, and I don't remember him pitching before, but he's making his debut. His ERA is at 18 already, so we'll see. We'll see about that with Jason Alexander, but he gets the ball today, and he is getting the ball today, Clint, because of the Lance McCullers situation. And here is the latest on Lance McCullers. Lance McCullers Jr. sprain. It came after what what manager Joe Espada, the captain, described as a freak accident on Saturday in the weight room. The sprain is above McCullers' right big toe. Espada hopes it will only be the required 15 days on the IL, which he is on. So that is the latest. We kind of got a little bit of an understanding because yesterday we were just, what in the world just happened? He just got scratched, and it clearly, it was as they say, a freak accident in the weight room.
Well, finding out that it happened on Saturday, and then the announcement wasn't until Monday, that makes me feel a little bit better because at least they had 2 days to kind of fill it out and see what's going on.
Maybe they thought he could go.
Right. Well, then you go from thinking he could possibly go to, holy cow, he can't go for 15 days. I mean, unfortunately, that tells me they looked at it and were like, nah, this is a pretty severe sprain. Something's going on here. So it's unfortunate that it's a 15-day sprain. I am anxious to hear Lance McCullers speak because I got to believe that he's going to give us a little bit more on what kind of freak accident it was. Did he drop a 45-pound weight on his toe? I don't know why a pitcher would be handling a 45-pound weight 2 days before he has to pitch. Did he drop a dumbbell on his toe?
What is freak accident? Does that count as freak accident?
Dropping something on your toe, falling off of a treadmill, stumbling on a Stairmaster.
Oh God, I almost fell off a treadmill the other day.
Pitchers have to keep their cardio up. I would think a Saturday morning, maybe before a Monday start, there's probably a cardio day there. Did he fall off the damn line? I would say a pitcher falling on a treadmill is a little bit of a freak accident, yeah.
Yeah, if he fell, like if that bad boy started rolling, if he was getting off, this is what happened to me. If he was getting off and that thing started rolling a little quick on him,
yeah,
and it rolled him right off, that's crazy, man. It is wild what this team has gone through when it comes to the injuries. It's just someone said put that guy in a bubble. No, man, I like. We found out that Chaz hurt himself doing like some sort of squats or deadlifts or something like that. I think it was deadlifts. Like seriously, this cat is out here. I want so badly to know the specifics on how this occurred. I mean, so bad.
Well, it'll come out, man. There's way too much access today, and Lance makes himself accessible way too often. We'll find out.
Tyler, before the show, said, I hope Clint gets himself good and obsessed about this like he does about that injury to Spencer.
Well, I mean, it's like it's crazy, man. It's like what? Like I mean, I've spent my whole life in a weight room.
If this was a box,
I mean, I'm not saying I've never
box jump gone wrong, and he hit a box jump, and
the hell's he jumping boxes in the damn 2 days before start?
Dude, he's like a parent. Just the mere thought of it.
Well, you got 9 times out of 10, you got to be dicking around in the weight room in order to have that kind of freak accident. So hopefully it was legitimately a freak accident, and not him jacking around.
Yeah, that it is. Thought of it. Like I have gone off on my kids damn near because other kids are doing stuff that don't even think about doing it.
Yeah.
Don't you even think about grabbing them chips. Stay your ass right here.
5 o'clock fire.
Good luck tonight, Jason. All right. Last night, Game 5, the OKC Thunder, they win this game, and it was crazy, Clint. Halliburton for the Pacers wasn't himself. He injured his calf. He had to leave the game at one point, and then came back out, tried to finish, but Clint, he clearly didn't look like himself. He is believed to have a calf strain, and more news on that is he will have an MRI, and they will look at his availability for Game 6, which is now must-win for the Pacers. But last night, SGA was out there. Halliburton struggled. When I say struggled, guys, he didn't make a shot. He made 4 free throws. He was 0 for 6 from the field. But the story was Williams, Clint. He goes for 40 points in this game. And he becomes, I think, the third player behind Magic Johnson, Russell Westbrook, under the age of 24 to score 40 in an NBA Finals game. He was sensational. SGA had his mere 31 and 10 assists in this game. But this was an interesting game that with all of that happening, Clint, no Halliburton doing much, sells on 95-93 with under 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. With all of that happening, which is really surprising when you look at OKC.
Well, it was, and the commentators said as much, but I mean, it was typical Indiana, right? I mean, you get them into the third quarter, and when you're pacing your tempo and you're pushing the ball and just the pace at which you play, when it usually hits at some point in the third quarter. And that looked like they were going in that direction. But to your point, Halliburton's inability to be Halliburton, and then Jalen Williams on the other side. I said that before the series started. Jalen Williams was my X factor. If that guy, he had to do more than like play his average ball, and if he did,
has certainly done that.
He damn sure has done it for the last 3 games, and they've won 2 of those 3. And last night was a monster game, obviously. So he was the big difference maker last night, but. Yeah, I think, look, the Pacers' inability to push it and consistently push it at will with Halliburton out there was a real problem, and they still damn near came back and took the lead.
This series, Jalen Williams, 17 in Game 1, 19 in Game 2, 26-6-3 in Game 3, 27-7-3 in Game 4, and then 40-6-4 in Game 5. Tyler's inspired me a little bit on. Let's just drop off some hot takes here. I don't know if mine is as
love inspiring folks
spicy as his, but I'm watching this, and we've watched the finals, and I'll be honest with you, it actually made me feel bad for Houston fans. I'm watching this, and I wonder if you have this thought. You can tell me if I'm tripping, which I could be. I've now started to question how good either one of these teams are.
Oh, really?
Like, not that they're not good, but I'm talking about comparative to what we have watched in the finals and teams over like the last 20 years. Clint, the Pacers can't have their leading scorer not make a basket. TJ McConnell is the one that drug them back into the game. And at will against that vaunted defense, he goes for 13 in the third quarter by himself. Nobody could stop him.
Yeah.
Hell, he probably could have scored a few more, Clint. He had a couple go in and out on him. They could stop him off the line. They could do it. Halliburton goes for 0 for 6. He scores 4 points in the game. He is clearly their best player. And you're in a 2-point game midway in the fourth quarter? Like, I wondered, like, the Pacers felt Cinderella. But when we look at what the Thunder have done throughout the season and what they have with the MVP and what has been thought of as the best defense we've seen in a long time, they shouldn't be having this kind of trouble with the Pacers.
Especially with Halliburton struggling the way he is.
Like, I look at it like, I said this to you, Tyler, before the show. Like, this makes me think, like, those Rockets teams, those Chris Paul and Harden Rockets teams, Like all those Warriors teams, you could have played any version of the Warriors, and their leading scorer for the other team go 0 for 6, and you're in a fight in the fourth quarter. Hell, even the Cavs teams that lost, the Spurs. So I've sat back and just like, how good are these teams? They feel, they feel like to me of what we watched the last 20 years. They feel like teams that made it to the Western Conference Finals or the Eastern Conference Finals. I don't know. I watch them. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm off. But I look at that. I'm like, boy, how good are these teams?
Yeah.
See, T.J. McConnell should not be able to single-handedly run and bring them from an 18-point deficit. And we talking about should they have played T.J. McConnell? Should he have been in the game? Well, he should have. But should T.J. McConnell be doing that to the Oklahoma City Thunder?
Yeah, that's a good question, man. But, I mean, that's who they've been all year long is different guys stepping up. It's why I don't believe in them in this particular series is because it would take somebody differently stepping up every single game and doing it 4 out of 7 games to the tune of winning a game. And I think when you talk about SGA and Jalen Williams, I think those guys, you know consistently what you're going to get from those guys. And I don't think you get that from Indiana.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I questioned Indiana, and then I thought, well, maybe, man, the Pacers are better than I thought. And I'm like, I'm sitting here. I mean, you said it earlier. I mean, T.J. McConnell could not be stopped.
He could not. All, man.
Like, he's going to the basket, Clint. It wasn't like he got hot. He hit
him on a couple of them little mid-range jumpers, and they extended out to him and said, "Okay, well, let me get to the bucket.
Let me do it." I'm just like, I'm like, well, hold on, man. Like, and someone texted him. Maybe this is what we're going to be looking at right now for teams, but yeah, but they ain't holding up to some of these teams we've watched play over the years. All right, coming up as we continue. After we've now gotten through OTAs, mandatory minicamp, the offensive line coming into the year was the number one question without any thought for this Houston Texan team. Now we've had some time to look at it. You guys have seen videos. You've heard people talk about it. You've heard us talk about it. Do you still feel like the O-line is still the overwhelming question on this team? We'll discuss next.
All right, y'all. Mokaram injury law.
that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Even though I won't attend the College World Series just based off where the location is, that was a fun game, but then a tough one. Those Oregon State kids are beside themselves. The finality of this thing.
Somebody got to lose, Ron. Yeah. Somebody got to lose, man.
See, you never experienced that part of it in football, like in college. Like you never. Well, I mean, I guess like you whenever your last game of the season or the last game of which was your career, you knew it walking into it.
Yeah.
Right, you know what I mean?
Texas in the Cotton Bowl, we thumped that ass. I knew going in it was my last college game.
Yeah.
That's it.
And then when you played Michigan in the Citrus, you knew that was your last game that year. Yeah. That's a different thing. Like you walk into it and you're like, all right, man, this may not be my last. We keep winning. We keep winning.
Yeah.
And then because you're not thinking that, you're not at all thinking, this is it.
Yeah.
You're like, let's win.
Yeah, there was never a win or go home.
And then that just hits you late in the game. Ooh, it's a tough one there. Shout out to Louisville and all black.
Well, some of the Murray State players were one of them. They asked one of them after they lost in the first game of the College World Series. They said, "Why? What's with the smile kind of deal?" He said, "Look, man, I know absolutely 100% that I'm done in 2 weeks playing baseball." Now, it ended up being I'm done with baseball in 2 weeks. He said, "I'm gonna have a hard time not enjoying the College World Series. All these kids coming up here wanting our autograph, wanting to see us play." So yeah, it hurt to lose, but I got 2 weeks left to play in the game I love, man. That's
hear that, Tyler. 2 weeks left to play real competitive baseball, and it's got to finish it out in Omaha. So that is his latest.
Omaha,
man, that'd have been fun in Tampa or something. Nah, Omaha. Head to that zoo though. They have something ready for those guys.
Even Reno would be probably like a slight upgrade.
Probably.
Would you guys leave Omaha?
I'm just saying they got to drive over to Council Bluff, Iowa to gamble. That's what they got to do. They do. That's what they got to do.
I mean, that's okay. We got to drive. We got to drive over to Lake Charles.
Shout out to Uncle Pappy, my uncle. He hits it quick.
There's more than cornfields though in New Orleans and Louisiana.
Yeah. There's a lot more to do. All right, Clint. After OTAs. And now mandatory minicamp was the next thing, obviously, is training camp, and that's when this thing starts. Is the offensive line still to you the overwhelming number one question to this team?
Yeah, absolutely. And overwhelming is correct.
Nothing changed from OTAs, mandatory minicamp?
No, some things changed. I never go to OTAs or minicamp or training camp and leave with nothing changed. No. Something changed. It just, to begin with, number one, the most minicamp and OTAs for me was the fact that there was a desperate need at the wide receiver position. They drafted 2 wide receivers in their top 3 picks in the draft this year. And I think coming out of OTAs, the 3 OTAs we were able to see, 2 of which Jalen Noel was really, really good, or the ball just seemed to find him. Let's not get carried away. It wasn't really, really good, but the ball kept finding him. He appeared to have some twitch, appeared to have some great route running ability. And then in the mandatory minicamp, Higgins, goes out and has a hell of a day the first time out. Those 2 things, like watching that, the wide receiver concerns, along with Christian Kirk, along with Nico Collins, I put that to bed. I'm confident that those guys, sooner rather than later, are going to contribute. The O-line situation changed, but not quite as significantly as the wide receiver. I didn't see any players make plays. They were not put in position to make plays. I didn't see any system work. I didn't see any players make plays. I didn't see anything from the actual players that really turns me on. We didn't get a chance to see anything from Nick Caley or Cole Popovich that really turns me on in terms of scheme and play calling. The one thing with the offensive line that did change was it was blatantly obvious as we watched it wasn't going to be a turnstile at every position, which is what I was worried about. It felt
that way a little early, but then but quickly you got an understanding of who was. It felt like it was going to be.
Yeah. Look, it seems like Ingram, not Ingram, but what's my man's the left guard? Tomlinson, Laken Tomlinson is going to be. Jim Robinson's going to be your left tackle. Jake Andrews is going to be your center.
Titus Howard. That was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, Titus Howard's going to be your right guard, and Blake Fisher's going to be your right tackle. And then from a depth perspective, you got Patterson behind Andrews. You got Juice in all three middle positions, playing left guard, center, and right guard. And you got Ariante Ursery. Played some right, some left tackle, but he's obviously going to be
big as hell.
Yeah, he is going to be a backup tackle, right? You got some other guys in the mix, but the only guy that I saw bouncing from position to position from one side of the ball to the other was Juice Scruggs, and I'm okay with that. Everybody else seemed to have a position. Even the depth guys seem to have a position other than Juice Scruggs, and so that changed, and that gives me some confidence. But, boy, they had a long way to go. That right there can't be the deal sealer for me.
Yeah, I think it's still the answer. I think there's some other questions that maybe have popped up, like, all right, maybe the third corner with that situation maybe has popped up. You know, all right, maybe the tight end situation. There have been some other questions that pop up. But I do think the O-line is still that. But kind of to the point you're making, I didn't know that I would. I thought for me, I until I see them cats in pads, until I see them hitting, till I see them kind of have some real bullets fired, in preseason, whatever. But I do feel better about what I've watched and what I've seen and the way they're going about it. I do feel better that from what we've seen from the outside, there's a real emphasis on that group coming from the head coach, coming from the OC, and coming from the line coach.
Yep.
We've seen that. Now, we don't know what's going on behind closed doors, but I would imagine if we're seeing that level of importance that they're laying on that, I'd imagine they're doing even more behind closed doors. So to see that is an emphasis. And you brought this up that I didn't think about until you said it, was maybe the front line isn't good. We talked about like the fantasy of what the Bears did where they went out and got arguably the most versatile lineman in football in Joe Thuney, and then they went out and got a center who was the best center on the market, got guard who was a former Pro Bowler. Maybe they didn't go out and get the front line guys that we were hoping they may be able to get. But you talked about their depth. They should, if there are injuries that occur, they should be in a much better spot of not a big drop off when they have to go to their bench.
No, I mean, that's a great point. I mean, when you talk about the process that the Texans offensive line, the progress that the Texans offensive line has made this offseason, right? One, you got guys that seem to be playing specific positions. It's not a turnstile at every position on the O-line. Love it. The depth, position-specific guys, not a right tackle moving to guard and a guard playing outside, yada, yada, yada. You got guys that are – the depth plays that specific position. And then number three, the head coach seems to be paying more attention to what's going on the offensive line. Cole Popovich seems to be more aggressive and in your face and asking for a certain level of physicality and a different culture and chemistry in that room. There's been quite a bit changed, but still, for me, it doesn't change the fact that this offensive line is still the biggest question, without a doubt, for me.
Yeah, it's what the season is going to depend on.
Yeah.
Right, and We talked about it earlier. For me, my expectation, can you give them average play?
Love it.
Can you just, and I think they should be capable of doing that. Can you give them average play? Because there are many times last year they just didn't have a chance. And can you just give them average play with the guys you have?
Right.
And I think that's a huge.
I think when you talk about the Texans offense, Ron, I think if all the new pieces, the offensive coordinator, the offensive line coach, the new offense, let's call it the rebuilt offensive line for the Houston Texans, if they can all be average at what they do, the stars on the offensive side of the football can take this offensive unit to another level. C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Joe Mixon, hopefully Chubb is in that mix. That group can take this offense to the next level. If everything around them is average, they can take it to the next level. We'll see if that happens.
Yeah. Tyler's in a tough spot right now. It just
King Ding-a-ling in there.
Didn't win a bet yesterday. There was a push there.
Why don't you let me and Ron pick them for some of your money?
Piss off, Clint.
Oh.
No, you got to stay in this. You got to stay in this. That was aggressive. You got to stay in this.
I'd be willing to let you.
Maybe get down to 3 picks. I don't know. We'll try to.
It's not how you bounce back.
We'll try to win you some money, or maybe fade them at this point. This is an extended streak. This is Christian Walker right now, as we're watching.
Nightmarish, man.
Yeah, it is. We'll win you some money coming up, and the story that won't stop. I can't get enough of this. Raphael Devers spoke today as he was introduced in San Francisco. By the way, as Clint is more famous for saying, I got to meet you at the 50, old Barry Bonds was there to greet him as he walked through the doors. How about that combination right there? So walking through San Francisco. But wait till you hear what old Raph Devers had to say at his press conference today. We'll do that next.
All right, while you're waiting on hearing what Raphael Devers is going to say, grab you one of them cold Coors Lights, y'all. I'm telling you, man. Get you one of them cold Coors Lights. You're going to want to hear this. It is get your popcorn and Coors Light ready type of stuff going on here at Sports Radio 610. Here's the deal. Look, if you're already drinking cold Coors Light, I tip my cap. If you're not, what the hell are you waiting on, man? Take that next exit, hit that C-store. If you're a beer drinker, get a Coors Light in your hand. Wrap your hand around.
customer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's big, man. They love you even if you're in a tough streak right now.
I'm a man of the people.
Right. Man of the people. Tyler Milner.
They're thick and thin.
Some of the people struggled with you today. I'm going to lie to you.
Yeah, they'll get over it.
Text line just coming in late to the Odyssey app. Shout out to the Odyssey app. I guess Tyler thinks Run DMC is overrated as well.
I see what you're doing there, friend. That's a pretty strong cross-genre comp there, time period.
I love how you button it up with friend. And then you leave.
Everybody in the Drive family's my friend.
Unload them. Unload on them.
From the Beatles to old Run DMC, eh?
Yeah, it is. Coming up here in a little bit, Tyler will try his best to get this thing turned around, man. This is
bad.
Honest to God, it is really mirroring Christian Walker. It really is. Like, you had a little flurry there, like one day on a Friday where you started to kind of...
And it's not Skywalker.
No, it ain't. Pick it up where you got like 3 or 4 out of 5 or something like that.
Bets are more like Jar Jar Binks than a Jedi right now.
And then, just like Christian yesterday, got his 1 for 4 with 2 Ks. And
it's been a rough go, man. I really cannot remember, if ever, that I've had a wagering streak like this. So we'll just call it Tyler's Bets for now.
Well, this is when you just let somebody else kind of take the reins for a day to give yourself a rest. And maybe they're hot.
You can get the hell out of here, Clint.
He's not doing that. He's not throwing in the towel yet, Clint.
I'm still a professional.
It's not. Texans All Access coming up behind us, though. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will talk to Texans insider John M. Alexander coming up behind us, so stay tuned for that. Him over there at the Chronicle as an insider. Some Joey Chestnut talk coming up on Area 45 tonight?
Yeah, the great Joey Chestnut is going to be on Area 45 at 7:40 p.m. this evening.
Well, check that out, 7:40, the multiple Dog Eat champion. That's a big get right there. You only get that right here in the best late-night sports show in all of Houston. Big Joey Chestnut is returning. So they'll talk to him 7:40, so make sure you're watching that, and then they'll have what's going on with the game, as well as it's a little West Coast baseball, as the A's are going to be hosting in Sacramento the Houston Astros. Hopefully, Astros can get a win back after that walk-off yesterday. So that's coming up 7, right after the guys on Texans All Access get done. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago, 7:40 Joey Chestnut. So stay tuned for that. And of course, here in a few minutes, we'll see what the hell Tyler's got in store. Raphael Devers got traded to the San Francisco Giants. We were talking about it at the crosstalk within the loop earlier, and he is going to play tonight, batting third, and is the DH for San Francisco. He had his press conference today. That's it. This is big. They brought Barry Bonds came on out for this. Barry Bonds came out, walked with him, talking with him. Devers said today, right off the bat, I'm here to play whatever position they need me to play.
Learn from his mistakes. This is good. That's good. Everyone should try to learn from their past mistakes.
That is good.
Way to be.
That is a solid A+ jab at Boston.
No.
I'm happy. He said, I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah.
And I will go play whatever position they need me to play.
Who's the Giants' third baseman?
Oh, hell, I don't know. I got no idea.
No.
Surely it's him, right?
He's DHing tonight. So we'll have to see. I don't know who played. Let's see who played third base for the Giants over the weekend, their last game. They just played the Dodgers. Third base, they had some gentleman by the name of Casey Schmidt, excuse me.
Oh, Case, yeah.
Yeah, Casey Schmidt. Yeah, he
looks
like he'll go play wherever he wants to play over there. But
no.
But no, listen. I bet you the people in San Francisco say he's a great teammate. I bet you they won't find some of the stuff that he found. I know many people are rolling with this, and the Red Sox are by not just fans, but also by some people in the media, and people have podcasts, and they've even got some of their teammates to walk it out there, some of their players to walk it out there.
Yeah,
Boston.
They hinted towards he's a bad, it's him. He's the bad teammate. He's the bad apple. But they know what they did. They know that they caused a lot of this, and I bet you San Francisco, hey man, we're gonna be straight up with you. This is how it looks. This is how it's gonna be. And now my man's saying, hey man, I'm here to play wherever you want me to play, baby. Whatever position you need me to play, baby.
Well, I thought a powerful statement that was made was Big Papi, David Ortiz.
They got him to come out there and say,
David Ortiz came out with a long-winded statement. You're not bigger than the game. He should have played anywhere that he wanted to, wherever they wanted him to play, kind of deal. And look, I don't disagree with that sentiment, but I don't know. Like, I think a critical part of this, and I'm going backwards here a little bit because it's already happened. It's water under the bridge or water over the dam, however you want to look at it. It's what they did or did not communicate with Raphael Devers as they were flirting and bringing Bregman in is integral here. I mean, really, and I'm a team first guy, be a professional all the time, but like here in this situation, like it's you can't just sit there and let them do you wrong time and time again, and you don't push back at all. Like that can't happen.
Yeah. No, and then it seemed like it continued to get worse.
Right. Well, if they communicated, if they were clear and communicated with him from jump, and he's just being an ass, then and saying what he's saying in the media before and now, then hey, that's on him. Then that's a bull job move. No. But it sure seems like.
Well, he had other teammates too coming out and saying it. Yeah. Like it's just crazy as hell. He was your franchise player, and I'm sure. Like for some people in the clubhouse, it got on their nerves. Like, come on, man, just go over there and man, nah. But like, nah, man, shoot, told me to leave my glove in Florida. I done left this. Good. Yeah. Somebody texted in Matt Chapman. He's on the IL right now. He's their third baseman. Right. Matt Chapman used to be with the A's. He was with the Blue Jays, I believe, the last couple of years. Yeah, man, he'll play whatever. I bet it did. This was one of those situations, I believe, where Devers, this wasn't. It probably went that way to some. This wasn't personal towards the guys in the clubhouse. This was personal towards, man, I'm just not gonna let people do me and treat me that way, and I'm gonna take a stand.
And you hope the guys, if that is the case, you hope the guys in the clubhouse understand that, because the longer it draws out, it becomes personal with everybody, because now it's my inability to win and my ability to have a team. Everybody bought in. You're an outcast. You're bringing drama in. So eventually, the longer you let it go on, the more it becomes everybody's problem. So. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know the details, but we'll see what Devers can do outside of Boston. I'm sure it'll be great. By the way, I think he was second in fan voting in the at DH. I think.
At DH, yeah, was he just over? Just jumping over Jordan. All right, Tyler. Let's try to get to the green tonight, huh? Please. Right, you got a motorboat. That's fine. What are your best bets after coming off of yesterday's? We won't even say what they were.
Yeah.
You see that?
Well, we've come along.
The night is darkest just before the dawn. We're about to turn this thing around. I can feel it.
Said that yesterday.
No, I didn't. A-hole.
I think you did. You said that.
I didn't say the part about the night's darkest right before the dawn. That was poetic.
You did not say that. You're right.
God.
Let me step
trying to set the vibe here. 0 for 4 last night. We had 5 bets. One of them pushed. Son of a bitch. Tail, fade. I don't know what to tell you, Dry family, but here are your 5 best bets. First, Reds in the first 5 innings tonight as they host the Twins. I'm on the money line for the Reds at -115. Next, I'm on an under tonight Orioles at Rays under 9.5 runs in that one for me. Red Sox, that Boston squad we were just discussing.
6 in a row now, baby.
Plus 1.5 for the Boston Red Sox tonight at the Seattle Mariners. And then 2 Astros player props I like here tonight as they square off with the A's in Game 2 of 4. Jake Myers over 1.5 total bases. Those odds are nice at plus 120. And then the GOAT, Jose Altuve, the Stroud GOAT, over 1.5 total bases for him as well at minus 125. Little tougher odds there, but he is the GOAT. So those are your 5 best bets. I don't even. You probably should hate all of them.
Red Sox are rolling. Don't hate that one.
Are we sure they're in the line? We haven't seen them starting lineup yet.
No, if they're not in the lineup, then it just gets washed.
I gotta believe Jake and Jose Altuve gonna be in the lineup.
Strogo better, and Jake, boy, he's hitting the ball.
I just never thought I'd see the day that Jake Myers would be somebody Tyler's gonna put money on.
Khakis.
Over 1.5 bases.
Old Jake's